Chapter 1. International Flight. On an Airbus A380 en route from the capital of Huaxia to the United States, Sun Yuxuan occupied a window seat. Beside him sat a stunning woman with flowing locks and an oval face. This enchanting lady donned casual attire, yet did little to conceal her strikingly voluptuous figure. Particularly, her high and firm bosom captivated Sun Yuxuan's gaze. His eyes seemed magnetically drawn, frequently darting towards her colletage. He marveled inwardly. Goodness, surely she must be at least a 36D. I wonder what it would feel like to touch. The lady, clearly aware of Sun Yuxuan's heated stare, frowned and shot him a piercing glare. However, perhaps due to the public setting, she restrained herself from unleashing her ire. Most individuals would have promptly diverted their gaze after such a reprimanding look. Yet, Sun Yuxuan remained unfazed, his eyes fixated on her bosom. With a cheeky grin, he boldly inquired, "Miss, how about we exchange WeChat and chat a bit?" Upon hearing his words, the woman's previously radiant expression darkened considerably. She glared at Sun Yuxuan and curtly retorted, "Add you? No way." Despite her rebuke, Sun Yuxuan was unperturbed. Instead, a slight smile graced his lips as he softly replied, "I already have a sister." This response left the woman momentarily speechless, inwardly cursing her luck. What a stroke of bad fortune to be seated next to such an oddball. With a huff, she resolved to disregard Sun Yuxuan, closing her eyes and turning her head away, entirely ignoring his presence. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan felt no embarrassment. His gaze continued to unabashedly linger on her figure. Particularly, her ample bosom mesmerized him. After a considerable time, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze, unconsciously swallowing hard. Just then, the aircraft began its gradual ascent, and Sun Yuxuan closed his eyes, slipping into a drowsy state. As time passed, Sun Yuxuan became fully immersed in slumber, oblivious to the world around him. After an indeterminate duration, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Opening his eyes slowly, he was greeted by a tall flight attendant standing in the aisle, pushing a cart laden with refreshments and snacks. Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but think, indeed, international flights are exceptional. Even the flight attendants are strikingly beautiful. As the flight attendant noticed Sun Yuxuan awakening, a professional smile appeared on her lips, and she softly inquired, "Good afternoon, sir. I apologize for disturbing your rest. It is now lunchtime. May I assist you with anything?" Sun Yuxuan's gaze gradually settled on the flight attendant, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "What delectable options do we have?" The flight attendant replied with a warm smile, "Today's lunch features braised chicken rice and beef ham fried rice. Which would you prefer?" Feeling a slight pang of hunger in his somewhat deflated stomach, Sun Yuxuan exclaimed, "Ah, how fortuitous. I find myself quite famished at this moment. Please, bring me 2 portions of each dish. Should I require more, I shall seek you out." The flight attendant momentarily paused, taken aback by his request, for in her tenure as a flight attendant, she had never encountered a passenger quite like Sun Yuxuan. Internally, she mused, "This guest certainly has an insatiable appetite." The beautiful woman seated beside him was equally startled by his words, thinking to herself, "What an odd character. Not only is he rather lascivious, but he also possesses a remarkable capacity for food, truly a glutton." Sun Yuxuan's naturally loud voice had drawn the attention of those around him. The flight attendant swiftly presented 2 portions of braised chicken rice and 2 portions of beef ham fried rice before Sun Yuxuan. With a smile, he accepted the dishes and turned to the flight attendant, saying, "Could you kindly fetch me 2 cans of cola as well?" "Thank you." The flight attendant hesitated for a brief moment before quickly retrieving 2 cans of cola from the cart and handing them to Sun Yuxuan. Meanwhile, the woman next to him had opted for merely a small roll and a glass of milk. Observing her modest selection, Sun Yuxuan smiled warmly and said, "My dear lady, is that all you intend to eat? Will that satisfy your hunger? Would you care for a portion of braised chicken rice on my behalf?" The woman, hearing his proposition, let out a dismissive huff, thinking, "Do I need your generosity? I can procure my own meal." How brazenly shameless of him. Noticing her reluctance to engage, Sun Yuxuan chose not to press the matter further. He eagerly opened a portion of braised chicken rice, deftly wielding his chopsticks as he devoured it voraciously. In less than 2 minutes, the first serving vanished, prompting him to swiftly open the second portion and continue his feast. Within a similar span of time, that serving too was consumed entirely. Following the chicken rice, he turned his attention to the 2 boxes of beef ham fried rice, indulging in them with the same fervor. In a mere 5 minutes, both portions of fried rice had found their way into his stomach. Sated, Sun Yuxuan let out a satisfied belch and reached for a can of cola, popping it open with a crisp sound and drinking it down in one swift motion. The woman beside him furrowed her brow, casting him a glance of mild disdain. Silently lamenting, he resembles a pig, consuming so much. Sun Yuxuan seemed to sense her gaze, but paid it no mind. He merely glanced at her before closing his eyes, embarking on a moment of restful contemplation. As time passed, the passengers aboard the aircraft gradually succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Yuxuan also drifted into a peaceful sleep. Suddenly, the plane began to shake violently without any forewarning, jolting the slumbering travelers awake in an instant. Amidst the rising panic, the soothing voice of a flight attendant resonated through the cabin, urging, "Dear passengers, please remain calm. The aircraft is experiencing turbulence due to convective weather. Kindly remain seated and refrain from moving about." Upon hearing the announcement, the passengers found a semblance of reassurance. Chapter 2. The Plunge into the Ocean. The turbulence persisted for a couple of minutes before tranquility returned. However, just as everyone began to relax, the aircraft was once again violently jolted. This latest disturbance was far more intense, causing hearts to race as if they might leap from their chests. Many passengers turned pale with fright, some even screaming at the top of their lungs, filling the cabin with a cacophony of terror-laden cries. Yet, the intercom remained silent, as if the crew had been rendered paralyzed by this unexpected turn of events. As seconds ticked away, a thick plume of black smoke suddenly emerged at the entrance of the cabin. "Oh no, the plane is on fire!" Someone shouted in horror. "Is this plane about to explode?" Another voice trembled. "I don't want to die." More passengers began to weep and scream, as fear spread through the cabin like a contagion. Chaos erupted on the aircraft, with the sounds of shouting, crying, and screaming intertwining in a deafening chorus. Luggage and personal belongings were tossed about, scattered across the floor. In the midst of this pandemonium, a thunderous noise erupted from the cabin door, as if it had been violently torn asunder by an unseen force. In an instant, a large gaping hole appeared at the entrance, resembling a gateway to the abyss. Passengers seated near the door had no time to react, as the powerful suction from outside swiftly drew them into the open air. Their bodies flailed helplessly in the void, akin to kites severed from their strings, vanishing into the vast expanse of the sky. The aircraft spiraled out of control, plummeting rapidly like a headless fly, while the oxygen masks deployed from above in an instant. Sun Yuxuan, his face a mask of fury, exclaimed, "Damn it! Why am I so unlucky?" Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he swiftly grasped the oxygen mask above him, resolutely placing it over his face. At that moment, he noticed the beautiful woman beside him, shrieking in terror, her cries piercing the air. Observing her distress, Sun Yuxuan furrowed his brow and, without hesitation, tore the oxygen mask from her head and swiftly secured it for her. As time inexorably ticked away, approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, akin to a bolt from the blue. The aircraft seemed to be struck by an immense force, plunging headlong into the vast sea below. The seawater surged into the cabin through the gaping door like a torrent breaching a dam. Although Sun Yuxuan felt a twinge of panic, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Acting decisively, he tore off his oxygen mask, unfastened his seatbelt, and swiftly retrieved a life jacket from beneath his seat, securing it around his neck. He then turned towards the beautiful woman beside him and shouted, "Hurry, put on the life jacket." However, she appeared utterly paralyzed by fear, her mind blank and her body frozen in place. Seeing her distress, Sun Yuxuan's heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, he bent down, retrieved a life jacket from under her seat, and placed it around her neck. At last, the woman seemed to regain her senses. Her hands trembled as she attempted to unbuckle her seatbelt. Meanwhile, the water continued to surge into the cabin like a furious beast, threatening to engulf them. Finally, The woman beside Sun Yuxuan managed to unfasten her seatbelt. With all his might, he called out to her, "Quick, hold on to my shirt, I will swim you to safety." Responding to his urgent plea, she grasped his clothing tightly. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, Sun Yuxuan summoned every ounce of strength and began to swim towards the cabin door. Each stroke felt like a desperate struggle against death, and every inch gained required tremendous exertion. Fortunately, despite the dire circumstances within the cabin, they were not far from the exit. After a harrowing few minutes, he finally succeeded in pulling the woman through the large opening of the cabin door. Sun Yuxuan immediately located the inflation cord of his life jacket. Without hesitation, he yanked it, and with a hissing sound, the jacket rapidly inflated, filling with air in mere seconds. He then swiftly pulled the inflation cord of the woman's life jacket, which also expanded within moments. Together, they floated on the surface of the sea, buoyed by their life jackets. Sun Yuxuan laboriously lifted his head and surveyed the chaos around him. The sea was a tumultuous mess, with various items and suitcases bobbing about indiscriminately. Some were battered and broken, while others remained relatively intact, yet all were soaked through. Amidst this disarray, he spotted several individuals who, like him, had miraculously escaped the aircraft. At that moment, the plane was severely tilted, standing at an eerie 90-degree angle on the water's surface, resembling a colossal steel creature poised to be devoured by the ocean. Portions of the aircraft had already submerged, while the remaining sections continued to sink at an alarming rate. Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but think of Mr. Luo in first class and the beautiful executives. He wondered if they had managed to escape. It would be a tragic loss if they were to perish in such a manner. Though Sun Yuxuan was engulfed in worry and concern, he found himself powerless. After all, teetering on the brink of life and death, how could he possibly save others? Fortunately, it appeared that the first-class cabin was not completely submerged beneath the relentless sea. He witnessed window after window being brutally shattered from within. Following that, passengers, as if pursued by demons, desperately squeezed through the narrow openings and unhesitatingly leapt into the tumultuous, fathomless expanse of the ocean. Sun Yuxuan's gaze frantically searched the chaos, and at last, he faintly discerned Mr. Luo and a group of company executives emerging from the windows, plunging into the water. A slight sigh of relief washed over him upon seeing their successful escape. Taking a deep breath, he vigorously waved his arms, utilizing the buoyancy of his life jacket to swim towards the direction where Mr. Luo had fallen. However, his efforts were thwarted as a young woman clutched his clothing tightly, evidently gripped by terror at the raging sea. At that moment, a colossal wave, resembling a ferocious beast, roared towards them. Sun Yuxuan barely had time to react before he was engulfed by the monstrous surge. He felt an overwhelming force yanking him downward, seawater flooding his mouth and nose, rendering him nearly unable to breathe. Meanwhile, the young woman was similarly battered by the wave. Her screams echoed through the water, but were swiftly drowned out. The two of them struggled desperately in the tumult, their bodies relentlessly tossed about by the waves, completely losing their sense of direction. Before they could regain their composure, another wave crashed upon them, sweeping them away like mere toys. Fortunately, the buoyancy of the life jackets around their necks prevented them from sinking to the ocean's depths. Thus, they were carried away by the winds of the waves, now utterly devoid of sight of anyone else. Chapter 3. Adrift at sea, it is uncertain how much time has elapsed, but the tumultuous waves of the ocean have gradually subsided, returning to their former tranquility. Sun Yuxuan and the enchanting lady continue to float upon the vast expanse of blue water, surrounded by an endless ocean, devoid of any sight of land. As Sun Yuxuan surveys his surroundings, a profound sense of helplessness wells up within him. However, when his gaze falls upon the lady beside him, this feeling diminishes somewhat. Her hands clutch tightly onto his clothing, as if fearing that loosening her grip would result in being engulfed by the sea. Noticing her distress, Sun Yuxuan's lips curl into a subtle smile. He gently addresses her. "My dear, the ocean has calmed. Holding on to me so tightly must be exhausting. Perhaps you could release your grip for a moment?" Hearing his words, the lady hesitates for a moment before slowly loosening her hold. She gazes at him, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes, and says, "Thank you for saving me." Had it not been for you, I might have perished alongside that airplane. Sun Yuxuan waves his hand dismissively and replies with a smile. No need for such formality, my lady. With your beauty, how could I bear to witness you succumbing to the depths? At his compliment, a blush spreads across her cheeks, and she shyly lowers her gaze, murmuring, I am Bai Shihan. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I ask your name? Sun Yuxuan. Since we are so familiar now, you may call me Brother Xian. He responds, his smile growing ever brighter, his tone light-hearted and humorous. Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan inwardly scoffs, thinking to herself, what audacity. We are hardly acquainted, having known each other for just a few hours. Yet considering that her life was saved by him, she refrains from voicing her thoughts. Bai Shihan lifts her gaze to the sky, where an expanse of azure stretches above, resembling a vast sapphire embedded between heaven and earth. The sun hangs high, radiating intense light, its scorching rays piercing down upon them like arrows. Despite the relentless heat, their immersion in the water mitigates the discomfort. They float in silence, the seconds ticking by unnoticed, and before long, 3 or 4 hours have slipped away. Bai Shihan raises her head once more, straining her eyes to the horizon. No matter how she searches, the boundless ocean remains unchanged, with not a trace of land in sight. A wave of despair washes over her, and she weakly turns to Sun Yuxuan. Do you think we might perish in this vast ocean? I am still so young, I do not wish to die. In response, Sun Yuxuan quickly offers words of comfort. The fact that we escaped from the airplane signifies that our lives are meant to continue. Fear not, I believe we will overcome this ordeal. Yet, despite his reassuring words, a sense of uncertainty lingers within him. After all, they had been adrift upon the vast expanse of the sea, and although they had yet to encounter any misfortune, the prolonged absence of sustenance would allow them to endure at most 3 days. Should they fail to glimpse land after this period, their demise upon these waters would be inevitable. As time ticked by imperceptibly, the night finally enveloped them in darkness. At this juncture, Bai Shihan's lips were parched and cracked, her complexion pale, and her body weakened from dehydration. Sun Yuxuan was not faring much better. Worse still, a fierce wind suddenly arose, causing the waves to swell alarmingly. To prevent the tumultuous waters from separating him from Bai Shihan, Sun Yuxuan acted decisively, binding their garments together securely and allowing the waves to carry them further into the abyss. In the pitch-black night, they were mercilessly tossed about by the relentless sea, their bodies rising and falling as if on the verge of being consumed by the depths. For them, this night stretched on interminably, each moment a torturous ordeal. At long last, dawn broke, and Sun Yuxuan mustered his resolve, lifting his gaze. However, before them lay nothing but the endless ocean, devoid of any land or vessels. In that moment, despair washed over them. They were uncertain how much longer they could endure, or whether hope for survival still lingered. Fortunately, the wind had abated, and the sea regained its tranquility, as if the previous chaos had never occurred. Exhaustion had long since taken hold of them. Their bodies felt hollow, devoid of strength. They were not only fatigued but also ravenous and parched, compounded by overwhelming drowsiness, rendering their plight almost unbearable. Sun Yuxuan gazed out at the infinite sea, flooded with despair and helplessness. Yet, in this vast ocean, what could he possibly do? Ultimately, he relinquished his struggle, lying back upon the surface of the water, closing his eyes in hopes of momentarily escaping the pain and torment. Observing Sun Yuxuan's actions, Bai Shihan mirrored him, lying flat on the water's surface with her eyes tightly shut. Thus, they lay in silence, gently swayed by the waves, gradually slipping into slumber. Time passed unmeasured until Sun Yuxuan suddenly felt something collide with him. Slowly opening his eyes, he was astonished to discover a massive wooden plank, measuring at least 7 or 8 square meters. A surge of joy welled up within him, and he called out Bai Shihan's name several times, but was met with silence. An ominous premonition gripped his heart as he thought, could she have perished? Hastily, he reached beneath her, cautiously probing until he sensed a faint breath. A tremendous weight lifted from his heart. He secretly sighed with relief, pondering that as long as he was alive, it would not be in vain to have saved her. He first untied the corner of his clothing that was bound with by Shirhan, grasping a corner of the wooden plank to climb up. Fortunately, the plank was sufficiently large and buoyant, neither submerging into the sea nor capsizing. Sun Yuxuan promptly pulled by Shirhan onto the plank, dragging her to the center. Thus, the two lay upon the plank, allowing the sea breeze to carry them further into the distance. Chapter 4. Cast away on a deserted island, drifting aimlessly upon the vast expanse of the ocean for several hours, Sun Yuxuan dared not divert his gaze from the boundless sea, fearful of missing any sign of land. Yet, as time ebbed away, so too did his hopes. Eventually, both his body and spirit reached their limits. He could no longer endure. His eyelids, burdened as if by 1,000 pounds, slowly closed, and he succumbed to a hazy slumber. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Sun Yuxuan awoke once more. As he opened his eyes and beheld the scene before him, he was taken aback. Towering trees loomed in his sight. Doubt crept into his mind. Was he still dreaming, or had prolonged drifting led him to hallucinate? He hastily rubbed his eyes and focused again, only to find the majestic trees steadfastly standing there, undeniably real. Overcome with excitement, he rose from the worn wooden plank, realizing it was propped atop a colossal reef. To his astonishment, directly before him lay an island, its lengthy coastline stretching into the horizon. A surge of elation coursed through him. He marveled at the fortune bestowed upon him, for this large plank had brought them to this very isle. His gaze then fell upon by Shirhan, who lay motionless upon the plank. A sense of urgency gripped his heart as he swiftly reached under her nose to check for breath. When he felt a faint yet steady exhalation, a great weight lifted from his chest. Sun Yuxuan exhaled in relief and cautiously leaped from the plank into the water. Fortunately, the sea was not deep here, reaching only to his waist, allowing him to maintain his footing with relative ease. Clutching the plank with both hands, he made his way toward the shore. At last, he dragged the plank to the beach. Without pausing to catch his breath, he hurriedly lifted by Shirhan from the plank and gently laid her on the sand. He then turned to manage the cumbersome wooden plank, exerting tremendous effort to haul it onto the shore. After a brief respite, he cradled by Shirhan in his arms and, with somewhat unsteady steps, approached a nearby tree. Though the tree was not far, the journey proved exceptionally arduous due to Sun Yuxuan's exhaustion and the weight of Bai Shirhan in his embrace. Upon finally reaching the tree, he tenderly set her down on the ground and crouched beside her, softly calling her name. However, no matter how fervently he called, Bai Shirhan remained unresponsive. Sun Yuxuan understood all too well that she had succumbed to unconsciousness due to dehydration. The immediate priority was to locate a source of water to replenish her lost fluids. Rising to his feet, he dragged his weary frame slowly toward the coastline, knowing that islands typically bore coconut trees along their shores, especially during this season of ripeness. As he walked, he scanned the surroundings diligently. Indeed, after traversing 700 or 800 meters, he finally espied 3 or 4 coconut palms. Although they were somewhat distant, he instantly recognized the coconuts dangling from their fronds. A surge of joy welled up within him, and he hastened his pace towards the trees. Upon reaching the base of the palms, his eyes fell upon several ripe coconuts scattered upon the ground. Some had begun to decay, their exteriors darkened and crawling with ants and various unidentified insects, exuding a nauseating stench. However, amidst this pile of spoiled coconuts, he spotted a number of freshly fallen ones. Elated by this discovery, he quickly bent down to pick up 2 of them and dashed towards the shore. Once at the beach, he placed the coconuts on the sand and began to search for a suitable tool. Before long, he stumbled upon a sharp stone, precisely what he required. He swiftly picked it up, secured a coconut on the ground, raised the stone high, aimed for the top of the coconut, and struck down with force. A crisp sound echoed as the stone met the coconut. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued to strike again and again. After 7 or 8 vigorous blows, a large hole finally appeared, and the coconut water gushed forth like a fountain. Overjoyed, he lifted the coconut, aligning the opening with his mouth, and drank deeply, quenching his thirst. With each sip, he felt an invigorating energy surging through him, a delightful stream revitalizing his body. Once he finished the first coconut, He was still unsated and immediately grabbed the second one. Employing the same technique with the sharp stone, he created another opening and eagerly consumed the refreshing liquid within. After drinking, he seized another stone and struck the coconut with force. With a resounding crack, the coconut shattered, and he quickly pried it open, cautiously extracting the white flesh. He devoured it with fervor, savoring each bite. Having relished the coconut meat, he wasted no time and swiftly stood up, striding back beneath the palm trees. He circled around, meticulously selecting several coconuts that appeared to be in good condition. Then he removed his shirt, cradling the coconuts one by one, clutching them to his chest as he made his way back to Bai Shirhan. In no time, he reached her side, where he found her still lying motionless. He promptly set the coconuts down beneath the tree and dashed back to the shore, quickly retrieving a sharp stone. Returning to the tree, he broke open a coconut and gently brought it to Bai Shirhan's lips. As the coconut water touched her cracked lips, a miracle unfolded. Her previously tightly sealed mouth slowly parted, as if enchanted. As the refreshing coconut water flowed into her mouth, Bai Shirhan's throat began to rhythmically move up and down, as if she were desperately swallowing this life-saving elixir. Gradually, a hint of color returned to her cheeks, and her once pallid lips became faintly rosy. She swiftly consumed the entirety of the coconut's nectar, and her eyes slowly fluttered open. There was a hint of confusion in her gaze, as if she had not yet fully emerged from the depths of unconsciousness. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her senses and, in a faint voice, addressed Sun Yuxuan. Where is this? Am I dead? Chapter 5. Frightening Bai Shirhan, Sun Yuxuan chuckled and remarked, What nonsense are you uttering? We are both alive and well, and currently find ourselves on a deserted island. After saying this, he gently extended a hand to assist Bai Shirhan in sitting up. He then swiftly cracked open a coconut and presented it to her. Bai Shirhan, filled with delight, accepted the coconut from Sun Yuxuan and eagerly savored the sweet coconut water. Once she had finished drinking, he proceeded to open 2 more coconuts, extracting the flesh and offering it to her, encouraging her to indulge. Bai Shirhan relished the delectable coconut meat without reservation, savoring each bite. After consuming the coconut water and flesh, she felt invigorated. Gazing at Sun Yuxuan, her eyes reflected sincere gratitude as she softly expressed, I truly appreciate you for saving my life once again. Sun Yuxuan responded playfully, As I've said before, it would be a great pity if someone as stunning as you were to perish so easily. Upon hearing such a candid compliment, Bai Shirhan's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, akin to a ripe apple. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze and mumbled, Are you implying that if I weren't beautiful, you wouldn't have saved me? With a teasing smile, Sun Yuxuan nodded and candidly replied, Of course. If you were an eyesore, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to rescue you. Suddenly, a thought crossed Bai Shirhan's mind, and her expression darkened. She quickly retorted, You saved me not out of kindness, but rather for my beauty, right? I warn you, do not attempt anything foolish. I have trained in Taekwondo. At her words, Sun Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. His laughter echoed oddly in the desolation of the island, causing Bai Shirhan to feel a twinge of anxiety as she watched him. Gradually, his laughter subsided, and with a mischievous grin, he fixed his gaze upon her, saying, You guessed correctly. I saved you for your beauty. Look around. It's just the 2 of us on this island. Even if I were to do something to you, no one would know. His words drained the color from Bai Shirhan's face as she instinctively covered her chest with her hands. Noticing her reaction, Sun Yuxuan's eyes wandered downwards, landing on her ample bosom. He intentionally wore an impish smile, his gaze fixed on her. Startled by his stare, Bai Shirhan trembled and stammered, Don't you dare. Seeing her fear amused him, for he had only intended to tease her. He could hardly contain his laughter as he said, I was just joking. Look at how terrified you are. You have the audacity to claim you've studied Taekwondo. Rest assured, my dear brother, though he may be somewhat lecherous, he is nonetheless a man of principles. If he truly wished to take advantage of you, he would have done so while you were unconscious. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Bai Shirhan felt the tension within her dissipate instantaneously, realizing that he was merely jesting. She shot him a fierce glare, her expression marred by displeasure, and retorted, "Humph! You wicked scoundrel, always trying to frighten me. Just wait and see if I'll pay you any heed in the future." Observing her reaction, Sun Yuxuan chose to remain silent and began to rummage through his belongings, seemingly in search of something. After a considerable time, he finally retrieved a mobile phone and a wallet from his pocket. He set the wallet aside and, grasping the phone, vigorously shook it in an attempt to expel the seawater trapped within. However, when he pressed the power button, the device remained unresponsive. It appeared that the phone had succumbed to water damage and was beyond repair, he lamented. Bai Shihan, witnessing this, hastily extracted her own phone from her pocket, only to discover that it too had been rendered inoperable by the salt water. Without delay, Sun Yuxuan placed both phones under the sun to dry. As dusk approached, he pondered the potential presence of wild beasts on this desolate island. It was imperative to ignite a fire promptly, for it would provide warmth and deter any lurking predators. He turned to Bai Shihan and instructed, "Stay put beneath this large tree and do not wander off. I shall find a way to kindle a fire swiftly. Without it, the night will pose great danger." Without allowing her a moment to respond, he resolutely stood up and ventured deeper into the woods. Not long after, his gaze was captured by something unusual on a branch. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a quaint little bird's nest. This nest would serve as excellent tinder. Elated, he quickened his pace, carefully retrieving the nest. However, upon examining its interior, he was astonished to find 5 eggs nestled within. What an unexpected boon! Sun Yuxuan mused to himself, recognizing that although the eggs were small, they would certainly provide some nourishment. He gingerly placed the nest and the eggs into his pocket and continued to search through the forest. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon 2 completely dried sticks. These sticks were sturdy and perfect for drilling fire. Sun Yuxuan promptly picked them up, gathering some kindling and dry grass before returning contentedly to the base of the tree. After laying his findings at the foot of the tree, he turned towards the shoreline. Among the debris washed ashore by the waves, he diligently searched until he uncovered a length of rope. He also found a sharp stone and hurried back to the tree. With the stone in hand, Sun Yuxuan began to bore a hole into one of the wooden sticks. He was wholly absorbed, exerting every ounce of strength with each movement. As beads of sweat gradually dampened his forehead, after considerable effort, a small hole finally emerged in the wooden stick. Sun Yuxuan gazed with satisfaction at his accomplishment, then securely fastened the string to the stick, crafting a bowstring. With everything prepared, he took a deep breath, ready to commence the arduous task of friction fire starting. He firmly anchored the stick with the small hole beneath his foot and grasped the bowstring with both hands, beginning to pull it back and forth with great speed. Time passed, and Sun Yuxuan's palms began to warm, tinged with a slight sting. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, hastening the motion of the bowstring, yearning to witness the spark of fire. However, despite his relentless efforts, 10 minutes elapsed, and the small hole in the stick beneath his foot remained devoid of any spark. Sun Yuxuan felt a flicker of frustration, silently cursing. Why is this fire starting so arduous? Yet, he did not succumb to despair. After a brief respite, he gathered his resolve and re-engaged in the laborious endeavor of fire-making. Chapter 6. The Grilled Sand Crab. Thus, as time ticked away, nearly 20 minutes passed, and wisps of smoke began to emerge from the small hole in the wooden stick. Sun Yuxuan remained intently focused on that tiny opening, and upon witnessing the flickering sparks within the smoke, he realized that success was within reach. He immediately ceased his actions, carefully tilting the wooden stick to allow the sparks to gently fall into the bird's nest. Then, taking a deep breath, he leaned closer to the nest and softly blew. Each breath seemed to infuse new life into those feeble sparks, which gradually grew brighter, as if responding to his efforts. With every breath he blew, the smoke above the nest thickened, resembling a swirling cloud enveloping the nest. At last, through his relentless perseverance, a flame suddenly burst forth from the nest, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Seeing this, Sun Yuxuan hastily placed the nest on the ground and swiftly picked up a handful of dry grass, gently laying it atop the flame. The grass ignited like a fuse, rapidly bursting into flames, and the fire spread instantly. Sun Yuxuan then placed some firewood upon the burgeoning blaze, which crackled and popped as the flames licked at it, as if cheering for the hard-won fire. Before long, a roaring bonfire was kindled beneath the great tree, its light illuminating Sun Yuxuan's face, making his smile radiate with extraordinary brilliance. Gazing at the blazing fire, a great weight lifted from Sun Yuxuan's heart. After all, on this deserted island, fire signifies warmth, light, and hope. Beside him, Bai Shihan witnessed the entire process. Her eyes filled with admiration and reverence for Sun Yuxuan. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Sun Yuxuan, you are truly remarkable. You even know how to create fire by friction." Sun Yuxuan wore a confident smile, casually responding, "It's just creating fire by friction. What's so difficult about it? I know much more than this. Just stick with me on this deserted island, and I promise you won't go hungry." He paused, then added, "And could you stop calling me by my name? It sounds a bit awkward. I prefer you call me Brother Xian. It feels much more affectionate." Bai Shihan rolled her eyes at him, playfully scolding, "Look at you, so full of yourself. I merely complimented you once, and now you're floating on air?" As the sun gradually sank lower on the horizon, descending slowly from the sea level, Sun Yuxuan turned to Bai Shihan and advised, "Please gather some firewood from the nearby woods. Just don't wander too far. You never know what venomous snakes or fierce beasts might be lurking in there. I'll head to the coast to see if I can find something to eat." With that said, Sun Yuxuan quickly stood and walked towards the shoreline. Bai Shihan followed suit, entering the nearby woods to diligently collect firewood. Sun Yuxuan strolled along the coast, the sea breeze gently caressing his face, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. As he ambled along the beach, he suddenly sensed something unusual beneath his feet, as if a creature was inching its way across the sand. Curiously, he bent down and, upon closer inspection, discovered a swarm of diminutive gray sand crabs. These little creatures scurried busily across the shoreline, seemingly in search of something. Moved by the sight, Sun Yuxuan immediately began rummaging through the debris washed ashore by the waves. Before long, he uncovered a relatively large plastic bottle. Swiftly, he unscrewed the cap and crouched down, cautiously extending his hand towards the sand crabs. Sensing danger, the crabs scattered in all directions, but Sun Yuxuan, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, successfully captured several of them. Engrossed in his endeavor, time slipped away unnoticed. Gradually, the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the horizon. At that moment, the plastic bottle in Sun Yuxuan's grasp was filled to the brim with a modest collection of sand crabs. Observing his spoils, a satisfied smile graced his face. Though these crabs were small in stature, their abundance was sufficient to provide a hearty meal for both him and Bai Shihan. Upon returning to the bonfire, he found Bai Shihan had also gathered a fair amount of firewood, neatly stacked beneath a tree. Her eyes widened in surprise when she spotted the crabs within the bottle, and she exclaimed, "Where on earth did you catch so many crabs?" With a slight upward curve of his lips, Sun Yuxuan replied, "What a question. Naturally, I caught them along the shoreline. However, these are not crabs, they are sand crabs." Without hesitation, he plopped down beside Bai Shihan, as if that spot had been reserved for him. Instinctively, she shifted slightly away to make room for him. Unperturbed, Sun Yuxuan picked up a stick and began to dig into the ground, creating a small pit several centimeters deep in mere minutes. He then retrieved some smoldering charcoal from the fire and placed it into the pit. One by one, he poured the sand crabs from the bottle into the small hole. Startled by the sudden heat, the crabs scurried around the pit, desperately attempting to escape the sweltering environment. Yet, Sun Yuxuan did not grant them that opportunity. He swiftly herded them back onto the charcoal with his stick, preventing their escape. As time passed, the crabs gradually ceased their frantic struggles. The heat from the burning charcoal cooked them thoroughly, rendering their once hard shells delectably crisp. Sun Yuxuan picked up one of the crabs and popped it into his mouth, savoring the flavor as he chewed. Observing him, Bai Shihan imitated his actions, taking a crab for herself and chewing on it. Although the meat of the sand crab was scant, it was remarkably nutritious. The texture was unique, with a delightful crunch that lingered on the palate. Having gone nearly 2 days without food, both of them were ravenously hungry. At last, as they indulged in the roasted sand crabs, they felt as though they were feasting on the most exquisite delicacy in the world. The two individuals continued to indulge in the roasted sand crabs, one after another, Bai Shihan, with a modest appetite, felt satiated after consuming nearly 20 of these delectable crustaceans. In contrast, Sun Yuxuan devoured a staggering 50 to 60 sand crabs before he began to feel a semblance of fullness. He then picked up the 5 bird eggs, distributing 2 to Bai Shihan while consuming 3 himself. He proceeded to crack open 2 coconuts with a stone, handing 1 to Bai Shihan. He then took 1 for himself, tilting his head back to swiftly drink the coconut water before smashing the coconut open and extracting the tender flesh to enjoy. Chapter 7. One night, after having successfully caught a coconut crab, the two sat contentedly by the fire, basking in its warm glow. A thought suddenly crossed Bai Shihan's mind. Those 2 phones left out to dry in the sun. She immediately sprang to her feet and hastily walked over to retrieve them. Returning to Sun Yuxuan's side, she handed him his phone. With joy in her heart, Bai Shihan took her phone and eagerly pressed the power button. Instantly, the screen illuminated, displaying the familiar boot screen. Wow, it actually turned on, Bai Shihan exclaimed, her face radiant with delight. However, Sun Yuxuan doused her enthusiasm with cold reality. What good is it to turn on? There is no signal on this deserted island. Bai Shihan's smile froze instantly as she stared wide-eyed at her phone screen, and indeed, as Sun Yuxuan had said, there was not a trace of signal. Her spirits plummeted like a roller coaster, crashing from the heights into the depths. Nonetheless, she quickly reassured herself. It doesn't matter if the phone has no signal. After all, such a significant incident as a plane crash would prompt the authorities to dispatch a rescue team swiftly. I believe that within a few days, we shall leave this deserted island. Yet, Sun Yuxuan once again doused her hopes. Don't forget, we drifted for over a day on the sea before reaching this island. We are several hundred kilometers away from the crash site, and the rescue team may not find us. Even if they do, it could take at least 10 days to half a month. Hearing this, Bai Shihan was momentarily stunned, but she did not succumb to despair. After a brief pause, she continued, even if the rescue team struggles to locate this place, as long as we remain steadfast by the shore, we should be able to spot passing ships. Observing her determination, Sun Yuxuan did not counter her words, but replied expressionlessly, "Let us hope so. May we be fortunate enough to encounter passing vessels." Bai Shihan then turned to Sun Yuxuan and inquired, "By the way, are you traveling abroad for leisure?" Sun Yuxuan shook his head slowly, responding, "I am accompanying our president on a business inspection abroad." Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan's face brightened with a smile as she teased, "So you must be a high-ranking executive in your company?" Sun Yuxuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a self-deprecating smile as he replied, "What nonsense about being a high executive. I am merely a security team leader. My role in accompanying the president and other executives abroad is solely to ensure their safety." "By the way, what brings you abroad?" Bai Shihan softly replied, "My parents are engaged in business overseas, and I came to visit them, but never anticipated that the plane would suddenly crash." As she spoke, her voice gradually lowered, revealing a hint of melancholy. In light of her words, Sun Yuxuan chose not to elaborate further. The 2 individuals sat quietly beside the fire, enveloped in a serene atmosphere, where only the crisp sounds of waves crashing against the rocks and the crackling of burning wood could be heard, accompanied by the occasional chirping of birds in the forest. Time passed slowly, and Bai Shihan's eyelids grew heavier, as if burdened by an immense weight. She struggled to keep her eyes open, but ultimately succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness. Sun Yuxuan noticed her state and gently suggested, "If you're feeling tired, you may as well take a short nap. Rest assured, I will keep watch here. Nothing will happen." Bai Shihan, mustering her energy, replied, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Sun Yuxuan shook his head, explaining, "I must tend to the fire. I cannot allow it to extinguish. It would be perilous if wild animals were to attack while we slumber." Comforted by his words, Bai Shihan said, "Then I shall rest for a while. If you find it too difficult to stay awake, wake me, and I will take over for you." Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement. Without further hesitation, Bai Shihan leaned back against the tree trunk, adjusting herself into a comfortable position. Perhaps due to her overwhelming fatigue, within moments, her breathing steadied, indicating she had surrendered to slumber. Sun Yuxuan sat steadfastly beside the fire, occasionally adding logs to ensure the flames danced higher, illuminating the surrounding darkness. His gaze fell upon the peacefully sleeping Bai Shirhan, and a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. He thought to himself, not only is Bai Shirhan beautiful, but her figure is also remarkable, particularly her ample bosom, which is truly tantalizing. To marry her would indeed be a tremendous blessing in life. As time slipped away unnoticed, Sun Yuxuan began to feel a twinge of fatigue himself. His eyelids grew increasingly heavy, weighed down as if by an unseen burden, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. Yet, upon beholding Bai Shirhan's serene visage, he could not bring himself to awaken her. Slowly he stood up, stretching his limbs, which had grown stiff from prolonged sitting. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emerged from a thicket about 4 or 5 meters away from the fire. Though subtle, the sound seemed jarringly out of place in the stillness of the night. Sun Yuxuan's heart raced, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Could it be a venomous snake? This notion quickened his heartbeat, prompting him to grasp a burning log from the fire. Cautiously approaching the thicket, as he drew near, he was astonished to discover that the source of the sound was a large crab, specifically a coconut crab. This creature was larger than a basin, weighing an estimated 7 to 8 pounds at least. Its formidable pincers were as thick as an arm, and as the burning log illuminated it, the coconut crab swiftly recognized the imminent danger. Its pincers spread wide, waving at Sun Yuxuan as if to assert its dominance. Upon sighting such a magnificent coconut crab, Sun Yuxuan was overcome with joy. Thoughts raced through his mind. Who would have thought that in this desolate, uninhabited island, such a large coconut crab could be discovered? Such a substantial creature would be sufficient for both him and Bai Shirhan to feast upon for an entire day. With this notion, Sun Yuxuan, brimming with excitement, swiftly picked up a stick from the ground and, without hesitation, thrust it towards the coconut crab. In a flash, the crab seemed to sense the impending danger, its formidable pincers clamping down on the stick with astonishing speed. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of triumph. He seized the moment and yanked upward, lifting the coconut crab entirely off the ground. He then hastened to the fire, callously tossing the crab into the roaring flames. The intense heat evidently overwhelmed the creature, which writhed in the fire, desperately attempting to escape the horrifying inferno. Yet it was all too late. Soon enough, the crab ceased its struggles, lying motionless. Witnessing the demise of the coconut crab, Sun Yuxuan promptly retrieved it, using the stick to extract some still smoldering charcoal from the fire, placing it atop the crab to roast it slowly. Chapter 8. The beautiful flight attendant. More than 10 minutes passed, and the coconut crab was finally roasted to perfection. Sun Yuxuan carefully removed it from the fire and set it aside, intending to savor it the following day. Time ticked away, and the sky gradually lightened with the pale hues of dawn as the first rays of light began to pierce through the darkness. At that moment, Sun Yuxuan felt his eyelids growing heavy, pondering to himself, "It's already dawn. Surely there can't be any danger now." He gathered some firewood and tossed it into the flames, stoking the fire to a brighter blaze before lying down wearily beside it, closing his eyes, and soon drifting into a deep slumber. It wasn't until the sun rose high in the sky that Bai Shirhan slowly awakened from her dreams. Rubbing her sore neck, she opened her bleary eyes and felt a stiffness throughout her body. She turned her neck from side to side in an attempt to ease the discomfort, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the sleeping Sun Yuxuan beside the fire. "Why hasn't he woken me yet?" Bai Shirhan mused silently. However, when her eyes landed on the enormous coconut crab resting nearby, they widened in astonishment, as if captivated by an enchanting sight. "Goodness, what kind of crab is this? It's enormous," Bai Shirhan exclaimed, marveling at its size. Without a doubt, she surmised that this magnificent creature had been brought back by Sun Yuxuan. Gazing at the colossal crab, her admiration for him deepened. At that moment, Sun Yuxuan remained lost in his dreams, showing no signs of awakening. Although Bai Shirhan felt hunger pangs, she hesitated to approach the already roasted coconut crab. Her gaze instinctively shifted to the fire, where only a few embers remained, glowing faintly. Realizing this, she quickly rose and gathered some firewood, delicately placing it atop the dwindling flames. As the fresh wood ignited, the fire gradually roared back to life, its vibrant flames licking the logs and crackling with warmth. Satisfied with the renewed blaze, Bai Shihan stood and ambled toward the shore. She crouched down, gently cupping a handful of seawater, relishing the cool sensation as she splashed it on her face, washing away the fatigue and perspiration. Just as she was about to rise, her peripheral vision caught sight of something on the distant beach. Upon closer inspection, she realized that it appeared to be a person lying motionless. Bai Shihan's heart raced, an unsettling premonition washing over her. Without a moment to lose, she sprinted back to the fire, crouching beside Sun Yuxuan and urgently shaking him, exclaiming, "Wake up! Wake up!" Startled by her fervent nudging, Sun Yuxuan slowly opened his eyes, yawning widely and grumbling in annoyance. "What is it?" "I just fell asleep." Bai Shihan, ignoring his complaints, quickly pointed towards the distant beach, saying, "There seems to be someone lying motionless on the beach. I think something's not right." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan was instantly awakened, springing up from the ground with a start, and anxiously inquired, "Where is it? Quickly lead me there." Bai Shihan, in a state of urgent distress, unhesitatingly grasped Sun Yuxuan's hand and hurriedly made her way toward the coast. When they finally arrived at the shoreline, Sun Yuxuan caught sight of a figure lying on the beach in the distance. He immediately released Bai Shihan's hand and strode towards the figure, with Bai Shihan promptly following suit. Before long, they reached the individual. Sun Yuxuan focused intently and saw that the person was face down in the sand, with a bulging life jacket strapped around their neck. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yuxuan crouched down and carefully flipped the person over. When they finally discerned the individual's features, both were momentarily taken aback. Bai Shihan exclaimed, "Isn't this the flight attendant from the plane?" Upon closer inspection, Sun Yuxuan confirmed that it indeed was the flight attendant. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of color, making it difficult to ascertain her condition. Sun Yuxuan quickly extended a finger, gently placing it below the flight attendant's nose to check for any breath. After a brief moment, he was elated to discover that although her breath was faint, she was indeed still alive. He turned to Bai Shihan and said, "She still has breath. She must have fainted from dehydration, just like you." Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan urged, "Then you must save her quickly." Nodding, Sun Yuxuan carefully lifted the flight attendant and made his way towards the bonfire. Once back at the fire, he gently laid her down and removed the life jacket from her neck, setting it aside. He then smashed open a coconut with a stone, positioning it near her mouth with the intention of feeding her the coconut water. However, when the coconut water trickled onto her lips, the flight attendant showed no reaction. Curiously, Sun Yuxuan remarked, "This shouldn't be the case. You, too, were like her yesterday. When I dripped coconut water onto your lips, you instinctively open your mouth. Why isn't she doing the same?" Bai Shihan, slightly exasperated, replied, "I suggest you stop being curious and just feed her with your mouth." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sun Yuxuan said, "Isn't that inappropriate? Why don't you do it instead?" Bai Shihan shot him a glare, laughingly retorted, "Oh, please don't pretend. I know exactly who you are. You've been watching me ever since we boarded the plane. You'd rather feed her mouth to mouth." Sun Yuxuan, at a loss for words, responded, "Do I appear so unseemly in your eyes?" Bai Shihan promptly urged again, "All right, enough with the delay. Just feed her the coconut water." Sun Yuxuan, refraining from further protest, took a large sip from the coconut, held it in his mouth, and leaned down to the flight attendant's lips. At that moment, an astonishing occurrence transpired. As their lips made contact, the flight attendant's mouth unexpectedly opened slightly. Elated, Sun Yuxuan seized the opportunity to pour the coconut water into her mouth. Slowly, she began to swallow the coconut water, and he continued to feed her sip by sip. Once the coconut milk was finished, the flight attendant's complexion had noticeably improved. Bai Shihan gently patted her shoulder and called out, "Hey, wake up." After several attempts, the flight attendant slowly opened her eyes, her expression one of curiosity as she weakly inquired, "Where am I?" With a smile, Bai Shihan replied, "We are on a deserted island. He saved you." She gestured towards Sun Yuxuan. The flight attendant turned her gaze to him, instantly recognizing him, and exclaimed, "Oh, it's you. Thank you for saving me." Sun Yuxuan responded with a grin. No need to mention it. How could I possibly ignore such a beautiful lady? Bai Shihan felt a wave of exasperation wash over her and remarked, Must you be so flirtatious? Do you have to say the same thing to everyone? Can't you switch it up a bit? Sun Yuxuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, and Bai Shihan chose not to engage further, instead assisting the flight attendant to sit up gradually. Chapter 9. A bet. Sun Yuxuan cracked open another coconut and handed it to her. The air hostess accepted the coconut he offered, bringing it to her lips and gulping down its juice voraciously. In mere seconds, she drained the coconut completely. Turning her gaze towards Sun Yuxuan, she inquired, Is there more? I would like to drink again. Sun Yuxuan quickly replied, You shouldn't drink too much coconut water. Overindulgence can lead to an upset stomach. Upon hearing this, the air hostess nodded in understanding. Sun Yuxuan then picked up a roasted coconut crab, and the air hostess's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight. He broke off a claw and handed it to her. She accepted it with a grateful thank you and eagerly dug into the succulent meat. Sun Yuxuan then offered another claw to Bai Shihan, who also immediately accepted it. Relishing the tender flesh, while indulging, she exclaimed, Oh my goodness, this crab meat is absolutely divine. If only I could have it every day. Hearing her enthusiasm, Sun Yuxuan chuckled and said, If you truly enjoy it, I will catch some for you every day. Bai Shihan, somewhat skeptical, retorted, Don't boast. Is it really that easy to catch such large crabs? With a playful grin, Sun Yuxuan replied, You seem to doubt my words. How about we make a bet? As she savored the crab meat, Bai Shihan queried, If I manage to catch another coconut crab today, you shall give me a kiss. But if I fail, I must obey your every command. Upon hearing this wager, Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed. She admonished him, Must you be so lewd? Why are you always trying to take advantage of me? Sun Yuxuan, feigning seriousness, retorted, I'm not taking advantage. It's merely a kiss. You won't lose anything, unless you're too timid to accept the challenge. Provoked by his words, Bai Shihan boldly declared, Fine, I accept the bet. I'm not afraid of you. But if you lose, no cheating. Sun Yuxuan laughed heartily, saying, Whoever cheats is a little dog. Turning to the air hostess with a smile, he asked, Beauty, would you care to join our wager? The air hostess blushed slightly and replied softly, I think I'll pass. Before she could finish, Bai Shihan encouraged her, Sister, what is there to fear? Just a kiss. It's not a big deal. I don't believe he can catch another crab of this size. With Bai Shihan's encouragement, the air hostess blushed and nodded. All right then. Sun Yuxuan chuckled and proceeded to break open the remaining coconut crab. The trio devoured a crab weighing several pounds until only an assortment of empty shells remained. At that moment, the air hostess, genuinely appreciative, turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, My name is Li Mengqi, but you can call me Mengqi. I truly thank you for rescuing me. By the way, what is your name? Sun Yuxuan smiled and replied, I am Sun Yuxuan, though I prefer being called Brother Xian. This is Bai Shihan. It was she who discovered you on the shore, which is why she called me to rescue you. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Li Mengqi turned to Bai Shihan and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Bai Shihan waved her hand with a smile and replied, Sister, there's no need for such formality. I did nothing but see you lying on the beach. It was he who carried you back and even fed you coconut juice mouth to mouth. At Bai Shihan's remark, Li Mengqi's face flushed with surprise as she turned to Sun Yuxuan and asked, You fed me coconut juice mouth to mouth? Sun Yuxuan quickly clarified, Mengqi, don't misunderstand. I did that solely to save you, not to take advantage of you. Blushing, Li Mengqi nodded slightly and softly replied, I don't blame you. Thank you. By the way, are we the only 3 people on this deserted island? Sun Yuxuan nodded and smiled. As of now, it's just the 3 of us stranded on this island, but there were many who escaped from the plane. I believe there are likely others as well. Hearing this, Li Mengqi suggested, Why don't we search along the coastline? Perhaps we might find others. Sun Yuxuan shook his head. I don't have the leisure to search for people right now. Even if we find them, what then? I need to gather some coconuts. If you two have nothing to do, perhaps you could collect some firewood in the nearby woods. After saying this, he headed towards the beach where he had discovered the coconut trees the previous day. Noticing Sun Yuxuan departing, Li Mengqi turned to Bai Shihan and proposed, Shall we too search along the coast? We might still find others. Bai Shihan quickly responded, I think Xiangu is right. Even if we find others along the coast, what can we do? We can barely take care of ourselves, so why should we worry about others? Li Mingqi found her reasoning sound, realizing that they were already struggling to survive, and thus refrained from saying more. The two girls then stood up and ventured into the nearby woods to gather firewood. Within a few minutes, Sun Yuxuan arrived beneath the coconut trees, gazing at the coconuts atop the trees. He thought to himself, since Li Mingqi ended up on this deserted island, surely others must have as well. These coconuts are currently the only source of water. I must pick them all and find a place to hide some. If others do wash up on this island, I can trade coconuts for supplies. To survive on this deserted island, having adequate resources is essential. With this in mind, he promptly made his way to the shoreline, rummaging through the debris washed ashore. After searching for more than 10 minutes, he finally found several relatively intact plastic bags. After giving them a simple rinse in seawater, he brought them back to the base of the coconut trees. Taking a deep breath, he embraced the trunk of the coconut tree and began to climb upwards. The coconut tree stands at an impressive height of 8 or 9 meters, its trunk starkly bare. For an average individual, scaling such a tree would be nearly impossible. However, Sun Yuxuan is no ordinary person. After all, he has spent nearly a decade in the military, serving in an elite special forces unit. Within this esteemed group, he is regarded as a prodigy. Had it not been for the tragic loss of his parents in a car accident, leaving his 2 younger sisters still in high school, without anyone to care for them, he would have never considered an early discharge from service. Chapter 10. Setting traps in just 2 or 3 minutes. Sun Yuxuan had climbed to the top of the tree, only to suddenly remember that he had forgotten his tools. Swiftly, he descended to the ground and made his way to the shore, where he picked up a stone the size of a fist and tucked it into his pocket. He returned to the coconut tree and climbed once more to the treetop, spending another 2 or 3 minutes to reach the summit again. With his legs firmly clamped around the trunk, he freed one hand to retrieve the stone from his pocket and struck at the junction of the coconuts and the tree trunk. Most of the coconuts were ripe, so it did not take much effort to dislodge them. One by one, the coconuts fell to the ground. After nearly half an hour, he had finally knocked down all the coconuts from the trees. After a brief rest, he placed the coconuts into several plastic bags, reserving one bag to take back. The others he concealed in a few hidden thickets. Carrying the bag of coconuts, he made his way towards the fire pit. Upon his return, he found Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi had gathered quite a bit of firewood, stacking it beneath a large tree. Sun Yuxuan set the bag of coconuts down and took a stick as he headed into the woods. Curious, Li Mingqi asked, "Xiange, where are you going?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "I'm off to dig traps for coconut crabs." Upon hearing this, both Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi immediately expressed their interest. Eager to see how he would capture crabs, Bai Shihan promptly declared, "I'll go with you." "I want to join too," Li Mingqi chimed in. Sun Yuxuan nodded with a smile. "Great. You two should bring along those eaten coconuts." Bai Shihan, slightly puzzled, inquired, "What do we need those for?" With a grin, Sun Yuxuan explained, "Whether we catch coconut crabs depends on them." Not wishing to question further, Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi picked up the discarded coconuts from the ground and followed Sun Yuxuan into the woods. Sun Yuxuan surveyed the area and eventually found traces of coconut crabs crawling across the ground. He immediately crouched down, picked up the stick, and began to dig a hole. Although the stick was not ideal for the task, the soil was relatively soft, making the digging quite manageable. Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi watched him with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. After nearly half an hour, Sun Yuxuan had finally excavated a pit over half a meter deep. He smashed the coconuts that had been drained of their juice with the stone and tossed them into the deep pit. Standing up and brushing the dirt off his clothes, he turned to Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi, saying, "All right, let us head back." Upon hearing this, both Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi looked at him with curiosity. "This is the trap you spoke of? Don't joke with me. Is this really enough to catch coconut crabs?" Bai Shihan expressed her disbelief. Li Mingqi echoed her skepticism. "Xiange, are you sure this is the trap you set? It seems so rudimentary and crude. Can it really catch coconut crabs?" Upon hearing their remarks, Sun Yuxuan confidently declared, "Isn't it merely a matter of catching a few coconut crabs? How complicated could it possibly be? My trap is more than sufficient. We shall know by nightfall whether we have succeeded." After uttering these words, he playfully added, And don't forget our wager. If you lose, make sure you don't act dishonorably. Bai Shihan retorted with a hint of annoyance. I understand, but must you be so pedantic? Returning to the shade of the tree, noticing that the hour was still early, Sun Yuxuan continued, I am utterly exhausted. I shall take a brief rest. You too, please tend to the fire and ensure it does not extinguish. Without waiting for a response, he reclined beneath the tree, promptly falling into a deep slumber and snoring within mere minutes. Li Mingqi turned to Bai Shihan and inquired, Shihan, how old are you this year? I am 27, Bai Shihan replied. Li Mingqi, smiling, responded, I'm a year younger. I just turned 26. May I call you Shihan Jie from now on? Bai Shihan nodded in agreement. Observing the peacefully sleeping Sun Yuxuan, Li Mingqi continued, Shihan Jie, did you and Xingum meet on this deserted island? Bai Shihan shook her head with a smile. No, during the plane crash into the sea, I was utterly petrified. He was the one who placed the life jacket around my neck and rescued me from the cabin. Li Mingqi nodded by that account. Xingum must indeed be a good person. Bai Shihan chuckled. He is somewhat of a good person, though a bit lecherous, on the plane. He kept staring at my chest. Plus, he insisted on adding me on WeChat. You cannot imagine how bothersome he was at that time. Yet I never anticipated he would come to my rescue during the disaster. Li Mingqi laughed, having been a flight attendant for several years. I have never encountered someone like him who demands for meals. He certainly leaves quite an impression. Hearing this, Bai Shihan joined in the laughter. Sun Yuxuan awoke from his slumber as evening approached, stretching his somewhat sore limbs. He noticed Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi perched upon a large rock by the shore. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, they appeared ethereal and enchanting. Sun Yuxuan approached the water's edge to wash his face, then walked over to where Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi sat. Gazing at the splendid sunset and then at Bai Shihan, he remarked, this sunset is truly magnificent, yet it pales in comparison to your beauty. Upon hearing such praise, both Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi beamed with delight. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the trio returned to the fire. Sun Yuxuan retrieved a burning log from the flames and said to Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi, I shall check to see if my trap has caught any coconut crabs. Bai Shihan chuckled. It would indeed be a marvel if your trap manages to catch any coconut crabs. Sun Yuxuan grinned. Why not accompany me to take a look? It will be rather inconvenient for you two to deny your debts afterward. Upon hearing his words, Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi each picked up a smoldering log from the fire. The trio then ventured into the forest, soon arriving at the edge of the trap. As Sun Yuxuan brought the burning wood closer to the trap, they beheld a coconut crab weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, busily gnawing on a coconut shell. Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi exchanged incredulous glances at this sight. With a triumphant expression, Sun Yuxuan declared, Do you see? We've captured a coconut crab. You two have lost. Instantly, a flush crept across their faces. Sun Yuxuan then retrieved a stick from the ground and prodded the crab within the trap, which promptly clamped down on the stick with its formidable pincers. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yuxuan lifted the creature and led Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi back to the fire. Chapter 11. Teaching two foreigners a lesson, returning to the fire with a coconut crab in hand. Sun Yuxuan promptly seized a piece of wood and rummaged through the embers to retrieve some charcoal, placing the crab atop to commence roasting. The moment the coconut crab made contact with the searing coals, it began to scuttle in every direction, prompting Sun Yuxuan to swiftly pin it down with a stick. After a tense few seconds, the crab lay still, allowing Sun Yuxuan to remove the stick pressing upon it. In the interim, a sly smile graced Sun Yuxuan's lips as he turned to Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi, cheerfully proclaiming, Ladies, behold, my trap has successfully ensnared a coconut crab. According to our previous wager, isn't it time to honor our agreement? Upon hearing his words, a rosy flush enveloped Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi's cheeks, akin to ripe apples. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Sun Yuxuan's request. Observing their reaction, Sun Yuxuan persisted, teasingly asserting, We had a deal, remember? Anyone who reneges is but a little puppy. Surely, you two do not intend to back out? His tone, laced with playful mockery, elicited an involuntary chuckle. Li Mingqi's face reddened further as she bashfully murmured, Who is backing out? It's merely a kiss, what's the fuss? After all, you've already kissed me on the lips. Gathering her courage, she stepped briskly to Sun Yuxuan's side and gently pecked his cheek. As he felt the softness of her kiss, a radiant smile broke across his face, and he remarked with satisfaction, "Ah, splendid. This feels delightful." Then, shifting his gaze to Bai Shirhan, he wore a mischievous grin and urged, "Your turn, beautiful Bai. Don't dawdle. Hurry up." At his words, Bai Shirhan's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripened apple as she retorted, "What's the rush? It's just a kiss. I want to lose a piece of flesh over it." Honestly, despite her bravado, a flutter of nerves danced within her. After all, this was her first kiss with a boy, and they had only known each other for less than 3 days. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she gradually leaned towards Sun Yuxuan, gently kissing his mature cheek. As Sun Yuxuan felt her soft lips brush against the skin, an unusual sensation surged within him. Feeling somewhat bashful, he touched the spot she had kissed, a broad smile blooming on his face as he exclaimed, "Ha! Now, that's more like it. A bet is a bet." Seeing Sun Yuxuan in such a triumphant demeanor only fueled by Shirhan's irritation, she shot him a glare and retorted, "Humph. Don't get too cocky. Wait until I settle the score with you." In response, Sun Yuxuan, undeterred, playfully stuck out his tongue at Bai Shirhan, provocatively challenging, "I'm proud of it. What of it? If you have guts, come and bite me." In a fit of fury, Bai Shirhan's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, her neck thickening with indignation. Just as she was about to unleash her wrath, Li Mengqi intervened swiftly, attempting to defuse the tension. All right, you two, cease your bickering. We are all adults here, yet you behave like children." Upon hearing Li Mengqi's words, Sun Yuxuan recognized his own excesses and reined in his smile. With a serious tone, he addressed Bai Shirhan, "Shirhan, I did not intend to provoke you. However, I must say, your temper can be rather volatile at times, and that is not advisable. A girl ought to be a touch more gentle. Otherwise, finding a boyfriend may prove challenging. Perhaps you might learn a thing or two from Minchi. Just observe how gentle she is." Bai Shirhan retorted, her annoyance palpable. "I was born with this temperament. I don't need your guidance." Witnessing their continued sparring, Li Mengqi shook her head in resignation. Shortly thereafter, the coconut crab was roasted to a golden crisp, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Sun Yuxuan carefully retrieved it from the charcoal fire and skillfully detached the 2 largest claws, presenting them to Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi. They accepted the crab claws with murmured thanks, eagerly indulging in the succulent meat. As the trio reveled in their culinary delight, a faint sound of footsteps approached from the shoreline. Although subtle, the noise resonated distinctly in the tranquil ambience of the beach. Instinctively, the 3 paused their feasting, their gazes drawn towards the direction of the sound. Through the dimness of the night, they discerned 2 figures advancing towards them. Within mere moments, the 2 individuals arrived at the fire. It was then that Sun Yuxuan, Bai Shirhan, and Li Mengqi recognized their faces. 2 Western men, robust and muscular, yet appearing somewhat haggard and disheveled. Li Mengqi suddenly whispered, "I saw these 2 on the plain." Just then, the 2 Westerners spotted the crab meat in the trio's hands, their eyes igniting with a predatory gleam akin to famished wolves catching sight of prey. One of the Western men abruptly reached out, making a beeline for the large crab claw in Bai Shirhan's grasp. Witnessing this scene, Sun Yuxuan's fury ignited instantly. His eyes widened, seemingly ablaze with rage. He sprang to his feet, gripping the man's arm with a force that threatened to snap it in 2. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and delivered a merciless kick to the intruder's abdomen. The impact was thunderous. Although the foreigner was robust and imposing, he crumbled under the ferocity of Sun Yuxuan's strike, akin to a sack of sand battered by a mighty blow. With a resounding thud, the man was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and letting out a pained howl. The abrupt turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock, especially that foreigner, who evidently did not anticipate the ferocity of Sun Yuxuan, found himself momentarily at a loss. However, he quickly regained his composure. Witnessing his companion being felled to the ground by a kick from Sun Yuxuan ignited his fury. His eyes widened with rage, his face contorted in a grimace. And amidst his curses, he clenched his fist tightly, charging at Sun Yuxuan's head like a frenzied beast. The punch came with a fierce momentum, accompanied by the rush of wind, and if it landed, it could surely leave Sun Yuxuan reeling. Yet, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were equally swift. Just as the foreigner's fist was about to connect with his head, he moved like a specter, swiftly extending his hand to seize the man's arm with a grip as firm as a vice. In that instant, the foreigner felt as if an immense force had ensnared his arm, rendering him utterly immobile. His complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, clearly intimidated by Sun Yuxuan's remarkable strength. Nonetheless, Sun Yuxuan was not inclined to grant him a moment's respite. Before the man could recover from his astonishment, Sun Yuxuan's foot shot out like lightning, striking fiercely once more against his abdomen. This kick was even more ferocious than the last, propelling the man backward like a kite severed from its string, sending him sprawling 3 or 4 steps away before he landed hard on the ground. Grimacing in pain and howling in distress, Sun Yuxuan could not contain his anger, exclaiming, "Damn it! You two foreign bastards! Do you think I'm invisible? You dare to come here and steal." Chapter 12. A small fortune witnessing this scene, by Shirhan and Li Mengqi's eyes widened like copper bells, their mouths agape enough to fit a chicken egg. They could hardly believe their eyes. Sun Yuxuan was astonishingly fierce, effortlessly bringing down the 2 burly foreign men. At this moment, their gazes were filled with profound admiration for Sun Yuxuan. The 2 foreigners, on the other hand, were thoroughly intimidated by Sun Yuxuan's formidable presence, their eyes brimming with fear and reverence. Sun Yuxuan coldly regarded the 2 foreigners and spoke in fluent English. "Get lost quickly, or I will end you." His voice was chilling and authoritative, sending shivers down the spine. Bai Shirhan was momentarily taken aback to hear Sun Yuxuan speak such fluent English. She pondered to herself, "Isn't he just a security captain? His skills are impressive, but how can his command of English be so proficient? It seems this security captain is far from ordinary." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, the foreigners dared not delay even a moment longer, struggling to rise from the ground. One of them immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, attempting to elicit Sun Yuxuan's sympathy. He addressed Sun Yuxuan, saying, "We apologize for our earlier actions. We were simply too hungry, which drove us to desperation. Could you possibly spare us some food? And perhaps a source of fire?" Sun Yuxuan replied coldly, "Why should I provide you with anything? If you had approached me reasonably, I might have considered giving you some food. However, your initial attempt to rob me has thoroughly enraged me. Hurry and leave. If you do not, I shall take action again." The foreigner was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this, while another foreigner swiftly removed a watch from his wrist. He offered it to Sun Yuxuan, saying, "This watch cost me over $20,000. I can exchange it for some food and a source of fire, if you would accept." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, over $20,000 converted to Chinese currency amounts to over 100,000. Still maintaining a serious demeanor, he said, "Who can blame my kind heart? Given your pitiable situation, I shall exchange some items with you." With that, he snatched the watch from the man's hand, then handed over half of a coconut crab to the 2 foreigners, along with 4 coconuts from a plastic bag. He then retrieved a burning piece of wood from the fire and offered it to them. The 2 foreigners accepted the items and turned to leave. Upon reaching a large tree over 100 meters away from Sun Yuxuan and the others, they gathered some dry twigs to ignite a fire. They proceeded to enjoy the meat from the coconut crab with great appetite. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan could not resist admiring the watch he had just acquired. Observing this, Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi exchanged disdainful glances. Bai Shirhan scoffed, "Can you not be so easily swayed by money? It's just a watch. Is it really worth this much excitement?" Sun Yuxuan, without raising his head, remarked, "What do you know? Did you not hear that foreigners say this watch is worth over $20,000? I, as the head of security, earn nowhere near that amount in a year." His words left Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi momentarily speechless. After indulging in roasted coconut crabs, Sun Yuxuan proceeded to crack open 3 coconuts, handing one to each of them. He then took one for himself, tilting his head back to drain the coconut water in one go, before smashing the shell and devouring the coconut flesh. Casting a worried glance at the 2 foreigners nearby, Li Mengqi voiced her concerns. "Xinge, You just struck those two foreigners. Do you think they might come looking for trouble? Sun Yuxuan chuckled. If they dare to approach, I shall break their legs. You two should get some rest. I will keep watch. Recalling that Sun Yuxuan had kept watch the previous night, Bai Shihan quickly interjected, since you stood guard last night, let me take the watch tonight. Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, I just had several hours of sleep, and I am not tired at all. Let me handle it. With that, Bai Shihan chose not to argue further. She and Li Mengqi nestled closely together, leaning against the tree trunk, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Observing the two beautiful women asleep, Sun Yuxuan thought to himself, it is rather pleasant to have their company on this desolate island. I wonder how Mr. Luo and the others are faring? Have they too found themselves stranded here? Glancing at the watch he had acquired from the foreigner, he pondered that if these two foreigners could end up on this island, there must be others who have as well. He resolved to gather more food, which may be traded for other essentials later. As he sat by the fire, fatigue began to creep in around midnight. Not wanting to disturb Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, who were still peacefully asleep, he stood up to stretch his stiff limbs. He retrieved a burning log from the fire and ventured into the woods. Upon reaching the trap, he discovered two coconut crabs feasting on the coconut shell. A surge of excitement coursed through him. It seemed there was a plentiful supply of coconut crabs on this island. Armed with a wooden stick, he aimed for the head of one crab and struck down with force. The blow nearly crushed its shell, and after writhing a few times, the crab lay still. He repeated the process with the other crab, then returned to the fire with his catch. As dawn broke, Sun Yuxuan found himself too weary to keep his eyes open, but fortunately, Li Mengqi was already awake. He reminded her to tend to the fire and not let it extinguish, then laid down beside it, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, the sound of his snoring filled the air. Li Mengqi stood up and made her way to the shore, splashing her face with seawater, which rejuvenated her considerably. She glanced over at the two foreigners, who were now comfortably asleep against a tree trunk. Returning to the warmth of the campfire, she was met with an overwhelming astonishment upon sighting the two coconut crabs. It was evident that these creatures had been brought back by Sun Yuxuan the previous night. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Sun Yuxuan, Li Mengqi mused to herself, I never anticipated his capabilities to be so impressive. Uncertain of when the rescue team would arrive at this remote island, she realized that her survival and protection from adversity depended solely on him. As the sun began to rise, Bai Shihan awoke as well, equally taken aback by the sight of the two coconut crabs. Chapter 13. A great snake in the forest by Shihan and Li Mengqi sat quietly beside the campfire, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the two foreigners not far away. As time silently passed, nearing midday, the two foreigners finally roused from their slumber. Rubbing their eyes, they slowly lifted their heads and cast a few glances toward Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi before standing up and striding deep into the woods. Observing this, Li Mengqi turned to Bai Shihan and said, Last night, Xiange gave those two foreigners a stern lesson. I can't shake the feeling that they let it go easily. They might come back to trouble us. A slight smile curved the corners of Bai Shihan's lips as she reassured her, do not worry. Didn't Xiange say that if those two dare to provoke us again, he would break their legs? With Xiange around, we are surely safe. Upon hearing this, Li Mengqi nodded, her curiosity piqued. But speaking of which, what kind of person is Xiange? He possesses such remarkable skills, speaks fluent English, and has extensive wilderness survival experience. Bai Shihan chuckled softly. He claims to be just an ordinary security captain. Security captain? Li Mengqi exclaimed, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she queried, how is that possible? How could a security captain possess such formidable abilities and skills? Bai Shihan shook her head, admitting her own ignorance, due to the fact that Sun Yuxuan had shared half of the roasted coconut crab with the two foreigners last night. The three of them had only had a modest meal, and now both Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi felt their stomachs rumbling with hunger. Li Mengqi picked up a stick, rummaged through the fire for some charcoal, and placed a coconut crab on top to start roasting it. At that moment, a chilling scream suddenly pierced the tranquility of the forest, as if someone were enduring immense suffering. The abrupt sound startled both Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, causing them to tremble and their faces to pale instantly. Sun Yuxuan, who had been peacefully sleeping, was jolted awake by the terrifying cries. Startled, he sprang to his feet as if electrocuted, turning to Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, asking what happened. Where did that sound come from? Bai Shihan's body still quivered slightly as she struggled to steady herself, stammering, I don't know. I just saw those two foreigners run into the woods. And then I heard that scream. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan cursed vehemently. What fools! Running into the woods is tantamount to seeking death. However, before he could finish his sentence, one of the foreigners burst forth from the woods, running like a madman towards Sun Yuxuan and the others. The foreigner appeared utterly disheveled. A look of terror plastered across his face as he shouted incessantly, "Help! Help!" In the blink of an eye, the foreigner hurriedly approached the trio, his chest heaving with exertion, as though he had expended all his strength. Sun Yuxuan swiftly inquired, "What is the matter? What has happened?" The foreigner's face was as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His lips trembled as he finally managed to utter a coherent sentence. The tree. The woods. Inside. There's a large snake. It has consumed John. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan and the others were momentarily stunned, while Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi trembled in fear. Sun Yuxuan pressed on. Did you see what the snake looked like? The foreigner replied, John and I intended to forage for food in the woods. After walking a few hundred meters, a snake as thick as a water barrel suddenly lunged out and bit John. Sun Yuxuan furrowed his brow, pondering the heightened dangers of the woods, realizing that they must exercise greater caution in the future. He then advised the foreigner, in the future, avoid wandering aimlessly in the woods. If you seek food, try the coastline. There are plenty of sand crabs and sea snails there. The foreigner nodded earnestly in response. At that moment, the coconut crab roasting over the charcoal emitted a tantalizing aroma, causing the foreigner's eyes to light up with desire. He implored Sun Yuxuan, could I perhaps have a taste? Recalling the expensive watch he had acquired from this man the previous night, Sun Yuxuan nodded and squatted down to offer him a large crab claw. After receiving it, the foreigner asked, May I stay with you? Sun Yuxuan, feeling irritable, retorted, Don't push your luck. Just leave us be. The foreigner, chastened by the reprimand, quickly turned and departed. Observing the foreigner's retreating figure, Li Mengqi remarked, Xiange, I feel sorry for him. Why not let him stay with us? Sun Yuxuan replied tersely, Those who are pitiable often possess their own faults. Have you forgotten how he tried to steal from us last night? If it weren't for my quick reflexes, he might have succeeded, and perhaps both of you would have been in danger. Li Mengqi, incredulous, responded, That seems unlikely. Sun Yuxuan countered, What is there that is impossible? Do not forget that this is a deserted island, where the absence of law means anything can occur. Just as Li Mengqi was about to retort, Bai Shihan interjected, I believe Xiange is correct. Human nature is inherently selfish. Moreover, on this deserted island, with scarce water and food, anything is conceivable. Sometimes, our sympathy can lead to our own detriment. Sun Yuxuan was taken aback by her insight and smiled, saying, I did not expect you to see things so clearly. Bai Shihan, with a hint of pride, remarked, Of course, you should consider who I am. After all, I am a distinguished graduate of a prestigious university, capable of discerning the most fundamental matters. Sun Yuxuan promptly waved his hand and replied, All right, you're getting a bit too pleased with yourself over a few compliments. So, may I ask, this esteemed scholar from a prominent university, what shall we do next? Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's question, Bai Shihan was momentarily speechless, and after a pause of several seconds, she finally responded, I believe we should simply wait quietly by the shore for the rescue team to find us. Sun Yuxuan shot her a glance, saying, What you just said is no different from saying nothing at all. Chapter 14. Seeking a suitable location for shelter. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Bai Shihan, with a hint of defiance, replied, Then pray tell, what shall we do now? Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a subtle, confident smile as he responded, The most pressing matter at hand is to find a secure location to establish our shelter. After all, we find ourselves in the wilderness, and lacking a safe haven is simply untenable. Moreover, we are currently in the rainy season. Should the skies open up, we would be in dire straits. Thus, Our immediate priority must be to construct the shelter. He paused for a moment before continuing. In addition, we must swiftly locate a water source. Although we currently have coconuts, they will only sustain us for a few days. It is imperative that we find a reliable source of water. Bai Shihan was momentarily rendered speechless by Sun Yuxuan's assertions. He then addressed the two of them. You two should remain here and refrain from wandering about. I need to venture into the woods. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mengqi, her face etched with concern, exclaimed, Xinge, why must you go into the woods? Didn't that foreigner just die from a snake bite? It is surely dangerous in there. Sun Yuxuan, warmed by Li Mengqi's worried expression, chuckled reassuringly. Have no fear. I shall be perfectly fine. I am not as inept as those two foreigners. If I encounter a snake, I shall bring it back for you both to roast. With that, he disregarded Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi's protests and resolutely made his way into the forest. Once inside the woods, Sun Yuxuan treaded carefully, meticulously observing his surroundings. After walking several hundred meters, he was elated to discover a fungus growing on a large tree. With a quickened pace, he approached and plucked it from the tree, then turned to head back toward the coast. Meanwhile, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi sat anxiously by the fire, eagerly awaiting his return. When they saw Sun Yuxuan return unscathed, their hearts, which had been in suspense, finally relaxed. Li Mengqi's gaze fell upon the fungus, and she curiously inquired, What is that? Did you go into the woods to find it? Sun Yuxuan nodded and explained. This is a tree fungus. It can be used to store embers. With it, we need not worry about our fire going out. Afterward, Sun Yuxuan found a sharp stone and carefully drilled a hole in the fungus. He then picked up a piece of glowing charcoal from the fire and delicately placed it into the small opening of the fungus. Bringing his mouth close to the hole, he gently blew into it. Before long, the fungus ignited, emitting tiny sparks. He cautiously handed the glowing fungus to Li Mengqi, admonishing her, Be sure not to let the ember extinguish. After saying this, he picked up the half-eaten coconut crab from the ground and handed it to Bai Shihan. Sun Yuxuan then hoisted the remaining coconuts from the plastic bag onto his shoulder and strode purposefully along the coast. After exchanging glances, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi hurriedly followed suit. As Bai Shihan walked briskly, her curiosity led her to inquire of Sun Yuxuan, Brother Xian, where are we headed? Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, We are, of course, in search of a secure location to establish a shelter. The trio ambled leisurely along the coastline, while Li Mengqi remained utterly absorbed in cradling the tree fungus, periodically leaning in to gently blow on it, ensuring that the ember would not extinguish unexpectedly. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed nearly a kilometer along the shore. At that moment, Bai Shihan abruptly turned her head, her gaze landing on a foreigner approaching them from a distance of 300 to 400 meters. Alarmed, she called out to Sun Yuxuan, Brother Xian, That foreigner is following us. What should we do? Hearing this, Li Mengqi turned her head, casting a disdainful glare at the foreigner. Her face contorted with displeasure as she muttered, How shameless! Why does he insist on trailing us? Observing their reactions, Sun Yuxuan smiled gently and reassured them. No need to concern yourselves with him. If he wishes to follow, let him. This deserted island does not belong to just the three of us. He is free to roam as he pleases, as long as he does not provoke us. Thus, the trio continued their slow progress along the coastline, covering approximately 3 to 4 kilometers, yet failing to locate a suitable site for their shelter. Their spirits grew increasingly heavy with disappointment and anxiety, exacerbated by the relentless heat of the day. The sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth beneath it. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, drenched in sweat, felt the oppressive rays beat down upon them, causing rivulets of perspiration to cascade from their foreheads and soak their garments. Their breaths quickened, each step demanding an exhausting effort. Eventually, Bai Shihan could endure no longer. She halted, leaning on her knees, gasping for air. With a feeble voice, she addressed Sun Yuxuan, Brother Xian, the heat is unbearable. I truly cannot continue. Shall we pause for a moment? Li Mengqi, equally breathless, chimed in, Brother Xian, I cannot go on either. It's simply too hot. Let's take a break. Observing their plight, Sun Yuxuan chuckled. You two seem to lack stamina. After such a short distance, you are already worn out. It appears we need to enhance our training. His words caused by Shirhan and Li Mengqi to flush with embarrassment. Sun Yuxuan led them to the edge of the coastline, into a grove where a large, shady tree stood. After a careful survey to ensure there were no lurking dangers, he permitted the two to rest beneath its boughs. They collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily in the shade. Sun Yuxuan placed the bag of coconuts on the ground and walked to the shore, where he found a sharp stone. Returning to the tree, he extracted 3 coconuts from the plastic bag and cracked them open. He handed one to each of Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi, while he himself lifted a coconut, tilting his head back to drink its refreshing juice in one go. He then used the stone to smash the coconut into pieces, scooping out the tender flesh to savor it. After enjoying their coconut juice, Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi attempted to emulate Sun Yuxuan, picking up stones in an effort to break open their coconuts. However, despite their persistent efforts, the coconuts remained unyielding after several strikes. Observing their struggle, Sun Yuxuan shook his head in mild exasperation, took the stone from Li Mengqi's hand, and with a few deft blows shattered the 2 coconuts. Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi quickly seized the broken coconuts, eagerly extracting the flesh to relish in the delightful taste. Noticing Sun Yuxuan and his companions resting beneath the tree, a foreigner positioned over 100 meters away under another large tree couldn't help but feel envious as he watched them indulge in their coconut feast. After sitting there for quite some time, perhaps spurred by his thirst, he mustered the courage to approach Sun Yuxuan and his friends. Chapter 15. Discovering the cave. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Mengqi promptly tugged at Sun Yuxuan's sleeve, urging him. "Xinji, look, that foreigner is approaching us." Sun Yuxuan, however, dismissed her concern nonchalantly, retorting, "What's there to fear? If he dares to act recklessly, I'll break his legs without hesitation." Before long, the foreigner had reached the tree and stood before them. Bai Shirhan frowned in displeasure and asked curtly, "Hey, what do you want? Why have you been following us?" The foreigner appeared somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head as he stammered, Well, I'm a bit thirsty. Could you possibly spare me a coconut to drink? I'm really parched." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan's temper flared instantly. He bellowed in a gruff voice, "These coconuts are our sole source of water. Why should we give you one?" The foreigner, taken aback by Sun Yuxuan's outburst, turned a shade of crimson and then pale. Clearly flustered, he stood frozen for several seconds, as if suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly rummaged through his pockets. After a moment, he produced an unopened pack of cigarettes. With utmost care, he extended the cigarettes towards Sun Yuxuan. A smile plastered on his face as he proposed, "How about this? I'll trade you this pack of cigarettes for a coconut. What do you think?" Sun Yuxuan, initially scowling, experienced a sudden transformation as his eyes sparkled upon seeing the cigarettes. He stared at the foreigner in astonishment, pondering to himself, "How does this guy have cigarettes? An unopened pack at that. This is truly unexpected." Yet, in the blink of an eye, a smile spread across his face, and he jovially responded to the foreigner, "You're quite something. Why didn't you bring out such a treasure sooner?" His tone held a hint of reproach, but was predominantly infused with excitement and anticipation. Observing Sun Yuxuan's swift change in demeanor, Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disdain. They silently mused. His ability to flip his attitude is astonishing. It's as if he has the face of a dog. Unperturbed by their disapproving glances, Sun Yuxuan swiftly retrieved 2 coconuts from a plastic bag, cheerfully handing them to the foreigner while exclaiming, "If you have any more good stuff in the future, remember to come find me for a coconut." The foreigner nodded in agreement, accepting the coconuts before turning to leave. Unable to contain his yearning any longer, Sun Yuxuan tore open the cigarette pack with the eagerness of a hungry tiger. He carefully extracted a cigarette, bringing it close to his nose to savor the faint aroma of tobacco. Then, placing the cigarette between his lips, he picked up a piece of tree fungus, bringing the tip to the spark before inhaling gently. In an instant, the cigarette ignited. With a deep draw, he inhaled a large puff, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke while releasing a satisfied sigh. "Wow, that feels amazing. This sensation is absolutely delightful." Observing his demeanor, Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi exchanged glances of disdain. Bai Shihan chuckled and remarked, "Are you not aware that smoking is detrimental to your health? I advise you to quit while you still can." Sun Yuxuan replied with a smirk, "The doctors who advised me to quit smoking have long since passed away. Yet here I am, thriving." His words left Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi momentarily speechless. After resting beneath the grand tree for nearly half an hour, feeling their energy restored, the trio rose and continued their journey along the coastline. They traversed another 4 or 5 kilometers when, quite suddenly, a small hill approximately 200 to 300 meters high emerged in the distance. This peculiar hill, with its rugged stones and overgrown weeds, exuded an air of desolation and mystery. When Sun Yuxuan and his companions finally reached the base of the hill, they were astonished to discover that its surface was adorned with 3 or 4 caves of varying sizes. The entrances of these caves were irregular, some large, others small, some deep, and others shallow, yet all appeared remarkably natural. Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of joy. He had been troubled about finding a secure location to construct a shelter, and here before him lay ready-made, natural sanctuaries. This not only spared them the time and effort of building a shelter, but also promised superior protection and concealment. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan led Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi toward the largest cave. Situated on one side of the hill, this cave stood just 2 or 3 meters above the ground, with a spacious and even entrance, making it an ideal temporary refuge. Sun Yuxuan promptly placed a plastic bag filled with coconuts on the ground and swiftly climbed into the cave to inspect it. Inside, he found the cave to be over 2 meters high and approximately 8 to 9 square meters in area, more than sufficient to accommodate the 3 of them. The cave's floor was remarkably flat, as if meticulously crafted by human hands. To his amazement, an additional platform of 3 to 4 square meters lay just outside the cave entrance. Gazing at the cave before him, Sun Yuxuan mused, "This cave is truly a natural sanctuary. Nature is indeed a masterful artisan, having sculpted such a remarkable refuge." He then called out to Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, "Come quickly and see. This cave is an exceptional natural shelter." Upon hearing his words, both Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi grasped the protruding rocks and cautiously climbed to the cave entrance. Their eyes widened in delight and astonishment as they beheld the full expanse of the cave. Meanwhile, the foreigner had chosen another cave several dozen meters away to enter. Though this cave was not as spacious as that of Sun Yuxuan and his companions, it was more than adequate for his solitary dwelling. Sun Yuxuan leaped from the cave entrance to the ground, hoisting the bag of coconuts onto his shoulder as he approached the cave. He then addressed Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, saying, "You two rest for a moment. I shall gather some firewood to ignite a fire." With that, he jumped down once more and ventured into the nearby woods to collect dry twigs and withered grass. He bound them with tree bark and brought them back to the cave entrance, where he ignited a small fire. The foreigner gathered some firewood and carried it into the cave. Approaching beneath the cave where Sun Yuxuan and his companions resided, he addressed Sun Yuxuan, asking if he could borrow a spark. This time, Sun Yuxuan offered no further commentary, simply retrieving a burning log from the fire and handing it to him. The foreigner expressed his gratitude with a brief thank you before departing with the glowing piece of wood. Observing his retreating figure, Bai Shihan couldn't help but murmur, "Why does this foreigner follow us like a pesky adhesive? Wherever we go, he seems to trail behind. Now that we've settled in this cave, he has found one for himself." Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "What does it matter? As long as he doesn't provoke us, that's all that counts." Chapter 16. The sharp tongue Bai Shihan. Sun Yuxuan rummaged through the embers of the fire, extracting some smoldering charcoal, and placed the coconut crab atop it to commence its slow roasting. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the crab was perfectly cooked. He deftly detached the 2 claws, laden with meat, and presented them to Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi. Meanwhile, the foreigner ventured to the shoreline to gather some sea snails for roasting. Once satiated, Sun Yuxuan addressed the 2 women, "Please collect some firewood from the nearby woods, but do not wander too far. Additionally, gather some leaves and grass to lay on the ground for a more comfortable night's sleep. I shall explore the coast for any useful materials." Upon hearing his words, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi nodded obediently. Sun Yuxuan leaped from the cave entrance and strolled along the beach. The two women followed suit, descending from the cave to begin their search for firewood in the nearby forest. After walking 4 or 5 kilometers along the shore, Sun Yuxuan had only found a handful of empty bottles, with no other salvageable materials in sight. Gradually, he reached the coast and found a massive rock, upon which he carefully perched himself. The gentle sea breeze caressed his body, offering a refreshing sensation, yet within, his heart roiled like the tumultuous ocean, far from tranquil. He gazed quietly at the endless expanse of the azure sea, his thoughts drifting far away. Unbidden, memories of his 2 younger sisters surfaced. They were still in high school, at an age when they needed care and guidance, while he remained marooned on this desolate island, unable to return. The thought of them learning of the plane crash would surely devastate them. Having sat on the rock for nearly half an hour, and realizing that time was slipping away, he slowly rose, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and began to make his way back toward the cave. Before he could reach the cave's entrance, a cacophony of voices reached his ears from a distance. A wave of curiosity surged within him. Who could these people be? What brought them to this isolated isle? He quickened his pace, eager to uncover the mystery. As he drew closer, he was astonished to discover that the group consisted of none other than the company's president, Luo Yuxue, along with several high-ranking executives. Sun Yuxuan could hardly believe that they were alive and had ended up on this remote island. Upon noticing Sun Yuxuan, the individuals were momentarily taken aback. Just then, a man's voice broke the silence, laced with sarcasm and surprise. "I sent this Captain's son? I never imagined you would still be alive." The speaker was none other than the company's general manager, Li Ming, who was slightly portly and perpetually wore an ambiguous smile. Sun Yuxuan's interactions with him had been scarce, limited to a few encounters during company meetings. Rumors about Li Ming circulated widely within the organization. It was said that he often exploited his position to engage in unscrupulous behavior with some of the new female employees. Such conduct had left a decidedly negative impression on Sun Yuxuan, even evoking feelings of aversion. Confronted by Li Ming's derision, Sun Yuxuan's countenance darkened instantaneously. He retorted coldly, "What you say is rather curious. You are still alive, so why should I not be?" This statement evidently provoked Li Ming, whose voice escalated by several octaves as he thundered, "Do not forget your station. You are merely a lowly security captain. How dare you address a superior in such a manner?" Unyielding, Sun Yuxuan straightened his posture, locking eyes with Li Ming, and boldly countered, "Do not forget that this is a deserted island. Do not flaunt your authority before me. I shall speak as I please. What can you do about it? If you disagree, then come at me." Sun Yuxuan's words rendered Li Ming speechless, his already corpulent visage turning a mottled hue of red and white, resembling a boiled crab. Witnessing their exchange, Luo Yuxue felt a sense of helplessness and interjected, Enough. Let us cease this quarrel. We are all colleagues in the same company. So why must it come to this?" Her voice was as clear and gentle as a spring breeze, soothing the frayed tempers of those present. At her words, Sun Yuxuan, who had intended to say more, swallowed his retort upon meeting Luo Yuxue's gaze. In truth, he held a certain admiration for her. At the age of 26, she was not only youthful and beautiful, but also a returnee from abroad, taking over the company from her father at such a tender age. She exhibited extraordinary leadership skills and business acumen. Despite her youth, she managed the company with remarkable efficiency, achieving impressive results, a feat not easily accomplished by most. Furthermore, Luo Yuxue was exceptionally kind to her employees, consistently attentive to their work and lives, earning their affection and respect. At that moment, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi swiftly approached Sun Yuxuan. Li Mengqi whispered to him, "Xiange, do you know these people?" Sun Yuxuan nodded, replying, "They are from the same company as I, each one a leader. I overheard your argument here. What transpired?" Before Li Mengqi could respond, Bai Shihan, with a face flushed with indignation, pointed at Li Ming, exclaiming, "Xiange, this old man wishes to usurp our cave and even threatened to strike us." Upon hearing Bai Shihan refer to Li Ming as old man, Sun Yuxuan could not suppress a chuckle. After all, Li Ming was barely in his 30s. Though he appeared somewhat mature, he could hardly be classified as old. The moment Li Ming caught wind of Bai Shihan's insult, his expression darkened, and he seemed ready to erupt like a volcano. He bellowed, "Who are you calling old man? You insolent little girl? Do you dare to challenge me?" Bai Shihan, already a skilled debater, felt emboldened by his son Yuxuan's presence and shot back defiantly at Li Ming. "What of it? I shall call you old man if I wish. Look at your wrinkled face, more lined than my grandfather's. Surely you must be at least 70. At such an advanced age, how can you still have the audacity to argue with me? When you cannot win a debate, you resort to violence. Do you have no shame? How can someone like you even bear to live? If I were in your shoes, I would have long since sought refuge in a crevice of the earth or plunged headlong into the sea to drown, thereby sparing myself the humiliation of existing." Bai Shihan's barrage of invectives struck Li Ming like a relentless barrage of cannon fire. Not only did it provoke hearty laughter from Sun Yuxuan and Li Mengqi, but even the cadre of executives behind Luo Yuxue could scarcely suppress their amusement. Nevertheless, as Li Ming was the general manager of the company, this group of executives valiantly stifled their laughter. Chapter 17. Taunting Li Ming upon hearing Bai Shihan's words, Li Ming's face flushed with anger, his eyes widening in fury, and the veins on his forehead bulging as if he were on the verge of an explosion. He abruptly lifted his head, raising his arm with the intention of delivering a resounding slap to Bai Shihan. However, Luo Yuxue, quick to react, swiftly grasped Li Ming's arm and forcefully pulled it down. "Li Ming, what do you think you're doing?" Luo Yuxue's voice carried a hint of sternness. "You are a grown man. How can you lay a hand on a girl? Don't you feel ashamed?" Li Ming was momentarily taken aback by Luo Yuxue's reprimand, his arm frozen in midair, and his previously furious expression shifted to one of embarrassment. "Luo Zong, this girl is utterly malicious. She insulted me, and you are defending her," he muttered indignantly, attempting to justify himself. Luo Yuxue shook her head in resignation, replying, "I am not defending her. I am merely stating the facts. You were indeed in the wrong earlier. We arrived here, and without any hesitation, you allowed them to give up the cave for us, which was quite inappropriate." After speaking, Luo Yuxue turned to Bai Shihan and smiled, saying, "I apologize on his behalf for his earlier demeanor." Since Luo Yuxue had spoken so, Bai Shihan felt it unnecessary to voice any further objections. With a gentle smile, Luo Yuxue turned her gaze towards Sun Yuxuan. "Captain Sun, I never expected to find you stranded on this deserted island. I have been quite worried about you." Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a soft smile as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, Luo Zong. I have also been thinking of you all." Just as he finished speaking, a girl hurriedly approached and stood beside Luo Yuxue, eagerly addressing Sun Yuxuan. "Captain Sun, could you please spare us something to eat? We are truly parched and famished." The speaker was Tang Jing, the company's financial director. Although she held a senior management position like Li Ming, her demeanor was exceptionally amiable, devoid of any pretentiousness. Moreover, Tang Jing was quite striking in appearance, rivaling Luo Yuxue in beauty. Noticing this, Sun Yuxuan promptly turned to Li Mengqi and instructed, "Mengqi, please fetch 6 coconuts." However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Ming interjected, "Captain Sun, are you incapable of counting? Can't you see there are 7 of us here?" Sun Yuxuan replied coldly, "Did I say I was giving you any? I am addressing Luo Zong and her group." Upon hearing this, Li Ming's anger surged as he exclaimed, "Sun Yuxuan, you are being unreasonable." Sun Yuxuan scoffed, "I am indeed being unreasonable. What of it? If you have the gall, come at me. Aren't you quite formidable? If you want coconuts, go and pick them yourself. There are coconut trees less than a kilometer away." In response to his words, Li Ming, fuming, retorted, "If I must pick them myself, then I shall. You certainly think highly of yourself." With that, he stormed off along the shoreline. Li Mengqi turned back to the cave and retrieved 6 coconuts. Sun Yuxuan approached the shoreline in search of a sharp stone, which he used to crack open the coconuts before handing them to Luo Yuxue and the others. Upon receiving the coconuts from Sun Yuxuan, Luo Yuxue and her companions were filled with joy and promptly expressed their gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you." They eagerly brought the coconuts to their lips, drinking the coconut water as if they had not quenched their thirst for days. However, Bai Shihan did not share their enthusiasm. With a hint of annoyance, she complained to Sun Yuxuan, "Xingu, you are too kind. Why did you inform that old scoundrel about the coconut trees by the coast?" Sun Yuxuan smirked slyly, his lips curling into a mischievous smile as he explained, "I deceived him. There are no coconut trees there at all." Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were taken aback by his revelation, clearly not expecting such a response from Sun Yuxuan. Yet, they quickly regained their composure and burst into laughter. Bai Shihan teased, "Xingu, that is quite malicious of you. Aren't you worried he might come back to trouble you if he can't find the coconut trees?" Sun Yuxuan shrugged nonchalantly, chuckling, "Why should I be afraid? He can't defeat me." Bai Shihan found his reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Luo Yuxue and her companions were equally taken aback by Sun Yuxuan's words, but they refrained from commenting further. After all, their impression of Li Ming was not particularly favorable. So while they were surprised by Sun Yuxuan's actions, they did not express any dissent. Before long, Luo Yuxue and her group finished the coconut water, and Sun Yuxuan picked up the stone again to smash the remaining coconuts. He addressed the group, "Although the coconut meat may not be particularly tasty, it is edible." No sooner had he finished speaking than Luo Yuxue and her companions eagerly scooped out the coconut flesh and began devouring it voraciously. Their manner of eating hardly resembled that of company executives. They appeared as if they were famished souls reborn. In a short while, they had consumed all the coconut flesh. Sun Yuxuan then suggested to Luo Yuxue, "President Luo, there are a few more caves nearby. You can find shelter in one of them while awaiting rescue." Hearing this, Tang Jing smiled and replied, "Thank you very much. We appreciate it." Sun Yuxuan shook his head and pointed towards the foreign man inside the cave not far away, saying, "Do you see that foreigner? He is not a trustworthy individual. Try to avoid him as much as possible." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and her companions nodded in agreement. Bai Shihan then cautioned Luo Yuxue, "The forest can be quite perilous. If you can avoid it, please do." This morning, one of that foreigner's companions was eaten by a large snake in the woods. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Luo Yuxue and her companions changed. Observing their reaction, Sun Yuxuan chuckled, "It's not as dangerous as it seems. Just avoid the dense parts of the forest. There are plenty of sand crabs and sea snails along the coast. You can gather some to roast." Hearing his words, Luo Yuxue and her companions nodded once more. Tang Jing inquired once more, "Where shall we seek the water source? Surely we cannot resort to drinking seawater." Sun Yuxuan responded with a smile, "You need not worry. I have observed the celestial signs, and it appears that a substantial rain is imminent tonight." His words left the assembled crowd momentarily astonished, and Luo Yuxue, with a look of disbelief, asked, "You can read the heavens?" Sun Yuxuan replied cheerfully, "I possess a modest understanding." Tang Jing laughed, saying, "You wouldn't be deceiving us, would you?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "Director Tang, what advantage would I gain from misleading you? How about we make a wager?" Chapter 18. Celestial Observations. Upon hearing his words, Tang Jing blinked her large, curious eyes, her lips curling into a gentle smile as she softly inquired, "What are we betting on?" Her voice was melodious and enchanting, reminiscent of a golden aureole in spring, evoking a sense of delight. Sun Yuxuan, observing her reaction, beamed even brighter, cheerfully proposing, "Well, if it rains tonight, you shall grant me a kiss. If it does not rain, I will comply with any request you make." His tone was relaxed and confident, seemingly assured of his prediction's accuracy. At his words, Tang Jing felt as though struck by lightning, her face flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Her heart raced unexpectedly, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Sun Yuxuan's audacious wager caught her off guard. Just as Tang Jing hesitated, a clear voice rang out from behind Luo Yuxue. "I'll take that bet. I refuse to believe you possess such remarkable abilities to predict tonight's weather." The speaker was Jiang Yue, the public relations manager, tall and striking, exuding elegance and renowned as one of the company's most beautiful women. Within the company, she, along with Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing, was often referred to as the trio of floral beauties, underscoring their stunning appearances. Jiang Yue's words carried a hint of provocation. Clearly intrigued by Sun Yuxuan's wager, eager to delve deeper, After speaking, she turned to Tang Jing with a smile, encouraging, Sister Tang, take the bet. I simply cannot believe he possesses such prowess. Tang Jing glanced between Jiang Yue and Sun Yuxuan, hesitating briefly before ultimately nodding, declaring very well. I accept your wager. However, should you lose, you must comply with whatever we ask. Sun Yuxuan chuckled, responding, that is only fair. I merely hope you two will not resort to trickery. After making this statement, he turned his gaze toward Luo Yuxue and inquired with a smile, General Luo, will you join the bet? Luo Yuxue shook her head, replying, I think I shall pass. Sun Yuxuan then turned his attention to Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, asking with a grin, what about you two? Both promptly shook their heads in refusal. At that moment, a man stepped forward, addressing Sun Yuxuan, Captain Sun, I will take your bet. The speaker was Hu Qiming, the planning manager. Sun Yuxuan quickly shook his head, saying, Manager, who? Let us not. I am not interested in men. His remark elicited laughter from those present. Just then, Li Ming approached, visibly flustered as he walked over from the distant shoreline. Upon reaching Sun Yuxuan, he exclaimed, Sun Yuxuan, how dare you deceive me? I walked nearly 2 kilometers along the coast and did not see a single coconut tree. You tricked me. Sun Yuxuan feigned curiosity, responding, what are you talking about? I did not deceive you. There are indeed a few coconut trees along the coast. Bai Shihan chimed in earnestly, we even went to pick coconuts this afternoon. Could it be that you simply failed to notice? Upon hearing the words of Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shihan, Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, pondering, they certainly do not appear to be lying. Could it be that there truly are coconut trees along the coastline? As time was of the essence, Sun Yuxuan turned to Luo Yuxue and said, Manager Luo, it is getting dark soon. You should hasten to find 2 caves to take shelter in. Remember to collect plenty of firewood, lest it becomes difficult to gather when it rains. Also, gather some bottles to collect rainwater. Luo Yuxue nodded and departed with Tang Jing and the others. They soon selected 2 caves and instructed Li Ming and the other men to gather firewood from the woods. Meanwhile, she led Tang Jing and Jiang Yue to the coast to collect containers for rainwater. Sun Yuxuan took the empty bottles he had gathered into the cave and returned with Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, who had also collected firewood from the nearby forest. As dusk settled, Hu Qiming approached Sun Yuxuan and borrowed a spark to ignite a fire at the entrance of the 2 caves. Afterward, Luo Yuxue led everyone to the shoreline to catch some sand crabs and gather a few sea snails to roast over the fire. Sitting by the fire at the cave's entrance, Li Mengqi turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, Brother Xian, I am hungry. Why don't we catch some sand crabs from the coast to roast and eat? Sun Yuxuan shook his head with a smile and replied, what meat is there on sand crabs? I will go catch a couple of coconut crabs to roast instead. Hearing this, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were momentarily taken aback, and Bai Shihan curiously inquired, in this pitch darkness, where will you find coconut crabs? Sun Yuxuan chuckled and responded, in the woods, of course. Li Mengqi, with a worried expression, urged, Brother Xian, perhaps it is best to refrain. The woods are far too dangerous, especially now that it is dark. Sun Yuxuan reassured her with a smile. It is precisely at night when coconut crabs come out to roam. Do not worry, I will be fine. With that, he picked up a burning log from the fire and leaped down from the cave, heading towards the woods. As expected, night was indeed the time when coconut crabs became active. Not far into the woods, he spotted a coconut crab beneath a large tree. Swiftly, Sun Yuxuan grabbed a stick from the ground and struck the crab's head with great force. The blow crushed its head completely. Without a second thought for the now lifeless crab, he resumed his search. Before long, he spotted another coconut crab hiding beneath some bushes, which he dispatched with a single strike. As the burning log in his hand was nearly extinguished, Sun Yuxuan quickly picked up the 2 coconut crabs and made his way back to the coast. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were overjoyed to see him return in such a short time with 2 coconut crabs, their admiration for him growing immensely. Sun Yuxuan picked up a stick and retrieved some still burning embers from the roaring fire. He spread the charcoal on the ground, creating a modest fire pit, and then placed the 2 plump coconut crabs atop it, beginning to roast them slowly. Li Mengqi gazed up at the twinkling stars in the night sky and turned to Sun Yuxuan, softly inquiring, Brother Xian, with such a sky full of stars, Do you really think it will rain tonight? Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied assuredly, just wait and see. It will undoubtedly rain tonight. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Bai Shihan's face lit up with curiosity. With wide eyes, she asked, Brother Xian, can you truly interpret the celestial phenomena? Sun Yuxuan chuckled and shook his head, candidly admitting, I can't read the heavens at all. His response left both Li Mengqi and Bai Shihan somewhat astonished. They exchanged glances, seemingly surprised by Sun Yuxuan's honesty. Unable to contain her curiosity, Bai Shihan pressed further. Then how do you know it will rain tonight? Sun Yuxuan smiled gently and patiently explained, This afternoon, I observed that many ants were emerging from their nests, and numerous small creatures were scurrying about in search of food or relocating. These signs indicate that a heavy downpour is imminent. Chapter 19. Flattery upon hearing his words. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their laughter. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, the two coconut crabs were perfectly roasted. Gazing at the delectable sight, the trio's mouths watered in anticipation. Li Mengqi turned to Sun Yuxuan and remarked, Brother Xian, we three won't be able to finish these 2 coconut crabs. Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Bai Shihan chuckled and interjected, Mengqi, can't you see? The reason Brother Xian has roasted both crabs, ISNT, solely for our enjoyment. Perplexed, Li Mengqi asked, Then who are they for? With a playful smile, Bai Shihan explained, Of course, they are intended for our lovely boss. Consider this. We are all stranded on this desolate island, and Brother Xian naturally wants to impress her. Surely, when we eventually leave, he will be rewarded with a promotion and a raise. Realizing Bai Shihan's point, Li Mengqi turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, Brother Xian, I truly admire you. Even on this isolated island, you're thinking of currying favor with the higher-ups. Sun Yuxuan quickly shook his head and replied, This is not flattery, nor am I seeking to win her favor. Though Director Luo is the company president, she treats her employees well and manages such a large company at a young age. I genuinely admire her. Bai Shihan nodded in agreement. I too have noticed that your beautiful boss is quite commendable. This afternoon, when that old man attempted to seize our cave, she was there advocating for us. Sun Yuxuan leapt down from the cave and approached the entrance where Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yui were gathered around a fire, enjoying roasted sand crabs. Meanwhile, Li Ming and Hu Qiming, along with 2 other men, occupied another cave situated about 7 or 8 meters away from the trio. Upon noticing Sun Yuxuan, Luo Yuxue smiled and inquired, Captain Sun, do you require something? Nodding with a smile, Sun Yuxuan replied, Director Luo, I need to discuss something with you. Could you please come to our cave? Taken aback, Luo Yuxue pondered. What could he want to discuss that cannot be said here? Nevertheless, she nodded and responded with a smile, Very well. Rising from her place, she walked down from the cave. Sun Yuxuan then addressed the bewildered Tang Jing and Jiang Yui. You two should come along as well. Quickly, Tang Jing and Jiang Yui stood and followed him outside. Nearby, Li Ming observed this scene and shouted, Sun Yuxuan, where are you taking Director Luo and the others? Irritated, Sun Yuxuan retorted loudly, I noticed that Director Luo and her companions might not be satisfied with their meal, so I'm taking them out for a feast. Li Ming scoffed, Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? In this barren wasteland, where will you find a feast? Sun Yuxuan coldly replied, Is that any of your concern? Li Ming loudly addressed Luo Yuxue, warning her, General Luo, do not be deceived by this scoundrel. His late-night visit surely harbors ill intentions. I believe he is far from a virtuous individual. Luo Yuxue coolly replied, I am fully aware of my own judgment. You should mind your own affairs. Shortly thereafter, Sun Yuxuan arrived at the cave entrance with Luo Yuxue and the other 2. Upon sighting the coconut crabs on the charcoal, Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tang Jing, visibly astonished, exclaimed, Captain Sun, where on earth did you find such enormous crabs? This is the first time I have ever seen such a size. Sun Yuxuan chuckled, I just caught them in the woods. These are not ordinary crabs. They are coconut crabs. At that moment, Luo Yuxue grasped Sun Yuxuan's intent in summoning them. Sun Yuxuan continued with a smile, Stop dawdling and dig in, heeding his suggestion. The three women settled by the fire at the cave entrance and began to relish the roasted coconut crabs. After feasting on the delectable crabs, Sun Yuxuan smashed open several coconuts with stones, handing one to each person. He himself took a coconut, swiftly drank the juice, and then smashed it open to enjoy the tender coconut flesh. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Jiang Yue happily patted her stomach, her face radiant with a smile. Turning to Sun Yuxuan, she remarked, "Captain Sun, you truly possess a keen understanding of human nature, inviting us here with such delicious food and drink. Surely General Luo will promote you upon our return." Sun Yuxuan, upon hearing Jiang Yue's words, smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he replied, "You are mistaken." Jiang Yue, intrigued, blinked her large eyes in confusion and asked, "Is that not the case? You invited General Luo over to leave a good impression for a promotion when we returned to the company, did you not?" Sun Yuxuan shook his head, chuckling as he explained, "Do you truly believe I, Sun Yuxuan, am the type to ascend through flattery? My invitation to General Luo stems solely from my admiration for her. Just look at her. At such a young age, she manages such a large company. This is no small feat, moreover. She treats us all exceptionally well, unlike Li Ming, who, relying on his position as general manager, looks down on everyone except General Luo." After a brief pause, Sun Yuxuan turned to Luo Yuxue, speaking earnestly, "General Luo, I believe you should remain vigilant of Li Ming. His character is dubious. He is certainly no good man." Luo Yuxue, upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, exhibited little surprise. She merely nodded slightly, indicating her understanding of his message. She then responded coolly, "Yes, I'm aware of that. In fact, I know full well that Li Ming is not a good person. Thank you for your reminder." Upon witnessing this, Sun Yuxuan could not help but feel somewhat astonished. He had initially presumed that Luo Yuxue might not be fully aware of Li Ming's true character. Thus, he pressed on with his inquiry. "Since you are already aware that he is not a virtuous individual, why then allow him to assume such a pivotal role as general manager? Having someone of his ilk within the company is akin to harboring a malignant tumor." Luo Yuxue let out a resigned smile and elucidated, "This matter is rather intricate. Before I assumed control of the company, Li Ming had already been under my father's tutelage, effectively making him a venerable figure within the organization. Furthermore, he once saved my father's life, which engendered a profound trust in him. My father even entrusted him with the position of general manager. All of this was orchestrated by my father, and I find myself powerless to alter the situation." Chapter 20. It truly rained upon hearing Luo Yuxue's explanation. Sun Yuxuan finally understood the underlying reason, awakening to a newfound clarity. He nodded and remarked, "So that is the case. I have always been curious why you turn a blind eye to Li Ming's reckless behavior in the company." At that moment, Tang Jing, who had been listening intently to their conversation, suddenly chuckled and interjected, "What do you think? If it weren't for these reasons, Yuxue would have long since dismissed Li Ming. How could she allow him to remain in the company?" After speaking, Tang Jing turned her gaze toward Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, her lips curling into a smile as she gently inquired, "May I ask how to address the two lovely ladies?" Bai Shihan smiled faintly and replied softly, "I am Bai Shihan, and she is Li Mengqi. Our lives were saved by Brother Xian." Hearing this, Tang Jing nodded appreciatively, casting a beaming smile at Sun Yuxuan, exclaiming, "Captain Sun, you truly are remarkable. You managed to save two stunning beauties." In response, Sun Yuxuan waved his hand dismissively, feigning modesty as he said, "Oh, it is nothing. It is merely my kind heart." However, his words elicited a fit of laughter from Jiang Yue, who could not contain herself. She teased, "Captain Sun, although our interactions in the company are limited, I still have some understanding of your character. You are quite the gentleman, though a tad lecherous. I have even heard that you often discuss my and General Luo's and General Tang's measurements in private. Is there any truth to this?" Jiang Yue's words struck Sun Yuxuan like a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily embarrassed, his smile frozen in place. He quickly protested, "Who on earth is spreading such rumors? There is absolutely no truth to that." Jiang Yue merely chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Bai Shihan smiled and said, "Brother Xian, It seems you are indeed that kind of person. I suppose, Mengqi, and I must be a little wary of you moving forward. Sun Yuxuan retorted playfully. Wary of what? If I intended to do anything to you too, I would have done so long ago. At that moment, the once starry night sky, as dark as ink, was suddenly shrouded by a thick blanket of clouds. These clouds seemed to be molded by an invisible hand, swiftly gathering to form a colossal black canopy. Following this, dazzling bolts of lightning tore through the darkness, dancing like silver serpents and illuminating the entire sky. Accompanying the lightning were deafening claps of thunder, rolling and roaring within the clouds as if they sought to rend the very fabric of the world asunder. Simultaneously, a fierce wind swept across the sea, arriving with remarkable swiftness, churning the waves into a tumultuous frenzy and raising monstrous swells several meters high. The howling wind, laden with the briny scent of the ocean, crashed violently against the rocky shore, producing a series of resounding booms. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Tang Jing looked at Sun Yuxuan with incredulity, exclaiming, How? How is this possible? Can you truly predict the weather? Jiang Yue was equally astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaimed, This is simply unbelievable. You actually predicted that it would rain tonight? Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating confidence as he replied, Naturally, I declared it would rain this evening, and it shall indeed rain. Do not forget the wager between us. Upon hearing this, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue's faces flushed crimson, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as they lowered their heads, silently regretting their predicament. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue wore an expression of incredulity. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Sun Yuxuan, pondering how he could possibly know of the impending rain. Could it be true, as the legend suggested, that he possessed the ability to read omens and predict the weather? Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, unable to contain their laughter, exchanged amused glances. Tang Jing, her curiosity piqued, turned to Bai Shihan and inquired, What are you two laughing about? Bai Shihan shook her head, replying, Oh, it's nothing, just a joke that crossed my mind. Li Mengqi quickly chimed in. I too suddenly recalled a humorous anecdote that I couldn't help but chuckle at. At that moment, large raindrops began to cascade from the heavens, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. Sun Yuxuan hastily relocated the campfire to a sheltered area, and with the rain pouring down, Luo Yuxue and the others found themselves unable to return to their cave, thus seeking refuge within Sun Yuxuan's cave. He promptly gathered empty bottles and positioned them at the entrance to collect rainwater. Meanwhile, in another cave, Hu Qiming and his companions were equally flabbergasted by the sudden rain. Hu Qiming remarked, This is utterly astonishing. Captain Sun is truly remarkable. It has indeed begun to rain. When Hu Qiming shared this with Li Ming, who had not been present during the bet, Li Ming's curiosity was piqued. What did Xiao Hu say? He asked. Hu Qiming eagerly explained, This afternoon, Captain Sun proclaimed that he would observe the skies and that there would be a heavy downpour tonight. He even urged us to gather more containers for collecting rainwater, and Director Tang and Manager Jiang engaged in a wager with him. Li Ming was taken aback by this revelation and pressed further. What was the nature of their bet? Hu Qiming chuckled as he replied, Captain Sun said that if it rains tonight, Director Tang and Manager Jiang would have to kiss him. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's expression darkened. He had long harbored feelings for both Tang Jing and Jiang Yue, yet they were high-ranking executives, and he had never found the opportunity to act on his desires. Internally seething, he thought, Damn it, how dare you, a mere security captain, compete for women with me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. At that moment, Li Ming's thoughts twisted with jealousy, planting the seeds of animosity towards Sun Yuxuan. However, he was well aware that he stood no chance against Sun Yuxuan alone, and a sudden idea sparked in his mind as he glanced at Hu Qiming and the others. Addressing them, he said, You all have witnessed it, that Sun Yuxuan, a lowly security captain, is stealing the limelight here. It puts our own dignity at stake. Hearing his words, Hu Qiming and the others were momentarily taken aback. A curious man inquired, Mr. Li, what do you mean by that? The speaker, Chen Junwei, was the vice president of the company. Li Ming smiled and replied, Xiao Chun, I know that you have long harbored feelings for Tang Jing, yet she has remained indifferent towards you. Look at our current predicament. We are stranded on this desolate island. Is this not an opportune moment? If you make a commendable impression in front of Tang Jing, it is quite possible that she may develop feelings for you. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Chun Junhui's eyes lit up with realization. He thought to himself, indeed, this is a rare and fortuitous opportunity. If I perform well here, perhaps Tang Jing will come to like me. Chapter 21. Fulfilling the bet. Seeing Chun Junhui's interest piqued, a wave of joy surged within Li Ming. He swiftly shifted his gaze to another man, a sly smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Lu Hao, have you not always held a special affection for Jiang Yue? I wonder if you have managed to win her heart yet? Lu Hao, also a department manager, had long been the subject of public knowledge regarding his admiration for Jiang Yue. However, despite his numerous efforts, Jiang Yue's demeanor towards him remained persistently lukewarm, causing him considerable distress. Upon hearing Li Ming's inquiry, a trace of embarrassment crossed Lu Hao's face, yet he candidly replied, "Not yet, General Manager Li. She has always been indifferent towards me, and I am at a loss as to how to proceed." Li Ming, observing this, allowed his smile to broaden, patting Lu Hao on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. "Do not lose heart, young Lu. As long as you heed my advice, I assure you, you will win Jiang Yue's affection." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he looked at Li Ming with eager excitement, exclaiming, "General Manager Li, is that truly the case? Please do not jest with me." Li Ming let out a hearty laugh, dismissively waving his hand. "Do I appear to be jesting with you? When have I ever deceived you?" After this statement, Li Ming paused momentarily before abruptly shifting the topic towards Hu Qiming, smiling as he addressed him. "Young Hu, have you not also harbored feelings for General Luo? This presents a rare opportunity." Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Hu Qiming's expression became somewhat strained, and he quickly shook his head, vehemently denying, "General Manager Li, you are mistaken. I harbor no such sentiments towards General Luo. Your endeavors are your own affairs and have no bearing on me." Seeing that Hu Qiming was not taking the bait, Li Ming's irritation began to mount, and he struggled to contain his rising anger as he retorted, "Young Hu, can you truly bear to witness Sun Yuxuan, that security captain, riding roughshod over us?" Hu Qiming understood the implication behind Li Ming's words, which was merely to unite the three of them against Sun Yuxuan. As a man of integrity, he naturally disdained such undertakings. He chuckled and replied, "General Manager Li, I find Captain Sun quite agreeable. He not only provided us with coconuts, but also advised us to collect rainwater." Hearing Hu Qiming's response ignited Li Ming's fury, and he exclaimed, "It seems you have no desire to remain a manager any longer." In the face of Li Ming's threat, Hu Qiming remained unfazed, responding with a smile. "That decision is not yours to make. My position as manager was appointed by General Luo." Li Ming, fuming, retorted, "Ah, Hu Qiming, it appears you are resolute in opposing me." With a cheerful demeanor, Hu Qiming replied, "General Manager Li, I fail to comprehend your assertion. Well, have I ever opposed you? Your intentions are your own, and I shall not interfere." Li Ming glared menacingly at Hu Qiming and coldly stated, "That is well. I only hope you do not sabotage our endeavors." He then turned to Qin Junhui and Lu Hao, inquiring about their perspectives. Qin Junhui and Lu Hao, completely enamored by love, were solely focused on winning the affections of Tang Jing and Jiang Yue. Upon hearing Li Ming's inquiry, they replied in unison, "Mr. Li, we will follow your lead. Whatever you instruct us to do, we shall do." Satisfied with their response, Li Ming nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming observed Chun Junhui and Lu Hao, thinking to himself, "What fools they are, oblivious to being mere pawns in someone else's game." Outside the cave, the torrential rain poured down, seemingly engulfing the entire world in a deluge. Sun Yuxuan wore a subtle smile as he gazed at Tang Jing and Jiang Yue, then cheerfully remarked, "Ladies, given the heavy rain outside, shouldn't we fulfill our wager?" Upon hearing his words, the faces of Tang Jing and Jiang Yue instantly flushed crimson, resembling ripe apples. They instinctively lowered their heads, seemingly shy to face Sun Yuxuan. Tang Jing's voice was barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz, as she mumbled, "Could we perhaps alter the terms of our wager?" Sun Yuxuan's smile broadened as he teasingly replied, "How could that be? Surely, you don't intend to back out?" At that moment, Luo Yuxue suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Who told you to bet against him? A bet is a bet. It's time to honor your agreement. It's just a kiss, after all. It won't cost you anything." Her words only heightened the embarrassment of Tang Jing and Jiang Yue. Yet with Luo Yuxue's encouragement, they felt compelled to proceed. Jiang Yue's face grew even warmer. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage and slowly approached Sun Yuxuan. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly kissed his cheek and, like a startled rabbit, hastily retreated to her original spot. Seeing this, Tang Jing reluctantly steeled herself to approach. Her steps were unsteady, clearly revealing her anxiety. When she stood before Sun Yuxuan, her hands instinctively clenched the hem of her clothing. With her eyes tightly shut, she gently pressed her lips against his other cheek. Sun Yuxuan, feeling the warmth of their kisses, touched the spots where they had kissed and wore a satisfied smile, remarking, "Ah, delightful, delightful. This feeling is quite pleasant." Tang Jing and Jiang Yue blushed anew. After a while, Jiang Yue suddenly lifted her head and asked Sun Yuxuan, "Do you really know how to read celestial phenomena?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "Indeed. Not only can I read the skies, but I can also interpret palmistry." Jiang Yue's eyes brightened at this revelation. "You can read palms? Please show me." Sun Yuxuan, assuming a serious demeanor, said, "I usually don't read for others, but since you are so sincere, I shall make an exception. Extend your left hand." Jiang Yue, intrigued, asked, "Isn't it customary for palmistry to have men use their left hand and women their right? Shouldn't you be reading my right hand?" Sun Yuxuan suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly clarified, "I'm not like others. Are you still watching?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue immediately extended her left hand. Sun Yuxuan's heart leaped with joy as he promptly took her hand and began to feel it. At his touch, Jiang Yue's face flushed, and her heart raced as she softly inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be reading palmistry? What are you doing?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled, "What are you in such a hurry for? Shouldn't I first feel your bones?" At that moment, Bai Shihan, who had been sitting nearby, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Jiang Yue remarked, "Do you really believe he can read palms? He's just taking advantage of you." Upon hearing Bai Shihan's words, Jiang Yue quickly withdrew her hand, curiosity evident in her gaze as she asked Bai Shihan, "But didn't he predict that it would rain tonight?" Bai Shihan explained with a smile. He saw the ants emerging from their nests and noticed the little animals moving about, which led him to declare it would rain tonight. To our surprise, he actually got it right. Did you truly think he could read the heavens? Chapter 22. Staying overnight upon hearing Bai Shihan's words, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue were momentarily taken aback. However, their astonishment quickly morphed into a scowl, as they glared at Sun Yuxuan with a ferocity that suggested they wished to devour him whole. Simultaneously, Luo Yuxue's gaze slowly shifted towards Sun Yuxuan, her face adorned with a subtle, enigmatic smile. Under the intense scrutiny of the three, Sun Yuxuan felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment wash over him. His cheeks flushed slightly as he coughed awkwardly. He shot a fierce glare at Bai Shihan, seemingly holding her responsible for his current predicament. Jiang Yue, fuming, exclaimed, "Well, Sun Yuxuan, you truly are something. How dare you play us for fools? I genuinely thought you possessed some remarkable ability to interpret celestial phenomena. And what do we have instead?" Her voice escalated in pitch as her agitation mounted. Seeing her agitation, Sun Yuxuan quickly retorted, "I wasn't playing you. It's raining." "Isn't it?" Jiang Yue was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to formulate a suitable rebuttal, for Sun Yuxuan's assertion was indeed accurate. The rain was falling. At that moment, Luo Yuxue suddenly burst into laughter, looking at Sun Yuxuan with a smile, and said, "Captain Sun, you really are something else." Sun Yuxuan felt perplexed, uncertain whether her comment was a compliment or a jab. As time passed, nearly half an hour slipped away. The rain showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified, with droplets cascading to the ground like pearls strung from a broken necklace, splashing into myriad puddles. Observing the relentless downpour, Sun Yuxuan addressed Luo Yuxue and the others. "Luo, given the severity of the rain, it would be best if you didn't return to your cave. Let us stay here instead. After all, this cave is spacious enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Shirhan chimed in, yes. Sister Luo, please stay here with us. It's safer for us girls to be together. Luo Yuxue nodded in agreement. All right then. The following morning, before the sun had risen and the sky remained shrouded in gray, Sun Yuxuan had already awakened from his slumber. He glanced at the 5 girls, still in deep sleep, and carefully rose from the ground. He slowly made his way to the cave entrance, inhaling the fresh morning air and soaking in the tranquil atmosphere. The rain had ceased, and the sky gradually cleared, revealing a vibrant blue expanse. As Sun Yuxuan looked up, the vast sky seemed boundless, lifting his spirits. The empty bottles that had been placed at the cave's entrance were now filled with rainwater from the night. Turning his attention to the fire pit, he noted that the blazing flames from the previous night had dwindled to mere embers and charcoal, still flickering weakly. Sun Yuxuan hastily gathered some dry grass and placed it atop the fire pit, bending down to blow gently on the grass. After a concerted effort, the grass ignited, and the flames swiftly spread. He quickly added some firewood to the blaze, ensuring that the fire would burn brightly once more. As the firewood ignited, the bonfire gradually regained its vitality, crackling and popping merrily. Once the wood was fully ablaze, Sun Yuxuan straightened his body, shaking off the stiffness. He turned and descended from the cave, arriving at the shoreline. The morning sea was slightly cool. Sun Yuxuan scooped some seawater into his hands and gently splashed it on his face, relishing the refreshing sensation that instantly invigorated him. After washing his face, he began to search for usable resources along the coast. Thus, after walking approximately 2 to 3 kilometers, his gaze remained fixed on the debris washed ashore, meticulously sifting through the refuse. At last, amidst a heap of assorted trash, he discovered a small iron can. Though rusted, upon inspection, he found that its seal was still adequate, rendering it usable. With the small can, he could boil water and cook food. He carefully picked it up and continued along the shoreline. After some distance, he stumbled upon a tattered fishing net among the refuse. This net appeared to have seen extensive use, riddled with numerous holes and adorned with bits of garbage. However, Sun Yuxuan did not lose heart. He diligently cleared the debris from the net and rolled it up before turning back towards the cave. Upon his return, Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi were seated by the bonfire at the cave's entrance, warming themselves while engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue had already returned to their residing cave. Noticing Sun Yuxuan's rusty can and the tattered fishing net, Bai Shirhan wrinkled her brow in disdain and remarked, "Xingu, why did you bring back this rubbish?" Sun Yuxuan shot her a glance, retorting, "Rubbish? These are valuable items. With them, we can improve our chances of survival here." After saying this, he placed the small can atop the fire and poured in a bottle of collected rainwater. He then unfurled the fishing net beneath the cave, patching up the holes with simple repairs, and ventured into the woods to retrieve a 5 or 6 meter long stick. He affixed the fishing net to the stick and cautiously made his way to the shoreline to submerge it in the sea. At that moment, Li Ming and his companions were gathering sea snails along the coast, occasionally glancing at Sun Yuxuan. Chen Junhui remarked to Li Ming, "Li Zong, this Sun Yuxuan truly possesses some skills. I wonder where he acquired that fishing net." Li Ming scoffed, "What skills? What good is a fishing net? With waves this high, it's unlikely he'll catch anything." Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue sat at the cave entrance, observing the events unfold along the shoreline. Watching Sun Yuxuan set up the fishing net, Tang Jing turned to Luo Yuxue and said, "Yuxue, it seems Captain Sun has quite a wealth of survival experience in the wilderness. It appears that until the rescue team finds us, our survival here will depend solely on him." Upon hearing her words, Luo Yuxue nodded in agreement and remarked, "You make a valid point. His survival skills in the wild surpass those of Li Ming and his companions by a considerable margin. Moreover, I find him quite likable." In response to Luo Yuxue's endorsement, Jiang Yue immediately retorted with indignation, "Yuxue, why are you defending him? He is nothing but a lecherous scoundrel and a deceitful trickster." It was evident that Jiang Yue was still irked by the fortune-telling incident with Sun Yuxuan the previous night. Tang Jing chuckled and said, "Yue, what is the point of this? Wasn't it you who implored him to read your fortune? Why the ire now? Jiang Yue, still fuming, exclaimed, "Humph. Had I known he was a charlatan, I would never have permitted him to read my fortune. He is a rogue, and he deceitfully took my first kiss." Chapter 23. The petulant Jiang Yue, upon hearing her words, Luo Yuxue couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "Isn't that merely a playful trick? Who prompted you to wager with him?" The fact that he can predict rain by observing the movements of those little creatures only highlights his cleverness. Tang Jing, also smiling, chimed in, all right. No need to be upset. Didn't I kiss him too? It's really not a big deal." At that moment, Li Ming and his companions had gathered a considerable number of sea snails and arrived beneath the cave where Luo Yuxue and the others were. Lu Hao, proudly holding up a sea snail, beamed with delight as he addressed Jiang Yue. "Yue, look at how many sea snails we collected. Am I not impressive?" Jiang Yue, already irked by the incident involving Sun Yuxuan, found Lu Hao's unwelcome presence and his boastful display of sea snails to be nothing short of aggravating. This undoubtedly fueled her anger further. With a scowl on her face, she retorted sharply at Lu Hao, "What is so special about a few worthless sea snails? They're everywhere along the coast. All you need to do is put in some effort to gather them. If you truly possess skill, why not catch a couple of coconut crabs for me to see?" Lu Hao was utterly taken aback by Jiang Yue's unexpected reaction, his expression frozen in shock, the smile vanishing from his face. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Luo Yuxue quickly intervened to ease the tension. With a gentle smile, she spoke to Lu Hao in calming tone. "Lu Hao, don't take it to heart. Yue is just having a moment of frustration. Her words may not be the kindest, but they are certainly not directed at you." Upon hearing Luo Yuxue's words, Lu Hao's demeanor softened somewhat. He chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Oh, Luo, what are you saying? I would never hold a grudge against Yue." After saying this, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Yue and softly inquired, "Yue, what troubles you? Who has upset you?" Seeing his concern only intensified her discontent, Jiang Yue shot him a fierce glare and snapped, "Who else could it be but that Sun Yuxuan?" Lu Hao's brows furrowed at her words, prompting him to ask urgently, "What did he do to you?" Jiang Yue's anger flared as she recalled the incident, her chest heaving with indignation as she declared, "He took advantage of me." This revelation struck Lu Hao like a thunderclap, his expression darkening dramatically, eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed, "What? He took advantage of you? I shall teach him a lesson at once." Before he could take a step towards seeking retribution, Luo Yuxue swiftly interjected, raising her voice, "Lu Hao, what do you think you're doing? Don't listen to Yue's exaggerations. Captain Sun did not take advantage of her at all." Turning her attention back to Jiang Yue, Luo Yuxue solemnly advised, "Yue, this is not the time for you to indulge in petty grievances. When did Captain Sun ever take advantage of you? You mustn't fabricate stories." Tang Jing chimed in, "Indeed, Yue, you must be careful with your words. Well, has Captain Sun ever taken advantage of you?" Hearing this, Jiang Yue, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Last night. He touched my hand, you all saw it." Upon hearing Jiang Yue's statement, Lu Hao's expression darkened instantly, his eyes widening in fury, and anger surged within him. He cursed inwardly, "Sun Yuxuan, you scoundrel. I haven't even touched Yue's hand yet, and you dare to act first." The more he contemplated, the more incensed he became, feeling that his dignity had been severely violated. Unable to contain his wrath any longer, he bellowed, "Sun Yuxuan, come here this instant." This roar was like thunder on a calm day, causing a commotion among the crowd. Everyone was startled by the sudden outburst, turning their astonished gazes towards Lu Hao. Li Ming and Chun Junhui exchanged glances, a barely perceptible smirk gracing their faces. Hu Qiming shook his head helplessly, inwardly lamenting, "Alas, what a lovesick fool." Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing also shook their heads in resignation. Upon hearing the shout, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi immediately stood up, directing curious looks towards Lu Hao. Even the foreigner, drawn by the commotion, turned a glance in Lu Hao's direction. At that moment, Sun Yuxuan had just finished setting up the fishing net and was preparing to return to the cave when he suddenly heard Lu Hao shout. He was momentarily taken aback, pondering what has gotten into Lu Hao. I haven't provoked him. With a heart full of questions, Sun Yuxuan made his way towards the cave where Luo Yuxue and the others were residing. Just as he arrived beneath the cave, before he could utter a word, Lu Hao charged at him like an enraged lion, seizing his collar without a second thought. He shouted, "Sun Yuxuan, how dare you bully my Yue?" Faced with Lu Hao's impudent behavior, Sun Yuxuan felt his anger ignite instantly. However, he restrained his fury and replied darkly, "I will count to 3. You had better release me immediately, or do not blame me for being impolite." Yet in that moment, Lu Hao had completely lost his rationality, his anger clouding his judgment. He disregarded Sun Yuxuan's warning, his eyes burning red with rage, fists clenched, and he swung a punch at Sun Yuxuan's head. As Lu Hao's fist approached, Sun Yuxuan's gaze sharpened. He let out a cold snort, and just as Lu Hao's fist was about to make contact, he swiftly extended his hand like lightning, precisely grabbing Lu Hao's arm. This grip was like a vice, firmly locking Lu Hao's arm in place, rendering it immobile as if he had been struck by a paralyzing spell. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Without hesitation, he launched a merciless kick, striking Lu Hao squarely in the abdomen. The force of the blow echoed with a dull thud, sending Lu Hao hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. He crashed heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain, unable to rise for a considerable time. The sight left Luo Yuxue and the others momentarily dumbfounded. Sun Yuxuan, addressing the prostrate Lu Hao, bellowed, "Lu Hao, are you out of your mind? Why are you behaving like a rabid dog? Have I wronged you in any way?" Lu Hao, seething with indignation, retorted, "Who gave you the right to bully Yue?" Sun Yuxuan was taken aback, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Yue, inquiring, "Did you tell him I was bullying you?" Jiang Yue immediately lowered her head, regretting that her words had escalated the situation so dramatically. Luo Yuxue shot her a fierce glare and then addressed Sun Yuxuan. "Captain Sun, please don't misunderstand. Yue is just being a bit temperamental." Tang Jing quickly added. Lu Hao acted impulsively. Yuxuan Ti stooped to his level. Upon hearing their words, Sun Yuxuan chose not to press further and turned to leave. Just then, Li Ming interjected, "Sun Yuxuan, you can't just walk away after assaulting someone." Sun Yuxuan glanced back at him, coldly retorting, "Are you blind? Did you not see that he struck first? I was merely acting in self-defense." Li Ming felt a chill run down his spine under Sun Yuxuan's murderous glare and wisely refrained from saying more. Without acknowledging him further, Sun Yuxuan turned on his heel and departed. Chapter 24. Go ahead and hit me. It was only after Sun Yuxuan had walked away that Li Ming hurriedly approached and helped Lu Hao to his feet. With feigned concern, he inquired, "Are you all right?" Lu Hao shook his head, glaring at Sun Yuxuan's retreating figure, and gritted his teeth. "You wait, Sun Yuxuan. Not only do you bully Yue, but you also dare to lay hands on me. One day, I will make you pay." Li Ming added fuel to the fire indeed. Sun Yuxuan is truly outrageous. He takes advantage of his skills to strike others indiscriminately. At that moment, Jiang Yue realized the trouble she had caused and quickly addressed Lu Hao. "Lu Hao, I was just joking with you. Captain Sun did not bully me." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao assumed Jiang Yue was intimidated by Sun Yuxuan and quickly reassured her, "Yue, you need not fear him. No matter how formidable he is, he cannot act recklessly. Rest assured, I will deal with him appropriately." Caught off guard by Lu Hao's words, Jiang Yue was momentarily speechless, subsequently turning her gaze towards Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing. Both Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing were aware of Lu Hao's infatuation with Jiang Yue. Given the recent events, they understood that there was little point in further discussion. Tang Jing remarked to Jiang Yue, "Are you satisfied now?" Jiang Yue, her face flushed with shame, lowered her head, realizing that her single comment had led to such serious repercussions. Upon returning to the cave, Sun Yuxuan was immediately confronted by Shirhan, who asked, "Xiangu, what happened? Why did you resort to violence?" With a smile, Sun Yuxuan replied, "Lu Hao, that lovesick fool, thought I was bullying Jiang Yue and attempted to hit me. So I had no choice but to defend myself." Hearing this, Shirhan couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Well, you do have a tendency to attract trouble. Looks like you made a few enemies." Sun Yuxuan felt somewhat speechless. "What trouble have I caused?" Shirhan teased, "You know very well that Lu Hao likes Jiang Yue." Yet you bet with him and even read his palm. With a wry smile, Sun Yuxuan defended himself, but that was entirely voluntary on her part. By midday, Sun Yuxuan checked the fishing net he had placed in the sea and was pleasantly surprised to find it had captured 3 fish, each weighing over a pound. He detached the fish from the net and reset it in the water. Carrying the 3 fish, he walked to the cave where Luo Yuxue and the others resided. Upon seeing the 3 fish in his hands, Li Ming and the others cast envious glances. Sun Yuxuan presented 1 fish to Luo Yuxue, saying, "Here you go, Luo Zong. A fish for you." Lu Hao, filled with indignation, retorted, "Who cares about your fish? Hurry up and take it away. We can catch our own if we want." With a cold smirk, Sun Yuxuan shot back, "It's not for you anyway, so why are you so worked up? If you're capable, go catch some yourself instead of just talking big." Fuming, Lu Hao exclaimed, "It's just a fish. Catching one would be a piece of cake for me." With that, he turned to Qin Junhui and said, "Old Chun, let's go catch some fish and show this brat what we're made of." Upon finishing his words, he strolled towards the coastline. Qin Junhui hesitated momentarily, but followed suit. Luo Yuxue accepted the fish handed to her by Sun Yuxuan, expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. Sun Yuxuan, without further ado, turned to leave, still clutching the remaining 2 fish. At that moment, Li Ming coldly remarked, "You're such a sycophant." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan abruptly halted, turning to glare at him and retorted, "What did you just say?" Under Sun Yuxuan's piercing gaze, Li Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, with Luo Yuxue nearby, he believed Sun Yuxuan wouldn't dare to act against him. Summoning his courage, he boldly declared, "I said you're nothing but a sycophant. Don't think I'm oblivious to your little schemes. Your incessant flattery towards President Luo is merely a ploy to secure a promotion and raise upon returning to the company." Upon hearing this accusation, Sun Yuxuan shot him another fierce glare. Li Ming continued, "I have the utmost disdain for people like you. Don't just stand there glaring. If you have the guts, hit me." Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "Repeat that." "I said if you have the guts, hit me," Li Ming exclaimed, his face full of arrogance. Almost instantaneously, Sun Yuxuan raised his hand and struck him hard across the face, sending Li Ming crashing to the ground. Li Ming erupted in curses, "You bastard! How dare you hit me?" Sun Yuxuan, still smiling, said, "Everyone heard it. You asked me to hit you. Honestly, it's the first time in my life I've encountered such a request. Should such an opportunity arise again, I shall gladly oblige." Furthermore, at this juncture, Sun Yuxuan's expression darkened, his voice chillingly cold. "If I ever hear that word from your lips again, I shall tear your mouth apart." Faced with Sun Yuxuan's murderous glare, Li Ming felt compelled to remain silent, hastily covering his face with his hands. He turned to Luo Yuxue, pleading, "President Luo, you must intervene. This guy actually laid hands on me." Luo Yuxue replied icily, "Wasn't it you who incited him to act? What authority do I have to intervene?" Stunned by her response, Li Ming found himself at a loss for words, inwardly cursing Luo Yuxue, thinking her a wretched woman easily swayed by a mere fish. "Just wait," he vowed silently. "One day I shall make you bow before me." Ignoring him, Sun Yuxuan returned to the cave's entrance, finding 2 sticks to skewer the fish. He retrieved some glowing charcoal from the fire and placed the fish atop it to roast. After a span of over 10 minutes, the fish turned a delightful golden brown, sizzling and oozing oil. The 3 of them, disregarding the heat, tore into the fish with gusto, devouring it until only a pile of bones remained. Sun Yuxuan then addressed by Shirhan and Li Mengqi, saying, "You 2 stay here. I will fetch some coconuts." Li Mengqi, curious, inquired, "Where will you find coconuts?" Sun Yuxuan grinned and replied, "I've already harvested and hidden all the coconuts from those trees." Hearing his words, Bai Shirhan chuckled and said, "Xiange, I never expected you to be rather cunning, knowing to pluck the coconuts in advance and hide them." Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "Of course. To survive on this desolate island, one must be a bit shrewd." Bai Shirhan then suggested, "I will accompany you," with a beautiful companion by his side. Sun Yuxuan could not have wished for more, and he nodded with a smile. Turning to Li Mengqi, he instructed, "Mengqi, stay in the cave and ensure the fire does not extinguish." Having said this, he set off toward the coastline with Bai Shirhan. Chapter 25. The clever Hu Qiming as Li Ming observed Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shirhan strolling away, He muttered with annoyance, "Damn it, what a pair of shameless lovers, getting together so quickly." Upon hearing his words, Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue cast him disapproving glances. Tang Jing interjected, "Li, it's not polite to speak ill of others behind their backs." Li Ming merely snorted, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Lu Hao and Chun Junhui returned from the shore, looking dejected. Jiang Yue, with a hint of mockery, inquired, "Where the fish you two caught?" Lu Hao and Chun Junhui exchanged awkward glances, and Lu Hao quickly defended, "Yue, there are no fish in the sea. Sun Yuxuan's success was merely a stroke of luck." Jiang Yue was about to retort, but Tang Jing gently tugged at her arm, prompting her to hold her tongue. After more than 2 hours, Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shihan finally arrived at the spot where he had hidden the coconuts. He hoisted a bag of coconuts onto his shoulder and began retracing their steps. Along the way back to the cave, Sun Yuxuan frequently glanced at the debris washed ashore by the sea, hoping to salvage something useful. After nearly an hour of searching, fortune smiled upon him when he stumbled upon a dilapidated umbrella among the refuse. The canopy of the umbrella was riddled with holes from seawater erosion, appearing as if it might disintegrate at the slightest gust of wind. The ribs were also heavily rusted. When Sun Yuxuan laid eyes on the battered umbrella, a spark of excitement ignited within him. He promptly instructed Bai Shihan to pick it up. Reluctantly, she gazed at the umbrella with disdain and remarked, "Xiange, this umbrella is completely ruined. It's of no use to us." Sun Yuxuan chuckled dismissively and explained, "Look at the ribs. They are made of iron. If we disassemble it and sharpen one end, it can be fashioned into an arrow. I can craft a bow, and then I'll be able to hunt in the woods." Bai Shihan's eyes lit up at his words, and she regarded him with newfound admiration, exclaiming, "Xiange, I truly admire you. You have a remarkable talent for turning trash into treasure." Sun Yuxuan smiled and replied, "To survive here, one must think creatively." Upon their return to the vicinity of the cave, Li Ming and his group were still gathering sea snails along the shore. Noticing the plastic bag containing coconuts, they instantly recognized its contents. Envious glances were cast in their direction, and even Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue, seated at the cave's entrance, expressed curiosity upon seeing the coconuts on Sun Yuxuan's shoulder. Tang Jing laughed and remarked, "I didn't expect Captain Sun to be so resourceful, returning with such a large bag of coconuts." Luo Yuxue nodded, smiling as she remarked, "Indeed, it seems that our survival here hinges solely on him." Jiang Yue, however, retorted defiantly, "Why must we rely on him? In just 3 or 4 days, the rescue team will surely locate this place, and then we can depart." Luo Yuxue chuckled. "What if the rescue team fails to find us? Are you truly counting on Li Ming and his group to help us survive here?" Upon hearing Luo Yuxue's words, Jiang Yue fell momentarily silent, taking over 10 seconds to respond. How could the rescue team possibly miss this location? Tang Jing laughed, saying, "Yue, still upset with Captain Sun? Are we? He merely touched your hand. And besides, weren't you the one eagerly asking him for a fortune-telling?" Jiang Yue replied, fuming, "A mere touch is inconsequential. But he deceived me, and just thinking about it infuriates me." Luo Yuxue quickly interjected, all right. Yue, you mustn't throw a tantrum here. It could lead to trouble." Your words this morning have already made Lu Hao resent Captain Sunday." Hearing this, Jiang Yue felt a wave of shame wash over her and said, "I merely spoke out of anger. How was I to know Lu Hao would be so impulsive?" Tang Jing chuckled. "You know, Lu Hao has long been infatuated with you. How could you say such things in front of him without expecting a reaction? By the way, hasn't Lu Hao been pursuing you? Why not accept him?" Jiang Yue shot back, "Isn't Qin Junhui also pursuing you? Why don't you give him a chance?" At this, Tang Jing fell momentarily speechless. As Sun Yuxuan passed by Li Ming and his companions carrying a coconut, Li Ming instantly donned a smiling face and inquired, "Little son, could you tell me where you found that coconut?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a grin, "There are a few coconut trees about 4 or 5 kilometers down the coastline. I picked it from there." Upon hearing this, Li Ming promptly turned to leave, with Lu Hao and Chun Junhui quickly following suit. Only Hu Qiming remained behind. And noticing this, Sun Yuxuan expressed his curiosity, saying, "Manager Hu, all 3 of them went to gather coconuts. Why aren't you joining them? Hu Qiming smiled and replied, Li Ming and Lu Hao have both wronged you. I find it hard to believe you would kindly inform them of the coconut's location. I suspect their trip will be in vain. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan thought to himself, I hadn't expected him to be quite astute. Hu Qiming continued with a smile, I bear no ill will towards you, so there is no need for you to be wary of me. However, you should be cautious of Li Ming and his companions. Last night, Li Ming incited Lu Hao and Chun Junhui to plot against you. I know you possess considerable skill. Should they confront you openly, they would not stand a chance. But Li Ming is rather cunning, and one must be wary of his underhanded tactics. After listening to him, Sun Yuxuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, If you are aware that they will return empty-handed, why did you not stop them just now? Hu Qiming remarked with a smile, Why should I impede them? I too am not fond of Li Ming's petty antics. Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, You possess a good heart indeed. Upon finishing his words, he placed the coconut he had been carrying on his shoulder onto the ground, retrieving 4 from within and handing them to Hu Qiming with a smile, saying, Here, take these coconuts to enjoy. Accepting the coconuts, Hu Qiming responded with a grin. Thank you very much. He then made his way toward the cave where Luo Yuxue resided, coconuts in hand. Chapter 26. Jiang Yue's apology. Hu Qiming approached the entrance of the cave where Luo Yuxue and her companions were situated, carrying 3 coconuts. Luo Yuxue inquired, Where did Li Ming and the others go? With a smile, Hu Qiming replied, They went to pick coconuts. Jiang Yue then asked, Why didn't you join them? Hu Qiming chuckled, Why should I accompany them on a fruitless errand? His response left Luo Yuxue and her companions momentarily taken aback. Tang Jing then asked, How do you know they would return empty-handed? Hu Qiming explained, Li Ming and Lu Hao have already offended Captain Sun, and given the significance of the coconuts here, I find it hard to believe that Captain Sun would be so benevolent. Luo Yuxue remarked, Then why didn't you stop them? You wouldn't harbor any grievances against them, would you? Hu Qiming shook his head. I hold no ill will toward them. I merely disapprove of their conspiracy to undermine Captain Sunday. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and her companions were once again astonished. Jiang Yue quickly asked, What do you mean by that? Hu Qiming recounted the conversation he had overheard the previous night between Li Ming, Lu Hao, and Chun Junhui. After listening to Hu Qiming's account, Luo Yuxue and her friends were engulfed in anger. Jiang Yue exclaimed, Li Ming is truly despicable. How dare he conspire with Lu Hao and Chun Junhui against Captain Sun? Hu Qiming responded with a smirk. What is so surprising about that? You all are well aware of what kind of person Li Ming is. He then earnestly addressed Luo Yuxue. In my view, the rescue team will not reach this location anytime soon. If we wish to survive here for an extended period, we must rely on Captain Sun. So it is imperative that we cultivate a good relationship with him. Luo Yuxue smiled. I'm aware of that. And we must remain vigilant against Li Ming and his cohorts. Given enough time, they might resort to outrageous actions. In agreement, Hu Qiming, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue nodded. At that moment, Jiang Yue seemed to recall something and exclaimed, I hope I didn't offend Captain Sun this morning. No, I must go apologize to him. Without waiting for Luo Yuxue and the others to respond, she hurriedly descended from the cave towards the one where Sun Yuxuan and his companions resided. Luo Yuxue and the others shook their heads in resignation. Indeed, Jiang Yue was a good person, though she occasionally displayed a capricious temperament. Upon reaching the cave of Sun Yuxuan by Shirhan and Li Mengqi, Jiang Yue found them enjoying coconut juice. As they noticed her approach, all 3 turned their gaze toward her. Jiang Yue's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple. Lowering her head, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Captain Sun, I apologize for this morning. It was wrong of me to say you were bullying me to Lu Hao, which led to their confrontation. I truly did not mean it. It was just a casual remark. Who could have anticipated his impulsiveness? So, please, don't be angry with me. Sun Yuxuan was utterly taken aback when Jiang Yue unexpectedly approached him to apologize. He momentarily stood in stunned silence, pondering, what could have prompted this sudden change in Jiang Yue? Why would she voluntarily come to seek my forgiveness? Has she perhaps lost her senses? However, he quickly regained his composure, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he reassured her, Do not worry. I am not so petty. Such matters do not weigh heavily on my heart. Upon hearing his words, a significant burden lifted from Jiang Yue's heart, and she joyfully inquired, "So you truly are not angry with me?" Observing her expression of relief, Sun Yuxuan found it somewhat amusing and replied with a chuckle, "Do I appear to be the type to hold grudges? Besides, Lu Hao's actions are somewhat understandable. After all, who in the company is unaware of his infatuation with you?" Jiang Yue, eager to clarify, quickly interjected, "Oh, please don't misunderstand. I truly have no feelings for him." Her words tumbled out in a rush, as if she feared that Sun Yuxuan might doubt her sincerity. Yet, the moment the words left her lips, she found herself momentarily dazed, internally questioning, "What is happening to me? Why am I providing him with explanations?" This bewildering sensation left her feeling perplexed, and she began to doubt her own motives. While Jiang Yue was lost in her thoughts, Sun Yuxuan suddenly erupted into laughter. He looked at her with a glint of mischief in his eyes and leisurely remarked, "You need not explain anything to me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue felt an even greater sense of unease. She was uncertain of the true meaning behind Sun Yuxuan's words. Did he believe her explanation, or was he simply indifferent? Just as her thoughts spiraled, Sun Yuxuan cracked open a coconut, cheerfully offering it to her, saying, "Here, has a coconut for you." Jiang Yue instinctively accepted the coconut, murmuring a quick thank you before hastily turning on her heel and departing as if her feet had been greased. Observing her hurried retreat, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Bai Shihan, still chuckling, remarked to Sun Yuxuan, "Xiange, it seems to me she harbors some feelings for you." Li Mengqi chimed in, also laughing, "Indeed, I noticed it too." Upon hearing their comments, Sun Yuxuan waved his hands dismissively, insisting, "You two are mistaken. How could she possibly have feelings for me?" Bai Shihan responded with a grin, "If she had no feelings, why would she be so eager to distance herself from Lu Hao?" Li Mengqi added, "Exactly. I believe she definitely has some interest in you." Their words sparked a flicker of realization in Sun Yuxuan. Perhaps Jiang Yue did harbor a slight attraction towards him. He mused, "Could it be that my fortune in love is finally on the horizon? Alas, this cursed charm of mine." After savoring the coconut water, Sun Yuxuan made his way to the shoreline, clutching the tattered umbrella he had salvaged. He found a large rock to sit upon, tearing away the dilapidated canopy. One by one, he dismantled the ribs of the umbrella and began to meticulously refine them. Thus, over the course of 2 hours of relentless effort, he honed one end of the ribs to a needle-like sharpness. The meticulously crafted ribs of the umbrella can now serve as arrows. With the arrows prepared, all that remains is to fashion a bow. At that moment, Li Ming and his companions returned, panting heavily. Upon spotting Sun Yuxuan by the shore, they approached him with palpable anger. It wasn't long before the trio stood before Sun Yuxuan, and Li Ming exclaimed loudly, "How dare you, son, to toy with us?" Chapter 27. Capturing 2 large sea fish, Sun Yuxuan chuckled and remarked, "What do you mean by that? Well, have I ever tricked you? Surely, you must have found the coconut trees. It's implausible otherwise. They are right along the coastline, easily visible to anyone with eyes." Lu Hao retorted angrily, "There are indeed a few coconut trees, but not a single coconut on them." Sun Yuxuan responded with a grin, "I distinctly remember telling you that there are coconut trees by the coast. I never claimed there were coconuts on them. If you fail to understand my words, that is hardly my fault." Upon hearing this, Li Ming and the others fell silent, realizing they had been outwitted. Yet, powerless to retaliate against Sun Yuxuan, they could only glare at him with resentment. Had their glares been lethal, he would have met his demise countless times over. After a moment of silent scrutiny, Li Ming glared at Sun Yuxuan and said, "Just you wait, Sunday." With that, he turned and walked away, followed closely by Lu Hao and Chun Junwei. Upon reaching the cave where Luo Yuxue and the others resided, they found Hu Qiming chatting merrily with Luo Yuxue. Instantly, Li Ming's anger flared anew. Lu Hao sarcastically remarked, "Manager Hu, you truly are something. While we toil to gather coconuts, you lounge about here." Hu Qiming laughed and replied, "Did you all go coconut gathering? Where are the coconuts? Hurry and bring them out." Just in time, Luo has mentioned she is thirsty. Hearing this, Lu Hao's face flushed with embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Li Ming directed his ire at Hu Qiming, asking, "Little Hu, did you know we wouldn't be able to find coconuts? Which is why you deliberately didn't accompany us." Without missing a beat, Hu Qiming responded, "Li, what are you saying? I am not a clairvoyant. How could I possibly know you wouldn't find any coconuts? You left so quickly that I couldn't catch up with you at all. So I had no choice but to stay behind. But I wasn't idle. Look at all the firewood I gathered. I was genuinely looking forward to you returning with coconuts, but it seems you made the journey for naught." Hu Qiming's words were piercing. Yet Li Ming and his companions found themselves unable to counter him. As evening approached, Sun Yuxuan returned to the shoreline to pull up the fishing net for inspection. When he hoisted the net, he could not contain a loud shriek of joy. 2 lively fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds were caught within. His exclamation immediately drew the attention of everyone around. When Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi spotted the 2 wriggling fish in the net, their faces lit up with delight. They eagerly descended from the cave to the beach, while Li Ming and the others, along with the foreigner, cast envious glances. Sun Yuxuan carefully removed the 2 fish from the net and recast it into the sea. He then found a sharp stone and began to prepare the fish. After half an hour of diligent work, he finally finished cleaning the 2 fish with seawater, allowing Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi to carry them back to the cave. He arrived beneath the cave where Luo Yuxue and the others resided, calling out loudly, "Manager Luo, fortune smiles upon us today. Let us feast on fish at my cave shortly." Luo Yuxue nodded with a smile, responding, "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Captain Sunday." Captain Sun then approached the cave where Li Ming and his companions dwelled. Before he could utter a word, Li Ming interjected, "No need to curry favor with us. I do not enjoy fish." Sun Yuxuan scoffed, "What do you think you are? Why would I seek to appease you? If I were to impress anyone, it would be Manager Luo." After saying this, he turned to Hu Qiming, saying, "Manager Hu, do join us for fish later." "Absolutely." Hu Qiming readily agreed. Sun Yuxuan said little more before departing. Once Sun Yuxuan had walked away, Li Ming turned to Hu Qiming, asking, "What does this mean, Hu? Are you opposing me?" Hu Qiming chuckled, "Manager Li, I fail to comprehend your words. When have I ever been at odds with you? You do not like fish, yet you forbid me from enjoying it? Surely, I cannot have only conch for every meal. Besides, Captain Sun is simply being kind." Hearing this, Li Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. Sun Yuxuan returned to the cave entrance, found 2 sticks, and skewered the 2 sea fish. He rummaged through the smoldering embers of the fire, placing the fish atop to roast slowly. Before long, Luo Yuxue and the others arrived at the cave entrance, where the fish had turned a golden brown, sizzling and exuding an enticing aroma. The savory scent wafted through the air, causing everyone to salivate uncontrollably. Sun Yuxuan cheerfully urged, "What are we waiting for? Let's eat." Upon hearing his words, Luo Yuxue and the others no longer held back, tearing into the fragrant fish and savoring it heartily. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Ming, Lu Hao, and Qin Junhui watched the scene unfold, their teeth gritting in frustration. Lu Hao exclaimed indignantly, "Damn it! That Sun Yuxuan is truly insufferable. He steals the spotlight." At this, Li Ming's eyes glinted with a thought, and he remarked, "Lu, Chun, you 2 are in peril. At this rate, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue may be snatched away by that Sun Yuxuan." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao and Chun Junhui's expressions shifted dramatically. Lu Hao immediately turned to Li Ming, asking, "Manager Li, what do you propose we do now?" Li Ming replied with a smile, "Isn't it evident that Sun Yuxuan can only catch fish due to his tattered fishing net? If we were to sabotage that net, he would be unable to catch any fish, leaving him with nothing to impress Tang Jing and Jiang Yue." Upon hearing Li Ming's suggestion, Lu Hao smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Of course, how did I not think of that? If we toss his wretched net into the sea, I wonder what he will do to catch fish. Manager Li, you are indeed clever. Tonight, I shall throw his fishing net into the sea and see how he boasts then." It must be noted that Lu Hao is rather infatuated, being used as a pawn by Li Ming while expressing gratitude for it. Just as Sun Yuxuan and his companions were indulging in the fish, an unexpected foreigner appeared at the cave's entrance. In a hushed tone, he addressed Sun Yuxuan, requesting, "Could you spare me a morsel of fish? Consuming nothing but roasted conchs for every meal has left me utterly drained." Sun Yuxuan, with a smile, replied, "You are well aware of my principles. To receive sustenance, one must offer something in return." The foreigner, momentarily caught off guard, admitted, "At present, I possess nothing apart from the clothes on my back." After uttering this, as if struck by a thought, he continued, "Today, I stumbled upon a small metal oil drum along the shore. I wonder if it might be of any use to you. Allow me a moment. I shall fetch it for you." With that, he turned and hastily departed. Chapter 28. The astonishment of the crowd at that moment. Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, Jiang Yiwei, and Hu Qiming stood frozen, their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed at Sun Yuxuan, as if he had suddenly transformed into a stranger. Noticing their unusual expressions, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of curiosity and inquired, "What is the matter with you all? Why do you look at me as if I were a monster? Come on, stop daydreaming and enjoy the grilled fish while it's hot. It won't taste as good once it cools down." Tang Jing finally snapped back to her senses, her eyes wide with incredulity as she exclaimed, You can actually speak English? And so fluently. A faint smile graced Sun Yuxuan's lips as he replied, "What's so strange about that? Don't you all speak English too?" Luo Yuxue also regained her composure and playfully teased, "Captain Sun, you truly are a hidden gem. Your proficiency in English surpasses even those in our translation department. It seems our company is indeed a treasure trove of talent." Sun Yuxuan modestly waved his hand, chuckling, "You flatter me, Director Luo. It's just English. It's really not that difficult. I can also dabble in a few other languages." With that, he enthusiastically spoke a few phrases in different tongues. Although Luo Yuxue and the others could not comprehend these languages, they could sense from his confident tone and fluid articulation that he was certainly not speaking nonsensically. At that moment, Luo Yuxue and her companions regarded him with the same astonishment as one would reserve for a mythical creature. Even Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were taken aback. Initially, they had thought Sun Yuxuan was merely proficient in English, but they were astonished to discover his knowledge of so many languages. They could hardly fathom that this individual was merely a security captain. After a considerable pause, Jiang Yiwei slowly spoke up, "Wow, Captain Sun, you are incredibly impressive. To know so many languages, which university did you graduate from?" Sun Yuxuan awkwardly replied, "I never attended university. I joined the military right after high school." Upon hearing this, everyone stood in stunned silence, with Luo Yuxue expressing her disbelief. "So you mean to say that you learned all these languages in military?" Sun Yuxuan nodded with a smile. "Yes, I learned them all in the military." Luo Yuxue promptly asked, "Could you tell us which branch you serve in?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and said, "That I cannot disclose." Though he remained tight-lipped, Luo Yuxue and her companions understood that Sun Yuxuan's military background was impressive. Otherwise, he could not have mastered so many foreign languages. Tang Jing, feeling curious, inquired, "Then I must ask, if you are so proficient in multiple languages, why would you settle for being a mere security captain?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan's expression darkened, and he retorted, "Director Tang, does your comment imply that you look down upon security personnel?" Tang Jing hastily waved her hand and said, "Please do not misunderstand. I do not look down upon security personnel. However, with your remarkable abilities, does it not seem a bit beneath you to serve merely as a security team leader?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "What is there to feel belittled about? I find the role of a security team leader quite appealing. Each day unfolds with freedom, devoid of excessive worries." Upon hearing his words, Luo Yuxue and the others were momentarily speechless. At that moment, the foreigner had brought a relatively new oil drum to the cave's entrance. When Sun Yuxuan laid eyes on the drum, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The inscriptions on its exterior indicated it was likely filled with cooking oil. Sun Yuxuan mused to himself, "This oil drum is a valuable find. Far surpassing that small tin I discovered. With it, I could fashion a pot to cook food." The foreigner, noticing Sun Yuxuan's silence, assumed he was unimpressed with the oil drum and awkwardly remarked, "I apologize. I realize you may not value this oil drum, but at present, I have nothing else to exchange for food." Hearing this, Sun Yuxuan stifled his overwhelming joy and calmly replied, "Alas, what can I say? I have a kind heart. Although this oil drum holds little significance for me, out of pity for your plight, I shall offer you some food." With that, He handed over half a grilled fish and asked Bai Shirhan to pass 2 coconuts to him. The foreigner gratefully accepted the coconuts and grilled fish, expressing his thanks to Sun Yuxuan before hastily departing. After enjoying the grilled fish, Sun Yuxuan cracked open several coconuts, distributing 1 to each person. Once they had eaten and quenched their thirst, Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue stood up to leave, and Sun Yuxuan made no attempt to retain them. After their departure, Hu Qiming turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Captain Sun, I appreciate your generous hospitality. Since the plane crash, I finally managed to fill my stomach tonight. Thanks to you." Sun Yuxuan smiled and replied, "Manager Hu, you flatter me. We are all from the same company." Hu Qiming responded with a grin. "Still, I advise you to be wary of Li Ming and his companions. They may harbor ulterior motives against you. I have had considerable interaction with Li Ming and understand him to be rather petty. Seeing you catch so many fish with your net, he is likely feeling envious. Perhaps he is even devising a plan to target your fishing net as we speak." Taken aback momentarily by his words, Sun Yuxuan then chuckled and said, "Thank you for the warning. I shall remain vigilant." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Hu Qiming turned to depart. Sitting by the fire, Sun Yuxuan lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a puff of smoke. Reflecting on Hu Qiming's advice, he thought, what he said makes sense. Although Li Ming and his associates may not dare confront me openly, they could very well be scheming to steal my fishing net. If they were to abscond with it or toss it into the sea, and I were unable to catch them in the act, it would indeed be difficult to confront them. Besides, I cannot possibly guard the fishing net at the shore. Upon contemplating this, Sun Yuxuan promptly leaped from the cave and made his way to the shore, where he retrieved the fishing net. To his surprise, the net had ensnared a fish weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds. Sun Yuxuan carefully unhooked the fish and then detached the net from the wooden stick, bringing it back to the cave. In the dead of night, as everyone else lay fast asleep, Lu Hao glanced at the slumbering Li Ming and the others, then quietly exited the cave. Approaching the spot where Sun Yuxuan had set the net, he utilized the moonlight to survey the area, only to find a solitary wooden stick lying desolately on the shore. Lu Hao's anger flared instantly, and he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, Sun Yuxuan. It seems I underestimated you. I never anticipated your vigilance to be this formidable." Infuriated by the sight of the stick, he picked it up and hurled it into the sea, cursing as he turned back towards the cave. Chapter 29. Crafting the bow and arrow the following morning. As Sun Yuxuan awoke, Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi were still deep in slumber. Choosing not to disturb them, he made his way to the cave entrance, where he observed that the firewood had dwindled to mere charcoal, emitting wisps of smoke. Without hesitation, he placed some dry grass atop the embers and picked up a piece of driftwood he had collected from the shore, fanning the flames vigorously. After 3 or 4 minutes of fervent effort, the dry grass ignited, prompting him to add more kindling to the fire. Descending from the cave, he ventured towards the coastline, only to find that the stick used to bind the fishing net had vanished. A realization struck him. It seemed that Li Ming and his companions had indeed come to this spot last night. Fortunately, he had heeded Hu Qiming's advice and prepared in advance. He searched the nearby woods for another stick, returned to the shoreline, and reattached the fishing net before casting it back into the sea. Splashing his face with seawater revitalized him, instantly lifting his spirits. Having already crafted several arrows from umbrella ribs, Sun Yuxuan was eager to fashion a bow. He strolled along the coast, traversing nearly a kilometer when suddenly, amidst a heap of debris washed ashore by the waves, he spotted a tangle of fishing line. With a swift motion, he grasped the line and tugged at it, discovering, to his delight, that it remained intact. With this fishing line, he could create a bowstring. Thus, there was no need to continue his search. He turned back toward the cave. Upon his return, he found Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi awake, seated by the fire at the cave's entrance. Sun Yuxuan handed the tangled fishing line to Bai Shirhan, instructing, "Please organize this line and wind it around a stick while I venture into the woods." Li Mengqi, concerned, interjected, "Xiangu, the woods are too dangerous. What do you intend to do there?" Seeing her worry, Sun Yuxuan teasingly remarked, "Mengqi, your concern for me is quite endearing. Could it be that you have developed feelings for me?" Her cheeks flushed, Li Mengqi retorted. If you weren't so self-absorbed, how could I possibly fall for you? I merely fear for your safety. What if something were to happen? Neither Shirhan nor I have anyone to look after us. With a chuckle, Sun Yuxuan responded. Is that so? I sense a hint of insincerity in your words. Enough jesting. I truly shall return shortly. I will find a suitable stick in the woods to craft a bow and arrow. Rest assured, I shall be safe. The fortune teller claimed, I am destined to live until the age of 93. With that, he rose and made his way down the cave, seeking a sharp stone along the shoreline before heading into the woods. After wandering for over half an hour, he finally came upon a tree that met his requirements. Its flexibility and strength were commendable, perfectly suited to his needs. He meticulously selected a branch, ultimately choosing one with a thickness akin to that of a child's arm. This branch appeared neither too thick nor too slender, making it ideal for bow making. Sun Yuxuan grasped the stone firmly and began to cut the branch without hesitation. If he had a sharp knife, severing the branch would have been a mere moment's task. However, the stone in his hand, though resilient, was not a specialized cutting tool. Thus his progress was painfully slow. After more than 10 arduous minutes, Sun Yuxuan finally managed to detach the branch from the tree. Holding the hard-won branch, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This won't do. I must devise a way to fashion a knife." Although this thought crossed his mind, he understood that it would not be an easy endeavor. After all, he was on a deserted island, and finding suitable iron implements among the debris washed ashore by the sea was an undertaking akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, Sun Yuxuan did not yield to despair. He returned to the cave entrance with the branch and found by Shirhan and Li Mengqi still diligently organizing the fishing lines. He trimmed away the excess leaves from the branch and carefully stripped off the bark. Next, he meticulously cut a piece to the desired length using the stone. With the sharp stone, he made simple adjustments to the stick and carved 2 notches at both ends. He then placed the stick over the fire to roast it slowly. The purpose of this was primarily to enhance the stick's flexibility while also protecting it from being gnawed. Once the stick was charred to a deep black, Sun Yuxuan removed it from the fire. After it cooled, he grasped one end of the stick with each hand and forcefully bent it into a bow shape. Upon releasing his grip, the stick swiftly returned to its straight form, and Sun Yuxuan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi had finished organizing the fishing lines and were wrapping them around the stick. Sun Yuxuan promptly used the stone to cut 4 or 5 fishing lines, each over a meter long, and twisted them together. He bent the stick into the bow shape once more, allowing Bai Shirhan to securely tie the twisted fishing line into the notches at both ends of the stick. Thus, a bow was crafted. Sun Yuxuan plucked the bowstring, which immediately resonated with a buzzing sound. He then seized an arrow made from an umbrella rib, placed it against the bowstring, descended from the cave, and aimed at the trunk of a large tree 8 meters away, releasing the arrow. The arrow, fashioned from the umbrella rib, struck deeply into the trunk, prompting Sun Yuxuan to nod with immense satisfaction. Now equipped with a bow and arrow, Sun Yuxuan resolved to seize the moment and venture into the forest to see if he could hunt a wild chicken or rabbit to improve their meals. Although the past couple of days had consisted solely of coconut crabs and sea fish, he felt far from satisfied. With bow and arrow in hand, he strode into the forest, which resembled a primeval jungle, with dense vegetation all around. Occasionally, he spotted animal bones on the ground, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the woods. Sun Yuxuan was acutely aware that this season marked the time when venomous snakes emerged in search of food, so he proceeded with utmost caution. With every few steps taken, one must pause to observe the surrounding environment, ensuring that no potential dangers lurk nearby before daring to proceed. Thus, meandering through the trees for nearly an hour, I finally caught sight of a wild hare. This was a gray hare, weighing around 6 or 7 pounds, currently resting amidst a patch of grass, leisurely nibbling on the verdant blades. Sun Yuxuan slowed his pace, gradually approaching the hare, which at that moment remained blissfully unaware of his presence, its back turned towards him. Chapter 30. The harvest of a wild rabbit. Before long, Sun Yuxuan, akin to a nimble cheetah, arrived within 10 meters of the wild rabbit. He came to a halt, blending seamlessly with his surroundings, and knocked an arrow onto the bowstring. Oblivious to the imminent danger, the rabbit continued to leisurely nibble on the grass. Taking a deep breath, Sun Yuxuan adjusted his stance, then slowly raised his bow, aiming intently at the rabbit before releasing the arrow without hesitation. The arrow sped forth like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh, and struck the rabbit squarely. The arrow, fashioned from umbrella ribs, pierced the rabbit's body like a keen dagger. Upon being struck, the rabbit collapsed lifelessly to the ground, as if its very soul had been extracted, convulsing in its final throes. Blood streamed profusely from the wound, staining the surrounding grass a deep crimson. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan swiftly approached, grasped the rabbit, and with a clenched fist, delivered a powerful blow to its head. The strike was forceful, as if he sought to unleash all his strength upon the creature. With a dull thud, the rabbit ceased all movement, its life extinguished. Sun Yuxuan gazed at the rabbit in his grasp, a faint smile gracing his lips. This rabbit was remarkably plump, enough to satisfy the appetites of several individuals. Perhaps due to this bountiful catch, Sun Yuxuan felt an extraordinary surge of joy, and he could not help but hum a cheerful tune. His melody echoed through the open grove, a tribute of admiration and gratitude to nature. Upon returning to the shore with the rabbit in tow, he found Li Ming and his companions engrossed in gathering sea snails. They lifted their heads at the sound of Sun Yuxuan's song, directing their gazes toward him. Upon witnessing the large rabbit he carried, a flicker of astonishment and envy crossed their faces. Chun Jun Hui could not restrain himself from muttering, "Damn it. It's infuriating how some people have all the luck. Why is it that he gets either fish or coconut crabs every day, and now he has managed to catch such a sizable rabbit, while we're left with nothing but these sea snails? How that fair?" Jiang Yiwei, visibly impatient, retorted, "What good does complaining do? If you have the skill, why not catch a rabbit like Sun Yuxuan?" Chun Junhui, incensed by her words, shot back, "It's just a rabbit. If Sun Yuxuan can do it, so can I. I'll go catch one for you all to see." Tang Jing, witnessing the brewing confrontation, quickly interjected, "Don't act rashly. Haven't you heard Captain Sun? The woods are perilous. That foreigner's companion was killed by a giant snake." Chen Junhui dismissed her concern with a scoff, saying, "Jing, can't you see? Sun Yuxuan is just trying to scare us. There's no giant snake in these woods. If there were, why would he dare to venture in?" As he spoke with increasing fervor, he continued, "The reason he expresses such sentiments is merely out of fear that we might venture into the woods to procure food. If that were to happen, he would lose the chance to showcase himself before you." Lu Hao immediately interjected, "Brother Chun makes a valid point. This Sun Yuxuan is rather malicious, isn't he? He is deliberately trying to intimidate us to prevent our search for sustenance in the woods. Also, he can venture in alone and shine in your presence." Upon hearing their remarks, Luo Yuxue quickly responded, "You cannot make baseless assumptions. I believe Captain Sun is not that kind of person." Chun Junhui swiftly countered, "Luo, why do you keep defending that Sun Yuxuan? Is it merely because he has treated you to a few good meals? I shall head into the woods now to fetch food for you." With that, he strode towards the forest, with Lu Hao hastily following suit. Meanwhile, Li Ming and Hu Qiming continued to nonchalantly gather sea snails, as if nothing were amiss. Observing their impulsiveness, Luo Yuxue could only sigh in resignation. At the cave's entrance, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were overjoyed and excited to see Sun Yuxuan return with a sizable wild rabbit. They hurried down from the cave and ran towards him. Upon reaching Sun Yuxuan, they regarded him with admiration, and Li Mengqi exclaimed, "Xiangu, you are truly remarkable. You managed to catch such a large rabbit." Sun Yuxuan, brimming with pride, replied, "Isn't it just a rabbit? For me, it's quite an effortless task." He then handed his bow and arrow to Bai Shihan, instructing her to take it back to the cave. He carried the rabbit to the shore, where he found a sharp stone to begin the processing. In less than half an hour, Sun Yuxuan had cleaned and prepared the rabbit. Standing up, he noticed Luo Yuxue and the others still engrossed in collecting sea snails, and he called out, "Luo, come over soon for some roasted rabbit. Don't keep eating those sea snails. They lack nutrition and are rife with parasites." Hearing this, Luo Yuxue smiled and replied, "All right, We'll be there shortly. Li Ming, however, was seething with anger, fully aware that Sun Yuxuan's words were directed at him. At that moment, he wished nothing more than to exact revenge on him. Hu Qiming then shouted, "Captain Sun, I would also like to have some roasted rabbit." Sun Yuxuan responded with a grin. "If you wish to eat, feel free to join. This rabbit is so large, it will surely suffice for all of us." Li Ming could not suppress his internal curses, thinking, "Damn it, let him gloat for now. Once Lu Hao and the others find food, I wonder how he will continue to boast." Returning to the cave, Sun Yuxuan skewered the rabbit on a stick and handed it to Li Mengqi to roast. He then took the fish he had caught the previous night and headed back to the shore to prepare it. After 10 minutes of work, he had cleaned the fish and placed it on a wooden plank he had collected from the beach, using a sharp stone to slice it into smaller pieces. He picked up the iron oil drum exchanged from the foreigner last night and made his way to the shore. Carefully selecting a stone, he struck the top of the oil drum, thus fashioning a pot. After cleansing the pot with seawater, he brought it to the entrance of the cave. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and the others had also arrived at the cave entrance, while Li Ming returned alone to his own cave, placing the collected sea conchs on the fire to roast. He incessantly cursed Sun Yuxuan, and, after venting his frustrations upon him, proceeded to cast curses upon Luo Yuxue and the others in turn. Chapter 31. The terrified Lu Hao Sun Yuxuan placed the pot fashioned from an oil drum atop the fire, using stones to crack open several coconuts. Pouring their juice into the pot, Bai Shihan, with a curious expression, inquired, "Xiange, where are you up to?" With a smile, Sun Yuxuan replied, "For the past few days, we've only been eating grilled food, and I'm on the verge of constipation. Today, I shall prepare a delightful dish for you all." As the coconut juice began to boil, he added chunks of fish to the pot to simmer. Luo Yuxue chuckled. "I've never seen fish cooked in coconut juice. I wonder what it will taste like." Sun Yuxuan grinned and said, "To be honest, this is my first attempt as well. I have no idea what the flavor will be." Jian Yue laughed. "Oh, you're just using us as your guinea pigs, Sun Yuxuan. If something goes awry, you'd better take responsibility." Sun Yuxuan promptly retorted, "If you're afraid of poisoning, you don't have to eat it." After another 10 minutes, the wild rabbit was perfectly roasted, crispy on the outside and tender within, while the fish had cooked through. Sun Yuxuan broke off several sticks of small wood, about the thickness of his fingers, and handed them to everyone as makeshift chopsticks. They feasted on the roasted rabbit while enjoying the coconut-infused fish. Remarkably, the dish turned out to possess a unique flavor, blending the freshness of the fish with the sweetness of the coconut. In a mere span of minutes, the roasted rabbit and pot of coconut fish were devoured entirely, adhering to their principle of minimizing waste. Sun Yuxuan lifted the pot and drank every last drop of the broth. Feeling satisfied, Luo Yuxue turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Captain Sun, Li Ming is now harboring a grudge against you. You ought to be cautious of him." Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "Thank you for the warning, Luo. To be honest, I've never regarded Li Ming as a threat. If he dares to trouble me, I wouldn't mind making him disappear on this deserted island." Upon hearing this, the others' expressions shifted. Tang Jing quickly interjected, "You mustn't act recklessly. Taking a life will lead to imprisonment." Sun Yuxuan laughed lightly. "Director Tang, you seem quite anxious. I was merely speaking in jest. I am a law-abiding citizen. I would never engage in such heinous acts." Just as the group was enjoying their lively conversation, a sudden commotion erupted from the forest. They quickly recognized the frantic cries of Lu Hao. Their faces paled as they hastened towards the cave. Lu Hao and Chun Junhui emerged from the woods in a state of panic, halting beneath their dwelling and gasping for breath. Luo Yuxue and the others rushed over, with Sun Yuxuan, Bai Shihan, and Li Mengqi trailing behind. Luo Yuxue asked Lu Hao what happened. Panting heavily, Lu Hao exclaimed, "There's a wild boar in the woods. Thankfully, Chunga and I were quick enough to escape with our lives." Tang Jing, exasperated, retorted, "I warned you both earlier about the dangers in the forest. You insisted on showing off, and now, do you believe me?" Upon hearing Tang Jing's words, Lu Hao and Chun Junhui's faces flushed with embarrassment. Sun Yuxuan chuckled and remarked, "Look at you two, so timid. A mere wild boar has frightened you to this extent." Lu Hao and Chun Junhui instantly bristled with indignation at Sun Yuxuan's taunt. Lu Hao retorted loudly. Who are you calling timid? You were just lucky not to encounter a wild boar. If you did, you'd run faster than I would. Sun Yuxuan, still smiling, replied, if I were to meet one, I would simply slay it and bring it back to enhance our meals. Unlike you two, who only know how to flee. Furiously, Lu Hao shot back, keep bragging. If you have the guts, go fetch one and show us. Sun Yuxuan laughed, saying, you expect me to fetch one just because you asked? You're not my father. Why should I listen to you? Call me father right now, and I might just go get one for you. At this, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Luo Yuxue and the others nearly succumbed to laughter as well, but managed to stifle it. Lu Hao, fuming, turned red and was momentarily speechless. Had he been able to best Sun Yuxuan, he would have lunged at him by now. Sun Yuxuan, choosing not to prolong the banter, turned and left, with Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi following suit. The trio ventured into the woods to gather some firewood, binding it with tree bark to carry back to the cave for storage. To ensure a more comfortable night's sleep, Sun Yuxuan led Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi back into the woods to gather some lush green grass, which they laid on the ground inside the cave. Sitting by the fire pit at the cave entrance, Bai Shihan turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, Brother Xian, you've completely offended Li Ming and Lu Hao. Aren't you worried they'll come after you? Sun Yuxuan laughed. Worried about them? Not a chance. If they dare approach, I'll break all 3 of their legs. Li Mengqi, curious, asked, Brother Xian, aren't people supposed to have 2 legs? Where did the 3rd leg come from? Upon hearing her question, both Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shihan laughed heartily. Realizing her mistake, Li Mengqi blushed and lowered her head, wishing she could disappear into the ground. After some time had passed, Bai Shihan suddenly whispered to Sun Yuxuan, Brother Xian, my period is due in a couple of days. Could you get me some sanitary pads? Sun Yuxuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, chuckling wryly. Do you really think I'm some sort of magician? This is a deserted island. Where would I find such things? Bai Shihan, feeling a bit aggrieved, replied, then what should I do? I can't just let it flow freely. One must admit, Bai Shihan was quite bold, unafraid to speak her mind. Sun Yuxuan sighed. How would I know what to do? Just as he finished speaking, an idea struck him, and he continued, if all else fails, you could take off your outer clothing, tear it into strips, and make do with that. Bai Shihan quickly protested. How can that possibly work? Sun Yuxuan smiled and remarked, what is wrong with that? I recall that in my grandmother's generation, the elderly crafted small cloth bags using strips of fabric, filling them with cotton and the like. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Bai Shihan chose not to elaborate further. The days swiftly passed, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, Sun Yuxuan picked up the fishing net once more to inspect it. However, fortune did not favor him today, as the net had only captured 3 sea fish, each weighing less than a pound. Concerned that Li Ming and his companions might come at night to damage his fishing net, Sun Yuxuan decided to gather the net and return it to the cave for safekeeping. Chapter 32. The arrogant man. Thus, 5 more days elapsed, and the long-awaited rescue team had yet to make an appearance. The collective mood of the group had turned despondent. Only Sun Yuxuan seemed to possess an understanding that the rescue team would not locate their position, displaying little change in his demeanor. Each day, apart from inspecting the fishing nets, he would occasionally venture into the woods with his bow and arrow to procure a wild chicken or rabbit for sustenance. Moreover, he consistently invited Luo Yuxue and the others to join him for meals. Over the course of these days, Luo Yuxue and her companions had developed a significant fondness for Sun Yuxuan, growing increasingly reliant on him. In stark contrast, Li Ming, Lu Hao, and Shen Junhui found their circumstances far less favorable, subsisting on meager pickings of sea snails roasted over a flame. In just a few short days, the trio had visibly withered, appearing emaciated and embodying the look of malnutrition. Their resentment towards Sun Yuxuan intensified daily, as they concocted plots to eliminate him. One afternoon, the tattered fishing net yielded 2 sea fish weighing approximately 4 to 5 pounds, prompting Sun Yuxuan to call Luo Yuxue and her group to feast on grilled fish. As they savored the delicacies, Bai Shihan inadvertently caught sight of several figures approaching along the distant shoreline. Her heart raced, and she urgently called out to Sun Yuxuan. Xianga, look quickly. There are people approaching us from the shore. Upon hearing her words, Sun Yuxuan and the others directed their gazes toward the indicated direction. Indeed, a few individuals were staggering toward them from the nearby coast. Due to the distance, their features remained obscured, igniting the curiosity of the group as they speculated about the identities of these newcomers. Who could they be? What could possibly bring them to such a desolate locale? As time ticked away, approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, the figures finally reached the base of the cave where Sun Yuxuan and his companions resided. It was then that they could discern the appearance of these individuals. There were 5 in total, 4 men and 1 woman, all under the age of 30, and distinctly of Asian descent. The 4 men were notably robust, with well-defined musculature, while the woman appeared somewhat petite, exuding a sense of vulnerability. The 5 newcomers began to scrutinize Sun Yuxuan and his companions. As the gaze of the 4 men fell upon Luo Yuxue and her fellow girls, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. The unabashedly fervent stares from the men incited a wave of indignation among Luo Yuxue and her friends. Suppressing her inner fury, Luo Yuxue inquired, "Are you also survivors of that plane crash?" One of the men immediately responded with a broad smile. "Indeed, beautiful lady, we are all survivors of that flight. Are you as well?" Luo Yuxue nodded in acknowledgement, but chose to remain silent thereafter. At that moment, one man's gaze fixated on the remaining grilled fish, as if drawn by an irresistible magnet. His eyes gleamed with a hunger akin to that of a wolf spotting its prey. The man, utterly indifferent to the feelings of others, boldly reached out to snatch the grilled fish. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yue felt a surge of discontent within her and retorted with irritation, "What is wrong with you? You possess no manners at all. You come here and seize our grilled fish without even asking for our consent." However, the man paid no heed to Jiang Yue's admonition, responding dismissively, "What's the big deal about eating a bit of your fish? It is a privilege for you that I even desire your fish. Do you know who I am?" Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yue's anger intensified, and she shot back defiantly, "I couldn't care less who you are. What does it matter to me? I have never encountered someone as rude as you." The man, incensed by Jiang Yue's retort, glared at her with eyes wide as saucers, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, as he cursed vehemently, "Damn it, you shameless woman, you truly don't know how to appreciate a gift. Just wait until I teach you a lesson today." After his tirade, he turned to a man standing nearby, shouting, "Ergo, come here and drag that wretched woman down from the cave entrance. I will make sure to give her a proper lesson today." The man referred to as Ergo, upon receiving the command, wasted no time and advanced forward, extending his burly arm towards Jiang Yue, evidently intending to forcibly pull her from the cave entrance. Yet, just as Ergo's hand was about to make contact with Jiang Yue, a hand as strong as iron suddenly shot out from the side, gripping Ergo's wrist and rendering him immobile in an instant. The owner of that formidable hand was Sun Yuxuan, who stood there with an expression of cold indifference, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Ergo. The man who had been boasting moments ago was taken aback at how effortlessly Sun Yuxuan had seized Ergo's wrist. However, he quickly regained his composure, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Oh, so you're quite the fighter, huh? No wonder you dare to speak to me like that." Meanwhile, Ergo, desperately struggling to break free from Sun Yuxuan's grip, had turned red from exertion, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape the iron grip of Sun Yuxuan. At that moment, Sun Yuxuan abruptly released his hold, catching Ergo off guard. Without the support, Ergo stumbled back 2 steps and fell to the ground. Sun Yuxuan then leaped down from the cave entrance, coldly addressing the group, "Get lost." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's command, the man who had spoken earlier erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He laughed heartily. "What did you say? Have the guts to repeat that?" Sun Yuxuan replied coldly, "Are you deaf? I told you to leave. If you don't, I'll break your legs." The man, undeterred, burst into laughter once more. Addressing the 4 individuals behind him, he said, "Did you hear that? This fellow actually claimed he would break my leg." The 4 erupted into laughter. After a brief pause of over 10 seconds, the woman responded with a smile, "Young man, who bestowed upon you the audacity to speak to our tiger brother in such a manner. Let me enlighten you. Tiger Brother is a champion of Muay Thai. Surely you jest. You even entertain the thought of breaking his leg? Have you grown weary of life? Upon hearing the girl mention that Tiger Brother was indeed a Muay Thai champion, Luo Yuxue and the others began to harbor concerns for Sun Yuxuan. Although they recognized Sun Yuxuan's commendable skills, they were acutely aware that he could never contend with this Tiger Brother, especially with 3 robust men standing behind him. Meanwhile, not far from the cave's entrance, Li Ming, Lu Hao, and Chun Junhui, along with the foreigner, observed the unfolding scene and made their way down from the cave to witness the spectacle. Chapter 33. The repulsive trio of Li Ming. The woman wore a smirk that dripped with disdain as she addressed Sun Yuxuan. I advise you to recognize your situation and hastily kneel to apologize to Brother Hu. Perhaps, if he is pleased, he may spare your life. The man known as Brother Hu mirrored her arrogance, glaring menacingly at Sun Yuxuan. He spat. Did you hear what my girlfriend said? Kneel down and apologize to me at once. After that, let these lovely ladies entertain me, and I might just show you mercy. The words ignited a furious tremor in Luo Yuxue and the other girls, their faces flushing crimson as if they might bleed. Bai Shihan, unable to contain her fury, glared at Brother Hu and shouted, "You shameless scoundrel! Should you dare to act recklessly, prepare to face imprisonment." However, Brother Hu merely chuckled at her outburst, unfazed by her indignation. He mocked her. "Prison? My dear, you must still be dreaming. Do not forget, we are on a deserted island. If I were to kill you all and cast your bodies into the sea, who would ever know?" With that, his gaze lewdly roamed over by Shirhan, lingering on her ample bosom. He leered. "That being said, you are quite the pretty thing. I wouldn't want to kill you just yet. I'd prefer to enjoy you first." At that moment, Li Ming approached Brother, who with a sycophantic grin plastered across his face, exuding an air of insincerity that was utterly nauseating. He pointed a finger directly at Luo Yuxue, as if she were a mere object to be toyed with. "Hello, Brother Hu. I am Li Ming, and from now on, you shall be my elder brother. Whatever you command, I shall obey without question." His voice was laced with eagerness and greed, utterly disregarding Luo Yuxue's feelings. Brother Hu, upon hearing this, scrutinized Li Ming from head to toe before a smirk crept onto his lips, seemingly pleased with Li Ming's obsequiousness. "Haha, you are quite perceptive. In light of your enthusiasm, I shall grant you your wish. After my brothers and I've had our fun, I will allow you a turn." Li Ming's smile widened at Brother Hu's response. "Thank you ever so much, Brother Hu," he exclaimed, bowing repeatedly in a display of subservience that was almost unbearable to witness. Seeing Li Ming grovel before Brother Hu, Lu Hao and Chun Junhui quickly joined in, eagerly showering Brother Hu with flattery. In that moment, Li Ming, Lu Hao, and Chun Junhui epitomized shamelessness, their actions a blatant affront to dignity. As Luo Yuxue and her companions gazed upon the trio with disdain, they were overwhelmed by an intense aversion towards their actions. Luo Yuxue's eyes widened in fury as she directed a vehement tirade at Li Ming, exclaiming, "Li Ming, you treacherous scoundrels! Do you possess no shred of shame? Your actions are nothing short of a disgrace to manhood." Li Ming wore a sardonic smile, addressing General Luo with a leisurely tone. "Ah, General Luo, as the ancients wisely stated, a good bird chooses its tree. A person of your intellect should grasp this concept. Do you not? Thus, I suggest you remain astute. If you attend to Brother Hu's comfort, perhaps you may yet survive on this desolate island." Before Li Ming could finish, he abruptly turned to Sun Yuxuan, a triumphant look etched upon his face. He taunted, "Sun Yuxuan, were you not quite formidable? What has befallen your bravado now?" In a swift transformation, Li Ming adopted a sycophantic demeanor towards Brother Hu, proclaiming, "Brother Hu, you are unaware of this ruffian's arrogance. He flaunts his abilities before us, bullying us mercilessly. You must avenge our grievances today." Upon hearing this, Brother Hu's lips curled into a cruel smile as he drawled, "Oh, is that so? Wasn't this braggart just threatening to break my legs? I shall see if he possesses such prowess." With that, Brother Hu commanded the 3 men beside him, "Go, break his legs for me." No sooner had Brother Hu spoken than the 3 men lunged at Sun Yuxuan with the ferocity of ravenous wolves. They swung their fists, as large as cooking pots, raining down blows upon Sun Yuxuan's head, each strike imbued with murderous intent. Witnessing this harrowing spectacle, Luo Yuxue and her companions could not help but scream in horror, convinced that Sun Yuxuan would soon be vanquished. However, as the trio charged like famished predators, Sun Yuxuan remained remarkably composed. His gaze was calm and piercing, as if he were orchestrating the unfolding chaos. In a flash, he extended a hand, swiftly seizing Ergo's wrist with the precision of lightning, and with a forceful twist, a resounding crack echoed as Ergo's arm was brutally snapped. The sudden agony elicited a blood-curdling scream from Ergo, who collapsed to his knees, groaning in torment, his cries more pitiful than that of a slaughtered pig. At the very moment Sun Yuxuan grasped Ergo's arm, his foot shot out like a cannonball, striking another adversary squarely in the abdomen. The force of the kick was astounding, easily weighing over 100 pounds. The man struck was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, flying 2 to 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. From the instant Sun Yuxuan made his move to the defeat of these two men, merely a few fleeting seconds had elapsed, yet his actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation or clumsiness. At this moment, only one assailant remained. Observing the situation, Sun Yuxuan did not hesitate to take a swift step forward, seizing the man's arm with determination. With a fluid motion, he executed a shoulder throw, forcefully slamming the assailant to the ground. Following this, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the man's head. The blow was as thunderous as a tempest, unstoppable in its momentum, rendering the man unconscious and completely devoid of awareness. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, utterly astonished that Sun Yuxuan had so effortlessly subdued the trio of burly men. Chapter 34. A stunning strike. Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and the others stared at Sun Yuxuan in wide-eyed astonishment, as if he were an otherworldly being. After a prolonged silence, Bai Shihan finally regained her composure and exclaimed with admiration, "Brother Xian, you are simply extraordinary. You effortlessly defeated them. I truly adore you." Her voice brimmed with awe and reverence. At that moment, the once arrogant Hu Ge no longer displayed his earlier bravado. He was acutely aware of the capabilities of his three subordinates, and while he believed he could overpower them, he could never match Sun Yuxuan's ease and grace in battle. The expressions of Li Ming and his companions were even more dismal than if they had swallowed a fly. They had assumed that it would be a trivial matter for Hu Ge and his crew to handle Sun Yuxuan. Who could have anticipated that Sun Yuxuan would defy all expectations and effortlessly subdue Hu Ji's subordinates? Regret flooded Li Ming and his friends. They wished they could slap themselves. Had they known Sun Yuxuan was this formidable, they would never have sought to curry favor with Hu Ge. However, with the situation now at hand, there was no turning back. Li Ming promptly turned to Hu Ge and said, "Aren't you the Muay Thai champion? Teach this scoundrel a lesson." "Lu Hao champion, yes." "Hu Ge, you should give him a proper thrashing so he understands your prowess." Hearing their words, Hu Ge felt an overwhelming urge to dispose of them, thinking, if only I could actually defeat him. He immediately altered his demeanor and said to Sun Yuxuan, "Brother, it was all just a misunderstanding. Let us consider this matter settled. Shall we? From now on, we'll keep to our own affairs." Sun Yuxuan coldly replied, "Weren't you just threatening to break my legs?" Hu Ge hastily responded, "I was merely joking with you." With that, he pulled the woman beside him closer, smiling as he said, "Brother, my girlfriend is quite exceptional. I'll offer her to you, and we can forget about today's incident." Witnessing this scene, Luo Yuxue and the others cast scornful glances, thinking how pathetic Hu Ge was to offer his girlfriend in exchange for mercy. Fearing that Sun Yuxuan might accept Hu Ge's proposition, Jiang Yue quickly interjected, "Captain Sun, this man is truly vile. You cannot spare him. It's just a woman, after all. I can be your girlfriend instead." Upon hearing her words, Sun Yuxuan turned to her with a smile. "Are you serious?" Jiang Yue blushed and nodded. Sun Yuxuan grinned and said, "Then it's settled." He then turned back to Hu Ge, coldly stating, "What do you take me for? Do you think I am in need of women? Look around. Not one of these girls is less beautiful than your pathetic offering." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan refer to her as a broken shoe, the woman was instantly consumed by rage. She turned to Tiger and exclaimed, "Tiger, how dare he insult me? You must teach him a lesson." No sooner had she spoken than Tiger raised his hand and struck her fiercely across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. She clutched her face in shock, looking helplessly at Tiger. Unfazed, Tiger turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Brother, can we consider this matter settled?" Sun Yuxuan replied coldly, "I already offered you a chance, but you failed to appreciate it." Hearing this, Tiger felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He understood that Sun Yuxuan would not simply let this go. Resolutely, he steeled himself, his gaze turning cold and determined. "Damn it," Tiger shouted, his voice laced with bitterness and anger. "Do you really think I fear you? You are overstepping your bounds. I will fight you to the end." Before he could finish speaking, Tiger swiftly retrieved a folding knife from his pocket, opening it without hesitation. The blade glimmered ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Sun Yuxuan was taken aback, silently wondering how Tiger managed to bring a knife onto the plane, given the stringent security measures at the airport, where such items are typically prohibited. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and the others turned pale upon witnessing Tiger brandishing the knife, their expressions filled with concern for Sun Yuxuan's safety, fearing for his well-being. Tiger, knife in hand, lunged at Sun Yuxuan like a frenzied beast, his movements rapid and fierce, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were astonishingly quick. Just as Tiger's blade was about to strike him, he deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the lethal attack. Tiger's strike missed its mark, and he was taken aback by Sun Yuxuan's swift reaction. Before he could regain his composure, Sun Yuxuan seized the opportunity, lifting his foot and delivering a lightning-fast kick to Tiger's wrist. The impact was thunderous, and with a sharp crack, the folding knife was sent flying from Tiger's grasp, arcing through the air before landing some distance away. Sun Yuxuan pressed the advantage, landing a punch squarely on Tiger's head, knocking him to the ground without rendering him unconscious. Sun Yuxuan thought to himself, "Damn, I didn't expect this guy to be so resilient." He immediately lifted his foot and delivered a vicious kick to Tiger's knee. The sickening sound of a bone breaking echoed through the air, accompanied by Tiger's anguished scream. If Sun Yuxuan were alone, he would have undoubtedly dispatched Tiger and his gang without hesitation. However, with so many witnesses present, he refrained from openly eliminating them, knowing that doing so could lead to dire consequences. Picking up the folding knife from the ground, Sun Yuxuan addressed Tiger and his companions, "Be gone. Today, I shall spare your lives, but do not let me catch sight of you again." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, the woman immediately stepped forward to assist the injured Tiger brother. Ergo and another man struggled to rise from the ground as Sun Yuxuan approached the man he had knocked unconscious. He squatted down and delivered several forceful slaps to the man's face. The man slowly opened his eyes, terror etched across his features as he gazed at Sun Yuxuan. Noticing he was awake, Sun Yuxuan refrained from further violence and gradually stood up. Tiger brother shot a menacing glare at Sun Yuxuan before, with the woman's support, making his way into the distance. Ergo and the others quickly followed suit. Chapter 35. The curiosity of the crowd at this moment. Li Ming and his companions were already trembling in fear, akin to leaves quivering in the wind, as if they would be toppled to the ground at any moment. Sun Yuxuan, holding the folding knife, approached them with an impassive expression. As he drew nearer, the taut nerves of Li Ming finally snapped. He collapsed to the ground like a puppet severed from its strings, his body shaking uncontrollably from terror. Lu Hao and Chun Junhui, witnessing this, felt as if all their strength had been drained, and they too fell to their knees. Li Ming, his face a mask of horror, stared wide-eyed, his lips quivering as he pleaded, "Captain Sun, I realize my mistakes. I beg you, please spare me this once. I will do whatever you ask without hesitation." His voice was laced with desperation and dread, as though Sun Yuxuan held his very life in his hands. However, before he could finish, Luo Yuxue suddenly descended rapidly from the cave entrance. Her steps were brisk and powerful, each one striking like a hammer on Li Ming's heart, intensifying his fear. She approached him, looking down with an intensity that seemed capable of incinerating him with her fiery gaze. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sharp sound echoed along the coastline, jarring in the stillness of the surroundings. Li Ming, I was blind to not see your true nature. Someone like you deserves nothing less than 1,000 cuts. Luo Yuxue's voice trembled with fury, her chest heaving, clearly reaching the peak of her anger. Tang Jing and the others soon followed her from the cave, standing before Li Ming and his companions, their faces similarly etched with wrath. Without a word, they too raised their hands and struck Li Ming and his companions. In that moment, the coastline was filled with the sound of slaps, mingled with the pleas and cries of Li Ming and his friends. Among them, Hu Qiming wielded the most strength. Each slap seemed to drain him of all his energy. Yet, Li Ming and his companions dared not retaliate or evade. They could only endure the brutal beating. Filled with regret, Tang Jing and the others eventually paused, their hands stinging from the strikes. The faces of Li Ming and his companions had become grotesquely swollen, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Observing their pitiful state, Sun Yuxuan could not suppress a chuckle, and with a sudden glint in his eye, he exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Yuxue and the others, saying, "These three are too wicked to be spared. They are better off eliminated." Bai Shihan immediately understood Sun Yuxuan's intent and quickly chimed in, "You're right, Xian Ge. These three are beyond redemption. Let's dispose of them." Jiang Yue followed suit, declaring, "Keeping them is a danger. Let us kill them and dispose of their bodies in the sea. No one will ever know." The mere suggestion of their execution sent Li Ming and his companions into a state of sheer terror, causing them to lose control of their bladders. A foul stench quickly permeated the air, prompting Luo Yuxue and the others to recoil, covering their noses as they stepped back a few paces. Sun Yuxuan initially intended to frighten them, yet he did not anticipate that the three would be so cowardly, succumbing to terror with just a few words. Coldly, he commanded, "All right, get up and leave. Today, I spare your lives, but should you dare to provoke me again, I shall end you." Upon hearing his words, Li Ming and his companions hastily scrambled to their feet and turned to depart. They did not return to their dwelling in the cave, instead choosing to walk along the coastline. After the recent incident, they felt too ashamed to linger any longer. Watching their retreating figures, Tang Jing slowly spoke. "Have we perhaps gone too far? With their departure, I wonder if they will survive on this desolate island." Jiang Yue quickly interjected, "They brought this upon themselves. It is best for such people to perish." Tang Jing responded, "Nonetheless, they have been our companions for several years." Hearing this, Jiang Yue retorted, "Sister Jing, such individuals do not deserve our sympathy. Consider how they spoke of us when they allied with Brother Hu. Had Captain Sun been unable to contend with those men, what would have become of us?" Tang Jing was momentarily rendered speechless by Jiang Yue's words. Luo Yuxue sighed deeply and remarked, "Let us not concern ourselves with them. This is their own doing. Let them fend for themselves on this island." With Luo Yuxue's statement, the others felt it unnecessary to add further comments. Sun Yuxuan, meanwhile, was toying with a folding knife, lost in thought. The group noticed Sun Yuxuan's unusual demeanor, prompting Bai Shihan to curiously inquire, "Brother Xian, what occupies your thoughts?" Sun Yuxuan shook his head and then asked the group, "Did any of you see Brother Hu and his gang on the plane?" As he posed his question, the others began to recall the scene aboard the aircraft. After some time, they all confirmed that they had not encountered Brother Hu's group on the plane. Sun Yuxuan expressed his curiosity. "This is indeed strange. From where did they come? How could they have brought that folding knife onto the flight?" Tang Jing added, somewhat perplexed, "But did they not claim to be survivors from the plane? Why do we not remember them?" Sun Yuxuan shook his head again and turned to Li Mengqi. "As a flight attendant, do you recall any of them?" Li Mengqi pondered for a moment before answering. "At the time of boarding, I was at the cabin door greeting passengers. I have a memory of nearly everyone, yet I do not recall them." Her response left the group in bewilderment. After a while, Hu Qiming suddenly spoke up. Could it be possible that there was more than one plane that met with disaster? His suggestion left everyone momentarily stunned. While the notion of two planes crashing seemed far-fetched, it was the only plausible explanation at present. Hu Qiming continued, "I have just observed closely, and it appears that these individuals have recently washed ashore on this desolate island. We have been stranded here for a week. Logically speaking, if there were other survivors, they would have drifted here by now. Upon hearing his analysis, Sun Yuxuan could not help but give him a thumbs up and, with a smile, remarked, "Manager Hu, you truly impress me. In the past, you would have undoubtedly made an excellent spy." Hu Qiming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Captain Sun, please refrain from flattering me. I merely spoke off the cuff." Chapter 36. May I touch your leg? With a smile gracing her lips, Luo Yuxue softly remarked, "Manager Hu, it seems that your talents are rather underutilized in your current role as a department head. Your intellect surpasses that of Li Ming by leaps and bounds." In response to her words, Hu Qiming quickly adopted a humble demeanor, saying, "President Luo, you flatter me." Luo Yuxue offered a slight smile before turning her gaze towards Sun Yuxuan, her eyes glimmering with admiration. "Captain Sun, our brief acquaintance over these few days has truly broadened my horizons. Not only are you proficient in numerous foreign languages, but your skills are also remarkably impressive. My curiosity about you continues to deepen." Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, "President Luo, are you not aware that curiosity can be perilous?" Suddenly, he shifted his attention to Jiang Yue, a mischievous smile playing on his face. "Miss Jiang, do your earlier words still hold weight?" Jiang Yue's delicate features flushed a vivid red, akin to a ripe apple, as she shyly lowered her head and murmured, "What did I say just now? I don't recall anything at all." However, before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Tang Jing eagerly interjected, "Yue, you clearly stated that you would be Captain Sun's girlfriend." Jiang Yue's face, already crimson, grew even more so, resembling a monkey's rear end. Seeing her flustered reaction, Sun Yuxuan chuckled, All right, I was merely teasing you. It was just a joke." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yue inexplicably felt a flicker of disappointment within her heart. The group then returned to the cave entrance, gathering around the fire to resume their meal. After finishing the roasted fish, Sun Yuxuan cracked open several coconuts, distributing one to each person before taking one for himself, tilting his head back to drink the coconut water in one go. Once satiated by Shirhan addressed Sun Yuxuan, "Brother Xian, it has been over a week. Why hasn't the rescue team found us yet? When can we leave this place?" Sun Yuxuan surveyed the group before responding slowly, "I fear that the rescue team will not locate this place." His statement left everyone momentarily stunned, prompting Luo Yuxue to quickly inquire, "How can you be certain that the rescue team won't find us?" In response to her question, Sun Yuxuan explained, "I drifted on the sea for over a day before arriving at this deserted island, which is at least several hundred nautical miles away from the site of the plane crash, far beyond the optimal search and rescue range. Moreover, it has already been more than a week. If the rescue team could reach this location, they would have done so by now." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Qiming chimed in, "I believe Captain Sun has a point. We must prepare ourselves for a prolonged stay on this deserted island. Furthermore, have you all noticed that during this past week, we haven't seen any passing ships? It is nearly impossible for us to leave here in the short term." Hearing their assessments, Luo Yuxue and the other girls appeared utterly dejected. Observing their expressions, Sun Yuxuan chose to remain silent. After a while, Jiang Yue suddenly spoke up, suggesting, "Why don't we build a wooden boat and leave this place?" Upon hearing her words, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming could not help but chuckle. Jiang Yue, slightly annoyed, asked, "What are you two laughing at? Am I wrong in saying this?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "Your idea is rather naive. We do not even know our exact location. Even if we managed to construct a boat, where would we sail to? The sea is fraught with dangers. Before we even catch a glimpse of land, we might perish in the waters. So, are you suggesting that we can never return home?" Jiang Yue pressed on. Sun Yuxuan chuckled again and said, "Not necessarily. We simply need to prepare ourselves for a prolonged existence here." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Sun Yuxuan continued, "I plan to venture into the woods tomorrow to see if I can find a water source." His words elicited worried expressions from everyone. Tang Jing quickly interjected, "Isn't it dangerous in the woods? Why take the risk to search for water? We still have the rainwater we collected." Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "That rainwater won't last long. We must find a reliable source. Moreover, the resources along the coast are scarce and insufficient for our survival. While the woods may be perilous, they are rich in resources." By Shirhan chimed in, "Xiange, I think it's better to reconsider. The woods are too dangerous. Let us stay by the coast. I don't want anything to happen to you. Touched by her concern, Sun Yuxuan smiled and reassured her, don't worry, I will be fine. I once lived alone in a primitive forest for over a month. That forest was far more dangerous than this deserted island. Luo Yuxue, curious, asked, what were you doing in the primitive forest? Sun Yuxuan laughed and replied, I was there to carry out a mission. What kind of mission? Tang Jing inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Sun Yuxuan chuckled. Oh, nothing much, just pursuing a group of mercenaries. The group exchanged looks of astonishment. Sun Yuxuan then addressed Luo Yuxue and the others. Now that Li Ming and the others have departed, why don't you move into our cave? It's spacious enough, and it would be nice to look out for each other. Hearing this, Luo Yuxue nodded and smiled. All right then, we will move over to stay with you. If we are to survive here, we will rely on you. Rest assured, I will not forget your kindness. Once we leave and return to the company, I will repay you handsomely. Also, you need not be so formal with me. I am no longer a president. From now on, I will follow your lead. Just tell us what to do. You can call me Yuxue. No need for the formalities. It must be said that Luo Yuxue is indeed astute, recognizing that her survival in this environment hinges on her reliance on Sun Yuxuan, thus adopting a posture of humility. Tang Jing promptly added, indeed, Captain Sun, none of us here are your superiors. There is no need for such formality. From now on, you shall be our leader, and we will follow your every directive. Jiang Yiwei chimed in with a smile. I too shall heed your commands. Whatever you wish, I shall comply. Sun Yuxuan, grinning, teased. Do you truly mean that? Whatever I instruct, you will dutifully follow. Jiang Yiwei nodded affirmatively, of course. With a mischievous grin, Sun Yuxuan quipped. Then allow me the pleasure of touching those long legs of yours. Jiang Yiwei's face instantly flushed, and she retorted indignantly. How dare you? You lecher. Only thinking of taking advantage of me. Sun Yuxuan laughed. Am I truly taking advantage of you? Did you not say that whatever I command, you shall do? Is it so unreasonable to request a mere touch of your leg? Jiang Yiwei was left momentarily speechless. Chapter 37. Becoming the leader upon witnessing Jiang Yiwei's flustered demeanor. Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, though he refrained from further teasing her. Instead, he chuckled and said, all right, I won't jest with you any longer. You seem quite anxious. Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. After uttering these words, Sun Yuxuan glanced at the others before continuing. Since you all trust me so deeply, I shall do my utmost to safeguard each one of you. However, relying solely on my strength is insufficient. To survive in this place, we must depend more on ourselves. In due time, I will impart to you some outdoor survival skills and techniques. Upon hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting trust and reliance on Sun Yuxuan. He felt a wave of reassurance and nodded back, then instructed the group. You all remain by the shore and gather some firewood. If you find it tedious, feel free to wander along the coast and see if you can locate any useful resources. I will take a stroll in the woods to see if I can catch a wild chicken or a hare to enhance our meals. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Qiming immediately chimed in. Boss, I would like to accompany you. I want to learn how to hunt as well. Sun Yuxuan was taken aback when Hu Qiming referred to him as boss, never having anticipated such a title from him. However, he quickly regained his composure, a smile gracing his face as he replied, Manager Hu, what brings on this sudden address? Why call me boss? Seeing Sun Yuxuan's reaction, Hu Qiming promptly laughed and explained, Haha, from now on, we all must heed your guidance. Besides, you are older than I am. It is only fitting that I address you as such. And rest assured, I am not flattering you. I genuinely admire you. Sun Yuxuan felt a warmth swell within him at Hu Qiming's words. He chuckled, Ha, you truly know how to flatter. Not only are you clever, but your emotional intelligence is quite high as well. All right, since you have put it that way, I shall not hold back. You will accompany me to the woods in search of food, but you must stay close and not wander off. Hu Qiming eagerly nodded, assuring Sun Yuxuan of his compliance. Sun Yuxuan then turned and returned to the cave, retrieving several lengths of nylon rope he had gathered from the shore. He handed a few to Hu Qiming, instructing here, tie up your sleeves and pant legs. Hu Qiming, somewhat puzzled, asked, what is the purpose of this? Sun Yuxuan smiled and explained, The woods are rife with snakes, insects, and rodents. Tying up your sleeves and pant legs will prevent them from getting inside. Hu Qiming nodded in understanding and proceeded to secure his clothing with a nylon rope. Sun Yuxuan did the same, fastening his sleeves and pant legs, before passing the bow and arrow to Hu Qiming. While he armed himself with a folding knife he had taken from Tiger Brother. Thus, the two of them cautiously ventured deeper into the woods, with Sun Yuxuan leading the way, knife in hand and vigilance at the forefront. Hu Qiming closely followed behind, not daring to slacken his pace in the slightest. He was enveloped in unfamiliarity and trepidation within the woods, his eyes wide as he anxiously surveyed his surroundings. Towering trees reached for the heavens, their dense foliage obscuring the sunlight and casting a shadowy pall over the forest. Scattered animal bones lay upon ground, whispering tales of past events that had transpired in this eerie locale, further unsettling Hu Qiming's heart. Sun Yuxuan seemed to sense Hu Qiming's anxiety. He turned back, offering a relaxed smile and reassuring him, "There's no need to be so tense. Just take it easy. There's nothing to fear." Hu Qiming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, managed a sheepish smile, scratching his head as he explained, "I'm sorry, boss. This is my first time in such a dense forest, so I'm a bit on edge, but I'll gradually get used to it." Sun Yuxuan chuckled, nodded in acknowledgement, and led Hu Qiming onward without uttering another word. After walking nearly a kilometer, a sudden, melodious call of a wild chicken reached their ears. The two halted in unison, lifting their gazes to spot a vibrantly colored wild chicken perched upon a branch of a large tree a dozen meters away, incessantly calling out. Its feathers shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, captivating the eye with their kaleidoscopic hues. Sun Yuxuan quietly inquired of Hu Qiming, "Can you shoot arrows?" Hu Qiming's face flushed crimson in an instant, and he awkwardly shook his head. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a gentle smile as he comforted, "It's all right if you can't. I can teach you later." Before his words faded, Sun Yuxuan deftly took the bow and arrow from Hu Qiming's hands, simultaneously offering him his folding knife. With bow in hand, Sun Yuxuan gracefully approached the tree where the wild chicken had settled. Just then, the wild chicken seemed to sense an approaching presence. It alertly raised its head, locking eyes with Sun Yuxuan. To their surprise, the wild chicken did not flee in panic like most animals would, but rather exhibited curiosity towards Sun Yuxuan. With wide eyes, it stared intently, occasionally emitting its clear calls, as if greeting him. Delighted by the unguarded wild chicken, Sun Yuxuan quickened his pace, swiftly reaching the base of the tree. He knocked an arrow onto the bowstring, aimed at the wild chicken, and without hesitation released the string. With a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth like lightning, striking true and piercing the wild chicken's body. Crafted from umbrella ribs, the arrow was exceedingly sharp, allowing it to penetrate deeply. The wild chicken emitted a piercing cry as it was struck. Its body propelled forward several meters before it fell heavily to the ground, flapping helplessly. Sun Yuxuan retrieved his bow, hastening to the fallen wild chicken, seizing its neck and twisting it with force. A sharp crack echoed as the wild chicken's neck snapped, rendering it utterly still. Sun Yuxuan extracted the arrow from his body, approached Hu Qiming, and handed him both the bow and the wild chicken. Hu Qiming accepted the bow and the chicken, his face brimming with admiration, and exclaimed, "Boss, you are truly remarkable. You brought down that wild chicken with just a single arrow." Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. With a few days of practice, you could do the same." Having said this, he took the folding knife from Hu Qiming's hands and continued onward into the woods, with Hu Qiming hastily following in his wake. Chapter 38. Capturing a python. As they ventured further along the path, Sun Yuxuan, walking ahead, suddenly noticed a faint rustling emanating from a nearby thicket. He promptly halted his steps, only for Hu Qiming, who was trailing behind and engrossed in his own thoughts, to collide with him. Sun Yuxuan turned to glance at him, and Hu Qiming, feeling a wave of embarrassment, whispered, "Boss, why did you stop?" Sun Yuxuan gestured towards the thicket and replied softly, "There seems to be something in there. Stay here. I shall investigate." With that, he cautiously approached the thicket, folding knife in hand. At that moment, Hu Qiming's concerned voice reached him from behind, "Boss, be careful. Sun Yuxuan turned back briefly, nodding to reassure him. However, before he could reach the thicket, a shadow suddenly zipped out like lightning. Upon closer inspection, Sun Yuxuan realized it was a python. The creature was not particularly large, roughly the width of a bowl, yet it moved with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. Its skin was adorned with an intricate pattern of black and white, glistening ominously under the sunlight. The unexpected appearance of the python filled Sun Yuxuan with delight. It was indeed a rare delicacy. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming was taken aback by the sudden spectacle, his complexion turning pale as fear gripped him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. The python lunged at Sun Yuxuan with the force of an arrow. Unfazed, Sun Yuxuan swiftly raised his foot and, summoning all his strength, stomped down hard onto the python's body. A muffled thud echoed as he pinned the creature firmly beneath his foot, rendering it immobile. Yet, the python was not willing to be subdued so easily. It writhed desperately, attempting to escape Sun Yuxuan's grip. Simultaneously, it opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and twisted its head in an attempt to bite him. Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were exceptionally quick. He deftly reached out, seizing the python's vulnerable spot with a grip as firm as a vice. This critical area, known as the 7 inches, was its weak point, and once secured, the python could no longer exert its strength. With all his might, Sun Yuxuan pressed the massive snake down into the ground, immobilizing it. He then swiftly retrieved his folding knife, without hesitation, and thrust it towards the python's head. Though small, the knife was remarkably sharp, measuring over 20 centimeters in length. As it plunged down, it pierced through the python's skull, causing blood to spurt forth. The injured python did not succumb immediately. Instead, it began to thrash violently, trying to use its powerful muscles to ensnare Sun Yuxuan. However, he had anticipated this. His hands clamped down on the python's 7 inches, and no matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not break free. Seizing the moment, Sun Yuxuan hoisted the python up and, like tossing a sandbag, hurled it forcefully against a nearby tree. A resounding thud echoed through the air. With a thunderous crash, the python's body collided with the tree trunk like a cannonball, then fell heavily to the ground, continuing to writhe uncontrollably. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan swiftly approached, seizing the python's tail without hesitation and lifting it once more. This time, he aimed at the large tree, exerting all his strength to slam the python against it. Bang, bang, bang. After striking it 3 or 4 times, the python finally ceased its writhing, completely devoid of life. Not far away, Hu Qiming witnessed this breathtaking scene, his eyes wide as saucers and his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. He was utterly astonished by Sun Yuxuan's bravery and decisiveness, momentarily rendered speechless. Seeing that the python was lifeless, Sun Yuxuan exhaled a long sigh of relief. He withdrew the knife from its head and casually wiped the blood on its body. Hanging the python around his neck, he approached Hu Qiming and said, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Let us head back. We can have a splendid meal tonight." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Hu Qiming finally regained his composure and stammered, "Boss, are you even human?" "That was simply extraordinary." Sun Yuxuan retorted, "Can you even speak? Am I not human? Or am I a ghost?" Hu Qiming quickly clarified, "No, boss, that's not what I meant. I was just saying you were incredibly fierce." Sun Yuxuan chuckled, "All right, enough chatter. Let's hurry back." When the two returned to the shoreline, they found only Bai Han sitting forlornly at the cave entrance. Upon catching sight of the massive python coiled around Sun Yuxuan's neck, she screamed in terror, jumping up as if her behind were on fire. With a frightened expression, she exclaimed, "Xiangu, how can there be such a huge snake around your neck? That's terrifying." Sun Yuxuan, unfazed, merely smiled and casually tossed the python to the ground like a sack of rice. Dusting off his hands, he nonchalantly remarked, "It's just a snake. What's there to fear? This is a valuable find, quite nourishing. By the way, where did Mengqi and the others go?" Bai Han, still shaken, placed a hand on her chest to calm herself and quickly replied, "They said they were going to shore to find something to eat and asked me to stay here to watch the fire. So wouldn't he go out?" Sun Yuxuan nodded in understanding and then turned to Hu Qiming, asking, "Qiming, do you know how to handle wild chickens?" Hu Qiming promptly responded, "Yes, of course. I often help with chicken slaughtering at home. It's my specialty." Sun Yuxuan smiled with satisfaction and said, "Good. Then you take care of those wild chickens while I handle this python." After saying this, he dragged the python to the base of a large tree, nailing its head to a sharp branch. He then made a deep incision in the python's neck with his knife, grasped the skin, and forcefully pulled it off in one smooth motion. He proceeded to cut open the python's belly, discarding its innards. Once again, the serpent's head and tail were severed, and the flesh was brought to the cave's entrance. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming was still at the shoreline, tending to a wild chicken. Observing the snake meat, Bai Shihan expressed her trepidation. "Xinge, why have you brought back this snake meat?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "What a question. Of course, I intend to eat it. I assure you, snake meat is truly delectable and highly nourishing. Make sure to indulge a bit when the time comes." Bai Shihan quickly waved her hands. "I dare not partake." Hearing her response, Sun Yuxuan chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. A few moments later, Hu Qiming returned. Having finished preparing the wild chicken, rinsed it clean with seawater, and brought it back to the cave's entrance. Chapter 39. Delectable snake meat stew with wild chicken. After more than half an hour had passed, Luo Yuxue and her companions returned to the cave. In her hand, Luo Yuxue held a tangled mess of fishing line, adorned with several rusted hooks. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she scratched her head and said, "Captain Sun, we walked several kilometers along the coast and only found this fishing line. I wonder if it's useful?" Seeing this, Sun Yuxuan smiled reassuringly. "Of course it's useful. This fishing line is quite valuable, and with the hooks, I can go fishing in the sea." Hearing his words, Luo Yuxue and her companions felt a wave of happiness wash over them. At that moment, Jiang Yue suddenly noticed the wild chicken and the snake meat on the wooden board. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, it seems we can have wild chicken again today." As she spoke, she pointed at the snake meat and curiously asked, "Brother Xian, what kind of meat is this? Why is it so white?" Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Hu Qiming eagerly interjected, "That's python meat. Our boss is amazing. He killed a huge python." Upon realizing it was snake meat, Luo Yuxue and the others couldn't help but display a hint of fear on their faces. Tang Jing looked at the snake meat with trepidation, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, Can we eat this snake meat?" Sun Yuxuan, noticing their apprehension, smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry. This snake meat is not only edible, but also highly nutritious. Make sure to eat plenty later." However, Luo Yuxue and the others shook their heads, their faces reflecting clear reluctance as they expressed their unwillingness to try the snake meat. Observing their reactions, Sun Yuxuan chose not to press the matter further. Instead, he quietly picked up a folding knife and skillfully chopped the prepared wild chicken and snake meat into uniformly sized pieces. Next, he placed a pot fashioned from an oil drum over the fire and carefully added both the snake meat and wild chicken into the pot. He then grabbed a stick and swiftly began to stir the contents, ensuring each piece of meat was evenly heated. After a brief period of frying, Sun Yuxuan poured several bottles of rainwater, which he had previously collected, into the pot and commenced the slow simmering process. As time passed, the enticing aroma of the wild chicken and snake meat began to waft through the air, filling the cave with its allure. Sun Yuxuan, unable to contain his eagerness, picked up 2 small sticks and pinched a piece of snake meat, not even waiting for it to cool slightly before putting it directly into his mouth and chewing heartily. After swallowing the morsel, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, this python meat is incredibly delicious. If only we had some salt, it would elevate the flavor to another level. Don't just stand there. Hurry and eat." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's enthusiastic endorsement, Luo Yuxue and her companions exchanged glances, silently communicating their hesitation. Yet none had the courage to try the snake meat. Observing their reluctance, Sun Yuxuan turned his gaze towards Hu Qiming and encouraged him. "Qiming, I'm not kidding. This snake meat is truly delightful. Why don't you try a piece first and set an example for everyone?" Hu Qiming displayed a look of hesitation, stammering in response. "Boss, I really can't bring myself to eat it." Sun Yuxuan, observing his reluctance, expressed his displeasure, saying, "How can you, a man of stature, be so timid? It's merely a piece of snake meat. What is there to fear? Go ahead and have a taste." After much coaxing from Sun Yuxuan, Hu Qiming hesitated for a considerable time. Ultimately, he mustered his courage, picked up a small piece of snake meat with 2 wooden sticks, and cautiously placed it in his mouth, taking a delicate bite. However, after just a couple of chews, his eyes suddenly sparkled as if he had discovered a new world. With a face full of astonishment, he exclaimed, "Wow, this snake meat is incredibly delicious. The flavor is simply exquisite." Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Qiming eagerly shoved the entire piece of snake meat into his mouth, chewing heartily, appearing utterly enraptured. Seeing Hu Qiming relish his meal so delightfully, Luo Yuxue and the others could not help but feel curious, pondering amongst themselves, "Is the snake meat truly that delectable?" Jiang Yue, intrigued, asked Hu Qiming, "Is the snake meat really that good?" Hu Qiming nodded affirmatively, saying, "It is indeed delicious. The boss did not deceive me. You should all give a try." After saying this, he grabbed a large piece of snake meat from the pot and began to chew vigorously. Watching the 2 of them indulge in the snake meat, Luo Yuxue and her companions felt their appetites stirred. Jiang Yue took 2 wooden sticks, picked up a small piece of snake meat, and placed it in her mouth, chewing slowly. Just like Hu Qiming, after a few bites, her eyes lit up. She immediately placed the piece of snake meat back in her mouth, chewing enthusiastically while exclaiming to Luo Yuxue and the others, "This snake meat is really delicious." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and the others eagerly picked up wooden sticks to sample the snake meat as well. After tasting it, they all began to sing its praises. The group continued to enjoy piece after piece of snake meat with great delight. Just as they were savoring their meal, a foreigner approached the cave, awkwardly addressing Sun Yuxuan. "What are you all eating? The aroma wafted all the way to me. Could I perhaps have a taste?" Noticing his pitiful demeanor, Tang Jing remarked to Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, he does seem quite pitiable. Since there is such a large pot of snake meat, and we can't possibly finish it all, why not give him a little?" Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement, then picked up a small iron can, filled it with some snake meat, and handed it to the foreigner. He instructed, "After you finish, please return the iron can to me." The foreigner eagerly nodded in agreement, accepting the small iron can, and promptly sat down at the mouth of the cave, greedily digging into the snake meat with his hands. In mere minutes, the entire can of snake meat was devoured, yet he still appeared unsatisfied, feeling too shy to ask for more. Holding the iron can, I approached the shoreline to cleanse it with seawater before returning it to Sun Yuxuan beneath the cave, expressing my gratitude with a simple thank you before turning to leave. Observing the departing figure of the foreigner, Tang Jing felt a twinge of sympathy and remarked, "This foreigner appears rather pitiful, and he is so polite." Bai Shihan chuckled and replied, "Do not be deceived by his appearance. When we first encountered him, he attempted to seize our belongings and even threatened us physically. It was only after Xiangu gave him a stern reprimand that he became so compliant." Chapter 40. Fortune and love. Upon hearing Bai Shihan's words, everyone was taken aback. They had never anticipated that the seemingly refined foreigner could possess such a disposition. It was indeed a shocking revelation. After a considerable pause, Hu Qiming let out a deep sigh and remarked, "Ah, it truly resonates with the old adage. Those who are pitiable must also have their despicable traits." His voice conveyed a sense of helplessness and regret. Noticing this, Sun Yuxuan chimed in with a smile, "Qiming, your awareness is certainly growing." His tone carried a hint of admiration. Hu Qiming quickly responded with a grin, "Oh, not at all. I have merely learned from you, my esteemed leader." His face radiated genuine respect for Sun Yuxuan. At that moment, Jiang Yue couldn't resist teasing Hu Qiming. "Manager, I remember you used to be quite the upright individual. How is it that you have now taken to flattering others?" Her words dripped with playful sarcasm. However, Hu Qiming remained unfazed, still smiling as he replied, "Ah, times change. Besides, this isn't flattery. I truly admire our leader from the depths of my heart. You cannot imagine how valiant he was today when he encountered that python. He dispatched it with such ease that I nearly frightened myself." His words brought laughter to Luo Yuxue and the others. A large pot of snake meat and wild chicken had been consumed by the group. Sun Yuxuan then split the remaining coconuts, distributing one to each person, and took one for himself, tilting his head back to drink the coconut water in one go. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, everyone contentedly patted their bellies. At that moment, Tang Jing suddenly addressed Sun Yuxuan. "Captain Sun, that watch on your wrist must be quite expensive. I don't recall seeing you wear it before." In fact, several days prior, Luo Yuxue and the others had already noticed the watch on Sun Yuxuan's wrist. They all recognized its value, but hesitated to inquire. Upon Tang Jing's question, Sun Yuxuan smiled and replied, "It's not too bad." Although the foreigner claimed the watch was worth over $20,000, Sun Yuxuan was not well versed in watches, so he was unaware of its true worth. Jiang Yue took Sun Yuxuan's hand, examining the watch for a while, and with a hint of astonishment, she said, "This watch is worth over 100,000 in our country. Captain Sun, when did you acquire it?" Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Shirhan interjected with a laugh, "Acquire? Hardly. This watch was traded by our brother Xian for half a coconut crab and 4 coconuts from that foreigner." Upon hearing Shirhan's comment, Luo Yuxue and the others were momentarily stunned, and Jiang Yue couldn't help but tease, "Captain Sun, you're quite the negotiator. You managed to exchange half a coconut crab and 4 coconuts for a watch worth over 100,000. Sun Yuxuan shot her a glance and retorted, "What do you mean by taking advantage? The foreigner offered to trade. I didn't force him." After saying this, he turned to Hu Qiming and said, "Qiming, come with me to retrieve the coconuts I have stashed away." Hearing his words, Luo Yuxue smiled and remarked, "No wonder Li Ming and the others only saw the coconut trees that day. It turns out you had harvested and hidden the coconuts." Sun Yuxuan chuckled in response. "I would call this a prudent foresight. Wouldn't you agree? To be candid, when I discovered Mengqi by the coastline, I was certain there would be other survivors stranded on this desolate island. Therefore, I gathered all the coconuts and concealed them, originally intending to barter them for something useful. I never anticipated encountering you all." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's statement, Tang Jing smiled and teased, "Are you implying that you didn't wish to see us?" Sun Yuxuan quickly waved his hand, saying, "Not at all. In fact, I hoped none of you would face any misfortune. When the plane first crashed into the sea, I saw you escaping through the aircraft window and contemplated swimming over to you. Yet a wave swept me away." Tang Jing laughed. "Is that so?" Shirhan immediately interjected, "I can attest to that. He speaks the truth." Hearing this, Luo Yuxue and the others felt an inexplicable warmth in their hearts. Sun Yuxuan continued, "All right, enough of this idle chatter. Qiming and I will go fetch the coconuts. You all should organize these fishing hooks and lines, winding them around some wooden sticks." After saying this, he led Hu Qiming down the cave and along the coastline. As they walked, Hu Qiming jovially remarked to Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, I sense that your romantic fortunes are about to blossom." Taken aback by this comment, Sun Yuxuan laughed, "What nonsense are you spouting? Where'd I find romantic fortune?" Hu Qiming grinned, "Haven't you noticed? The attitude of Luo and the others towards you has changed significantly these past few days. Even the way they look at you is different. I reckon if we remain on this island for a few more months, they will surely fall for you." Sun Yuxuan stared in disbelief and replied, "That seems highly improbable. How could they possibly fall for me? Their current behavior is merely a means of relying on me for survival here." Hu Qiming chuckled, "Boss, as they say, those embroiled in the situation are often oblivious while the onlookers see clearly. I assure you, I am not mistaken. Just wait and see. In 2 or 3 months at most, they will undoubtedly be vying for your affection." Sun Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating if what he says is true. How wonderful that would be. The thought of so many beautiful women simultaneously loving me is exhilarating. After a while, Sun Yuxuan suddenly recalled something and turned to Hu Qiming, saying, "Didn't you have a crush on Luo? If she truly falls for me, you won't be envious, will you?" Hu Qiming laughed. "That's merely a rumor. My admiration for her is purely platonic. Besides, I am already married with a 2-year-old daughter." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan was momentarily stunned. Although he had not interacted much with Hu Qiming in the company, he had never heard anyone mention that he was already married. Sun Yuxuan expressed his disbelief. "You're married? That seems unlikely. In the company, No one has ever mentioned it. Hu Qiming chuckled and said, my wife's profession is rather unique. So I have always claimed to be unmarried at work. Sun Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback and inquired, what does your wife do? Hu Qiming replied, I must ask you to keep this a secret. Even General Manager Luo and the others are unaware of my wife's identity. Upon hearing Hu Qiming's words, Sun Yuxuan's curiosity deepened, and he smiled, saying, I will keep your secret. Now, please tell me what your wife does. Chapter 41. Delving into the dense forest in search of water, Hu Qiming slowly began to speak. My wife is Yuxuan. This revelation struck like a bolt of lightning, igniting a flurry of thoughts in Sun Yuxuan's mind. Yuxuan. The name resonated with a hint of familiarity, yet he could not immediately recollect where he had heard it before. After a brief pause of 7 or 8 seconds, Sun Yuxuan suddenly lifted his head as if jolted by an electric shock. With disbelief etched across his face, he stammered, your wife? Could it possibly be the stunning star Yuxuan? Hu Qiming smiled faintly, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, it is her. This answer detonated within Sun Yuxuan's heart like a powerful bomb, stirring tumultuous waves of astonishment. His eyes widened, and his mouth gaped in shock, as if large enough to hold an egg, rendered speechless by this unexpected revelation. After a considerable moment, Sun Yuxuan regained his composure and regarded Hu Qiming as if he were an extraordinary creature. He then slowly raised a thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Qiming, I must confess, I've underestimated you. I never imagined your wife would be a celebrity, and such a breathtaking beauty at that. Pray, tell me how you won her heart. A faint blush crept across Hu Qiming's face as he scratched his head in modesty, responding, actually, it was she who pursued me. This statement struck Sun Yuxuan's heart like a dagger. His eyes widened even further, disbelief plastered across his face as he exclaimed, what did you say? Yuxuan pursued you? Hu Qiming nodded, explaining, we were high school classmates, and she liked me back then. I pursued a degree in business management, while she ventured into film and performance. I never anticipated she would become a major star. Upon hearing Hu Qiming's words, Sun Yuxuan raised his thumb in admiration once more. Chuckling, I truly commend you for marrying such a beautiful star. Time passed swiftly, and nearly 2 hours later, Sun Yuxuan led Hu Qiming to the place where he had hidden the coconuts. They retrieved the last 2 bags of coconuts, each shouldering one as they made their way back. The two ambled through the forest, taking over 2 hours to return to the cave with their burdens. As the sun descended slowly toward the horizon, Sun Yuxuan approached the shoreline to inspect the tattered fishing net cast into the sea. However, luck seemed to elude him that day, as the net was utterly barren. Disheartened by the empty net, Sun Yuxuan returned it to the water. Back in the cave, the group reheated the remaining wild chicken stewed with snake meat for dinner. After the meal, Sun Yuxuan addressed the group, stating, tomorrow morning, I intend to venture deep into the forest to seek a water source. At his words, concern washed over the faces of his companions. Without hesitation, Hu Qiming urged, Boss, let me accompany you. It would be prudent for 2 of us to look out for one another. Sun Yuxuan shook his head, replying, It is best that I go alone. You and I are of little assistance together. Even in the face of peril, it would be easier for me to flee alone. Bai Shirhan remarked with a furrowed brow, You must be exceedingly cautious. Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, Rest assured, I shall be fine. I am still so young, without even a wife, and I have no desire to meet my end at such a tender age. The following morning, before the sun had risen, Sun Yuxuan awoke early. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered that Luo Yuxue and the others were still soundly asleep. He carefully rose, mindful not to disturb them, and stealthily made his way to the entrance of the cave. Inside the fire pit, the wood had nearly burned out, leaving only a few embers flickering weakly. Sun Yuxuan swiftly gathered some dry grass, gently placing it atop the remnants of the fire, and then took a wooden board to fan the flames. In a short while, the grass ignited and the fire began to grow. He added more firewood, and once the flames were fully ablaze, he felt assured enough to leave the cave and venture to the shore. The air by the seaside was invigorating, with waves crashing against the shore, producing a melodious sound. Sun Yuxuan crouched down, cupping some seawater in his hands and splashing it on his face, relishing the refreshing coolness that awakened his senses. After washing up, he returned to the cave to find 2 lengths of nylon rope, which he used to securely bind his sleeves and pant legs. He then took up his bow and arrows, preparing to enter the woods in search of a water source. At this moment, the sun had just begun to rise, casting golden rays through the gaps in the trees. Yet, a thin veil of mist lingered in the woods, rendering the atmosphere somewhat eerie. Sun Yuxuan took a deep breath to steady himself, cautiously stepping into the forest. He tread lightly, striving to make no sound while attentively observing the movements around him. Progressing slowly through the woods, he walked for nearly 2 hours without sighting any water source, though fortune favored him as he successfully hunted a large hare with his bow. Meanwhile, the sun hung high in the sky like a blazing orb, radiating intense heat. The air in the forest became stifling, making it difficult to breathe. Sun Yuxuan's clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his skin, while pesky mosquitoes buzzed around him, drawn to his perspiration, causing him considerable irritation. He was compelled to pause, leaning against the trunk of a large tree to catch his breath. Gasping for air, he wiped the sweat from his brow, remaining vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. After a brief respite, Sun Yuxuan regained his resolve and pressed deeper into the dense thicket. As he ventured further, the vegetation thickened, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The increasing presence of scattered animal bones heightened his sense of unease. Thus, after cautiously traversing another 3 to 4 kilometers, he still found no trace of a water source. His spirits grew increasingly heavy, disappointment and frustration shadowing him like an unwelcome companion. Raising his wrist to glance at his watch, he realized that time had slipped away unnoticed. It was now 11 o'clock. Sun Yuxuan resolved to cease his search and turn towards the coast. However, before he could venture far, a faint rustling sound emanated from the distant woods. The sudden noise tightened his chest with anxiety, prompting him to halt immediately. He gently placed the freshly caught wild rabbit on the ground and swiftly seized his bow, aiming towards the direction of sound. Chapter 42. The hunt for a young wild boar. After a few minutes had passed, a wild boar suddenly emerged from the thicket. It was not particularly large, weighing around 100 pounds or so. Sun Yuxuan chuckled, exclaiming, "Goodness, you startled me. I thought it was something else. It turns out to be a little wild boar, just right for a stew." With that, he placed his bow on the ground and approached the boar slowly, wielding a folding knife. Upon noticing Sun Yuxuan's approach, the boar opened its mouth and emitted a series of low, guttural growls, seemingly issuing a warning. Unfazed by the boar's threat, Sun Yuxuan continued to advance. This only served to enrage the creature, which charged toward him with remarkable speed akin to lightning, closing the distance to less than 2 meters in an instant. Faced with such a fierce adversary, Sun Yuxuan did not flinch. He swiftly lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the boar's snout, striking with precision. The force of the blow sent the boar crashing to the ground, releasing a pitiful howl as it rolled like a top in agony. However, the impact also caused a jarring recoil to Sun Yuxuan's foot, sending a wave of sharp pain through him, causing him to furrow his brow. Yet, he paid no heed to his injury. Instead, he surged forward with determination, leaping onto the back of the wild boar, gripping the boar's ears tightly with both hands. He wielded the folding knife in his other hand and plunged it ruthlessly into the creature's neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain, splattering the surrounding ground, which turned a vivid crimson. The boar emitted a chilling scream that echoed through the silent forest, startling the birds perched on the branches into flight and sending other small creatures scurrying in terror. Overwhelmed by such grievous injury, the boar struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Sun Yuxuan's grasp. However, he was resolute, clenching his teeth and using all his strength to keep the boar pinned down. Meanwhile, he relentlessly drove the knife into the boar's neck with unyielding determination. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. He continued to thrust, each incision penetrating deeply into the boar's flesh, causing blood to spurt forth. As Sun Yuxuan relentlessly continued his assault, the boar's cries grew weaker until they finally ceased altogether. Its body gradually succumbed to stillness, devoid of life. Once he confirmed that the wild boar had perished, Sun Yuxuan slowly withdrew the blood-soaked, folding knife from its neck. He cautiously placed the knife against the body of the wild boar, gently wiping the blood from its blade before stowing it away in his pocket. Subsequently, Sun Yuxuan rose to his feet, first retrieving the bow and arrows from the ground along with the rabbit. He then approached the wild boar, bending down to hoist the hefty creature, weighing over 100 pounds, onto his shoulders. Despite the considerable weight of the boar posing a challenge, he gritted his teeth and trudged step by step toward the coastline. The uneven terrain of the forest made each step particularly arduous for Sun Yuxuan as he navigated through it, and it was not long before he found himself gasping for breath, compelled to pause for a moment of respite. Thus, he continued his journey, alternating between walking and resting, constantly adjusting the weight of the boar and his own pace. After nearly 4 hours of strenuous effort, he finally managed to bring the heavy boar to the shore. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and several others were already consumed with anxiety, akin to ants on a hot pan. Upon waking in the early morning, they discovered Sun Yuxuan had vanished without a trace. They understood all too well that he had ventured into the woods in search of a water source. However, as time ticked away and noon approached without his return, their worries deepened, fearing he might have encountered peril in the dense thicket. Despite their growing anxiety, they dared not venture into the woods to search for him, instead remaining at the cave entrance, gazing anxiously in the direction of the forest, silently praying for his safe return. When they finally spotted Sun Yuxuan emerging from the woods, bearing the wild boar, a wave of joy and astonishment washed over them, and their previously anxious hearts finally found solace. They hurried down from the cave to meet him, though at that moment, Sun Yuxuan was nearly exhausted. His clothes were completely soaked with sweat, clinging to him uncomfortably. He dropped the boar to the ground, along with the rabbit and bow, and collapsed onto the earth, gasping for air. Hu Qiming promptly approached, assisting him to his feet, exclaiming, "Boss, you finally returned. We were nearly frantic with worry. Let me help you back to the cave to rest." After uttering these words, he supported Sun Yuxuan as they made their way back to the cave. While Luo Yuxue and the others gazed at the wild boar on the ground, their expressions filled with astonishment. Upon bringing Sun Yuxuan to the cave entrance, Hu Qiming quickly fetched a coconut. He retrieved the folding knife from Sun Yuxuan's pocket, deftly splitting the coconut open and handing it to him. Sun Yuxuan took the coconut, tilted his head back, and drank the coconut water in one go, before resuming his heavy breathing. Hu Qiming then said, "Boss, you've worked hard. Take a good rest. I'll go prepare the rabbit for roasting." With that, he hurried down into the cave, approaching the wild boar and the rabbit, and began processing the rabbit. Although Hu Qiming lacked experience in wilderness survival, he proved to be quite skilled in handling the rabbit. In less than 20 minutes, he had it prepared, quickly rinsing it with seawater before finding a stick of suitable thickness to skewer it for cooking. He carefully extracted some smoldering charcoal from the fire and spread it across the ground, placing the wild hare atop it to slowly roast. After a prolonged rest, Sun Yuxuan had regained some of his strength. Bai Shihan addressed him, "Xian, why have you only just returned? You cannot imagine how worried we have been about you." Upon hearing her words, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of emotion, responding with a smile, "I told you last night not to worry about me. I would be just fine. Although I did not locate a water source today, I still had a fruitful outing bringing back a small wild boar." Chapter 43. Rendering Lard Tang Jing's face was etched with concern as her large eyes fixed intently on Sun Yuxuan. "Are you hurt? Why is there so much blood on you?" A hint of urgency and anxiety colored her voice. Observing her distress, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a reassuring smile as he replied, "Fear not, I am unscathed. It was merely a small wild boar. Dispatching it was a trivial task. The blood you see is all from the creature." Hu Qiming gazed at Sun Yuxuan with admiration, exclaiming, "Boss, you are truly remarkable. To bring back such a large wild boar, the meat will sustain us for several days." Excitement sparkled in his eyes. As time slipped away, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The hare skewered on a stick had been roasted to a golden crisp, sizzling with oil, its delectable aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing the senses. No longer able to contain their hunger, the group eagerly tore into the roasted hare, indulging in the feast. In less than 10 minutes, the hair was reduced to nothing but a pile of bare bones. Sun Yuxuan swiftly split open several coconuts, distributing the refreshing coconut water among everyone, quickly downing one himself. After a brief respite, he led the group into the woods to gather firewood. Igniting a pile at the water's edge, together with Hu Qiming, they hoisted the wild boar onto the fire, the acrid scent of burnt hair permeating the air. The others stepped back, covering their mouths and noses as the boar's fur was charred away within 10 minutes. The skin turned dark, and Sun Yuxuan, along with Hu Qiming, retrieved the boar from the flames and carried it to the sea for a thorough cleansing. After more than 20 minutes, the wild boar was washed clean and placed on a flat stone. Sun Yuxuan produced a folding knife, making a large incision in the boar's belly to extract the entrails, discarding everything but the liver into the sea. He then cut the boar meat into smaller pieces for transport back to the cave. An expatriate, witnessing Sun Yuxuan's triumph, wore an envious expression. When he saw Sun Yuxuan and the others processing the boar, he approached their cave with a forced smile, asking, "Could you spare me some wild boar meat?" Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Bai Shihan retorted, "Why should we share our wild boar meat with you? If you wish for some, bring something to trade." The expatriate, caught off guard, stammered, "But I currently have nothing to offer." Just as Bai Shihan was about to speak again, Sun Yuxuan raised his hand, addressing the expatriate, "I can give you some wild boar meat, but you must find something valuable along the coast to trade with me." The expatriate nodded eagerly in agreement, and Sun Yuxuan handed him a chunk of meat weighing 3 to 4 pounds. The foreigner, beaming with joy after receiving the wild boar meat, turned and walked away. Jiang Yue, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Captain Sun, didn't you say this foreigner is not a good person? Why give him the wild boar meat?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "Considering the sweltering heat, we lack sea salt to cure this wild boar meat. If not handled promptly, it would spoil within 2 to 3 days. It's better to offer him a small favor." Jiang Yue interjected, "We could boil seawater to extract sea salt." Sun Yuxuan explained with a smile, "The sea salt derived from boiling seawater contains numerous harmful impurities and is not safe for direct consumption. It requires careful processing. The prerequisite for filtration is an ample supply of fresh water, which is precisely why I must venture into the woods to find a water source." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's reasoning, the others grasped the situation, and Tang Jing remarked playfully, "Captain Sun, your knowledge is truly impressive." Sun Yuxuan replied modestly, "It's nothing remarkable." Luo Yuxue, with a hint of concern, said, "But how will we handle all this wild boar meat? We can't consume it all in 2 to 3 days. It will be such a waste if it spoils." Sun Yuxuan reassured her with a smile, "Although we lack sea salt for curing, we can smoke the meat. This method allows it to be preserved for a few more days." He then instructed the girls, "You all go to the shore and collect some ropes. Qiming and I will gather wood to construct a smoking rack." After saying this, he and Hu Qiming entered the woods to procure materials for the smoking rack. After spending over half an hour, they returned to the cave with 7 or 8 sturdy branches. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and the others had gathered various lengths of rope from the shore. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming fashioned a nearly 2-meter-high wooden frame, placing it above the fire pit. They then bound the wild boar meat with ropes and hung it on the rack. Sun Yuxuan chopped the fatty portions of the boar into small pieces, placing them in a pot made from an oil drum, which was then set over the fire to render the lard. After more than half an hour, the fat had completely transformed into lard. Sun Yuxuan removed the pot from the fire, extracting the remaining solids. Pointing to the remnants, he said to Luo Yuxue and the others, "This rendered fat tastes quite good. You can eat it." Hearing this, they eagerly dug into the fat. Once the lard had cooled, Sun Yuxuan poured it into several empty bottles. This time, they had rendered 6 to 7 pounds of lard, sufficient to sustain them for some time. With lard now available, Sun Yuxuan planned to create a few oil lamps. He turned to Hu Qiming and said, "Qiming, please check by the shore to see if you can find any old cotton jackets or something similar." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Hu Qiming and the others were filled with curiosity. Hu Qiming inquired, "Boss, what do you need a tattered cotton jacket for? Are you planning to wear it?" Sun Yuxuan shot him a glance and replied, "Wear it. Nonsense. Now that we have lard, I intend to make a few oil lamps." I plan to use cotton to create some wicks. Hu Qiming immediately understood and chuckled. I'll head to the coast and see what I can find. Luo Yuxue and the others chimed in unison. We'll join you. The group promptly descended from the cave to search for the old cotton jackets along the shoreline. Sun Yuxuan also made his way to the coast, where he collected several larger shells to bring back to the cave entrance. Chapter 44. Crafting Oil Lamps as Evening Descended. Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue, along with a few others, returned to the cave, breathless from their exertions. Hu Qiming clutched a plastic bag filled with an array of colorful cotton. Approaching the cave entrance, he gently placed the bag on the ground and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, complained, "Boss, you have no idea how much effort we expended to find this cotton. Every time we came across a piece of tattered clothing, we had to inspect it to see if it contained any cotton. It felt akin to scavenging." Hearing this, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he responded, "What is there to lament? Look at yourselves. Each of you has been accustomed to a life of ease, where meals are served and clothes are handed to you. Here, you're granted the opportunity to truly experience the life of those at the bottom of the social ladder. I wager that upon your return from this deserted island, each of you will undergo a profound transformation." With that, Sun Yuxuan skillfully picked up a wild boar rib and deftly sliced it open with a folding knife. Without hesitation, he tossed the cut rib into a pot fashioned from an oil drum. He then poured in some rainwater to commence the simmering process. Next, he opened a plastic bag and fashioned a wick from some of the cotton. He poured a bit of lard into several shells and placed the cotton wicks within, allowing them to absorb the lard fully. Taking a burning stick from the fire, he held it to one of the wicks, which ignited instantly. As the oil lamp flickered to life, joy and excitement surged among the group. After all, having an oil lamp would greatly facilitate their activities during the night. Tang Jing, her face brimming with admiration, remarked to Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, my respect for you grows daily. You have astonished me with your myriad talents over the past few days. It seems there is nothing you cannot accomplish." Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "Your words suggest that you might be developing feelings for me?" Tang Jing's cheeks flushed as she shot him a playful glare. An hour passed, and the aroma of the wild boar ribs wafted through the air, making everyone's mouths water. Without a second thought for the heat, each person seized a rib and began to gnaw on it. Though devoid of any seasoning, they relished every bite. Once the ribs were devoured, they drank every last drop of the broth from the pot. Gathered around the fire at the cave's entrance, the flames danced vigorously, casting a warm glow that illuminated the surrounding darkness. The waves crashed against the rocks, producing a crisp sound that harmonized with the crackling of the fire, creating a unique symphony. The gentle sea breeze caressed their faces and hair, carrying the scent of the ocean. Listening to the soothing sounds of the waves, feeling the tender touch of the wind, and gazing at the countless stars above, the group felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Luo Yuxue could not help but exclaim, "In truth, I find these days on this deserted island quite relaxing." Her voice revealed a hint of satisfaction and delight. Sun Yuxuan, upon hearing this, turned to Luo Yuxue with a smile and inquired curiously, "Why do you say that, General Luo?" Luo Yuxue smiled gently and explained, "You need not call me General Luo. Simply refer to me as Yuxue. Although life on this deserted island is somewhat challenging, it is free from the clamor of the city, the indulgences of nightlife, and the myriad troubles that often plague us. Here, I can shed all burdens and embrace my truest self." Sun Yuxuan nodded, smiling as he remarked, "As a company president, what troubles could you possibly have?" His tone carried a hint of playful sarcasm. Luo Yuxue sighed deeply and replied, "What you see is merely the glamorous side of me. Consider this. I manage a vast company, with numerous employees relying on me for their livelihood. My days are filled with either work or social obligations, and I am constantly confronted by a diverse array of individuals. Each day feels like walking on thin ice." Hearing her words, Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement, saying, "That is indeed true." Luo Yuxue then addressed Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, given your considerable abilities, why would you content yourself with the position of a security team leader?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and said, "I possess no remarkable skills. I merely speak a few foreign languages. It's nothing extraordinary. I find being a security team leader quite pleasant, devoid of excessive worries. There are no intricate power struggles or deceit. Sometimes I ponder the brevity of life. Why accumulate wealth when one can simply enjoy each day? Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Luo Yuxue and the others were taken aback. Tang Jing smiled and remarked, "I never imagined you lived so carefree." Sun Yuxuan replied with a grin, "In truth, I do not consider it carefree. I merely find contentment in my circumstances without any particular ambitions." Luo Yuxue, intrigued, asked, "I am curious about your experiences. You seem far more mature and composed than your peers." Sun Yuxuan laughed and said, "There is nothing extraordinary. Perhaps I have simply experienced more." Noticing Sun Yuxuan's reluctance to elaborate, Luo Yuxue chose not to press further. Hu Qiming then asked, "Boss, will you be searching for a water source tomorrow?" Sun Yuxuan nodded. "Indeed, we must search for water. The rainwater we have collected will only last us 4 or 5 days at most. I will accompany you." Hu Qiming interjected, "It would be wise for us to look out for one another, and I can learn more about survival in the wild." Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Luo Yuxue interjected, "Yes, Captain Sun, let Hu Qiming accompany you." Tang Jing quickly added, "Let Manager Hu go with you. It is beneficial for both." Hearing their suggestions, Sun Yuxuan nodded. Very well. The group continued their conversation by the fire until late into the night, and as drowsiness began to envelop them, they returned to the cave to rest. Sun Yuxuan ignited 2 oil lamps and placed them upon the protruding stone walls within the cave. At the break of dawn the following day, Sun Yuxuan awakened and roused the still slumbering Hu Qiming. The two descended from the cave and made their way to the coastline, where they performed a brief ablution before venturing into the woods. At this hour, the sun had yet to rise, and the entire forest was shrouded in mist, rendering visibility quite low. Both were particularly vigilant and cautious. Sun Yuxuan led the way with a folding knife in hand, while Hu Qiming followed closely behind, bow and arrow at the ready. Having traversed 8 or 9 kilometers the previous day without discovering a water source, Sun Yuxuan opted for an alternate direction today. Chapter 45. Discovering a water source after trudging through the dense forest for nearly 2 hours, though he occasionally caught glimpses of wild chickens flitting about, Sun Yuxuan felt no inclination to hunt them. After all, they still had a considerable supply of wild boar meat, which they could not possibly consume in the short term. His primary objective today was to locate a water source. As time passed, the sun ascended higher in the sky, its rays filtering through the gaps in the leaves and casting warm light upon the forest floor. The mist within the woods gradually dissipated, clearing the view and rendering the surroundings distinctly visible. However, in stark contrast to Sun Yuxuan's condition, Hu Qiming was faring far less well. He was already panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like pearls strung on a broken thread, his legs feeling as though they were encumbered by lead, so heavy he could barely lift them. At last, Hu Qiming could no longer restrain himself and pleaded with Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, I simply cannot continue any longer. May we pause for a moment to rest?" His voice betrayed a palpable sense of exhaustion and helplessness. Observing Hu Qiming's disheveled state, gasping for breath, Sun Yuxuan could not help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "Qiming, your stamina is truly abysmal. Have you become so fatigued after such a short distance?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Hu Qiming scratched his head and explained, "Boss, please do not mock me. I spend my days confined to an office, lacking any form of exercise. How could I possibly compare to you?" Sun Yuxuan chose not to press the matter further and sought out a shady tree. After scanning the area for potential dangers, he finally permitted Hu Qiming to rest beneath its boughs. Hu Qiming collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, while Sun Yuxuan leaned against the trunk, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. After more than 10 minutes of rest, Hu Qiming regained some of his strength, and the two resumed their journey deeper into the thicket. Thus, they continued onward for another 3 or 4 kilometers, yet still found no trace of water. As time wore on, their spirits grew increasingly heavy, disappointment and frustration settling within their hearts. With a furrowed brow, Hu Qiming, looking despondent, said to Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, I fear there may be no water source in this forest at all. We ought to turn back. It is unwise to persist in this manner. However, Sun Yuxuan held a different perspective. Furrowing his brow, he shook his head and replied, "Logically, that should not be the case. The vegetation here is so lush. Typically, a water source should be present. Please, let us persevere a little longer. We may find it soon." Hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Hu Qiming could only nod in resignation. After walking a bit further, Sun Yuxuan, who was leading the way, suddenly heard a faint sound of flowing water. The sound was delicate, as if it emanated from a great distance, elusive and indistinct. A surge of joy filled Sun Yuxuan's heart, and he immediately halted, straining to listen intently. Yet, as he concentrated on the sound, it seemed to play a trick on him, vanishing without a trace. Unwilling to concede defeat, Sun Yuxuan waited a moment longer. But the sound of water never returned. In a moment of perplexity, he turned to Hu Qiming and inquired, "Did you just hear the sound of flowing water?" Upon hearing this, Hu Qiming paused, carefully attuning his senses for a while. Ultimately, he shook his head, gazing at Sun Yuxuan with an expression of disbelief, and replied, "I don't hear anything. All I can discern is the rustling of leaves in the wind. Surely, you must be imagining things?" Sun Yuxuan slowly shook his head, pondering internally. Could it indeed be a mere figment of my imagination? The two continued their trek, covering a distance of 200 to 300 meters, when, all of a sudden, a faint sound of water flowing reached Sun Yuxuan's ears once more. He immediately halted, holding his breath and listening intently. This time, the sound of the water was unmistakable, clearly identifiable as the gentle flow of a stream. Moreover, Hu Qiming, standing beside him, exclaimed, "Boss, I think I can hear the sound of water too." At this revelation, a wave of joy surged within Sun Yuxuan, prompting him to quicken his pace as he rushed ahead, with Hu Qiming following closely behind without hesitation. As they drew nearer to the source of the sound, the murmur of the water grew increasingly pronounced. Thus, they advanced another 700 to 800 meters until a winding little river unveiled itself before their eyes. Upon beholding the river, both Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming were nearly propelled into the air with excitement, darting toward the stream like arrows released from a bow. In no time, they reached the riverbank, where they beheld a stream approximately 3 meters wide, its waters crystal clear and less than a meter deep. At that moment, disregarding any potential bacteria or parasites, they leaned over and eagerly drank from the river. Having quenched their thirst, they straightened up and settled down by the riverbank to rest. Hu Qiming, brimming with exhilaration, remarked to Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, perseverance truly pays off. We have finally discovered a water source. I never anticipated such a substantial river would exist in the heart of this dense forest. I wonder where this water originates from. Logically, there should be such a large river on this deserted island." Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "Why concern ourselves with its origin? What matters is that we have found our water source." Hu Qiming nodded in agreement, saying that, "That's true. Now that we have located it, we can simply come here periodically for water." Upon hearing Hu Qiming's suggestion, Sun Yuxuan quickly waved his hand and replied, "But this place is nearly 10 kilometers from the coast. Coming here frequently would be quite taxing and not particularly safe. Just think about it. We would have to traverse through dense foliage, and who knows what perilous beasts we might encounter along the way. Therefore, I believe we should relocate deeper into the forest and construct a shelter." Hu Qiming, taken aback by Sun Yuxuan's words, frowned and queried, "Isn't the cave where we are currently residing sufficient? Moreover, it is relatively safe. Why must we relocate to the woods to construct a shelter?" Upon witnessing this, Sun Yuxuan patiently elucidated, "Although the cave we currently inhabit is indeed quite secure, it is regrettably distant from this small river. Consider, each time we retrieve water, we expend considerable time and energy, and the amount we can collect is exceedingly limited. Additionally, the variety of food available along the shore is rather monotonous. If we persistently consume only those items, our bodies will undoubtedly suffer from a lack of essential nutrients, which would be detrimental to our survival on this deserted island." After listening to Sun Yuxuan's thorough analysis, Hu Qiming nodded in agreement, indicating, "You have indeed considered the matter with great foresight. However, if we were to truly relocate our shelter to the riverbank, what if the rescue team were to find this place? Would we not risk missing our chance for salvation?" Chapter 46. Encounter with the king cobra, the two individuals rested by the riverbank for a while, feeling their strength gradually return. After regaining some energy, they rose and began to stroll toward the coastline. However, they had scarcely ventured far when Sun Yuxuan, who was leading the way, was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of danger, as if some peril was stealthily approaching. Without hesitation, he halted, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance, attempting to discern the source of his unease. Hearing the sudden stop, Hu Qiming, who followed closely behind, also came to a halt. His face etched with confusion as he inquired, "Boss, what's wrong?" Sun Yuxuan furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he replied, "I can't shake the feeling that there is danger lurking nearby." Upon hearing this, Hu Qiming's nerves instantly tightened. His eyes darted around, searching for any signs of a potential threat. However, after surveying the area, he noticed nothing amiss and skeptically remarked, "Boss, are you being overly cautious? There's clearly nothing here." Yet, Sun Yuxuan resolutely shook his head, asserting, "No, my instincts are never wrong." In the midst of their conversation, a faint rustling sound reached Sun Yuxuan's ears. Though subtle, it stood out starkly against the backdrop of silence. Concurrently, a faint, unpleasant odor wafted through the air, evoking a sense of revulsion. Sun Yuxuan's alertness intensified as he gripped his pocket knife tightly. Observing this, Hu Qiming promptly raised his bow, just as a slight commotion emerged from the nearby underbrush. Suddenly, a king cobra, with a girth surpassing that of a human arm, emerged from the foliage. Its enormous head thrusting forward as it flicked its tongue at Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming. The sight of such a formidable serpent sent chills down their spines. Sun Yuxuan managed to maintain a semblance of composure, while Hu Qiming turned pale, trembling involuntarily. It was evident that the king cobra had fixated on them as its prey, its gaze unwavering, poised to strike with lethal precision. Compounding their fear, the snake was now a mere 5 or 6 meters away, an oppressive proximity that heightened their anxiety. Sun Yuxuan took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady as he instructed Hu Qiming, "Qiming, slowly step back and be light on your feet. Do not make a sound." Responding to Sun Yuxuan's command, Hu Qiming cautiously retreated step by step. Sun Yuxuan remained steadfast, his eyes locked onto the serpent, refusing to relent in his focus. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a stick on the ground, approximately the thickness of an arm. With utmost care, Sun Yuxuan crouched down, gradually picking up the stick and gripping it firmly. Just as he lifted the stick, the king cobra lunged forth from the underbrush with astonishing speed, a flash of motion that left them both awestruck. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of venom towards Sun Yuxuan, the toxic fluid resembling a rain of white arrows, hurtling directly towards him. In the blink of an eye, Sun Yuxuan demonstrated extraordinary agility, darting aside like a lithe cheetah, narrowly evading this lethal strike. However, the speed of the king cobra was astonishing. In an instant, it had materialized before Sun Yuxuan, so close that he could feel the warmth of its breath. Undeterred, Sun Yuxuan gripped his wooden staff tightly and swung it fiercely at the king cobra. The blow landed squarely on the serpent's body, producing a resounding thud. The king cobra was sent sprawling, tumbling 3 or 4 meters away before crashing to the ground, its body rolling as if it had lost all control. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yuxuan sprinted forward, raising his foot to deliver a crushing stomp to the serpent's head. The force of his kick was immense, as if he intended to create a crater in the earth. His foot pressed down like an anvil, mercilessly pinning the king cobra's head, rendering it unable to escape. As Sun Yuxuan continued to apply pressure, the serpent writhed violently, seemingly engaged in a final struggle. Yet, all was in vain. Sun Yuxuan's foot remained steadfast, like an immovable mountain, firmly anchoring the creature's head. As seconds ticked by, nearly a minute elapsed before the king cobra finally ceased its thrashing, falling utterly silent. Only then did Sun Yuxuan slowly lift his foot, revealing the serpent's head, now a mangled ruin beneath his sole. With the king cobra definitively vanquished, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Crouching down, he retrieved a folding knife and severed the serpent's head from its body. At that moment, Hu Qiming approached Sun Yuxuan, his expression tinged with trepidation as he spoke, "Boss, this forest is far too perilous. I can't believe there are such massive king cobras lurking here." Sun Yuxuan, lifting the slain serpent, stood slowly, his brow furrowed with concern. This desolate island resembles a primordial jungle. Who knows how many more venomous beasts lie hidden within? He cautioned Hu Qiming. "We must exercise utmost caution from now on. A moment's carelessness could cost us our lives." Hu Qiming, upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, felt a tightening in his chest and nodded in agreement. The two men dared not linger any longer in that place, hastening towards the coastline. Perhaps due to the recent encounter with the king cobra, they became exceedingly vigilant, observing their surroundings with heightened awareness. Fortunately, their journey was devoid of further peril, though it took them nearly 4 hours to finally return to the cave. However, as Sun Yuxuan approached the cave's entrance, he sensed an unsettling change in the atmosphere. To his astonishment, Luo Yuxue and her companions, who were supposed to be awaiting them at the cave entrance, had mysteriously vanished. The campfire at the cave's mouth was nearly extinguished, adding to his bewilderment. Even more perplexing was the disappearance of the wild boar meat from the wooden rack beside the fire, while the ground beneath the cave bore the chaotic remnants of scattered footprints. Before Sun Yuxuan could utter a word, Hu Qiming spoke first. "It appears that General Luo and her team may have encountered some trouble." No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged in the distance, sprinting towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was the foreigner. Chapter 47. A move before long. The foreign man stumbled breathlessly to the front of Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming. Sun Yuxuan focused his gaze, only to find that the man's face was swollen like a pig's head. His once prominent nose was now crooked, and his eyes were squinted almost shut, as if he had been thoroughly beaten. Alarmed, Sun Yuxuan hastily inquired, "What on earth happened? Where are my friends?" Gasping for air, the foreigner stammered, Just a moment ago, 7 or 8 burly men appeared without a word and took your friends away." Realizing the gravity of the situation, "I tried to intervene, but they ended up beating me as well." Upon hearing this, both Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming's expressions grew grave. Hu Qiming urgently pressed, "How long ago did they leave? In which direction did they go?" The foreigner took a moment to catch his breath before quickly responding, "It's been nearly half an hour now. They headed towards the coast." Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan tossed the still writhing king cobra he held into the foreigner's arms, as if discarding refuse, casually remarking, "This snake is a gift for you." In the blink of an eye, he bolted towards the coastline like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing this, Hu Qiming dared not delay, swiftly following in pursuit. However, Sun Yuxuan's speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning. Hu Qiming soon found himself struggling to keep up, gradually lagging behind. Sun Yuxuan raced along the shore, his footsteps swift as the wind, seemingly unceasing. After running 3 or 4 kilometers, he spotted a gathering of people at the distant coastline. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Luo Yuxue and her companions among them. His heart tightened, and he quickened his pace towards them. Before he could draw near, he distinctly heard by Shirhan's voice, filled with terror and indignation, "I warn you not to act recklessly. If you dare, Xiange will not spare you." The fact that she spoke in English suggested that those who had captured them were not from Huaxia. However, as soon as Bai Shirhan's words fell, a wave of mocking laughter erupted from the men. Their derision dripped with disdain. "Huh, don't think you can intimidate me with your pathetic Xiange. If he dares to show up, I'll have him begging for mercy on his knees. But if you serve me well, I might consider sparing your life." With that, one of the men began to tear at Bai Shirhan's clothing, while several others shamelessly assaulted Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing. The women fought desperately, their screams echoing across the desolate shoreline. At that moment, a chilling voice cut through the air, as if delivering a decree from hell. "You all shall die today." The speaker was none other than Sun Yuxuan, who had now closed the distance to within 5 meters of the group. Upon hearing the voice of Sun Yuxuan, the group momentarily froze, only to erupt into raucous laughter as if they had just heard a particularly amusing jest. Gradually, they released Luo Yuxue and her companions, lifting their heads to regard Sun Yuxuan with an expression of utter disdain, as though he were an inconsequential jester. The sudden appearance of Sun Yuxuan brought immense relief to Luo Yuxue and her friends. The tension that had gripped them dissipated, and they could no longer suppress their inner fears and grievances, bursting into tears. Jiang Yiwei cried the hardest, sobbing as she trembled and addressed Sun Yuxuan. "Captain Sun, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed even a moment longer, Her words were interrupted by her weeping, evidently haunted by the harrowing scene they had just endured. Sun Yuxuan's gaze fell upon Luo Yuxue and her companions, noting their disheveled attire. Each of their faces bore distinct handprints, and some even had traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. This sight ignited a fierce anger within Sun Yuxuan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He fixed a steely glare upon the 7 or 8 individuals before him, observing that, like himself, they all possessed yellow skin. However, based on the English spoken by Sher Han during their earlier interaction, it was clear that this group was not of Huaxia descent. Furthermore, their darker complexion suggested they hailed from tropical region. At that moment, a burly man stepped forth from the crowd, swaggering towards Sun Yuxuan with an air of superiority, looking down at him with a contemptuous smirk. With a sneer, he questioned in English, "Who are you, punk?" Sun Yuxuan, his expression impassive and his demeanor cold, replied in English with unwavering confidence, "I am your father." This retort acted as a catalyst, instantly igniting the man's fury. His countenance darkened, his eyes bulging with rage as he bellowed, "You're seeking death, kid." Before he could finish his sentence, the man erupted in a fit of rage, his face contorted into a monstrous snarl akin to that of a wild beast. Clenching a fist the size of a sandpot, he unleashed a powerful blow aimed squarely at Sun Yuxuan's head, a strike so formidable that it could shatter skulls like ripe watermelons. Yet, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were remarkably swift. At the very moment the fist was about to connect with his head, he deftly extended a hand, accurately grasping the man's wrist with lightning speed. In the next instant, he twisted with great force, a sharp crack echoing through the air, reminiscent of a bone snapping. The man's arm succumbed to the twist, hanging limply at his side. The excruciating pain elicited a blood-curdling scream from him, a sound reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, reverberating ominously in the air. Sun Yuxuan, devoid of any compassion, leaped into action, delivering a sweeping kick akin to a whirlwind, infused with immense power, striking the man squarely in the head. This blow landed with the force of a hammer, sending the man careening backward, crashing to the ground, unconscious. However, Sun Yuxuan did not relent. He swiftly advanced and ruthlessly delivered 3 or 4 harsh kicks to the man's head. With each blow, the man's skull suffered grievous injury, resulting in a torrent of blood from his 7 orifices, a sight too horrific to behold. His body convulsed a few times before succumbing to stillness. From a moment he struck until the resolution of the situation spanned merely a matter of seconds. The onlookers were left in utter shock. The men had never anticipated that Sun Yuxuan possessed such formidable skills. Furthermore, his merciless actions had led to the brutal demise of one of their comrades. The disdain that once lingered in their gazes towards Sun Yuxuan was entirely replaced by profound terror. Luo Yuxue and her companions were equally astonished. They had merely expected Sun Yuxuan to teach these individuals a lesson, never imagining he would resort to taking a life. Chapter 48. Resolving the battle with ease, Sun Yuxuan gazed impassively at the lifeless body on the ground, his expression devoid of emotion, as if the entire scene were utterly unrelated to him. However, when he lifted his gaze to the few remaining individuals, a chilling aura of menace suddenly emanated from him. He slowly retrieved a folding knife from his pocket, its blade glinting coldly under the faint light. His movements were deliberate, each step seemingly designed to showcase his unwavering resolve and indifference. The frightened individuals were cowed by his presence, instinctively retreating a step, their faces betraying sheer terror. One of them, trembling, stammered, Who are you? How dare you kill? I'm telling you, I'm Tai." His voice trembled with fear, as if his nationality could somehow sway Sun Yuxuan's intentions. Yet, Sun Yuxuan merely sneered coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. "I care not who you are. Should you dare to harm my woman, you shall all meet your end." His words were laced with unyielding wrath, leaving no room for hesitation or pity. Nearby, Luo Yuxue and the other girls felt a surge of secret delight at Sun Yuxuan's declaration that they were his women. As Sun Yuxuan advanced with measured steps, the palpable dread among the assailants intensified. Suddenly, one of them seemed to have an idea. He lunged forward, attempting to seize Tang Jing as a hostage to leverage against Sun Yuxuan. However, Sun Yuxuan's reaction was lightning fast. At the very moment the assailant reached out, the blade of his folding knife shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aiming directly for the man's arm. The knife struck with precision, embedding itself in the assailant's arm, and a spurt of blood erupted forth. The man let out a horrified scream, clutching his injured limb, and collapsed to the ground in anguish. Witnessing this, the remaining assailants exchanged glances, steeling their resolve, and charged at Sun Yuxuan with clenched fists. There were 7 in total. One had just been brutally dispatched by Sun Yuxuan, and another lay grievously wounded. This left 5, yet Sun Yuxuan exhibited no sign of panic despite the odds. His movements were swift and precise, as if rehearsed countless times in his mind. With a lightning-quick motion, his left hand seized one assailant's arm, while his right hand swung like a hammer, striking another on the head. Simultaneously, his right foot propelled forward like a cannonball, landing squarely in the third man's abdomen. These 3 maneuvers flowed seamlessly, executed with blinding speed that left no room for response. With a sharp crack, Sun Yuxuan twisted his left hand, instantly shattering the assailant's arm. His right fist, akin to a heavy weight, crashed down upon another's skull, rendering the man unconscious before he could even utter a cry. As for the unfortunate soul who received the kick to the stomach, he soared through the air as if severed from his strings, landing heavily several meters away with a resounding thud. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment Sun Yuxuan struck until he incapacitated the 3 individuals, a mere few seconds elapsed. However, Sun Yuxuan's onslaught did not waver. With a swift motion, akin to a phantom, he leaped into the air and delivered a fierce whip kick that landed squarely on the 4th man's head. The force of this blow was tremendous. The man had no chance to evade and was sent crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Immediately thereafter, Sun Yuxuan charged towards the final opponent like a tempest, swiftly seizing one of his arms and twisting it with brutal force. A sharp crack echoed as the man's arm was broken in an instant. The entire sequence of events, from Sun Yuxuan's initial strike to the resolution of the 5 adversaries, unfolded in a mere span of just over 10 seconds. The speed and ferocity of his actions leaving onlookers in sheer astonishment. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yuxue and her companion stood frozen, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Although the girls were aware of Sun Yuxuan's formidable skills, they never anticipated he would so effortlessly dispatch this group of assailants with such swiftness. At that moment, the girls regarded him as if he were a creature of myth. A profound silence enveloped the coastline, punctuated only by the anguished cries of the defeated. Unperturbed by the pitiful sounds, Sun Yuxuan approached Luo Yuxue and her friends, his expression betraying a hint of concern. Upon reaching Luo Yuxue, he paused and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" The girls seemed to snap back to reality from their shock, shaking their heads in response to Sun Yuxuan's question, indicating that they were unharmed. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a reassuring smile as he said, "That is good to hear." However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The man whom Sun Yuxuan had stabbed with the folding knife seized the opportunity while Sun Yuxuan had his back turned. With a surge of determination, he endured the excruciating pain in his arm and forcefully withdrew the knife from his wound. His movements were swift and resolute, clearly driven by a desperate resolve. Rising to his feet, wielding the folding knife like a frenzied beast, he lunged directly at Sun Yuxuan. Li Mengqi, witnessing this scene, screamed, shattering the stillness of the air. "Xingge, be careful." Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were extraordinarily sharp. It was as if he had anticipated the attack. He deftly sidestepped, evading the man's ferocious thrust. In the same instant, he extended his left hand, striking like lightning to seize the man's knife-wielding arm with precision. Without a hint of mercy, Sun Yuxuan unleashed a thunderous right punch, crashing it down upon the man's head with overwhelming force. The blow was akin to a heavy hammer, sending the man sprawling to the ground, where he instantly lost consciousness. As he fell, the folding knife slipped from the man's grasp, landing on the sandy beach with a sharp clatter. Sun Yuxuan swiftly bent down to retrieve the knife, and with a decisive motion, he made a swift cut across the man's neck. In an instant, a deep gash was inflicted upon the man's neck, crimson blood gushing forth as his body convulsed uncontrollably. After a brief span of over 10 seconds, he fell utterly still. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Luo Yuxue and her companions were instantly seized by terror, erupting into piercing screams. Sun Yuxuan slowly approached the 5 individuals he had previously incapacitated. As he drew near, the 3 who had yet to lose consciousness trembled in dread, fervently pleading for mercy. Unmoved by their desperate entreaties, Sun Yuxuan remained resolute. At that moment, Luo Yuxue cried out, "Captain Sun, cease the slaughter, spare them." He paused, turning to her, and replied, "These wretches deserve death. Consider, had I arrived but a few minutes later, you might have already fallen victim to their vile intentions. You may wish to show them mercy, yet they harbor no thoughts of sparing you. I have already taken 2 lives. I am indifferent to claiming a few more." Hearing his words, Luo Yuxue opened her mouth to respond, but Tang Jing immediately grasped her arm, prompting her to fall silent. Chapter 49. Enlightening the masses. Sun Yuxuan turned and approached the 5 individuals, swiftly slashing his hand across each of their necks. The 5 convulsed briefly before falling utterly still. Witnessing Sun Yuxuan eliminate all 7 individuals left Luo Yuxue and her companions with an indescribable sensation. Although they understood that these 7 deserved their fates, the brutal efficiency with which Sun Yuxuan acted instilled a profound fear within them. Their feelings towards him became intricate, a mixture of admiration for his prowess and dread of his ruthless methods. They stood there, seemingly devoid of thought, their minds blank, uncertain of their own reflections. At that moment, Hu Qiming hurriedly approached, panting heavily. Upon seeing the scattered corpses, he too was rendered speechless, frozen in place. After a lengthy pause, Hu Qiming finally regained his composure and stammered, "Boss, did you kill these people?" Sun Yuxuan, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded in affirmation. Hu Qiming's face immediately lit up with admiration, exclaiming, "Boss, you are incredible. It's as if a war god has descended." However, Sun Yuxuan did not respond to Hu Qiming's praise. Instead, he walked directly to Luo Yuxue and her group and inquired, "Do you think my actions were too ruthless?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and her companions shook their heads, then nodded in contemplation. Sun Yuxuan continued, "Consider this. Had I not possessed such skills, it would be I who lay dead now, and you would likely have been subjected to the whims of these beasts. This is a deserted island, free from the constraints of law. Anything can transpire here. To survive, one must sometimes be merciless." Upon hearing his words, Luo Yuxue and the others remained silent. At this moment, Hu Qiming stepped forward and declared, "I believe the boss acted correctly. After all, this is an uninhabited island, and if we do not adopt a ruthless approach, it could very well be our lives at stake." Sun Yuxuan then spoke slowly, "It is not that I am heartless. I merely take precautions against potential threats. 8 years ago, my moment of compassion resulted in the loss of a comrade." At this revelation, Luo Yuxue and her companions were taken aback, their gazes fixed upon him. Sun Yuxuan sighed before continuing, 8 years ago, our team received orders to eliminate a group of drug traffickers at the border. We lay in wait for 3 days before finally spotting them. Soon, we engaged in fierce combat, taking down numerous traffickers, while others attempted to flee. Without hesitation, we pursued them. When I caught up to one trafficker and aimed my gun at her head, she suddenly turned to face me. I froze. The trafficker was a frail woman, heavily pregnant. Her eyes filled with fear and desperation. At that moment, I pondered the grave nature of the drug dealer's crimes. Yet I could not dismiss the innocence of the child she bore. As I was lost in thought, the female trafficker produced a hand grenade, pulling the pin while maintaining a firm grip on me. Just as the grenade was on the verge of detonating, a comrade appeared and swiftly yanked me away. subsequently subduing the woman. In that instant, the grenade exploded. Miraculously, I survived, but my brave companion and the female dealer perished in the blast. As I recounted this harrowing experience, tears welled in Sun Yuxuan's eyes, and he continued, had I acted without hesitation and fired my weapon, my comrade would still be alive. Upon hearing his words, Luo Yuxue and the others fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, Shirhan broke the stillness, saying, "Brother Xian, I understand." Luo Yuxue followed suit, affirming, "I understand too. These individuals truly deserve their fate. You were right to act as you did." Sun Yuxuan replied slowly, "It is good that you comprehend. You should return to the cave now." He then turned to Hu Qiming and added, "Qiming, come with me to remove the clothing and shoes from those corpses." The group was momentarily taken aback by his request, yet no one protested. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming approached the lifeless bodies and began to search them. To their surprise, they uncovered several unopened packs of cigarettes, which filled them with elation. As both had been craving nicotine after several days without, they proceeded to strip the corpses of their clothing and shoes before dragging the bodies into the sea, allowing the waves to carry them away. Upon returning to the cave entrance, Sun Yuxuan instructed Luo Yuxue and the others, "Please clean these clothes and shoes thoroughly and hang them to dry." The group did not question his command. Taking the garments they had retrieved from the dead, they went to the shoreline and began washing them, undeterred by their origin. In this desolate island, they had no spare clothes, and their own attire was filthy, exuding an unpleasant odor. Sun Yuxuan eagerly tore open a pack of cigarettes, handing one to Hu Qiming while placing another between his own lips. He lit it with a burning stick from the fire, inhaling deeply and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Hu Qiming quickly ignited his cigarette, savoring the moment. Nearly 20 minutes later, Luo Yuxue and the others returned to the cave entrance, having cleaned and hung the clothes and shoes to dry. By this time it was afternoon, and the group, having gone an entire day without sustenance, felt their hunger gnawing at them. Sun Yuxuan took a substantial piece of marbled wild boar meat, chopping it into small morsels and placing them in a pot to saw it, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma, before adding some rainwater he had collected to simmer. In less than an hour, the wild boar meat in the pot had simmered to perfection. The group eagerly seized their wooden chopsticks, devouring the succulent meat with great enthusiasm. Within a mere 20 minutes, the entire pot of stew was consumed, with not a drop of broth left. Sun Yuxuan then addressed Luo Yuxue and the others, saying, "Today, Qiming and I discovered a small river in the woods." Hearing this, Luo Yuxue and the others were filled with delight. Sun Yuxuan continued, "That river is approximately 10 kilometers from here. Retrieving water from there would be quite troublesome and not very safe. Therefore, I plan to relocate to reside by the riverbank. I wonder what your thoughts are on this." Chapter 50. Relocation by the river Limengqi was the first to shatter the silence, her voice tinged with urgency. "Xiange, I believe it would be unwise to relocate to the woods. If we move there, the rescue team may not find us on this deserted island, and we could miss our chance for salvation." Jiang Yue concurred. "Indeed, Captain Sunday. This cave we currently reside in is quite satisfactory and relatively safe. We can periodically venture into the woods for water." Sun Yuxuan regarded them patiently, explaining, "You both raise valid points. However, it has been several days since we arrived here. If the rescue team were capable of locating us, they would have done so by now. Furthermore, while this cave is relatively secure, it lacks a water source. We must retrieve water from the woods, which is not only time-consuming and laborious, but also perilous." His words rendered the girls silent, evidently deep in contemplation. After a while, the stillness persisted, prompting Sun Yuxuan to speak again. "How about this? If you're truly unwilling to move to the woods, I will not pressure you. You may remain in this cave and await rescue, while I will venture into the woods alone." The girls were taken aback by his proposal, clearly unprepared for such a suggestion. If Sun Yuxuan were to relocate to the woods, leaving them behind, they would likely struggle to survive along this unfamiliar coastline. Luo Yuxue quickly interjected, "I believe Captain Sun's reasoning is sound. I agree we should move to the woods." Tang Jing promptly echoed, "I concur. Relocating to the riverbank would facilitate bathing and other activities." By Shirhan, Limengqi, and Jiang Yiwei all nodded in agreement. Sun Yuxuan understood that their acquiescence stemmed primarily from concern over their survival should he leave them behind. Although this may not have been their true sentiment, he chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, Hu Qiming turned to Sun Yuxuan and inquired, "Boss, when shall we relocate to the riverbank?" After a moment's reflection, Sun Yuxuan replied, "Currently, our supplies are quite limited. To move to the riverbank and construct a shelter, we must gather more useful resources. Additionally, we need to utilize seawater to extract some salt crystals for the production of sea salt. After all, the human body can encounter various issues if it lacks sufficient salt intake over an extended period." Having spoken, he surveyed the group, pausing briefly before continuing. "Thus, in the coming days, everyone may need to exert themselves more diligently. Each day, we must scour the coastline for any materials that we can utilize, whatever it may be. We should strive to retrieve as much as possible." As Sun Yuxuan concluded his remarks, the group nodded in agreement. In a setting as desolate as this island, resources were exceedingly scarce. The more supplies they could accumulate, the greater their assurance of survival. On the following dawn, before the first light of day broke, the group awoke early. They made their way to the coast for a brief wash, and then returned to the cave entrance to roast some wild boar meat for breakfast. Sun Yuxuan instructed Hu Qiming to remain at the cave entrance to boil seawater for salt crystallization. Meanwhile, he, along with the 5 girls including Luo Yuxue, ventured to the shoreline, scavenging through the debris washed ashore by the sea in search of any potentially useful materials. After 3 days of diligent effort, they had amassed a considerable collection of supplies, including empty bottles, plastic debris, ropes, and metal cans. They also managed to produce a substantial amount of salt crystals from the boiled seawater. That night, after enjoying a stew of wild boar meat, the group gathered around the fire at the cave entrance. Sun Yuxuan addressed them, stating, "After our efforts these past few days, we have gathered sufficient supplies. Therefore, I plan for us to relocate to the riverbank tomorrow morning." His words were met with unanimous agreement from the others. On the next morning, the sky remained overcast. The sun yet to rise, but Sun Yuxuan was already awake. He gently roused the still sleeping Luo Yuxue and the others, then set about his tasks. They organized the various supplies they had collected over the past few days, carefully packing them into several woven bags salvaged from the beach. Although the bags were somewhat worn, they were still usable. Sun Yuxuan also picked up a piece of fungus he had found in the woods the previous day. Using his portable folding knife, he punctured a small hole in the fungus. Then he used a stick to pick up a piece of smoldering charcoal, delicately placing it in the hole of the fungus. Taking a deep breath, he leaned in close and began to blow gently. As he did so, the fungus gradually ignited, emitting tiny sparks. The sparks multiplied, eventually coalescing into a small flame. Satisfied with his handiwork, Sun Yuxuan handed the glowing fungus to Bai Shihan. With everything prepared, the group shouldered their bags filled with supplies and ventured deeper into the woods. Sun Yuxuan led the way, followed closely by the 5 girls, with Hu Qiming bringing up the rear. For Luo Yuxue and the others, it was their first foray into such dense forest, and they could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. As everyone carried considerable loads, Sun Yuxuan moderated his pace to accommodate the girls, stopping periodically to allow them to rest. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers along the way, and after 4 hours, they finally reached the riverbank. At that point, the girls were nearly exhausted, dropping their bags to the ground and rushing to the river to drink from its waters. Seeing this, Sun Yuxuan quickly interjected, "Though the river water appears clean, we cannot ascertain how many bacteria and parasites it may contain. Drinking it directly could easily lead to illness." Upon hearing his warning, the group halted. Hu Qiming, curious, remarked, "Boss, didn't we drink from this river the other day? We were fine, weren't we?" Sun Yuxuan cast him a sideways glance and remarked, "Wasn't there a lack of fire that day? You all rest for a moment. I shall gather some firewood and rekindle the flames." Having uttered these words, he rose and ventured into the nearby woods to collect a handful of twigs and dry grass. He then held a bundle of dry grass close to the smoldering fungus that preserved the embers, blowing gently upon it. Within a minute, the grass ignited, and Sun Yuxuan promptly placed it on the ground, adding some firewood atop it. Before long, the wood caught fire, and Sun Yuxuan retrieved a pot fashioned from an oil barrel from his woven bag, filling it with water and placing it over the flames to boil. Chapter 51. The first night by the stream. Time passed inexorably, and after nearly 20 minutes, the water in the pot finally began to bubble, emitting a gentle gurgling sound. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan swiftly removed the pot from the fire and set it aside to cool. Once the temperature of the water had diminished, each person carefully took an improvised bowl fashioned from empty bottles and ladled some water from the pot, tilting their heads back to drink eagerly. After quenching their thirst, they gathered around the crackling fire for a brief respite. Sun Yuxuan then addressed Luo Yuxue and the others, instructing them to gather more firewood from the forest and to cut some palm fronds to spread around the fire, as they would spend the night there. "I will seek out some food," he added, retrieving a folding knife from his pocket and handing it to Hu Qiming with a cautionary reminder. "Be careful with this." He then took up a bow and arrow, rising to venture into the woods. He wandered through the trees for over half an hour when a faint rustling caught his attention. The sound seemed to emanate from a nearby thicket, prompting Sun Yuxuan to become alert. He slowed his pace, holding his bow and arrow, and approached the underbrush cautiously. Before he could draw closer, a gray wild rabbit suddenly poked its head out from the bushes. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yuxuan aimed and released an arrow, which struck true, piercing the rabbit's neck with the force of the arrowhead. The rabbit fell to the ground, thrashing about, and Sun Yuxuan hurried forward, delivering a decisive blow to its head. After a few convulsions, the rabbit lay still. Weighing approximately 5 to 6 pounds, it would surely provide a hearty meal for the group. Upon his return to the stream with the rabbit in hand, he found that Hu Qiming and the others had gathered a considerable amount of firewood and had also cut palm fronds to lay beside the fire. The sight of the rabbit brought smiles to their faces. Hu Qiming took the rabbit from Sun Yuxuan and proceeded to prepare it by the stream. Despite his limited survival experience, he was adept at handling wild game. In less than 20 minutes, he had expertly processed and cleaned a rabbit, bringing it back to the fire. Using the folding knife, he fashioned a skewer from a stick about the thickness of a finger, sharpening one end to pierce the rabbit. He then retrieved some smoldering charcoal from the fire, spreading it on the ground, and placed the rabbit atop it to begin roasting. Within half an hour, the rabbit had turned a golden brown, sizzling and releasing savory juices, causing the hungry group to salivate at the delightful aroma wafting through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, they tore off pieces of the roasted rabbit, eagerly devouring it. In mere minutes, the once whole rabbit had been reduced to a pile of bones. Yet the group still appeared unsated, longing for more. As time slipped away unnoticed, darkness gradually enveloped the sky, and nightfall descended quietly. They sat in a circle around the blazing fire, engaging in light conversation, the flickering flames casting a warm glow upon them. Perhaps due to the exhausting hours of travel, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over everyone. To ensure safety during the night, Sun Yuxuan gathered some firewood and kindled several bonfires around them. The flickering flames danced, dispelling the surrounding darkness and providing a measure of warmth and light to the group. Sun Yuxuan turned to Luo Yuxue and the others, saying, "You have all worked hard today. Rest early. I will take the watch." However, before he could finish, Hu Qiming interjected eagerly, "Boss, let me take the night watch. You have traveled a long way today and need to rest well." His tone was sincere, clearly wishing to share some of the burden with Sun Yuxuan. Sun Yuxuan smiled and shook his head, replying, "No need, I will handle it. I will wake you up at midnight to take over." Seeing this, Hu Qiming nodded silently, no longer insisting. The others lay down on the palm fronds beside the fire, perhaps because Sun Yuxuan was nearby. Luo Yuxue and the others felt a profound sense of safety. It was as if a beacon of light existed amidst the darkness, instilling a comforting sense of security. Before long, their breathing became steady and deep, indicating they had entered a sweet slumber. Sun Yuxuan sat steadily beside the fire, occasionally tossing more firewood into the flames. Time ticked by, and, as the night deepened, Sun Yuxuan's eyelids grew heavier. Despite his efforts to remain awake by midnight, his eyes could no longer resist the call of sleep and began to close slowly. Summoning his strength, He stood unsteadily and walked over to Hu Qiming, gently nudging his shoulder. Qiming, wake up. It's your turn to keep watch. Sun Yuxuan's voice bore a hint of weariness. Hu Qiming, roused from his slumber, blinked sleepily at Sun Yuxuan before slowly sitting up. Sun Yuxuan then lay down on the palm fronds beside the fire. Within moments, the sound of his snoring filled the stillness of the night, resonating loudly in the quiet. The next morning, the sun had risen high, its rays filtering through the leaves and casting mottled shadows on the ground. Sun Yuxuan turned over in his sleep and slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was Luo Yuxue and several other girls gathered around the fire, chatting and laughing, while Hu Qiming lay sprawled on the palm fronds, deep in slumber. In the pot above the fire, wild boar meat brought from the coast was simmering. Upon noticing Sun Yuxuan awake, Bai Shihan smiled and said, "Xiange, it's still early. You can sleep a little longer. I'll wake you when the wild boar is ready." Sun Yuxuan climbed up from the palm fronds with a smile, replying, "I've already slept for several hours. I can't sleep any longer." He walked to the riverbank, cupping his hands to splash some water on his face, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Returning to the fire, he realized the wild boar meat would take some time to cook properly. Sun Yuxuan addressed Luo Yuxue and the others, instructing them to remain in place and refrain from wandering about, as he intended to explore along the riverbank in search of a suitable location for constructing a shelter. No sooner had he spoken than Bai Shi rose to her feet and said, "Xiange, I would like to accompany you." The prospect of having a companion, especially a beautiful one, made it impossible for Sun Yuxuan to decline, and he nodded in agreement. The two then each took up a bow and arrows and set off along the riverbank together. Chapter 52. An awkward moment thus. The two wandered silently along the riverbank, enveloped in a tranquil stillness, save for the gentle murmur of the flowing water. As they walked, Bai Shihan abruptly halted, turning to gaze at Sun Yuxuan, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion and concern. After a brief hesitation, she mustered her courage and inquired, "Brother Xian, do you think we can ever leave this place? Surely, we cannot be trapped on this deserted island for eternity?" Her voice trembled slightly, imbued with trepidation and uncertainty about the future. Upon hearing Bai Shihan's question, Sun Yuxuan also came to a stop. He locked his gaze on her eyes, perceiving the turmoil and helplessness within her. After a moment of silence, he replied slowly, "Given the current circumstances, it seems improbable that the rescue team will find us here. For the foreseeable future, we remain stranded on this island." His tone was calm, yet it carried an undercurrent of profound resignation. Bai Shihan's heart grew heavier with his words. She could not help but contemplate the possibility of spending her remaining days on this island, severed from the outside world, destined for a life of solitude. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, the moisture swirling in her gaze. Observing her distress, Sun Yuxuan quickly offered reassurance. "But rest assured, we will not be stranded here forever. One day, I will lead you all away from this place." His voice was resolute and powerful, seemingly instilling a flicker of hope within Bai Shihan. Feeling somewhat comforted, Bai Shihan looked up at Sun Yuxuan, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Brother Xian, I truly cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for your intervention, I would have perished with that aircraft, lost to the depths of the sea. I am at a loss as to how I can repay you." A teasing smile tugged at Sun Yuxuan's lips as he jested. "If you truly wish to repay me, why not offer yourself in return?" No sooner had he spoken than Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple, as she shyly lowered her head and murmured, "Brother Xian, how can you say such things? You only seek to take advantage of me." Rather than retracting his jest, Sun Yuxuan's mirth only intensified. "What can I say? As the saying goes, a bad boy is what women desire." Bai Shihan's face grew even warmer, and she shot him a playful glare before whispering, "Brother Xian, a person like you must have had many romantic encounters, right?" The smile on Sun Yuxuan's face gradually faded, replaced by a bittersweet expression. He shook his head and sighed. "Alas, I have been on a few blind dates, but I have yet to have a girlfriend. I enlisted in the army at 18, and there, the presence of women was a rarity." He paused, then continued, "After my service, I joined Mr. Luo's company as a security guard. I went on a few more dates, but once they learned I was merely a security guard, they politely declined my advances. To be honest, I am still a virgin. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's confession, Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed once more, radiating an allure reminiscent of a ripe apple. She playfully pouted, her delicate voice tinged with a hint of shyness and discontent. Are you trying to deceive me? I refuse to believe that someone as lecherous as you could possibly be a virgin. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a teasing smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He responded leisurely, well, if you don't believe me, you could always check. Bai Shihan shot him a glare, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she retorted, how am I supposed to check? Sun Yuxuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, scratching his head as he struggled to formulate a reply. The two continued their playful banter while strolling leisurely along the riverbank, unknowingly covering over a kilometer. Eventually, they came to a more spacious area where they decided to pause. The terrain here was elevated, offering a wide view in a relatively safe environment. To their delight, a large rock, standing 7 to 8 meters high and over 10 meters long, loomed before them, as if nature had crafted this sanctuary specifically for their refuge. Standing beneath the rock, Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but exclaim, it seems that fate has smiled upon me, allowing me to discover such a splendid place. Having found a suitable location for their shelter, they chose not to proceed further and turned back. However, not long after setting off, Bai Shihan inadvertently stepped on a stone with her right foot. The force of inertia caused her body to lurch forward, and it appeared she was about to fall. In a split second, Sun Yuxuan, standing nearby, was taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly extended his arms and embraced Bai Shihan tightly, as if propelled by lightning. Yet in that very instant, an awkward mishap occurred. His hands inadvertently pressed against her chest. Bai Shihan was momentarily stunned by this unexpected embrace, soon overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sensation that surged through her like a tidal wave. Her body instinctively trembled, and an extraordinary feeling enveloped her entirely. As for Sun Yuxuan, the softness of her form left him momentarily dazed, his mind a blank slate as he forgot his next course of action. At that moment, it felt as if an invisible force guided his hands, causing him to unconsciously squeeze gently a few times. This caress for Bai Shihan felt like an added burden. She could only perceive an electric current coursing from her chest throughout her body, rendering her limbs weak and unsteady. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and she involuntarily emitted a soft gasp. Although her sound was subtle in the tranquil surroundings, it resonated vividly. Upon hearing her, Sun Yuxuan's heart skipped a beat. Bai Shihan's face turned as red as a monkey's backside from the unexpected touch. She playfully chided him, Yuxuan, have you squeezed enough? Hurry and let me go. Hearing her words snapped Sun Yuxuan back to reality, and he promptly released her. Somewhat awkwardly, he remarked, I apologize. It was not my intention. It was simply that the sensation was so delightful that I couldn't help but squeeze a few times. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Bai Shihan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She shot him a sidelong glance and murmured, it seems to me that you did it on purpose. Sun Yuxuan, caught off guard, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure of how to respond. Bai Shihan chose not to elaborate further, her mind lingering on the sensation they had just experienced. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan found himself reflecting on the scene that had just unfolded, thinking to himself, I must admit, that was incredibly pleasurable. I never anticipated such elasticity. Could it be that Shihan is also a virgin? Otherwise, why would she have reacted so strongly? Chapter 53. Constructing a shelter by the riverbank upon their return to the fire, Luo Yuxue and her companions found themselves amidst laughter and conversation, with the wild boar meat simmering deliciously in the pot. The group eagerly grasped their makeshift chopsticks, crafted from wooden sticks, and indulged in a hearty feast. After satisfying their appetites, they donned their woven bags and proceeded to a suitable area for erecting their shelter. Sun Yuxuan ignited the fire beneath a large rock before leading the others into the woods in search of materials for construction. Perhaps fortune smiled upon them, for not far from the riverbank, they stumbled upon a lush bamboo grove. This grove boasted an abundance of bamboo, with hundreds of stalks, some as thick as a teacup. However, armed with only a folding knife, the task of felling these robust bamboo was daunting. Each pole, thick as a teacup, demanded at least half an hour of strenuous effort to bring down. Nevertheless, the group remained undeterred, persevering with unwavering determination. After a week of relentless toil, they succeeded in cutting down and transporting enough bamboo to the riverbank for their shelter. Sun Yuxuan ventured into the woods daily in search of sustenance, and fortunately, the area was rich with resources, allowing them to hunt a wild chicken or rabbit almost every time, preventing hunger from overtaking them. For Luo Yuxue and her companions, accustomed to the confines of an office, this vigorous physical labor was a novel experience. They had rarely encountered such strenuous activity before. Yet, despite their extreme fatigue, they bore no complaints. With gritted teeth and steadfast resolve, they pressed on. Throughout this period, their palms and shoulders endured immense strain, resulting in numerous blisters. Fortunately, the weather favored them, as rain had not graced their efforts, facilitating their work. In the subsequent days, they dedicated themselves to the construction of a shelter. After 2 weeks of relentless effort, they successfully erected 2 rudimentary shelters beneath the massive stone. Moreover, they fashioned several comfortable bamboo beds within. Without pause, they then turned their attention to constructing a kitchen. After 5 more days, they managed to build a modest kitchen outside the shelter, complete with a fireplace. From the initial bamboo felling to the final establishment of both shelter and kitchen, the entire endeavor spanned over 20 days. The hardships and sweat endured during this time could only be fully appreciated by them. Each day, they spun like tops, engrossed in their laborious tasks, leaving them exhausted and haggard, with noticeably diminished physiques. As they gazed upon the newly erected shelter and kitchen, all their hardships were momentarily forgotten. At last, the construction of the shelter and kitchen had been completed, allowing everyone to exhale in relief and enjoy a well-deserved respite. On this particular morning, the sun had risen high in the sky, its rays filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Sun Yuxuan slowly opened his eyes and saw Hu Qiming still soundly asleep on the bamboo bed. Choosing not to disturb him, Sun Yuxuan quietly climbed out of bed and tiptoed to the entrance of the shelter, gently opening the bamboo door. The morning air was exceptionally fresh, imbued with a subtle fragrance of grass and foliage, invigorating his spirit. He looked up to behold a sky of azure, resembling a vast canvas of blue, with fluffy white clouds floating like cotton candy. Taking a deep breath, he savored the beauty of the morning. His gaze fell upon the shelter where Luo Yuxue and the others resided. The bamboo door was tightly shut, indicating that they were still in slumber. It was no wonder, for everyone had endured restless nights recently, their bodies and minds utterly fatigued. After stretching his limbs, he approached the nearby stream, crouched down, and cupped his hands to gather a handful of crystal-clear water, relishing its refreshing coolness before splashing it onto his face. Instantly, a wave of coolness enveloped him, revitalizing his senses. Standing up, he flicked the droplets of water from his hands and turned to enter the kitchen. Upon entering, he noticed that the firewood in the hearth had nearly burned down, with only a few embers still flickering, as if clinging to life. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan hurriedly grabbed some dry grass from the side and carefully placed it in the hearth. Taking a deep breath, he puffed his cheeks and leaned close to the hearth, blowing with all his might. He exerted himself so vigorously that his cheeks flushed, yet the dry grass stubbornly refused to ignite. Undeterred, he persevered, blowing for 1 minute, 2 minutes. At last, through his relentless efforts, the grass caught fire, sparks flying as it blazed into a roaring flame. Immediately, he added more firewood to the hearth, and once the logs were fully ablaze, Sun Yuxuan picked up the bow, an arrow resting nearby, and stepped purposefully into the woods. As he walked, he contemplated the next course of action. Now that the shelter and kitchen were completed, he could devote more time and energy to foraging for food. The past few days had been taxing for everyone, and their meals had been less than satisfactory. He needed to gather ample provisions to nourish them properly. Thus, after less than half an hour of wandering, a sudden, melodious call of a wild chicken echoed from not far ahead. Coming to a halt, He looked up and spotted a vividly colored wild chicken perched upon a large tree, incessantly calling out. Sun Yuxuan carefully picked up his bow and arrow and began to approach the tree where the wild chicken had landed. The wild chicken, upon noticing Sun Yuxuan approaching, did not flee. Instead, it regarded him with curiosity, emitting a series of crisp calls. Soon, Sun Yuxuan arrived beneath the large tree, bow in hand, and without hesitation, he drew back the string and aimed at the fowl. The arrow struck the wild chicken squarely, the feathered shaft nearly penetrating its body. The chicken let out a desperate cry, and the force of the impact sent it tumbling 3 or 4 meters away, where it rolled upon the ground. Sun Yuxuan quickly advanced, seized the bird, and, gripping its neck, twisted with force. A sharp crack echoed as the neck was swiftly broken, and the chicken convulsed a few times before succumbing to death. He then extracted the arrow from its body and continued his journey into the depths of the forest. Chapter 54. The hunt for a wild boar. As they ventured forward for nearly 2 kilometers, a sudden cacophony erupted from the distant woods. This was followed by the resonant calls of wild boars, echoing through the air with a thunderous intensity that startled the birds perched on the branches, sending them scattering in all directions. Upon hearing the wild boar's cries, Sun Yuxuan felt a tightening in his chest and immediately halted his steps. He swiftly placed his bow and the freshly caught wild chicken on the ground, then, without hesitation, drew a folding knife from his waist. Gripping the knife tightly, he cast a wary glance toward the source of the boar's cries. Before long, a colossal wild boar emerged into his line of sight. This beast was immense, weighing between 300 to 400 pounds, its body resembling a small mountain, instilling a sense of dread. More terrifying were the 2 tusks protruding from its jaws, each nearly the length of chopsticks, sharp and glistening ominously, creating a chilling sight. Sun Yuxuan felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the boar. Faced with such a formidable creature, he dared not let his guard down. With a folding knife firmly in hand, he fixated his gaze on the wild boar, remaining utterly vigilant. The wild boar, seemingly aware of Sun Yuxuan's presence, opened its massive mouth and roared menacingly, revealing its fearsome tusks as if to challenge him. Its 4 feet scratched furiously at the ground, indicating it was poised to launch an attack at any moment. In less than half a minute, without warning, the wild boar charged towards Sun Yuxuan. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance to less than 5 meters, its speed astonishing. Suddenly, it leaped high from the ground, mouth agape to reveal its razor-sharp tusks, lunging directly at Sun Yuxuan as if intent on swallowing him whole. However, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were equally remarkable. Just as the boar was about to pounce, he swiftly sidestepped like an agile leopard, his movements flowing seamlessly, evading the boar's lethal strike. In that instant, the folding knife in Sun Yuxuan's hand gleamed as it slashed toward the boar with lightning speed. With a sharp sound, the knife embedded deeply into the boar's flesh, carving a gash over 10 centimeters long. Blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain, staining the ground beneath it. This sudden agony took the boar by surprise. It had clearly underestimated Sun Yuxuan's strength and reaction time. In pain, the boar stumbled forward 7 to 8 meters before finally halting its frantic pace. Lowering its head to observe the blood streaming from its wound, rage swelled within it. It turned its gaze back to Sun Yuxuan, eyes ablaze with vengeful fury, and charged at him once more in a frenzied assault. In an instant, the wild boar was upon Sun Yuxuan. Faced with the sudden assault, Sun Yuxuan's reaction was nothing short of astonishing. He instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading the boar's ferocious charge. Once again, Sun Yuxuan escaped unscathed from the wild beast's attack. Not far from where he had just stood, a tree as thick as a barrel loomed. The boar, propelled by its own momentum, was unable to halt its advance, crashing into the tree trunk like an out-of-control truck. A deafening thud resonated as the tree shook violently, its leaves cascading down like raindrops. The sheer force of the boar's impact was evident. Had it collided with Sun Yuxuan, he would have surely suffered grave injuries, if not death. Dazed from the collision, the boar stood beneath the tree, shaking its head in a futile attempt to dispel the dizziness. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Sun Yuxuan rushed forward without hesitation. He lifted his foot and, with all his strength, delivered a powerful kick to the boar's robust head. The kick landed squarely on the boar's mouth, eliciting a piercing shriek as the creature was sent sprawling to the ground. Without a moment's pause, Sun Yuxuan swiftly mounted the massive beast. His left hand clamped down on the boar's head like a vice, while his right hand produced a folding knife, plunging it mercilessly into the boar's neck. The blade sank deeply, and as he withdrew it, a jet of crimson blood erupted from the wound, splattering across Sun Yuxuan's face and body. The boar, grievously wounded, emitted a heart-wrenching cry that seemed to pierce the very air. It began to thrash wildly, desperate to shake off Sun Yuxuan's hold. Yet, he pressed down with all his weight, denying the beast any chance of escape. However, the boar's strength exceeded Sun Yuxuan's expectations. Before long, it broke free from his grasp, springing back to its feet. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan quickly leaped back 2 or 3 meters, maintaining a safe distance. Yet, before he could steady himself, the enraged boar charged at him like a wild animal unleashed. Unfazed by the sudden onslaught, Sun Yuxuan bellowed, "Damn it! You've gone too far." His voice reverberated with a thunderous intensity, a cathartic release of his pent-up fear and anger. As the boar bore down on him, Sun Yuxuan showed no inclination to evade. He swiftly lifted his foot once more, channeling all his might into a decisive kick aimed at the boar's head. The blow landed, sending the boar tumbling to the ground again, though the tremendous force of its charge caused Sun Yuxuan to stagger backward, pain radiating through his foot. At this moment, Sun Yuxuan was utterly oblivious to the excruciating pain radiating from his foot. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must subdue the ferocious wild boar. Swiftly, he picked up a stout wooden stick, roughly the thickness of an arm, and rushed towards the beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the stick high, channeling all his strength, and struck fiercely at the boar's head. A dull thud resonated through the air as the stick collided with the creature's skull, producing a sharp, ringing sound. The wild boar emitted a piercing scream, its body convulsing involuntarily. Nevertheless, Sun Yuxuan did not relent in his assault. The stick fell upon the boar's head like a relentless downpour, once, twice, thrice. With each blow, the creature's cries grew increasingly anguished, and its body trembled more violently. Finally, after delivering more than 10 blows, a sharp crack echoed as the stick, unable to withstand the strain, splintered into 2 pieces. At that moment, the wild boar ceased its convulsions, falling utterly still. Witnessing the demise of the beast, Sun Yuxuan felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He exhaled deeply in relief. Casually, he discarded the broken stick onto the ground and sank down upon the lifeless body of the boar, gasping for breath. Chapter 55. Preparing to cook sea salt after resting for a little over 10 minutes, Sun Yuxuan felt a slight alleviation of his fatigue, and his strength had somewhat returned. He slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the hefty wild boar weighing 300 pounds before him. The imposing size of the beast rendered it nearly impossible for him to carry it back solely by his own strength. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made a swift decision. He immediately grasped his folding knife and deftly cut into the boar's neck, spending over 10 minutes to sever its head and discard its side. Subsequently, he made a long incision along the boar's belly and, with practiced skill, extracted all its entrails. Even after removing the innards and the head, the remaining boar meat still weighed over 200 pounds. However, having worked so hard to bring down the creature, he was resolute in not relinquishing it easily. Drawing a deep breath to steady his emotions, he firmly grasped the boar's legs and summoned all his strength to hoist it onto his shoulder. This endeavor required immense effort, yet he ultimately succeeded in bearing the weight of the boar. With heavy steps, he began his trek toward the shelter. Although Sun Yuxuan was exceptionally strong, traversing the rugged terrain of the woods while carrying the more than 200 pounds of boar remained an arduous challenge. It wasn't long before he found himself gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and body. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered, inching forward step by step. As time wore on, however, his energy began to wane, compelling him to pause and catch his breath. Thus, He continued on in a rhythm of starts and stops, ultimately taking nearly 3 hours to reach the vicinity of shelter. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming and the others had been anxiously awaiting his return outside the shelter. Upon waking that morning, they noticed Sun Yuxuan's absence and were aware that he had ventured into the woods in search of food. Initially, they harbored little concern, confident in his abilities. Yet as noon approached without any sign of him, apprehension began to settle among them. They dared not venture into the woods in search of him, opting instead to await his return with mounting anxiety. When Sun Yuxuan finally appeared, shouldering the massive wild boar, their astonishment was palpable, and a weight lifted from their hearts. Exhausted and nearly depleted, Sun Yuxuan arrived at the shelter, unceremoniously dropping the boar to the ground. He collapsed beside it, gasping for air. Bai Shihan promptly returned to the kitchen, fetching a bamboo bowl and filling it with cool boiled water, which she brought to Sun Yuxuan. Upon receiving the refreshing water, Sun Yuxuan tilted his head back and drank deeply, setting the bowl down as he resumed his heavy breathing. Looking at the sizable wild boar on the ground, Hu Qiming exclaimed with admiration, "Boss, you are incredible. You managed to bring back such a massive wild boar." Sun Yuxuan cast a glance at him, breathless, and remarked, "You all head into the woods and gather some dry grass. I shall take a moment to rest." Although Hu Qiming and the others were uncertain of his intentions for the dry grass, they nonetheless ventured into the forest in search of it. Nearly 20 minutes passed, and each of them returned with a substantial bundle of dry grass. By this time, Sun Yuxuan had regained some strength, and he along with Hu Qiming dragged the wild boar to the riverbank. They covered the boar with the dry grass and set it ablaze. As the grass burned, the acrid scent of singed pig hair wafted through the air. The girls, including Luo Yuxue, covered their mouths and noses as they stood at a distance. Once the dry grass had nearly burned away, the boar's hair was completely singed off, leaving its skin charred and blackened. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming then dragged the boar into the river to commence the cleaning process, with Luo Yuxue and her companions promptly joining to assist. After nearly 20 minutes, they finally managed to clean the boar thoroughly. Sun Yuxuan then took a folding knife and began to cut the boar meat into small pieces. Another 20 minutes elapsed before they had all the meat chopped and brought to the kitchen. Gazing at the substantial pile of wild boar meat, everyone felt immense joy and excitement. This bounty would sustain them for quite some time. Sun Yuxuan sliced a piece of pork belly into thin strips, fashioned a bamboo stick into skewers, and threaded all the pork belly onto them. He then retrieved some still-burning charcoal from the hearth and spread it on the ground. Each person took several skewers of wild boar meat and placed them on the charcoal to slowly roast. In less than 10 minutes, the meat on the skewers turned a golden brown, sizzling and oozing fat. The group, already famished, eagerly seized the roasted boar meat and indulged heartily. Although they had brought a considerable amount of sea salt crystals from the coast, they had been too occupied with constructing their shelter and kitchen to filter and boil the salt. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the roasted pork belly proved to be quite delectable. Hu Qiming and the girls managed to eat half a jean of roasted pork belly each before they could consume no more. Only Sun Yuxuan continued to devour skewer after skewer, stopping only after consuming nearly 2 jean. He patted his belly and let out a satisfied burp. Hu Qiming gave him a thumbs up, chuckling, "Boss, your appetite is quite impressive." Sun Yuxuan laughed and replied, "One must eat to have strength. But why do you eat so little, like a delicate flower? No wonder you're so thin. This simply won't do. You need to eat more to have the energy to work." After saying this, he glanced at the pile of wild boar meat, noticing that numerous insects were already feasting upon it. Sun Yuxuan understood that if the meat was not preserved promptly, it would easily spoil. He then instructed Luo Yuxue and her companions, "You 5 should fetch some charcoal from the hearth to clean in the river, and also bring back some sand." Li Mingqi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Xiangu, what are you doing with these items?" Sun Yuxuan, smiling, replied, "Of course, they're for filtering salt water. Don't ask so many questions. Just hurry and get to it." He then addressed Hu Qiming, saying, "Qiming, come with me to the woods to chop down a few bamboo stalks." With that, he stood up and exited the kitchen, making his way towards the forest, and Hu Qiming promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and the other girls quickly rummaged through the fireplace, retrieving some still-burning charcoal. After extinguishing it with water, they took it to the riverside for cleaning. Once the charcoal was thoroughly washed, they began to search for some river sand along the bank. Chapter 56. Will you peek? Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming ventured into the bamboo grove, selecting 2 bamboo stalks of a fist thickness. With a folding knife in hand, Sun Yuxuan commenced his work, laboring for nearly half an hour before successfully felling the 2 bamboo shoots. He first removed the branches and leaves from the upper part of the bamboo, then cut the stalks into several segments, binding them together with the discarded foliage. United in purpose, the 2 men carried the bundle back to the shelter's exterior. After a brief respite, Sun Yuxuan resumed his task, skillfully slicing the bamboo into cylindrical tubes. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue, along with their companions, busied themselves. They filled the bamboo tubes that Sun Yuxuan had prepared with water, carefully placing the sea salt crystals inside to allow them to dissolve gradually. Once all the bamboo had been transformed into tubes, Sun Yuxuan took one and gently drilled a hole the size of a grain of rice at the bottom using his folding knife. He then layered the interior with clean charcoal, which would absorb impurities from the water. Following this, he added a layer of river sand, whose fine grains would further filter out minute particles. Thus, with alternating layers of charcoal and river sand, Sun Yuxuan ingeniously crafted a rudimentary filtration device. Without pausing, he continued to construct additional filtration units, repeating the same steps until he had assembled a total of 5. At this point, the salt crystals in the bamboo tubes had completely dissolved into the water, awaiting purification. Sun Yuxuan carefully grasped a tube filled with salt water, tilting it gently to let the liquid flow into his homemade filtration device, cautious to avoid spilling even a single drop. The salt water trickled along the inner walls of the bamboo, traversing the layers of charcoal and sand, purifying itself like a pristine stream, ultimately flowing into another bamboo tube. Observing this, Hu Qiming swiftly seized the second filtration device, preparing to perform a secondary filtration on the salt water extracted by Sun Yuxuan. His movements were equally delicate and meticulous, ensuring that each drop of salt water received thorough filtration. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and her 5 companions were not idle. They took up the remaining 3 filtration devices, processing the salt water in turn. Each filtration unit acted as a barrier, intercepting toxins and impurities, rendering the salt water increasingly pure. As time passed, the salt water underwent filtration through 5 devices, leaving behind negligible traces of toxic substances and impurities. After nearly 2 hours of collective effort, they finally succeeded in filtering all the salt water. Sun Yuxuan poured the purified salt water into a pot, which he then placed on the hearth to boil. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, causing the salt water to churn and gradually evaporate. After about an hour, the first batch of salt water had completely evaporated, leaving behind a thick layer of pure white sea salt at the pot's base. This sea salt was ready for consumption, a testament to their diligent labor and a beacon of hope for survival. Immediately following, Sun Yuxuan commenced the arduous task of boiling the second batch of sea salt without pause. Hu Qiming took the freshly boiled sea salt and generously spread it over the wild boar meat, subsequently binding the meat with twine and suspending it from the bamboo rack above the fireplace. As the night edged closer to midnight, Sun Yuxuan finally succeeded in transforming all the seawater into sea salt. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming and the others had finished seasoning all the wild boar meat with sea salt, hanging it on the wooden rack above the fireplace. After accounting for the salt used in curing the meat, they were left with an ample 2 to 3 pounds of sea salt, sufficient for their sustenance for a considerable duration. After a day of intense labor, exhaustion settled upon the group, their eyes heavy with fatigue. They retreated to the shelter, lying down upon the bamboo beds, and within mere minutes, all had succumbed to slumber. The following day, it was not until noon that they gradually awoke, heading to the riverbank for a brief wash before making their way to the kitchen. Sun Yuxuan retrieved several wild boar ribs and placed them in a pot to simmer. While the ribs cooked, Luo Yuxue quietly addressed Sun Yuxuan, suggesting, "Captain Sun, after we finish our meal, could you and Qiming take a stroll in the woods?" Curious, Sun Yuxuan inquired, "What prompts us to wander into the woods?" Luo Yuxue explained, "Having spent a month on this deserted island without a proper bath, We feel rather unclean and thought it would be refreshing to wash in the river. Upon hearing her words, Sun Yuxuan chuckled. I, too, have been longing for a bath. It seems we are of one mind. Why not go together? I could even help scrub your backs. Rest assured, I shall not take advantage. At his comment, the girls, including Luo Yuxue, flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Yui retorted, You're quite delusional if you think we'd want you scrubbing our backs. Unperturbed, Sun Yuxuan replied, If you are unwilling, perhaps others might be amenable. However, to his surprise, Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, Bai Shihan, and Li Mengqi responded in unison, We too are not interested. Feeling a wave of awkwardness, Sun Yuxuan chuckled. If you want to let me scrub your backs, surely you could allow me to scrub yours in return. Without hesitation, Tang Jing remarked, If you want a back scrub, let Qiming do it. Why must it be us? Sun Yuxuan, with a mischievous grin, responded, Can Qiming's scrubbing compare to yours? Thus, nearly an hour passed, and the wild boar ribs were perfectly cooked. Each person took a rib and began to gnaw at it. After their breakfast, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming armed themselves with bows and arrows, preparing to venture into the woods. At that moment, Jiang Yui suddenly exclaimed, You two aren't planning to secretly hide and spy on us while we bathe, are you? Hu Qiming quickly shook his head, assuring her, Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. Sun Yuxuan added with a smile, Although I may have a penchant for the more risque, I would not stoop to such behavior. Besides, with your rather unremarkable figure, what would there be to see? Even if one were to steal a glance, it would be at Shihan. Just look at her figure. It nearly rivals the size of your head. Upon hearing this remark, Jiang Yui's face flushed with anger, her neck growing thick with indignation, while Bai Shihan shot him a fierce glare. Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Li Mengqi erupted into hearty laughter, and even Hu Qiming could not suppress a chuckle. Sun Yuxuan chose not to say more, turning instead to walk into the forest, with Hu Qiming promptly following suit. Chapter 57. Children Make Choices. I want it all as she watched Sun Yuxuan's figure gradually fade into the distance. Jiang Yui's face flushed crimson with indignation. She stomped her feet in frustration, her inner fury threatening to erupt. How dare he speak to me like that? She muttered under her breath, her annoyance palpable. Seeing her agitation, Luo Yuxue quickly interjected with a smile. Oh, come now, don't be so upset. Captain Sun has a point. After all, when it comes to your assets compared to Shihan's, it's like a small witch facing a great sorceress. Upon hearing Luo Yuxue's remark, Jiang Yui shot her a fierce glare before directing her gaze toward Bai Shihan's ample figure. Observing her chest, which resembled a small watermelon, Jiang Yui couldn't help but glance down at her own, a wave of inferiority washing over her. In a hushed tone, she remarked to Bai Shihan, how did you end up with such proportions? It's truly enviable. Bai Shihan, seemingly exasperated by Jiang Yui's comment, offered a wry smile. I really don't know why I turn out this way. Honestly, it's a bit of a burden. You wouldn't believe how often I get stared at by men while walking down the street. It's quite uncomfortable and utterly annoying. Her words sent the group into fits of laughter, with Li Mengqi chiming in. It seems having a large chest is quite the hassle. After a while, Tang Jing chuckled and said, All right, enough chit-chat. Let's hurry and take a bath. If we don't finish before Captain Sun and the others return, it would be quite awkward. Nodding in agreement, they returned to the shelter to collect a change of clothes, garments that Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming had scavenged from the bodies of the deceased. If given a choice, they would rather perish than wear such garments. Arriving at the riverbank, the girls swiftly undressed, plunging into the crystal-clear waters to bathe. Having gone a month without a wash, the sensation of being submerged in the pristine river was indescribably refreshing and delightful. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming sat beneath a tree several hundred meters away from the shelter. Hu Qiming, feeling a bit downcast, turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, Boss, do you think we'll be stuck on this deserted island forever? With a chuckle, Sun Yuxuan replied, Missing your star wife, are you? Hu Qiming nodded, his expression forlorn. How could I not? I've been missing for over a month now. I can only imagine how heartbroken she must be. Sun Yuxuan laughed lightly. I didn't realize you were so devoted to your wife. Don't worry, we won't be trapped here forever. One day, we will leave this place. Since you call me boss, I will take good care of you on this island. Hu Qiming felt deeply moved by Sun Yuxuan's words and smiled. Thank you so much, boss. Without you, we wouldn't stand a chance at survival. By the way, since you're so skilled, could you teach me some techniques? I can't always rely on you for protection. Sun Yuxuan nodded and smiled, saying, You indeed possess a commendable ambition. Aspiring to reach my level of prowess cannot be achieved without 7 or 8 years of diligent practice. However, I can impart some knowledge of free fighting and grappling to you. A month or 2 of training should suffice to handle 3 or 5 ordinary individuals. Upon hearing this, Hu Qiming was instantly filled with excitement and exclaimed, Boss, I cannot thank you enough. Sun Yuxuan chuckled, replying, What is there to thank? We are brothers. No need for such formality. With a smile, Hu Qiming slightly nodded and softly remarked, Boss, you are incredibly impressive, not only in your abilities, but also in your remarkable charm. In my opinion, within 3 months, General Luo and the others will undoubtedly fall deeply in love with you. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but beam with joy, laughing heartily as he said to Hu Qiming, Haha, you truly have a way with words. I relish your sentiments. I hope it unfolds as you predict. If General Luo and the others all develop feelings for me, that would certainly be exhilarating to contemplate. Seeing his reaction, Hu Qiming continued to tease, If General Luo and the others do fall for you, you might find yourself in quite a predicament. After all, with your exceptional qualities, they would all likely wish to marry you. Once you leave this place, whom do you intend to wed? Sun Yuxuan raised an eyebrow, revealing a mischievous smile, and playfully retorted, Only a child would make such a choice. As for me, I would, of course, bring them all home. That way, everyone would be delighted. Hu Qiming was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by his response. However, he quickly regained his composure, giving Sun Yuxuan a thumbs up and exclaiming, Boss is indeed extraordinary. You are truly one of a kind. I am utterly impressed. But I'm a bit curious. If you marry them all, can your body handle it? Sun Yuxuan chuckled. You need not worry about that. My physique is robust. Not only can I manage 5 of them, but even if 5 more were to join, I would still cope effortlessly. Hearing this, Hu Qiming couldn't help but exclaim, Impressive, just as the two were engrossed in their conversation. Sun Yuxuan suddenly noticed a slight rustling in the nearby bushes. He immediately instructed Hu Qiming, Stay put. It seems something is stirring in those bushes. I shall investigate. After saying this, he retrieved a folding knife from his pocket and cautiously approached the source of the sound. Before he could get close, a spiky little creature darted out from the thicket. Upon closer inspection, Sun Yuxuan discovered it was a small hedgehog, chuckling as he remarked, Damn, I thought it was something significant. Just a hedgehog. He chose not to hunt the creature, as it hardly weighed a pound, and there was still plenty of wild boar meat awaiting him in the kitchen. Returning to the base of the tree, he resumed his conversation with Hu Qiming. After nearly an hour had passed, anticipating that Luo Yuxue and the others had finished bathing, the two finally stood up and made their way toward the shelter. As Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming leisurely made their way back to the shelter, Luo Yuxue and her 4 companions had already finished their baths and were comfortably seated by the stream, meticulously tending to their flowing locks. Sun Yuxuan approached them slowly, his gaze falling upon the freshly bathed maidens. Their skin glowed with a porcelain-like radiance, reminiscent of ethereal nymphs emerging from the water, enchanting in their beauty. Sun Yuxuan could not help but exclaim, Wow, after your bath, it's as if you've transformed into entirely different people. Each one of you is more stunning than the last. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's praise, the girls felt as though they had tasted honey, their hearts swelling with joy as smiles graced their faces. At that moment, Li Mengqi lifted her head, playfully regarding Sun Yuxuan, and inquired, Brother Xian, tell me, among the 5 of us, who do you think is the most beautiful? With a slight smile playing on his lips, Sun Yuxuan beamed and replied, Is there even a need to ask? To me, all 5 of you are equally beautiful. Li Mengqi seemed unsatisfied with this answer. She blinked mischievously and continued to smile as she pressed on. If you could only choose one of us to be your wife, who would it be? Scratching his head thoughtfully, Sun Yuxuan pondered for a moment before grinning and saying, Hee hee, only children make choices. I want them all. His words instantly erupted laughter from Luo Yuxue and the others. Chapter 58. The Howl of Wolves at Midnight with a Smile. Sun Yuxuan remarked, "All right, I shall cease our banter. It is time for me to indulge in a refreshing bath." No sooner had he spoken than he turned and returned to the shelter to retrieve a change of clothes. Hu Qiming promptly followed suit, acquiring his own set of garments. The two walked side by side, meandering along the serpentine riverbank, until they had traversed a distance of approximately 300 to 400 meters, at which point they finally halted. Sun Yuxuan surveyed his surroundings, ensuring the area was secure before resolutely shedding his attire and leaping into the river, completely unencumbered. Observing this, Hu Qiming, without hesitation, followed his example, divesting himself of his clothing and plunging into the water with a splash. The two reveled in the cool embrace of the river, delighting in the gentle caress of the flowing water as they played. They immersed themselves for over half an hour, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. Eventually, Sun Yuxuan emerged from the river, droplets cascading down his muscular form. He quickly donned his clothing upon reaching the shore and proceeded to cleanse his soiled garments. Hu Qiming replicated the process, and together they returned to the shelter. Upon their arrival, they found a sturdy branch to hang their freshly washed clothes out to dry. Days passed in this manner, and before long, a week had quietly slipped away. During this time, the group occasionally ventured into the woods to gather firewood, yet they predominantly chose to remain within the confines of the shelter. After all, the wild boar meat was sufficient to sustain them for a considerable duration, alleviating their concerns regarding sustenance. Sun Yuxuan also imparted some techniques of free fighting and grappling to Hu Qiming. It must be said, Hu Qiming possessed an undeniable tenacity. Each morning, before the first rays of sunlight fully pierced the clouds, he would rise early, making his way alone to the riverbank to diligently practice his fighting skills. The five girls, led by Luo Yuxue, seemed to have been inspired by Hu Qiming. Consequently, they would pester Sun Yuxuan daily, beseeching him to teach them archery. Sun Yuxuan felt a sense of gratification in response to their eagerness to learn. He understood that survival on this deserted island was no easy feat. Relying solely on his strength was far from sufficient. Only by empowering each individual could they all thrive in this isolated environment. That evening, after finishing their dinner, the group gathered around the fireplace for light conversation before retiring to their respective shelters for rest. In the dead of night, as silence enveloped them and everyone was lost in sweet slumber, a sudden, chilling howl of wolves shattered the tranquility of the night. The slumbering individuals were abruptly awakened by the terrifying sound, jolting them from their dreams. Sun Yuxuan, particularly startled, sprang from his bed as if electrified. He swiftly seized the bow and arrows positioned at the foot of his bed and hurried to the entrance of the shelter. Standing at the threshold, he peered through the bamboo door's crevice, anxiously scanning the dark woods. However, the forest was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, rendering visibility utterly impossible. Hu Qiming swiftly leapt from his bed, hurriedly slipping on his shoes before stumbling toward Sun Yuxuan. Outside, the howling of wolves echoed ominously, reminiscent of a pack of famished wolves calling to one another in the dark. The sound was particularly chilling in the stillness of the night, sending shivers down one's spine. Hu Qiming's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling involuntarily as he stammered to Sun Yuxuan, "B-boss, this wolf howl is truly terrifying." Seeing his distress, Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, reassuring him, "Qiming, you really are too timid. It's just a few wolf howls. Look at how frightened you are. Rest assured, our shelter has been meticulously constructed and is quite sturdy. Even if a pack of wolves were to attack us, we would be more than capable of withstanding it." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Hu Qiming felt a slight sense of relief, though his heart still raced with unease. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and the other five girls were also roused from their slumber by the terrifying howls. They were all gripped by fear, scrambling from their beds and huddling together, their bodies trembling incessantly. With a quavering voice, Bai Shihan cried out, "Xiange, the wolf howls are too frightening. We are so scared. Could you come and keep us company?" Responding to Bai Shihan's call, Sun Yuxuan shouted back, "Open the door now, and Qiming and I will be right there." Without hesitation, Bai Shihan leapt from her bed, barely taking the time to put on her shoes, and hurried barefoot to the entrance of the shelter. Her heart raced like a drum as she fumbled to remove the wooden stick propping against the bamboo door. Then she called out, "Xingu, I've opened the door. Hurry and come." Upon hearing her voice, Sun Yuxuan immediately swung open the bamboo door and dashed outside. Hu Qiming followed closely behind, and the two of them sped towards the shelter whereby Shirhan was. Given that the two shelters were adjacent, they reached Luo Yuxue and the others in mere seconds. Seeing Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming enter, Bai Shirhan felt a modicum of her fear dissipate. She quickly turned, shutting the bamboo door tightly once more and securing it with a wooden stick. Fortunately, a kerosene lamp flickered within the shelter, casting a dim light that allowed them to see their surroundings, preventing them from being engulfed in darkness. Observing Luo Yuxue and the others huddled on their beds, trembling in fear, Sun Yuxuan spoke soothingly. "You need not be afraid. Our shelter is quite robust. Even if a pack of wolves were to come, they will be unable to harm us." Despite Sun Yuxuan's words brimming with confidence and reassurance, the haunting howls outside continued to unsettle Luo Yuxue and the others. The sounds seemed to penetrate the walls, reaching deep into their hearts and intensifying their terror. Noticing their distress, Sun Yuxuan added, "Aren't there some oil lamps under your beds? Bring them out and light them." Luo Yuxue and her companions were momentarily taken aback, and then, as if awakening from a dream, they hurriedly descended from their beds. They slipped on their shoes and swiftly retrieved the oil lamps hidden beneath the beds, igniting them with urgency. The lamps were then placed in various corners of the shelter. As the flames flickered to life, the entire refuge was instantly illuminated. The faint glow, in stark contrast to the surrounding darkness, radiated a comforting warmth, instilling a sense of reassurance. Perhaps it was the light that eased their tension, or perhaps it was the presence of Sun Yuxuan nearby. But the girls' anxious demeanor seemed to soften. Their bodies, once rigid with apprehension, gradually relaxed, finding a moment of solace. Chapter 59. The severely wounded Wolf King. At that very moment, the howls of wolves outside the shelter grew alarmingly loud, their cacophony intensifying as if they were encroaching upon them. A wave of apprehension washed over Sun Yuxuan, for he understood that this signified the approaching swarm of wolves. Furthermore, from the escalating howls, he surmised that the pack was indeed substantial, far exceeding just one or two. As the moments ticked by, approximately 2 or 3 minutes later, Sun Yuxuan finally caught sight of the pack of gray wolves. They surged forth like a torrent of gray, swiftly appearing less than 20 meters from shelter before coming to an abrupt halt. Upon closer inspection, Sun Yuxuan noted that these wolves were exceptionally large, far surpassing any he had ever encountered. Under the luminous moonlight, their eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, exuding a chilling aura. However, in the face of such a formidable pack, Sun Yuxuan did not succumb to excessive panic. He held unwavering confidence in the shelter he had meticulously designed and constructed, firmly believing it would withstand the wolves' ferocious assault. As he observed the wolves, it appeared that the pack had also caught the scent of Sun Yuxuan and his companions. They became restless, fixating their gaze intently on the shelter, emitting low, menacing howls that seemed to serve as a display of dominance. During the construction of the shelter, the group had thoughtfully considered the need for ventilation and external observation. After careful design, they had deliberately left several small windows above the walls and bamboo door. Hu Qiming and the 5 girls peered through the windows in the wall, witnessing the predatory wolves outside. One by one, they turned pale as a sheet, their limbs trembling uncontrollably as fear gripped them. Li Mengqi was so terrified she could barely articulate her thoughts, stammering, "WH. Why are there so many gray wolves? This is too terrifying." Seeing his companions so utterly distressed, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of exasperation. He inhaled deeply to steady his emotions and then addressed everyone with a firm voice. "You need not fear. Fear is merely a psychological construct. If we confront it courageously, we can overcome it. Now, I command each of you to take a bow, an arrow, and guard a window. Should the wolves dare to attack us, shoot without hesitation." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's orders, though fear still lingered in their hearts, the group steeled themselves. Each grasping a bow an arrow, and cautiously moving to the wall of the shelter, extending their arrows through the windows to aim at the wolves. Thus, they remained in a tense stalemate for 2 to 3 minutes, as if time itself had frozen, the air thick with anxiety. Suddenly, a particularly large gray wolf stepped forward without warning, its movements heavy yet commanding. Once it came to a halt, it raised its head abruptly, opened its mouth, and let out a howl that echoed through the night. The sound reverberated through the woods like thunder, deafening in its intensity. The other gray wolves, upon hearing this haunting howl, seemed to respond to an unspoken signal, raising their heads in unison to join in a chorus of howls that echoed through the forest. Sending shivers down the spine, Sun Yuxuan stood within the sanctuary, his gaze fixed upon the pack outside, and as he observed the largest gray wolf emit its howl, an instant realization dawned upon him. This wolf must be the alpha of the pack. Fully aware that the gray wolves would inevitably launch an assault on the sanctuary, Sun Yuxuan resolved that rather than waiting passively for their approach, it would be more prudent to take the offensive and instill fear into the pack. With this thought in mind, he decisively called out to his companions, "Do you see the foremost gray wolf? That must be the alpha." As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the leader. If we can strike it down, the pack will be left leaderless and in disarray. Everyone, aim your arrows at it, and await my command to fire. No sooner had he spoken than Sun Yuxuan swiftly grasped his bow, drawing an arrow from the quiver on his back and knocking it with practiced ease. His movements were fluid and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Through the small window above the bamboo door, he took careful aim at the alpha's head. Observing his actions, Hu Qiming and the others hastily followed suit, each retrieving their bows and positioning themselves to target the alpha through the openings in the wall. The atmosphere within the sanctuary grew palpably tense, every individual holding their breath in anticipation of Sun Yuxuan's command. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Sun Yuxuan inhaled deeply and, summoning all his strength, shouted, "Fire!" At the sound of his command, the group released their bows in unison without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, the twang of bowstrings and the whistling of arrows converged to create a thrilling symphony. 7 arrows streaked through the night sky like meteors, hurtling towards the alpha with astonishing speed. For days, Luo Yuxue and the others had diligently practiced their archery, and their efforts were finally rewarded in this moment. Although their aim was not yet infallible, striking the massive gray wolf from such a close range posed little challenge. Almost simultaneously, the 7 arrows struck the alpha's body. Despite the distance, the arrows, crafted from sturdy materials, pierced deeply into the alpha. Sun Yuxuan's arrow was particularly precise, finding its mark in one of the alpha's eyes. The wolf, suddenly inflicted with such grave injury, let out a heart-wrenching howl that echoed through the night, sending chills through the air. It collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony as it sought to alleviate the searing pain. However, each roll brought forth more torment, exacerbated by the 7 arrows embedded within it. The other gray wolves, witnessing this harrowing scene, were struck with terror, retreating a few steps in fright, silence enveloping them. Outside the sanctuary, apart from the alpha's mournful cries, there was naught but silence. Thus, in less than half a minute, the Wolf King struggled to rise from the ground, retreating a few meters. Witnessing the severely injured Wolf King, Sun Yuxuan and his companions felt their confidence surge. The sight of the Wolf King, pierced by 7 arrows and blinded in one eye, was a testament to its suffering. In that moment, it had descended into a state of madness, driven by an insatiable desire to rend the inhabitants of the shelter into pieces. Gritting its teeth against the agony coursing through its body, it lifted its head and let out a haunting howl. Upon hearing this anguished cry, the other gray wolves charged towards the shelter as if compelled by an unseen force, heedless of their own peril. Chapter 60. Repelling the wolf pack in the blink of an eye, the wolf pack surged forth like a bolt of lightning, their speed astonishing, akin to a tempest sweeping through the landscape. In an instant, they had reached the very threshold of the shelter, crashing violently against its walls. The sound reverberated with deafening booms, akin to thunder, echoing throughout the forest. A dozen gray wolves collided simultaneously with the shelter-S structure, their strength eliciting awe. The shelter, subjected to such a ferocious assault, began to tremble violently. Luo Yuxue and her companions were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, their voices rising in panic. The dirt plastered upon the roof and walls cascaded down like raindrops, yet fortune smiled upon them, for the shelter was constructed from bamboo as thick as a basin. Its structure relatively robust, thus sustaining only minor damage. Observing that the wolves' attack had yielded no results, they did not succumb to despair, but rather retreated a dozen meters, regrouping for another strike. The gray wolves emitted chilling howls that echoed through the air, their paws scratching the ground incessantly, seemingly gathering strength for another assault on the shelter. Hu Qiming, his face etched with worry, turned to Sun Yuxuan, urgency lacing his voice. "Boss, we cannot endure like this. Although our shelter is quite sturdy, it cannot withstand repeated impacts from such a multitude." Sun Yuxuan, though aware of the shelter's fortitude, realized that with the relentless onslaught of the wolves, it might not hold for long. Without hesitation, he raised his voice to the group. "Everyone, remain calm. Look, there are many sharpened bamboo sticks in the shelter. Each of you, grab one swiftly and take your positions at the windows. When the wolves charge again, we will defend ourselves with the sharpened sticks." No sooner had he spoken than Sun Yuxuan placed his bow and arrow upon the ground and seized a bamboo stick, thrusting it forcefully through the window. Luo Yuxue and the others, witnessing Sun Yuxuan's decisive action, followed suit without hesitation, relinquishing their bows to grasp their own bamboo sticks, poised at the windows, quietly awaiting the wolves' next onslaught. As time ticked away, approximately 3 to 4 minutes passed before the grievously wounded Wolf King raised its head and let out a piercing howl. This howl served as a battle cry, igniting the wolves' fervor. In an instant, they surged forth like a black whirlwind, racing towards the shelter with astonishing speed. Within moments, they had reached the shelter's front, crashing once more against the walls, producing a dull thud. Another series of resounding booms echoed as the shelter began to shake violently again. Yet, to their relief, the structure sustained no significant damage. As Sun Yuxuan and his companions thrust bamboo poles out of the window, they struck several gray wolves with a forceful blow just as the pack collided with the sanctuary. The wolves, pierced by the bamboo, emitted piercing cries of anguish that echoed through the forest, a haunting symphony of their suffering. They collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, desperately attempting to alleviate their excruciating pain. Among them was one particularly unfortunate wolf, which suffered a fatal injury as the pole pierced through its neck. It did not have a chance to struggle before succumbing to convulsions, ultimately surrendering to the grasp of death. The remaining wolves, witnessing this grim fate, recoiled in terror, retreating to a distance of over 10 meters. Their eyes widened as they gazed at their fallen comrades, a turbulent blend of fear and rage flickering within them. The howls that erupted from their throats grew increasingly frantic, as if to both challenge Sun Yuxuan and his group and mourn their deceased companion. Nevertheless, despite their uproar, they hesitated to launch another attack on the sanctuary, remaining stationary while incessantly howling. Observing the effectiveness of their strategy, Sun Yuxuan and the others felt a surge of confidence. Without hesitation, they extended the sharpened bamboo poles once more through the window, poised for the wolves' next advance. Minutes ticked by, and after nearly 10 minutes of stalemate, the wolves neither attacked nor showed any signs of retreat, fixating their gaze on the sanctuary while their howls continued to rise and fall. The relentless cacophony of wolf howls outside the sanctuary began to fray the nerves of the group. Unable to contain his mounting fury, Sun Yuxuan shouted into the stillness of the night, "You wretched beasts, come back if you dare. Let me show you how I will deal with you scoundrels." His outburst pierced the quiet night, as if attempting to shatter the enveloping darkness. Hearing Sun Yuxuan's tirade, Hu Qiming was momentarily taken aback before bursting in a hearty laughter. He teased, "Boss, what are you trying to prove to a pack of wolves? No matter how foul your words, they want to understand." Sun Yuxuan, upon reflection, found humor in his own outburst and joined in the laughter. Thus, time lingered in a peculiar standoff, filled with the sounds of laughter and wolf howls for another 2 or 3 minutes. However, Sun Yuxuan ultimately could no longer endure the relentless howling, feeling as if his very nerves were unraveling under the strain. Resolving to take action, he set down the sharpened bamboo pole and swiftly seized his bow, aiming for the head of one wolf, releasing the arrow without hesitation. With a swift whoosh, the arrow, crafted from the bones of an umbrella, shot forth like lightning, striking its target with deadly precision. In an instant, the arrow embedded itself deep into the wolf's skull, inflicting a grievous wound. The creature let out a heart-wrenching scream that reverberated through the night, sending chills down the spine. Yet, rather than deterring the pack, this act ignited their fury even further. The wolf pack, upon witnessing the situation, howled with increasing ferocity, akin to a horde of enraged beasts, launching another fierce assault upon the sanctuary. A resounding crash echoed as over 10 gray wolves simultaneously collided with the sanctuary's walls. The structure trembled violently once more. This impact fractured several bamboo poles embedded in the wall, though fortunately, the damage remained minimal. Hu Qiming and his companions thrust bamboo sticks through the window, delivering fierce jabs to 3 gray wolves. These unfortunate creatures emitted anguished cries, retreating in disarray to their previous positions. The remaining wolves also withdrew to a distance. After several minutes of this stalemate, it appeared that the pack realized their efforts to breach the sanctuary were futile. Suddenly, the severely injured Wolf King raised his head and unleashed a howl that resonated through the heavens before turning and fleeing into the woods. Observing the Wolf King's departure, the other gray wolves swiftly followed suit, soon vanishing without a trace. Chapter 61. Torrential rain. As the wolf pack gradually receded into the depths of the night, the inhabitants of the shelter finally exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Reflecting upon the harrowing scene that had just transpired, a weighty anxiety still pressed upon their hearts, rendering it difficult to breathe. Had they not managed to inflict severe wounds upon the Wolf King with their arrows and subsequently pierced several gray wolves with sharpened bamboo stakes, the pack might not have retreated so easily. After a considerable pause, Sun Yuxuan addressed the group once more. Although we successfully warded off the wolves tonight, these creatures are known for their vendettas. I believe it will not be long before they return to seek vengeance. Upon hearing this, the faces of the group darkened, their unease intensifying. Hu Qiming could not restrain himself from asking, "Boss, what should we do now? We cannot simply sit idly by, can we?" Sun Yuxuan pondered for a moment before responding, "At present, there are no particularly effective solutions. However, we could set traps outside the shelter, which might serve as a deterrent to the wolves." With that, he turned to the 5 girls, including Luo Yuxue, and reassured them, "Do not fret too much. It is unlikely the wolves will return tonight." He then addressed Hu Qiming, saying, "Let us dispose of the gray wolf carcass. If we leave it outside the shelter, the scent of its blood may attract other carnivorous animals." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the bamboo door and stepped outside, with Hu Qiming hastily following. The two approached the gray wolf's body, and one of them grasped a paw, dragging it towards the river under the faint moonlight before unceremoniously casting it into the water. Watching the gray wolf being slowly swept away by the river, Hu Qiming expressed a twinge of regret, saying, "Boss, isn't it a bit of a waste to just throw it away? I've heard that wolf meat is quite delectable." In response, Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "Who told you that wolf meat is tasty? You should not heed such nonsense. It is replete with a gamey and pungent flavor. If you doubt me, would you care to retrieve a piece of that gray wolf and sample it?" Hu Qiming quickly shook his head, "Perhaps not." He then curiously inquired, "Boss, how do you know wolf meat is gamey? Have you ever eaten it?" Sun Yuxuan laughed, "Of course I have. That flavor is one I shall never forget. If not for dire circumstances, who would willingly consume such fare?" The following morning, as the sun ascended high in the sky, the group awoke one by one. After a brief wash at the river, they gathered in the kitchen. Sun Yuxuan took a piece of wild boar meat, cut it into small chunks, and began to stew it. While the boar meat simmered, Sun Yuxuan regarded the group with a grave expression, stating, "I believe that within a few days, the wolves will undoubtedly return for revenge. We must prepare adequately and cannot afford to remain passive." It is imperative that we set traps outside the shelter. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Qiming eagerly interjected, "Boss, you are absolutely right. What should we do next? Please share your brilliant ideas. We are all ears." Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement and continued, "After we finish our meal, let us venture into the bamboo grove to harvest some bamboo. I intend to embed sharpened bamboo stakes into the walls of our shelter. This way, should the wolf pack strike our refuge again, they will undoubtedly be pierced by these sharp stakes." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's plan, the others expressed their enthusiastic support, recognizing the merit of his approach. At that moment, Hu Qiming suddenly had a flash of inspiration and suggested to Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, I've noticed that there are thorns scattered throughout this forest. Why don't we also gather some and place them around the shelter? This would effectively provide an additional layer of protection, making it even more difficult for the wolves to approach." Sun Yuxuan's face lit up with excitement at this suggestion, and he clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, What a brilliant idea. You truly possess the makings of a wise strategist." Time flew by, and within less than an hour, the aroma of stewed wild boar wafted through the air, signaling that it was thoroughly cooked and flavorful. As the enticing scent reached their noses, everyone eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, indulging in the delectable wild boar meat. After savoring the exquisite meal, Sun Yuxuan rose and led the group to the bamboo grove. He selected bamboo of a thickness comparable to his arm and began to fell it with a folding knife. Though cutting bamboo was no easy task, through their collective efforts, they managed to fell nearly 20 stalks in less than 2 hours. Once bound neatly together, they carried the bamboo back to the exterior of the shelter. After a brief respite, Sun Yuxuan took up the folding knife again, cutting the bamboo into segments over a meter long and sharpening both ends. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming, along with 5 girls including Luo Yuxue, forcefully drove the sharpened bamboo into the walls of the shelter using stones. They toiled diligently until dusk, by which time the walls of the shelter were bristling with pointed bamboo stakes. The shelter now resembled a porcupine, should the wolf pack dare to assault it again. These sharpened stakes would surely deliver a formidable defense. The following day, Sun Yuxuan led the group back into the forest to gather thorny brambles. They laid a thick layer around the shelter, leaving only a pathway over a meter wide at the entrance. Thus, time passed swiftly, and 3 days flew by. Yet the wolf pack did not retaliate as the group had feared. That night, as darkness quietly enveloped the surroundings, they enjoyed another meal of stewed wild boar. Just like any other evening, they gathered around the fireplace to engage in light-hearted conversation. The roaring flames cast a warm and gentle glow upon each face, intertwining with the air to create a serene and harmonious atmosphere. As laughter and joviality filled the air, the once clear and starry night sky was abruptly shrouded by ominous clouds without warning. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds rolled in like ink, enveloping the entire expanse in a cloak of darkness. Subsequently, brilliant flashes of lightning cleaved through the night, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. As if nature itself were unleashing its fury, a fierce wind began to stir within the woods, causing the branches to sway wildly, signaling that a torrential downpour was imminent. It had been a full month since they had arrived by the river to erect their shelter, and throughout this lengthy duration, not a single drop of rain had graced the land. Time ticked away, and within less than half an hour, large raindrops began to cascade from the heavens, falling like scattered pearls upon the earth. In an instant, the deluge descended like a waterfall, completely inundating the desolate island in a torrent of rain. Chapter 62. Discovering ferns and wild kiwi fruit. Despite the heavy downpour, fortune smiled upon them as the roof of the shelter was generously coated with a thick layer of mud, thereby completely averting any leaks. Furthermore, numerous drainage ditches had been excavated outside the shelter, directing rainwater straight to the nearby stream, ensuring that moisture would not seep into the kitchen or the shelter itself. The group sat huddled around the warm fireplace, listening to the fierce thunderstorm outside, their spirits somewhat heavy and subdued. As time slipped away unnoticed, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped them, prompting everyone to rise and retreat into the shelter for rest. The following morning, When Sun Yuxuan awoke, he found Hu Qiming still fast asleep, his rhythmic snoring filling the air. Choosing not to disturb him, Sun Yuxuan quietly crawled out of bed, donned his shoes, and made his way to the entrance of the shelter. Gently pushing open the bamboo door, a rush of fresh air greeted him. However, the sky remained overcast, with fine rain cascading like threads. It seemed that this rain would linger for a while longer. Braving the drizzle, Sun Yuxuan hastened to the riverbank, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. The once crystalline waters of the river had turned murky and unrecognizable. Debris floated upon the surface, including branches, leaves, and even the remnants of small creatures. The current had intensified considerably, and the water level had risen significantly. Yet fortunately, the kitchen's elevated position relieved them of concerns about flooding. Observing the muddy waters, Sun Yuxuan shook his head in resignation, pondering that it would take at least a week for the river to regain its clarity. Returning to the kitchen, he gathered some bamboo tubes and plastic containers he had brought from the coast, positioning them under the eaves to collect rainwater. The rain continued to fall incessantly, having persisted for 3 days. During this time, the group remained confined within the shelter, unable to venture outside. However, they were fortunate to have amassed a substantial stockpile of firewood, sufficient to last for a while, along with a plentiful supply of preserved wild boar meat, alleviating any concerns regarding sustenance. On the 4th morning, as was his custom, Sun Yuxuan awoke early. Upon gently pushing open the bamboo door of the shelter, a burst of fresh air enveloped him. He lifted his gaze to the expanse of azure sky, and his spirits lifted instantly. Taking a deep breath to savor the morning's freshness, he slowly stepped out of the shelter and made his way to the riverbank. The water in the river remained murky, yet he was relieved to see that they had collected a fair amount of rainwater during the past 3 days. After a brief pause by the river, he turned back towards the kitchen. Upon entering, he noticed that the firewood in the fireplace had burned down to embers, with only a few pieces of charcoal faintly glowing. Realizing this, Sun Yuxuan swiftly retrieved some dry grass from nearby and carefully placed it into the fireplace. Then, leaning down, he brought his mouth close to the hearth and began to blow vigorously. As he blew gently, the flames on Mars gradually ignited, and the hay began to burn. Sun Yuxuan promptly added some firewood to the hearth. From the bamboo rack above the fireplace, he retrieved a piece of wild boar meat, rinsed it clean with collected rainwater, and placed it in the pot to simmer slowly. Having been stranded on this deserted island for over a month, the group had not savored the taste of fresh green vegetables during this prolonged period. The lack of vegetable intake had begun to manifest in various health issues among them, the most evident symptoms being fatigue and constipation, which Sun Yuxuan was acutely aware of. He understood that such a situation could not persist to survive on this barren island. It was imperative to ensure a balanced diet. Without hesitation, he grasped a bow, an arrow, and ventured into the depths of the forest, hoping to find some edible wild greens. After wandering for more than half an hour, Sun Yuxuan's eyes brightened with excitement as he discovered some newly sprouted ferns. These ferns appeared succulent and vibrant, as if bestowed upon them by nature as a precious gift. A wave of joy surged within him, as he surmised that the recent rains had encouraged the ferns to emerge from the earth. Crouching down, he meticulously harvested the ferns. In less than 30 minutes, he had gathered a substantial bundle. To facilitate transport, he found several dry grasses and tightly bound the ferns together. Just as he was preparing to return to the shelter with his bounty, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a tree not far away. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the tree was laden with yellow fruits. Like a treasure hunter, he hurried towards the tree. Upon reaching it, he was astonished to discover that it was a wild kiwi tree adorned with ripe kiwis that resembled strings of yellow jewels, shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. Elation surged within Sun Yuxuan as he marveled at his extraordinary fortune. Not only had he found tender ferns, but now he had stumbled upon a tree brimming with fruit, an unexpected delight. He quickly set down the ferns and carefully plucked a kiwi from the tree. The kiwi skin was a delicate brown, covered with fine fuzz, looking exceedingly charming. Gently peeling away the skin revealed the succulent, juicy flesh inside, and he eagerly placed it in his mouth, savoring each bite. With the first taste, his eyes widened in delight. The flavor of the wild kiwi was unexpectedly exquisite, bursting with moisture and sweetness that lingered on the palate. He couldn't resist devouring 7 or 8 more, only stopping when his stomach began to feel pleasantly full. Contentedly patting his belly, he removed his outer garment and laid it on the ground, commencing to gather wild kiwis, one after another, placing them into his clothing. Before long, his clothing became bulging, unable to accommodate any more kiwis. Sun Yuxuan paused in his actions, tying several knots in his garment. With one hand, he hoisted the substantial bundle of kiwis, while the other grasped the ferns on the ground, hastening towards the sanctuary. Upon his return, he found Luo Yuxue and others engaged in conversation by the kitchen fireplace. Sun Yuxuan entered the kitchen, brimming with joy, and exclaimed to everyone, "Come and see what delightful treasures I have brought back for you." With that, he placed the ferns and the bundle of wild kiwis on the floor. Chapter 63 Encounter with the Giant Python. Upon witnessing the bundle of ferns that Sun Yuxuan had brought back, Hu Qiming expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Boss, where on earth did you find so many ferns? I've never seen any growing in this forest before." With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Sun Yuxuan explained, "Haha, I never expected you to recognize ferns. Perhaps it's due to the rain over the past couple of days that they have sprouted." Hu Qiming, somewhat dissatisfied, muttered, "Boss, you really underestimate people. I often cooked at home, so what is so surprising about knowing ferns?" Noticing Hu Qiming's displeasure, Sun Yuxuan quickly interjected with a grin, Yes, I admit I underestimated you. But today, I didn't just find ferns. I have a wonderful surprise as well." With that, he carefully unwrapped a piece of clothing that held wild kiwis. Upon seeing the wild kiwis, Luo Yuxue and the others appeared as though they had stumbled upon a treasure, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, are these kiwis? Why are they so small?" Li Mengqi inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the petite wild kiwis. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Sun Yuxuan replied with a gentle smile, "These are not ordinary kiwis. They are genuine wild varieties. Don't be deceived by their small size. Their flavor far surpasses the ones you usually eat." Upon hearing this, the group eagerly picked up the wild kiwis, gently peeling away the fuzzy skin to reveal the vibrant green flesh inside, and promptly stuffed them into their mouths. As they took their first bite, a rich aroma burst forth in their mouths, leaving them pleasantly surprised by the delightful taste. None of them had anticipated that these seemingly unremarkable wild kiwis would be so delectable. As Luo Yuxue savored the flavor of the kiwi, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is truly delicious. The taste of these wild kiwis is exceptionally unique." Jiang Yue smiled in agreement. "Indeed, these kiwis are far tastier than the ones I buy. I never thought I could enjoy fruit on this deserted island." Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "Since wild kiwis can grow on this island, there must be other wild fruits as well. We should explore the forest thoroughly. Perhaps we'll uncover even more delightful surprises." With that, Sun Yuxuan turned to grab some ferns, skillfully chopping them into small segments to add to the pot along with the wild boar meat for a stew. Luo Yuxue and the others, having consumed 7 or 8 wild kiwis each, finally paused. At that moment, the wild boar meat simmered with ferns had reached perfection, emanating an enticing aroma. As the tantalizing scent wafted through the air, everyone eagerly grabbed their bowls and chopsticks, ready to indulge in the savory stew of wild boar and ferns. The flavor of the wild boar stew was indeed unique. The meat was tender and juicy, complemented by the subtle fragrance of the ferns, creating a delightful culinary experience that lingered long in their memories. Before long, the large pot of wild boar meat stewed with fern was devoured by the crowd as if swept away by a tempest, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Having eaten to their heart's content, Sun Yuxuan patted Hu Qiming on the shoulder and said, "Qiming, come, let us venture into the bamboo grove to fetch some bamboo." Hu Qiming, intrigued by his words, inquired, "Boss, what do we need bamboo for?" With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Sun Yuxuan replied, "I intend to weave some bamboo baskets and chairs. Now that we have established our shelter here, we must find ways to enhance our living conditions." Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback. Bai Shihan regarded Sun Yuxuan with skepticism, questioning, "Brother Xian, you can actually weave things from bamboo?" Sun Yuxuan shot her a playful glance. Chuckling, what is so surprising about that? Everyone back home can do it. With that, he rose and made his way toward the woods, prompting Hu Qiming to quickly follow suit. Before long, the two arrived at the bamboo grove. Sun Yuxuan surveyed his surroundings, carefully selecting several bamboo stalks as thick as an arm, and then swiftly retrieved a folding knife from his pocket, resolutely beginning to cut. Together, they toiled for over an hour, successfully felling 7 or 8 stalks. They then cut the bamboo into segments approximately 3 to 4 meters long and bound them tightly together. Just as they were preparing to carry the bundle back to the shelter, the birds perched on the branches above suddenly took flight in a panic. As if startled by an unseen threat, their sharp cries echoing in the air. This unexpected commotion instantly heightened Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming's alertness. They ceased their actions and focused intently on their surroundings. However, despite scrutinizing the area thoroughly, they found nothing amiss. Sun Yuxuan's mind churned with curiosity. What could have caused such a wild flight among the birds? Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket and underbrush, sharp and jarring, as if some massive entity was swiftly navigating through it. Sun Yuxuan's senses sharpened, his gaze honing in on the source of the noise like a hawk. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming, sensing the unease, turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan swiftly drew a bamboo stalk from their bundle, gripping it firmly. Observing this, Hu Qiming hastily followed suit, clutching another stalk with both hands. Their eyes, magnetically drawn, remained fixed on the rustling thicket, neither daring to relax. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, the world reduced to the sound of rustling leaves and their tense breaths. As they were deeply engrossed in their surroundings, a massive head suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. This unexpected sight startled both Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming immensely. It was astonishingly the head of a python. Its size was beyond comprehension, nearly as large as a wash basin, with eyes that gleamed like brass bells. Even more astonishing was the pair of horns protruding from the python's head, glimmering ominously in the sunlight, sending chills down their spines. Hu Qiming's body involuntarily trembled, his voice faltering with fear. Boss W. What kind of monster is this? It was also Sun Yuxuan's first encounter with such an enormous python's head. Although the body remained hidden for now, the sight of that head alone allowed him to envision the terrifying creature it belonged to. Chapter 64. Battling the giant python at that moment. The enormous python seemed to sense the presence of Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming. It abruptly raised its colossal body, opening its gaping maw, large enough to swallow a cow. It flicked its crimson tongue incessantly towards the two, emitting a chilling hissing sound. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming felt a tightening in their chests. As they focused their gaze, they finally discerned the full figure of the serpent. Its body was as thick as a barrel, entirely covered in black scales that shimmered ominously under the sunlight, exuding a terrifying gleam. At that moment, the distance between the python and the two men was merely 30 to 40 meters. Sun Yuxuan understood all too well that they had become the python's targets, and escaping was nearly impossible. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Hu Qiming and urged, Qiming, you must leave at once. I will hold it off. Hu Qiming, already pale with fear, trembled involuntarily. Yet, he steadfastly met Sun Yuxuan's gaze and replied, Boss, how could you think I would abandon you? I will not flee alone. Hearing Hu Qiming's words, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of emotion. He thought to himself, I never expected this fellow to be so loyal. Just then, the giant python lunged forward like lightning, darting towards them with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow. Sun Yuxuan's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as he screamed hoarsely at Hu Qiming, Be careful. In the blink of an eye, the python had transformed into a shadowy bolt, racing towards the two. It opened its gaping mouth, revealing razor-sharp fangs and emitting a nauseating stench, as if it intended to swallow them whole. In a split second, both Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming reacted swiftly, dodging to the side without hesitation. Thus, they narrowly evaded the python's lethal strike, brushing death itself. However, the serpent's reflexes were equally astonishing. Upon realizing its attack had missed, it showed no sign of hesitation, lifting its formidable tail like a black steel whip, striking with tremendous force towards the two. Sun Yuxuan, quick-witted and agile, crouched down like a nimble leopard, narrowly avoiding the python's tail strike with a perilous maneuver. Unfortunately, Hu Qiming was not as fortunate. His reaction was a moment too slow, and he was struck directly by the python's tail. With a resounding thud, Hu Qiming was sent flying 7 to 8 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The sound of his body colliding with the earth echoed painfully in the stillness of the surroundings. Groaning in agony, Hu Qiming emitted heart-wrenching cries that pierced the silence, evoking profound sympathy. Witnessing this, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of panic. His face turned as pale as a sheet, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He disregarded his own safety and rushed towards Hu Qiming, his face etched with worry as he exclaimed, "Qiming, are you all right?" Hu Qiming, his face contorted in agony and beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, replied with great difficulty, "Boss, I feel like my whole body is falling apart. You must run. Don't worry about me." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan was filled with rage. His eyes widened as he bellowed, "What nonsense are you talking? How could I possibly leave you behind? Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will ensure your safety." Just then, the enormous python suddenly turned its head, opening its gaping maw to reveal its sharp fangs, lunging fiercely at both Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming. Seeing this, Sun Yuxuan steeled himself, gritting his teeth, and cursed, "Damn it, you beast! Today, I will fight you to the end." In the blink of an eye, he raised the bamboo stick in his hand and, summoning all his strength, struck down fiercely upon the python's head. The blow was akin to a thunderclap, landing squarely on the python's skull. A dull thud echoed as the serpent collapsed to the ground, its body writhing in evident distress from the severe blow. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan shouted loudly to Hu Qiming, "Qiming, find a place to hide. I'll deal with this beast." Without waiting for a response, he dashed toward the massive python like an arrow released from a bow, lifting the bamboo stick high once more to deliver another powerful strike to the creature's head. This blow, imbued with tremendous force, crashed down upon the python, producing another thunderous thud. The serpent, as if struck by lightning, trembled violently, its head swaying like a rattledrum. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Hu Qiming persevered and painfully pulled himself off the ground. His body quivered from the agony, yet he pressed on, limping to a large tree some 10 meters away. As if expending every ounce of energy, he collapsed against the trunk, gasping for breath. The python, now thoroughly enraged from the 2 consecutive blows to its head, glared at Sun Yuxuan with eyes filled with fury and hatred. It opened its cavernous mouth and unleashed a deafening roar. In a flash, it raised its thick tail like a dark whip, slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh towards Sun Yuxuan. With remarkable agility, Sun Yuxuan dropped to the ground, akin to a swift rabbit. At the very moment he crouched, the python's tail, resembling a streak of black lightning, whipped over his head, creating a gust of wind. Sun Yuxuan felt a powerful force rush past him, silently thanking his fortune for narrowly escaping the python's attack once more. The sound of a resounding crash reverberated as the python's tail struck a tree trunk the width of a bowl. The force was astounding. The trunk snapped in two as if hit by a cannonball, sending splinters flying in all directions. Sun Yuxuan dared not linger for even a moment. He swiftly rose from the ground and sprinted away like an arrow released from its bow. The enormous python, however, was not inclined to let him escape easily. It opened its gaping maw, revealing its sharp fangs, and pursued Sun Yuxuan with fierce determination. As he felt the serpent closing in on him, his heart raced with increasing intensity. In a critical moment, he abruptly veered to the side, narrowly evading the python's direct assault. Simultaneously, he seized the bamboo stick in his hand and, summoning all his strength, struck the serpent's head with a powerful blow. Chapter 65. Repelling the great python with a strike that resonated like thunder, the great python was sent crashing to the ground, writhing in agony. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan wasted no time and swiftly advanced, raining down blows with the bamboo staff upon the creature's head, producing a series of dull thuds. However, the python's tough hide proved formidable, It quickly raised its robust tail, cracking like a whip, and lashed out at Sun Yuxuan with fierce wind. Yet, Sun Yuxuan was prepared. With quick reflexes, he deftly dropped to the ground just as the tail was about to strike him, rolling away like a cannonball for several meters. This seamless series of movements allowed him to evade the python's lethal blow once more. Sun Yuxuan's relentless assault had taken a toll on the python. Its head now a gruesome sight, drenched in blood. This brutal injury incited the wrath of the ferocious beast, which opened its cavernous mouth to reveal its sharp fangs. Exuding a putrid stench, like an enraged lion, it lunged at Sun Yuxuan, clearly intent on swallowing him whole. Nevertheless, Sun Yuxuan did not flinch. Gripping his bamboo staff tightly, his gaze resolute, he stood undeterred. In the instant the python surged towards him, he thrust the staff into its mouth with lightning speed. With a resounding thud, the 2-meter-long bamboo pierced the python's jaws, delivering a devastating blow. The creature shuddered violently and collapsed to the ground, thrashing in pain. Quick to act, Sun Yuxuan seized a thick wooden stick from the ground and, without hesitation, struck the python's head with all his might. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3. His movements were as swift as lightning, each strike fueled by the release of his fear and fury. The collisions echoed with heavy thuds, and under the relentless assault, the python's head became a mangled mess, unrecognizable. After a relentless barrage of 4 or 5 strikes, the python's head was finally reduced to a pulp, no longer a threat. In the wake of such devastation, the python seemed to harbor a profound fear of Sun Yuxuan. It writhed in agony, swiftly retreating into the depths of the forest, vanishing without a trace. With the great python finally gone, Sun Yuxuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, exhaling a long breath. There was no time to rest. He hurried to Hu Qiming's side, concern etched across his face. "Qiming, how are you?" he inquired urgently. Hu Qiming's complexion was ashen, his face contorted in pain, groans escaping his lips intermittently. Struggling to lift his head, he looked at Sun Yuxuan and weakly replied, "Boss, I feel excruciating pain all over, especially in my chest. I fear I may have broken a rib." Sun Yuxuan's heart raced with anxiety as he swiftly lifted Hu Qiming's shirt, meticulously inspecting his injuries. His fingers gently grazed Hu Qiming's ribs, discerning the condition of each area. After a meticulous examination, Sun Yuxuan finally identified the issue. Hu Qiming had 3 fractured ribs. Fortunately, these fractures were not displaced, and the situation was not overly severe. With adequate rest, they would heal naturally. He then addressed Hu Qiming, stating, "You have 3 fractured ribs, but thankfully they are not displaced. With some time for recuperation, you will be fine. I will carry you back." With that, Sun Yuxuan carefully assisted Hu Qiming to his feet, allowing him to lean against his back. He then secured Hu Qiming's legs with both hands, ensuring he could rest steadily upon him. Once prepared, Sun Yuxuan took a deep breath, straightened his back with resolve, and began to walk slowly toward the shelter. After more than half an hour, he finally arrived outside the refuge with Hu Qiming on his back. At that moment, Luo Yuxue and 4 other girls were sitting on the grass by the riverside, leisurely chatting and relishing the rare tranquility. However, when they saw Sun Yuxuan returning with Hu Qiming, the previously light-hearted atmosphere was abruptly shattered. The expressions of Luo Yuxue and the others turned grave, and they instinctively rose to their feet, rushing towards Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming like arrows released from a bow. Within mere seconds, they stormed to the front of the two, their gazes fixated on Hu Qiming's anguished face, filled with concern and anxiety. Luo Yuxue's brow furrowed deeply as she anxiously inquired of Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, what happened to Qiming? How did he end up like this?" Sun Yuxuan did not respond immediately. His breath was still rapid, and a sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. He entered the shelter, gently laying Hu Qiming down on the bed to rest. After attending to this, he turned to face the anxious group of Luo Yuxue and the others who had followed him in. His chest heaved dramatically, clearly indicating that the arduous journey had taken a toll on his strength. Panting, Sun Yuxuan addressed the concerned girls, "Today has been quite unfortunate. Qiming and I nearly did not make it back. We had just finished cutting bamboo and were preparing to return when we unexpectedly encountered a large python. Qiming was struck by its tail, resulting in 3 fractured ribs. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's account, Luo Yuxue and the others stood frozen in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. Tang Jing's eyes widened as she stared at the ailing Hu Qiming, her voice trembling with worry as she implored, "How could it be so serious? What are we to do?" Seeing her distress, Sun Yuxuan quickly reassured her, "There is no need for excessive worry. He has merely fractured his ribs. Fortunately, they are not displaced, and with some peace and rest, he will naturally heal." Upon hearing these words, a heavy weight lifted from their hearts, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Bai Shihan turned to Sun Yuxuan and inquired, "What size must that python have been to inflict such harm upon Qiming?" Her voice was imbued with astonishment and doubt. Sun Yuxuan inhaled deeply before responding. The python measured an astonishing 8 or 9 meters in length. Its body as robust as a barrel, and its head was as large as a wash basin. Furthermore, a pair of horns adorned its head. It was my first encounter with such an enormous serpent. Sun Yuxuan's vivid description painted a terrifying tableau before the onlookers, causing the faces of Luo Yuxue and the other 4 girls to turn as pale as parchment, as if enveloped by an invisible dread. Chapter 66. Returning to the shore with a group of girls, Bai Shihan gazed at Sun Yuxuan with a furrowed brow, her voice tinged with apprehension as she inquired, "Xiange, do you think that python will seek vengeance upon us?" Her unease hinted at the lurking dread that the fearsome serpent might emerge at any moment. Observing her distress, Sun Yuxuan hastily offered reassurance, "Do not worry too much. The python is unlikely to trouble us. However," he added, "we must exercise greater caution when venturing into the woods from now on, as this desolate island harbors many unknown creatures." He endeavored to infuse his tone with a lightheartedness designed to ease their concerns, yet internally, he felt a lack of conviction. Although he professed that the python would not retaliate, he was uncertain whether the monstrous serpent might discover their refuge. Despite the sturdy construction of their shelter, reinforced with sharpened bamboo stakes and surrounded by thorny brambles, Sun Yuxuan understood that should the python truly locate their haven, the structure would offer little defense against its onslaught. Turning to the injured Hu Qiming, who lay in bed, Sun Yuxuan encouraged, "Qiming, rest easy and recuperate. Within a month, you shall surely recover." Overcome with gratitude, Hu Qiming's eyes glistened with tears as he choked out, "Boss, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, I might have been consumed by that python today." Sun Yuxuan waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "We are brothers. There is no need for such formality. Just focus on your recovery." After uttering these words, he exited the shelter, followed by Luo Yuxue and the others. Once outside, Sun Yuxuan halted and addressed Luo Yuxue and the others, "I will go retrieve that bundle of bamboo." Bai Shihan, filled with concern, cautioned, "Xiange, perhaps you should reconsider? What if you encounter that great snake again?" With a reassuring smile, Sun Yuxuan replied, "Rest assured, I have thoroughly battered that python's head. It will be reluctant to return any time soon." Bai Shihan quickly insisted, "Then I shall accompany you. 2 are better than 1 for mutual support." Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us go together." With that, they ventured into the woods, Bai Shihan promptly trailing behind. In less than half an hour, the pair arrived at the bamboo grove. They dared not linger, swiftly shouldering the bundle of bamboo as they made their way back to the shelter. Upon returning, Sun Yuxuan seized a bamboo pole and, wielding a folding knife, began to split the bamboo strips, while Luo Yuxue and the others gathered around to observe his work. After more than an hour of labor, he had fashioned a substantial pile of bamboo strips. He then commenced weaving these strips into bamboo baskets, continuing until dusk, by which time he had created 2 baskets. Days passed, and during this time, the group occasionally ventured into the woods to forage for wild kiwis and ferns. Yet they spent the majority of their time within the confines of the shelter. Sun Yuxuan also crafted several bamboo chairs and mats from the strips he had woven. In recent days, the rain has ceased, and after several days of settling, the river has regained its crystalline clarity. Hu Qiming's injuries have also shown signs of recovery. That evening, after stewing some wild boar meat and fern, The group gathered around the fireplace, as usual. Sun Yuxuan addressed everyone, stating, "I plan to visit the coast tomorrow." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward him. Hu Qiming inquired, "Boss, what do you intend to do at the coast?" Sun Yuxuan replied slowly, "I wish to search for useful supplies along the shore. As you all know, our current resources are exceedingly limited, with only a folding knife and a few bows and arrows at our disposal. This is far from sufficient to confront potential dangers. Therefore, I hope to find some iron rods or blocks at the coast to bring back for crafting additional tools." His words plunged everyone into contemplation, recognizing the gravity of their predicament. Sun Yuxuan continued, "Moreover, our supply of sea salt has dwindled, and I plan to procure some more salt crystals." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yue eagerly exclaimed, "I want to accompany you." Having spent over a month in this place, oscillating between the confines of the shelter and nearby surroundings, she felt as though she were growing moldy. A breath of fresh air by the sea would be splendid. Bai Shihan quickly chimed in, "Xiange, I wish to go with you as well. I feel like I'm suffocating for being cooped up." Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Li Mengqi exchanged glances and also expressed their desire to join Sun Yuxuan. Observing the animated group of girls before him, Sun Yuxuan chuckled helplessly and said, "Qiming still needs to recuperate. If we all leave, who will take care of him? You all should remain here to look after him. I can manage alone." Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment crossed the faces of Luo Yuxue and the others. However, at that moment, Hu Qiming, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "Boss, take them with you. My injuries are not as severe as they seem, and I can manage perfectly well here at the shelter." Seeing the eager expressions of the 5 girls, Sun Yuxuan smiled and said, "Very well then, you may all accompany me to the coast." Their faces lit up with joy and excitement. Sun Yuxuan turned to Hu Qiming and advised, "Qiming, while we are away, please stay put in the shelter and refrain from wandering around. We will return within 2 or 3 days." Hu Qiming nodded, smiling as he reassured, "Boss, you needn't worry about me. I can take care of myself. Just be cautious while at the coast." After chatting by the fireplace for a while, the group retired early to the shelter to rest. The next morning, just as dawn began to break, Sun Yuxuan awoke. Turning his head to glance at Hu Qiming beside him, he noticed him in a deep slumber, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he were lost in a delightful dream. Sun Yuxuan smiled gently and refrained from waking him. Instead, he quietly placed a folding knife beside Hu Qiming and stealthily opened the bamboo door of the shelter, stepping outside. The morning air was exceptionally fresh, imbued with a cool, damp essence that invigorated the spirit. Sun Yuxuan took a deep breath, savoring the refreshing atmosphere, and then, with a light-hearted gait, made his way toward the shelter where Luo Yuxue and the others resided. Upon reaching the entrance, Sun Yuxuan paused, lightly tapping on a bamboo door to rouse Luo Yuxue and the others. He then approached the riverbank, crouching down to scoop up some water in his hands. Splashing it on his face, the icy river water stimulated his skin, instantly awakening him and revitalizing his spirit. After washing his face, Sun Yuxuan returned to the kitchen, retrieving a bamboo basket from the corner and placing some wild boar meat into it from the shelf. He then added the pot used for cooking to the basket as well. Just then, Luo Yuxue and the 5 girls finished their morning routines and entered the kitchen. Sun Yuxuan instructed them to fill some empty bottles with river water and place them in the bamboo basket. With everything prepared, they shouldered the bamboo basket, armed with bows and arrows, and set off towards the coastline with resolute steps. Chapter 67. Sensing danger, Sun Yuxuan led the way, with Luo Yuxue and her 4 companions closely following behind him. At this moment, the sun had just risen above the horizon, casting a gentle light upon the earth and bestowing a touch of warmth upon the woods. The air was fresh and pleasant, infused with the fragrance of grass and leaves, evoking a sense of tranquility. As they walked, the 5 girls chattered animatedly, their laughter ringing like silver bells through the trees, infusing the morning with vitality and exuberance. After nearly an hour of walking, a sudden, clear call of a wild pheasant pierced the serene atmosphere. The sound, strikingly out of place in the quiet forest, caused everyone to halt in unison. Looking up, they spotted a brilliantly colored pheasant perched on a nearby branch, joyfully calling out. Its feathers shimmered in the sunlight, radiating a spectrum of colors that captivated the eye. Before Sun Yuxuan could utter a word, Bai Shihan swiftly seized her bow and arrow, slowly advancing toward the pheasant. The bird seemed to have noticed the approaching Bai Shihan, yet it did not flee in panic. Instead, it curiously regarded her, intermittently emitting its cheerful calls as if greeting her. In a short while, Bai Shihan reached the base of the tree. Steadying her bow, she aimed at the pheasant and released her arrow without hesitation. The arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, soaring directly toward the bird. After days of diligent practice, the girls had honed their archery skills remarkably. The arrow flew true, striking the pheasant with precision. Crafted from umbrella ribs, the arrow pierced the pheasant's body with incredible force. The bird emitted a heart-wrenching cry as it was struck, its body lurching forward, carrying the arrow embedded deep within. It soared several meters before crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Upon landing, the pheasant did not succumb immediately. Instead, it thrashed desperately on the ground. Its wings flapped vigorously in an attempt to regain flight, but the arrow rendered its efforts futile. Observing this, Bai Shihan hurriedly approached and grasped the struggling bird. However, the pheasant continued to resist fiercely in her grasp, blood splattering from its wounds onto her. Bai Shihan, clearly taken aback by the unfolding chaos, called out in a flustered manner to Sun Yuxuan, "Xiangu, the blood from this pheasant has splattered onto me. Hurry and put it out of its misery." Upon hearing Bai Shihan's plea, Sun Yuxuan and the others could not help but laugh. Sun Yuxuan quickly moved to her side, taking the pheasant from her hands. He firmly grasped its neck, and with a swift, forceful twist, he heard a sharp crack as the pheasant's neck was instantly broken. The wild chicken struggled briefly in Sun Yuxuan's grasp before it succumbed to lifelessness, ceasing its movements entirely. With a smile, Sun Yuxuan withdrew the arrow embedded in the bird and returned it playfully to Bai Shihan, jesting, "Oh, Shihan, this won't do. A mere wild chicken has managed to frighten you so much, haha." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's teasing, Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she lowered her head in embarrassment. After a brief respite, the group continued their trek deeper into the woods. Time passed slowly, the sun ascended higher in the sky, and beams of light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the forest floor. The air within the woods grew oppressively humid, almost palpable, rendering it difficult to breathe. The girls, including Luo Yuxue, were already out of breath, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads and soaking their garments. The moisture clung uncomfortably to their skin, exacerbated by the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes that nipped at them, inducing waves of irritation. They could only swat at the pests while laboriously pressing onward. After some distance, Jiang Yue could no longer endure. She gasped for air, her steps growing increasingly labored. She halted, fatigue etched upon her face, and addressed Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, I truly can't go on any longer. Could we perhaps pause for a moment?" Observing her condition, Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement and sought out a large, shady tree. After surveying the area for potential threats, he allowed the girls to rest beneath its sheltering branches. Luo Yuxue and the others collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Sun Yuxuan leaned against the tree trunk, his gaze vigilant, ever watchful of their surroundings. After more than half an hour of rest, the group felt a measure of their strength restored, and they gradually rose from the ground to continue towards the coastline. They trekked silently for approximately 1 to 2 kilometers when suddenly, without warning, Sun Yuxuan came to an abrupt stop. His body stiffened slightly, as if held by an invisible force. The 5 girls trailing behind him halted in unison, their faces etched with confusion as they turned to Sun Yuxuan. Luo Yuxue blinked her large eyes, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "What is wrong? Has something happened? Why did you stop so suddenly?" Sun Yuxuan's brow furrowed, his expression grave, as he seemed to sense an underlying danger. He cautiously scanned their surroundings while whispering, "I have an intense feeling that we are being watched by unseen eyes." Upon hearing his words, Luo Yuxue and the others felt a surge of tension, their expressions shifting to one of anxiety as they began to look around. attempting to locate the source of the ominous gaze. However, after a meticulous observation, the crowd failed to detect any unusual circumstances. Apart from the dense woods and the occasional chirping of birds, there was no other sound or movement to be heard. Tang Jing gazed at Sun Yuxuan, expressing her skepticism as she remarked, "Are you certain you aren't mistaken? There is nothing around us. How could there be eyes watching us?" In response to her words, Sun Yuxuan shook his head and asserted, "My instincts are rarely wrong. There is undoubtedly a pair of eyes fixated on us." No sooner had he spoken than a faint rustling emerged from the nearby thicket. Chapter 68. Battling the lion, Sun Yuxuan reacted with lightning speed, seizing his bow and arrow without hesitation, aiming the arrowhead at the rustling thicket. Simultaneously, the 5 girls, led by Luo Yuxue, raised their bows, nervously targeting the source of the sound. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Each heartbeat resonated like a war drum, echoing ominously, and in less than half a minute, it felt as though they had traversed an eternal century. Just as their nerves reached a breaking point, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the underbrush. When the silhouette was fully revealed, a collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers. It was a lion. The creature was immensely large, standing over a meter tall and measuring more than 2 meters in length. Its powerful limbs were as thick as Sun Yuxuan's calves, and it was estimated to weigh at least 400 to 500 pounds. Its thick mane swayed gently in the breeze, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance. In the presence of this magnificent beast, the 5 girls trembled uncontrollably, their faces as pale as parchment, their bodies rendered powerless. In contrast, Sun Yuxuan managed to maintain a semblance of composure, though a sheen of cold sweat began to form on his back. Meanwhile, the lion fixed its piercing gaze upon the 6 individuals, standing still and occasionally emitting low, rumbling growls, as if to assert its supremacy. Having lived on this deserted island for so long, it was the first time they had encountered a lion, and the unexpected encounter left them utterly bewildered. Jiang Yue's voice quivered as she stammered to Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, what should we do now?" Sun Yuxuan furrowed his brow, his gaze unwaveringly locked on the lion. In a grave tone, he declared, "We have caught its attention. Escaping is utterly impossible. Our only recourse is to confront it head-on." Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he continued, "Everyone, remain calm and do not panic. When the lion charges at us, we will shoot our arrows together. Even if we cannot kill it, we can at least inflict some injury." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Luo Yuxue and the others nodded in agreement, swiftly raising their bows and aiming their arrows at the lion. At that moment, the lion seemed to sense the threat posed by Sun Yuxuan and his companions, becoming increasingly agitated. Its growls intensified, reverberating through the forest, as if the very trees trembled in response. Simultaneously, its powerful paws scraped the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan's heart raced. He shouted urgently, "Everyone, be cautious. The lion is about to attack us." No sooner had he spoken than the lion lunged forward with the speed of lightning, charging straight at Sun Yuxuan and his group. As the lion drew ever closer, Sun Yuxuan's heartbeat quickened, and a fine sheen of sweat emerged on his forehead. His eyes widened, fixated on the ferocious beast, and he let out a low growl, released the arrows. Almost instantaneously, 6 individuals released their bowstrings, the strings vibrating with a resonant hum. 6 arrows shot forth like meteors, tracing silvery arcs through the air as they aimed directly at the lion. In the blink of an eye, the arrows found their mark, piercing the lion's flesh with unerring precision. Clearly taken aback by such a fierce assault, the lion emitted a chilling scream, its body convulsing violently. Yet, despite being struck by 6 arrows, the lion did not collapse immediately. Rather, its rage was ignited, rendering it even more ferocious. With blood-red eyes and hot breath, it locked its gaze on his Sun Yuxuan and his companions. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, it charged at them like an out-of-control truck. In an instant, the lion was less than 5 meters away from the group. It leapt from the ground, mouth agape, revealing its sharp fangs, and lunged at Sun Yuxuan and the others. For Sun Yuxuan, Evading the lion's assault was not a daunting task. His agility and nimbleness would allow him to dodge the lion's ferocious leap with ease. However, a voice within him urged him not to flee. He understood that should he evade, the girls, Luo Yuxue and the other 5, would undoubtedly become the lion's targets. They lacked the strength to withstand such a brutal attack, and the consequences of their capture would be unimaginable. As the lion neared, poised to sink its teeth into him, Sun Yuxuan concentrated all his strength into his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to the lion. The blow struck its jaw with the force of thunder, resulting in a sharp crack as the lion's jaw shattered. It let out a heart-wrenching cry, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The immense recoil sent Sun Yuxuan staggering back 3 or 4 steps before he regained his balance. In that fleeting moment, Luo Yuxue and the other 5 girls seized the opportunity, swiftly knocking an arrow onto their bowstrings, and without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their shots at the wounded lion. In an instant, 5 arrows zipped forth like lightning, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, embedding themselves into the lion's body. The lion again released a haunting cry, its body shuddering violently before it fell heavily to the ground. Despite the excruciating pain, the lion struggled to rise, its eyes ablaze with fury and hatred. It glared at Sun Yuxuan and the others, then opened its gaping maw, lunging at them once more. In a heartbeat, Sun Yuxuan saw the lion charging at him like a rampaging beast. Fearless, he swiftly raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the lion's head. The force of the blow was immense, akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg, and the lion let out a heart-wrenching scream as it collapsed to the ground. Thrashing in agony, Sun Yuxuan suddenly spotted a wooden stick, thick as an arm, lying on the ground, and he immediately bent down to seize it. With a fierce swing, he brought the stick crashing down upon the lion's head, eliciting another agonizing cry. The creature struggled to rise, but Sun Yuxuan would not allow it to succeed. He relentlessly battered its head with the stick. Chapter 69. The despicable Japanese, although the 5 girls, led by Luo Yuxue, felt a twinge of fear, they did not waver. They swiftly picked up wooden sticks from the ground and, without hesitation, charged at the lion. Striking fiercely with their makeshift weapons, the sticks collided with the lion's body, producing a sharp crack that was accompanied by the creature's anguished roars, creating an exceptionally intense scene. In less than a minute, the once majestic lion was left battered and bruised by the relentless blows. Its fur was torn, blood splattered, and its strength to resist gradually waned until it lay motionless. As the group witnessed the lion finally succumb to its injuries, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, casting their bloodied sticks to the ground as they gasped for breath. It is worth noting that after enduring such a prolonged existence on this desolate island, Luo Yuxue and her companions had undergone significant transformations. Had they faced such a ferocious lion in the past, they would have likely been paralyzed by fear, incapable of mounting any defense. After a brief respite, the group chose to ignore the lion's carcass and continued their weary march towards the coastline. After nearly 2 hours of arduous trekking, they finally reached the shore, their bodies drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging uncomfortably to their skin. Luo Yuxue and her friends set their bamboo baskets down and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Once they had rested and regained a modicum of strength, they shouldered their baskets again and made their way back to the cave where they had previously resided. Before they could approach the cave, they noticed smoke rising from its direction. Curiosity piqued. They wondered if their former dwelling had been occupied or if the smoke was the result of the foreigner's activities. Exchanging glances, they quickened their pace towards the cave. Soon, they found themselves within 50 meters of it, spotting a group of 7 or 8 individuals gathered at the entrance. The group at the cave noticed Sun Yuxuan and his companions, rising to greet them. The foreigner, who had been residing in the cave, immediately descended and approached them briskly. After a month apart, it was evident that he appeared considerably more haggard and emaciated, suggesting that his time there had not been easy. With palpable enthusiasm, the foreigner addressed Captain Sun, exclaiming, "It is wonderful to see you. Where have you all been during this time?" Sun Yuxuan replied coolly, "We discovered a small river in the woods and relocated there." The foreigner's eyes lit up at this revelation as he eagerly inquired, Is there really a river in the woods? Sun Yuxuan nodded. Indeed, it is situated about 8 or 9 kilometers from the coast. Did you not know? The foreigner displayed a troubled expression and, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, during this period, I have been residing in the woods, staying close to the coastline. Sun Yuxuan nodded thoughtfully, then shifted his gaze towards the group of individuals at the cave's entrance, gesturing towards them with his hand. He turned to the foreigner and inquired, Who are those people? Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's question, the foreigner's face contorted with anger as he exclaimed, They are Japanese. Ever since you departed, I have taken refuge in the cave where you once dwelled. However, within a few days, this group suddenly emerged. They're armed not only with knives, but also with sharp axes. Without uttering a word, they assaulted me with blows and forcibly expelled me from the cave. Upon hearing the foreigner's account, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of excitement within him. He contemplated, those axes and knives are indeed valuable assets. I must devise a plan to acquire them from these Japanese. The foreigner gazed at Sun Yuxuan with a look of grievance and lamented, These individuals are utterly despicable. Not only did they beat me and drive me from the cave, but they also captured 2 girls and torment them daily. Sun Yuxuan, upon hearing this, was engulfed by a wave of fury. He was momentarily taken aback, reflecting, I never anticipated these Japanese could be so vile. Luo Yuxue and the others were equally incensed. Jiang Yue, filled with righteous indignation, declared, Captain Sun, these Japanese are nothing short of beasts. You must teach them a lesson. Sun Yuxuan nodded and replied, Let us first assess the situation. No sooner had he spoken than he hastened towards the cave, with Luo Yuxue and the others quickly following suit. Before long, they arrived at the base of the cave, where Sun Yuxuan and his companions began to scrutinize the group of Japanese. There were 7 of them, clad in ordinary attire with no distinctive features. However, their demeanor exuded a palpable coldness and ferocity. Additionally, 2 young girls, seemingly in their 20s and sharing a similar yellow-skinned appearance as Sun Yuxuan and his companions, were present as well, though their nationality was indiscernible. These 2 girls appeared disheveled, their hair unkempt and their expressions vacant, as if their souls had been stripped away, devoid of any vitality. Bruises marred their faces and hands, evidencing the torment they had endured. Upon witnessing the plight of these women, Sun Yuxuan and his companions were overwhelmed with compassion and pity, simultaneously igniting a fierce indignation towards the men's actions. The 7 Japanese men, upon noticing Luo Yuxue and the others, resembled ravenous wolves spotting their prey. Their eyes gleamed with avarice, and their lips curled into lewd and lascivious smirks. The girls, under the unrestrained and unabashed gaze of the Japanese, felt their anger flare intensely. Bai Shirhan, her face flushed with rage, widened her eyes, and in fluent English, rebuked the Japanese men, You shameless scoundrels. If you continue to stare at us, believe me, I shall gouge out your eyes. However, those Japanese individuals evidently understood English. Upon hearing Bai Shirhan's warning, they did not exhibit the slightest restraint. Instead, they erupted into laughter as if they had just heard the greatest joke in the world. One of them, with a lewd grin plastered across his face, exclaimed, I never anticipated that in this desolate, uninhabited island, I would encounter such breathtakingly beautiful ladies. This is truly delightful. We are in for a treat today. Another Japanese man echoed his sentiments, also wearing a lascivious grin as he addressed Luo Yuxue and the others, saying, Ladies, since you have come all this way, why waste time? Come, let's have some fun together. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly drew a gleaming Nepalese knife from his waist and pointed it menacingly at Sun Yuxuan, threatening, Listen well, if you know what's good for you, make sure these lovely ladies amuse us, or else do not blame me for the consequences of this blade. Chapter 70. Sun Yuxuan strikes upon hearing those words. Sun Yuxuan's expression darkened profoundly. His eyes, cold as ice, fixated on his opponent, and he spat through gritted teeth. Damn it, you're seeking death. The Japanese man, clearly taken aback by Sun Yuxuan's unyielding stance, momentarily froze, astonishment etched across his face. However, this astonishment swiftly morphed into fury. His eyes widened, his face flushed with rage, and he cursed vehemently, Baka! With that exclamation, the Japanese man leaped from the cave entrance like an enraged beast, brandishing a Nepalese knife that glinted ominously as it lunged towards Sun Yuxuan. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Sun Yuxuan exhibited no hint of panic. He stood his ground, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the knife as it approached with alarming speed. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, Sun Yuxuan extended a hand with lightning speed, seizing the man's knife-wielding arm with pinpoint accuracy. The strike was as swift as a tempest, catching the Japanese man completely off guard. He felt as if his arm were clamped in a vice, instantly robbed of all strength, rendering even the slightest movement an arduous task. Observing this, a cold smile crept on his Sun Yuxuan's lips. With a sudden twist, a sharp crack echoed through the air as he forcefully snapped the Japanese man's arm. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from the Japanese man, a sound reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, reverberating throughout the cave. The knife slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground due to the agony coursing through his arm. Sun Yuxuan, displaying remarkable reflexes, swiftly caught the falling knife, securing it firmly in his hand. Without hesitation, he raised the weapon and delivered a brutal slash across the Japanese man's neck. In an instant, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from the wound, spraying forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding rocks and earth in a gruesome spectacle. The Japanese man stared in disbelief at the blood gushing from his neck, his eyes wide with incomprehension, unable to fathom the unfolding events. His body slowly crumpled to the ground, twitching a few times before falling utterly still. From a moment the Japanese man leapt into the cave, knife in hand, to the swift and thunderous counterstrike by Sun Yuxuan. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere span of seconds, leaving onlookers nearly unable to process the rapidity of it all. The 6 Japanese men at the cave's entrance bore witness to this scene, their initial shock quickly giving way to outrage as they struggled to accept the ease with which their comrade had been dispatched. Their gazes towards Sun Yuxuan shifted markedly, the earlier disdain evaporating, replaced by a weighty seriousness. They realized that the seemingly ordinary man before them was, in fact, an exceedingly formidable adversary. Among the 6 Japanese men, 3 swiftly drew Nepalese kukris from their waists, the blades glinting ominously, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent, while the other 3 hastily picked up axes from the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, they leapt from the mouth of the cave, landing firmly on the ground, and raised their weapons, glaring menacingly at Sun Yuxuan. One of the Japanese men, his face contorted with rage, bellowed at Sun Yuxuan, "Baka, you audacious fool! How dare you lay a hand on us?" Although he spoke in Japanese, Sun Yuxuan was not unfamiliar with the language and readily comprehended his words. A disdainful smirk curled at the corners of Sun Yuxuan's mouth as he fluently retorted in Japanese, "What is so surprising about killing beasts like you? I have harbored no fondness for your kind since childhood." This remark struck the Japanese man like a dagger to the heart, instantly draining the color from his face. The other Japanese men, hearing Sun Yuxuan liken them to beasts, trembled with fury, their eyes ablaze with rage. One among them, unable to contain his anger, shouted, "Bastard! You arrogant fool! I will personally see to your demise today." Sun Yuxuan remained unfazed by the threat, calmly responding, "It's not that I look down upon you. Come me all together." He then turned to Luo Yuxue and the others, instructing, "Step back a bit, keep your distance, lest you be harmed when I take action." Although Luo Yuxue and the others felt a twinge of concern at Sun Yuxuan's confidence, they obediently retreated, maintaining a distance of 7 or 8 meters from him. Upon witnessing this, the 6 Japanese men exchanged glances and raised their weapons, lunging at Sun Yuxuan with the ferocity of starving tigers. Despite facing 6 armed opponents, Sun Yuxuan exhibited no fear. His form moved like a wraith, appearing instantaneously before one of the men wielding a kukri. With a left hand that struck like lightning, he seized the Japanese man's arm with precision. Sun Yuxuan's strength was astonishing. With a slight twist, a sharp crack echoed, and the man's arm was brutally broken. The kukri slipped from the Japanese man's grasp, clattering to the ground as he let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing like a marionette with its strings severed, convulsing, in agony. Simultaneously, Sun Yuxuan's right hand swung the kukri with the ferocity of a tempest, delivering a devastating blow to another man brandishing a blade. The speed of the strike was akin to a flash of lightning, and the force was staggering. The keen edge of the kukri cleaved through the man's arm, severing it and sending the dismembered limb tumbling to the ground, splattering a vivid crimson spray of blood. The man emitted a chilling scream, his body crumpling to the ground like a marionette severed from its strings, rendered unconscious. With a force akin to that of a cannonball, Sun Yuxuan's right foot struck with thunderous might against the abdomen of the third Japanese assailant wielding an axe. The impact was as overwhelming as a tidal wave, sending the Japanese man soaring through the air like a kite set adrift, crashing to the ground several meters away and stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 71. The slaying of 7 Japanese men. Sun Yuxuan's movements flowed with an effortless grace, akin to the seamless flow of water, devoid of any delay or hesitation. Each of his strikes was executed with the swiftness and ferocity of lightning, rendering them utterly unpredictable and uncounterable. In that fleeting moment, with astonishing speed and strength, he effortlessly incapacitated 3 of his Japanese adversaries. Such prowess could only be described as otherworldly. The remaining trio, having witnessed Sun Yuxuan's terrifying might, turned as pale as ghosts, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had completely lost the courage to resist, retreating several meters in sheer terror. At that moment, the arrogance they had previously displayed vanished entirely. Their eyes, filled with dread, fixated on Sun Yuxuan, as if he were a demon emerged from the depths of hell. Even their once firm grips on their weapons quivered under the weight of their overwhelming fear. Sun Yuxuan regarded the 3 quaking Japanese men with an impassive expression. His voice, cold and devoid of mercy, resonated like a decree from the underworld. It is your turn. These 3 words struck them like the harbinger of death, plunging them into an icy despair. Their bodies shuddered violently, and the weapons they held fell to the ground as if enchanted. In an instant, they seemed to lose all strength, their legs buckling beneath them as they collapsed to the ground, pleading desperately at Sun Yuxuan's feet. Despite the supplications of the 3 Japanese men, Sun Yuxuan remained inscrutable and unperturbed. Grasping the gleaming Nepalese dagger tightly, he advanced step by step towards them, each stride heavy with resolve. As they beheld his gradual approach, terror and hopelessness filled their hearts. They understood that Sun Yuxuan would not grant them mercy. His cold gaze revealed no trace of compassion or forgiveness. Yet, the 3 Japanese men refused to resign themselves to fate. They swiftly retrieved their weapons from the ground, resolutely determined to fight Sun Yuxuan in a desperate last stand. Though they were acutely aware of their slim chances against his formidable skill and strength, they had no choice but to stake everything in this dire moment. In that instant, Sun Yuxuan surged forward, a flash of lightning aimed at one of the Japanese men. His right foot struck like a cannonball, delivering a devastating kick to the man's head. The force was tremendous. With a resounding thud, the man was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Simultaneously, Sun Yuxuan's right hand swung the Nepalese dagger like a tempest, slicing fiercely across another Japanese man's neck. In an instant, a crimson gash appeared, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. The man, in a state of terror, clutched his neck with trembling hands, but the blood continued to seep through his fingers. His eyes widened in disbelief. A look of utter astonishment etched upon his face before he succumbed to his fate. At that moment, the final Japanese man wielded his axe with lethal intent, aiming it fiercely at Sun Yuxuan. The strike came with ferocious determination. However, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were as swift as lightning. He deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the deadly blow. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the man's head. The force of this strike was no less than the previous one, producing a sickening crunch as the man's skull seemed to be crushed by a heavy hammer, rendering him unconscious, his body crumpling lifelessly to the ground. With an impassive expression, Sun Yuxuan seized a Nepalese knife and methodically dispatched each of the remaining Japanese men who were still clinging to life. In less than a minute, The 7 adversaries lay sprawled upon the earth, devoid of vitality, their corpses in grotesque disarray. From the moment Sun Yuxuan engaged until the last of the 7 was slain, the entire sequence transpired in a mere 2 to 3 minutes. Though it was not the first time Luo Yuxue and her companions had witnessed Sun Yuxuan take a life, his performance this time left them utterly astounded. They stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, particularly the foreigner, whose eyes widened to the size of saucers and whose mouth gaped open as if he could fit an egg within. To him, Sun Yuxuan had merely been an agile individual. He could never have anticipated such ruthlessness, such extraordinary prowess. Initially, he had presumed that Sun Yuxuan would merely teach the Japanese men a lesson, inflicting some hardship upon them. Little did he realize that Sun Yuxuan would execute them all without mercy. Even the 2 disheveled girls at the cave entrance were taken aback by the scene. They had never anticipated that the 7 tormentors who had plagued their existence would be so effortlessly dispatched by this seemingly unremarkable man. Gazing at the scattered corpses of the Japanese men, both girls felt an inexplicable sense of relief and satisfaction wash over them. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and it was only after a considerable interval that Luo Yuxue and the others gradually emerged from their shock. With her lips quivering slightly, Luo Yuxue stammered towards Sun Yuxuan. Son, Captain, how could you kill them all? Sun Yuxuan regarded her with an expressionless gaze and replied coolly, Is that even question? You witnessed their actions firsthand. If we spare their lives, they would only go on to harm others. Do you not believe they deserve to die? Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue vigorously shook her head. Sun Yuxuan then addressed the 5 girls. All right, stop standing there in a daze. Quickly gather the weapons from the ground. With these tools, we can enhance our chances of survival in this place. Heeding his words, Luo Yuxue and the others wasted no time. Hastily bending down to retrieve the fallen Nepalese knives and axes. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan strode confidently towards the 7 corpses of the Japanese men, unhesitatingly squatting down to expertly rummage through their remains. Before long, he successfully scavenged several lighters and a few nearly full packs of cigarettes from the bodies. Upon discovering these items, his eyes instantly gleamed with excitement, and an expression of unrestrained joy spread across his face. He could hardly believe that these Japanese men possessed such treasures. Eagerly, Sun Yuxuan extracted a cigarette from the pack and placed it between his lips. Then, he picked up a lighter, and with a gentle press, a flame flickered to life. Taking a deep breath, he allowed the smoke to gracefully fill his mouth before exhaling slowly. In that moment, his face radiated satisfaction and pleasure, as if all his fatigue and stress had evaporated into thin air. Chapter 72. 2 Singaporean girls. After finishing a cigarette, Sun Yuxuan slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the 7 lifeless bodies of the Japanese men, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he grasped one of the corpses by the ankle and, with a forceful tug, dragged it across the ground, leaving a long trail before discarding it onto the shore. He repeated this process, methodically dragging the remaining 6 bodies to the seaside, where he callously cast them into the water. As the sound of the bodies splashing into the sea echoed, Sun Yuxuan appeared to feel a slight sense of relief. He brushed his hands together and turned toward the entrance of the cave. At that moment, Luo Yuxue and the others had gathered the axes and several Nepalese knives, arranging them neatly at the cave's mouth. They were huddled together, attempting to communicate with the 2 disheveled girls who seemed dazed and terrified. However, these girls appeared to be deeply shaken, regarding Luo Yuxue and her companions with palpable suspicion. Despite the efforts of Luo Yuxue and the others to engage them, the girls remained silent, their bodies trembling incessantly. Upon seeing Sun Yuxuan approach the entrance, Bai Shihan anxiously addressed him. Brother Xian, are these girls in shock? Do they not understand us? No matter how we question them, they remain mute. Sun Yuxuan glanced at the 2 still quaking girls, a wave of compassion stirring within him. He stepped forward, crouching down to meet their gaze. As he settled on the ground, the girls reacted like startled rabbits, their bodies involuntarily shivering, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Observing their distress, Sun Yuxuan's lips curved into a gentle smile, and he spoke soothingly in fluent English. Do not be afraid. We are all of Chinese descent and mean you no harm. The Japanese men who tormented you have been dealt with, and no one shall dare bully you again. Upon hearing his words, the girls were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances with Sun Yuxuan and his companions. In the next instant, it was as if some deep-seated emotion had been unleashed within them, and they burst into tears, their sobs echoing with a poignant despair that seemed to convey all their grievances and suffering in that moment. Sun Yuxuan and the others were momentarily at a loss, exchanging bewildered looks, unsure of how to comfort the two heartbroken girls. The weeping persisted for 4 or 5 minutes until the girls' emotions gradually settled, their cries slowly subsiding. One of the girls gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. Her eyes were swollen and her face streaked with tears, evoking a deep sense of pity. After a while, she took a deep breath, lifted her head, and looked at Sun Yuxuan, her voice choked with emotion as she said, "Thank you for saving us." Upon hearing her words, Sun Yuxuan and his companions stood frozen in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. They had not anticipated that this girl would utter such flawless Chinese. Luo Yuxue, unable to contain her curiosity, quickly inquired, "Are you also of Chinese descent?" The girl gently shook her head and softly explained, "We are not from Huaxia. We both hail from Singapore. My name is Chun Yalan, and she is Zheng Wanting." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan pondered silently. So, they are Singaporeans. No wonder they speak Huaxia language so fluently. After a brief pause, he continued to inquire, "How did the two of you come to be on this deserted island?" Chun Yalan replied slowly, "We were colleagues at the same company and were traveling together by plane. However, unexpectedly, the aircraft encountered an incident mid-flight and tragically crashed into the sea. Fortunately, we managed to survive and were washed ashore onto this deserted island by the waves." As Chun Yalan mentioned the plane crash, Sun Yuxuan and the others fell silent in astonishment. Bai Shirhan immediately asked, "When did the plane you were on meet with the accident?" Chun Yalan quickly responded, "It was just over 20 days ago." Hearing this, Sun Yuxuan and the others were taken aback once more. It was clear that the plane they were on could not possibly be the same one that had abducted Luo Yuxue and the other girls. This implied that within the span of less than 2 months, at least 3 planes, including the one Sun Yuxuan had boarded, had met with disaster and plunged into the sea. How eerie. Sun Yuxuan pressed further. "What about the 7 Japanese individuals? Were they on the same flight as you?" Chun Yalan immediately shook her head, saying, "We did not encounter them on that plane." Nodding in acknowledgement, Sun Yuxuan considered that these 7 Japanese, armed with Nepali kukris and axes, could not have boarded an aircraft. It was evident they had arrived by some other means, and Sun Yuxuan found himself lost in thought, wondering, this is rather uncanny. How could so many people appear on this deserted island in such a short time? Luo Yuxue then asked Chun Yalan, "Were you the only survivors from your flight?" Chun Yalan quickly shook her head. "Apart from us, there are over 10 other survivors who have also washed ashore here. Most of them, like us, are Singaporeans living about 8 or 9 kilometers away on the coast." Luo Yuxue inquired further, "How did you end up being captured by those 7 Japanese men?" Chun Yalan replied slowly, "One day, our group went out to search for food and encountered these Japanese on the beach. They found us attractive and took us away, armed with weapons. The others dared not intervene and could only watch helplessly as we were taken." As she recounted the ordeal of being captured by the 7 Japanese men, Chun Yalan began to cry softly. Zheng Wanting, perhaps moved by her emotion, also started to weep quietly. Sun Yuxuan and the others refrained from offering comfort, recognizing that these 2 girls had been grievously tormented by those 7 Japanese men. Perhaps shedding tears would bring them some solace. After weeping for quite some time, Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting gradually ceased their tears. Sun Yuxuan then addressed the 2 of them, saying, "Let the past remain in the past. Those Japanese men are now gone, and no one shall bully you anymore." With utmost sincerity, Chun Yalan expressed her gratitude to Sun Yuxuan, saying, "Thank you for saving us both. Had you not appeared to eliminate those Japanese men, we would eventually have succumbed to their torment." Chapter 73. Discovery of abundant supplies in the cave. Sun Yuxuan smiled and said, You need not be so formal. Chen Yalan, curious, looked at Sun Yuxuan and inquired. I still do not know your name. Furthermore, how did you all come be here? Sun Yuxuan exchanged glances with his companions and then offered a brief self-introduction. He subsequently recounted the tale of their plane crash to Chen Yalan and Zheng Wanting. Having traversed from his shelter to this location, Sun Yuxuan's stomach growled with hunger, his front nearly touching his back. Fortunately, at the cave entrance, a fire pit ignited by a few Japanese men flickered warmly. Beside the fire lay several pots and some firewood, much to the delight of Sun Yuxuan and his companions. These pots were far more practical than the makeshift ones they had fashioned from oil barrels, undoubtedly a boon for them. The ground at the cave entrance was scattered with numerous conch and mussel shells, indicating that this group of Japanese had primarily subsisted on these shellfish. In addition, some rainwater had been collected in plastic containers below the cave. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan grabbed a pot and descended to clean it with the rainwater. Upon returning to the cave entrance, he took several bottles of water from the bamboo basket, pouring them into the pot. He also retrieved a large piece of wild boar meat from the shelter, cutting it into small chunks to simmer slowly. As Chen Yalan and Zheng Wanting beheld the wild boar meat, they could not suppress their salivation. Seizing the moment while the meat simmered, Luo Yuxue stood and ventured deeper into the cave. Upon entering, her gaze was drawn to a corner where 7 or 8 suitcases were neatly arranged. This unexpected discovery left Luo Yuxue astonished, prompting her to exclaim, "Come quickly. There are several suitcases in this cave." Upon hearing Luo Yuxue's call, Sun Yuxuan and the others swiftly rose and hurried into the cave. However, Chen Yalan and Zheng Wanting appeared somewhat different. They seemed to have prior knowledge of the suitcases and did not spring to their feet like the others. Instead, they remained seated by the fire, fixated on the pot of simmering wild boar meat, as if that were their primary concern at the moment. As Sun Yuxuan and his companions entered the cave and beheld the suitcases, expressions of joy and excitement illuminated their faces. Sun Yuxuan eagerly urged, "Quick, let's open these suitcases and see what treasures lie within." His words barely escaped his lips when everyone eagerly responded, hastily laying the suitcases flat on the ground before cautiously opening them. In that fleeting moment, as the suitcases were unveiled, their eyes widened in astonishment, as if entranced by the sight before them. The suitcases brimmed with an array of items: clothing, toiletries, cigarettes, feminine products, and more. One particular suitcase stood out, containing an array of alluring lingerie and intimate apparel, accompanied by several boxes of condoms. The sight of these items left the onlookers utterly speechless, as if they had unearthed a hidden treasure. Luo Yuxue and her companions eagerly picked up the women's belongings, their curiosity and excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan's attention was captivated by the abundance of cigarettes, his eyes sparkling with delight. After all, such a generous supply would last him a considerable time, alleviating his worries about finding cigarettes. Thus, everyone reveled in their astonishment and joy over these possessions. After a while, Jiang Yue suddenly spoke up. "How peculiar! Where could this group of Japanese individuals have procured so many packed suitcases?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "Clearly, these suitcases do not belong to them. Just think, if they were their own, how could they possibly have so many women's items and clothing? Nevertheless, it matters not. These things are now ours. With these, we can sustain ourselves quite well here. When we return to the shelter in a couple of days, we shall bring all these suitcases back." Luo Yuxue and the others turned their gaze once more to the suitcase brimming with seductive lingerie and condoms. They blushed fiercely, as if burned by fire, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Li Mengqi's face resembled a ripe apple, flushed to the point of almost drawing blood, as she stammered, "Oh dear, who on earth would bring such a box of items? How utterly shameful! We should dispose of it quickly to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule." The other girls nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, Sun Yuxuan interjected, "Why throw it away? These are valuable items. Let us take them back with us." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, Jiang Yue, and Bai Shihan turned to him in unison, their faces reflecting disbelief. Bai Shihan unabashedly retorted, "Xiange, what are you saying? What use are these items to us? Surely you don't have ulterior motives." Sun Yuxuan, taken aback, shot her a playful glance and replied with a smile, "What a thing to say. Am I that type of person? If I had any ill intentions, wouldn't I have acted upon them by now?" Bai Shihan was momentarily rendered speechless by his response. Yet she glared at him and said irritably, "Then please enlighten us as to what practical purpose these items would serve if we took them back." Hearing her inquiry, a mischievous smile crept across Sun Yuxuan's face as he leisurely responded, "The lingerie and underwear are perfectly wearable for you all. As for the condoms, who knows when they might come in handy." The instant his words left his lips, the girls' faces flushed a deep crimson, their shyness igniting a rosy hue at their ears. Tang Jing's gaze settled upon the seductive lingerie, her brow furrowing slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. She murmured, "I would never wear such embarrassing attire." Jiang Yue, unreserved, shot a glare at Sun Yuxuan and playfully chided, "I see your intentions are far from innocent. You wish to see us in these garments." To this, Sun Yuxuan displayed no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, his smile blossomed even brighter. He cheerfully explained, "Oh, what is there to be ashamed of? Regardless, you will be wearing them beneath your clothes, so even if I wanted to look, I wouldn't be able to." His words rendered Luo Yuxue and the other girls momentarily speechless, for Sun Yuxuan's assertion was indeed factual. Should they don such alluring lingerie, he would indeed be unable to see it. Chapter 74. Bai Shihan shoots a wild chicken within an hour. The wild boar meat in the pot was thoroughly stewed. Li Mingxi took some bamboo bowls and chopsticks from the bamboo basket and distributed them among the group. Everyone eagerly picked up their utensils and helped themselves to the tender wild boar meat, savoring it with delight. Only Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting hesitated, unable to bring themselves to take a piece, merely swallowing hard in anticipation. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan chuckled and urged, "Come on, eat up. Aren't you too hungry?" Chun Yalan cautiously inquired, "Are we really allowed to eat this?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "What a question. Go ahead and eat." Encouraged by his words, the two finally took some of the stewed wild boar meat and devoured it with gusto. Their voracious appetites resembled that of famished souls reborn, prompting Sun Yuxuan and the others to chuckle in amusement. By the end of the meal, nearly half of the wild boar meat had vanished into their stomachs. After the feast, Sun Yuxuan, accompanied by Luo Yuxue and others, took all the cooking utensils to the shore, filled them with seawater, and set them over the fire to begin the process of crystallizing sea salt. Noticing the tattered and dirty clothing on Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting, Luo Yuxue returned to the cave to fetch 2 sets of women's clothing. Approaching the cave entrance, she handed them to the pair, saying, "You two should wash up at the beach and change into these." Grateful, Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting accepted the clothes and headed towards the shore. Sun Yuxuan strapped a Nepalese knife to his waist and took a bow and arrows, addressing the group, "You all stay here to finish crystallizing the sea salt. Don't wander off. I'll check the woods to see if I can catch another wild chicken or rabbit." No sooner had he spoken than Bai Shihan chimed in, "Xinge, I want to go with you." Pleased by her company, Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement. Together, they descended from the cave and ventured into the woods. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and the others began processing the wild chicken that Bai Shihan had shot at the shore. As Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shihan walked through the forest, they had covered nearly a kilometer when they suddenly heard the distinct call of a wild chicken. They immediately halted, gazing upward to see a colorful wild chicken perched on a branch of a large tree about 50 meters away, calling out incessantly. Sun Yuxuan whispered to Bai Shihan, "Stay here, I'll take it down." Before he could finish, he grasped his bow and prepared to shoot the wild chicken. However, Bai Shihan quickly grabbed his arm and softly said, "Xiange, let me do it." Hearing her request, Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement. Bai Shihan promptly took the bow and made her way towards the tree where the wild chicken was situated. Before long, she stood beneath the tree, nocking an arrow to the bowstring, aimed carefully at the wild chicken, and released the string without hesitation. The arrow struck true, piercing the wild chicken's body with a resounding impact. A wild chicken let out a mournful cry, propelled by the arrows embedded in its body, soaring 3 to 4 meters before plummeting to the ground, flapping its wings incessantly. Bai Shihan hurried forward to retrieve the fowl, observing the chicken's frantic movements in her grasp. She remained composed this time. Imitating Sun Yuxuan's technique, she seized the chicken by its neck and twisted with all her might. However, her strength proved insufficient compared to Sun Yuxuan's, and it took considerable effort to finally snap the bird's neck. Sun Yuxuan, standing a short distance away, couldn't help but smile with a sense of satisfaction at the sight. During their time on the deserted island, Luo Yuxue and the other girls had undergone significant transformations and gradually acquired some fundamental survival skills. Sun Yuxuan realized that it wouldn't be long before, even in his absence, they would be capable of surviving independently on this island. Bai Shihan extracted the arrows from the chicken's body and approached Sun Yuxuan, placing the bird into a bamboo basket. The two continued their trek deeper into the woods, yet after a considerable distance, they encountered no other signs of wildlife. Aware that time was slipping away, they turned back toward the coastline. Upon returning to the cave entrance, they found Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting had finished washing up and had donned fresh clothes. One could hardly deny that after their bath and change, they appeared transformed, exuding a captivating allure. Sun Yuxuan mused regretfully about how unfortunate it was for such admirable young women to have suffered at the hands of those Japanese men. Luo Yuxue and the others promptly took the wild chicken to the shoreline to begin processing it. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually descended below the horizon. Sun Yuxuan threaded the two prepared chickens onto sticks about the thickness of his fingers. He retrieved some still-burning charcoal from the fire and placed the skewers over it to roast slowly. Just then, the foreign man unexpectedly approached the cave, beaming with a grin as he addressed Sun Yuxuan. "I see you've acquired quite a few military knives and axes from those Japanese men. Could you spare me a knife for self-defense?" Recalling the incident when Luo Yuxue and the others were captured, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of gratitude toward the foreigner for directing him to their location during the rescue. With this thought in mind, he handed over a gurkha knife and an axe, along with a sizable piece of wild boar meat from the shelter. The foreigner's face lit up with joy and excitement as he accepted the offerings, expressing his heartfelt thanks before turning on his heel and departing with a spring in his step. Bai Shihan, intrigued, asked, "Xinge, why did you give him those items? Didn't you mention that he isn't a good person?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile. "Do you remember the time when Qiming and I ventured into the forest to seek water, and you were captured by those men?" Bai Shihan nodded, "Of course. If it weren't for your timely arrival, we might have suffered greatly at their hands." "Why do you ask all of a sudden?" Sun Yuxuan explained with a smile. "Had it not been for that foreigner directing me towards the location where you were captured, I would not have arrived so swiftly to rescue you. I consider these gifts as a means of expressing my gratitude to him." Upon hearing this, everyone began to understand. Jiang Yue chuckled and remarked, "I knew it. I wonder how you could bear to part with those items. It turns out it was for this reason." Thus, after more than half an hour, the wild chicken skewered on the stick was finally roasted to perfection. The group eagerly tore off pieces of the succulent meat, savoring the delicious feast. Chapter 75. Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting seek shelter. Two roasted wild chickens, amidst the joyous feasting of the gathering, were soon reduced to a mere pile of bare bones. Yet, everyone remained enraptured by the delectable flavors, their expressions reflecting an insatiable longing for more. Seated around the flickering fire at the mouth of the cave, the flames danced, casting a warm glow upon each face. The waves crashed against the rocks, creating a series of melodious sounds, as if providing a serenade for this tranquil night. The sea breeze gently caressed, bringing a refreshing coolness that enveloped all in a profound sense of comfort. Looking up, the sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, akin to gemstones embedded in a black velvet tapestry, resplendent and beautiful. In such an enchanting ambience, the spirits of the gathering soared. Sun Yuxuan leisurely lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled a plume of smoke that gradually dissipated into the night. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and a group of girls chirped like a flock of joyous birds, their laughter and chatter intertwining, adding a touch of liveliness to the serene evening. After finishing his cigarette, Sun Yuxuan's gaze fell upon Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "We shall return to the shelter the day after tomorrow. You too should head back tomorrow." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, the faces of Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting instantly turned pale. They exchanged a glance, seemingly taken aback by his sudden announcement. Subsequently, as if bereft of strength, they collapsed to the ground. This unexpected scene left Sun Yuxuan and the others in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for such an intense reaction from the two. Sun Yuxuan hurriedly exclaimed, "What are you doing? Get up!" Luo Yuxue and the other girls quickly rushed to assist them. Chen Yaolin's voice trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. In a near-pleading tone, she implored, "Please do not cast us away. As long as you do not send us away, we are willing to do anything for you, even serve you like cattle." Beside her, Zheng Wanting, equally tear-streaked, sobbed in agreement, "Yes, yes, please don't send us away. We will do anything you ask." Listening to their heartfelt pleas, Sun Yuxuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Scratching his head, he curiously inquired, "I never said I would send you away. Didn't you mention that there were some other survivors stranded on this island with you? I have dealt with those Japanese bullies who tormented you. There should be no one left to trouble you. Therefore, you can surely return to those people." However, Chen Yaolin quickly shook her head, hastily explaining, "Though those people arrived here with us, we are not familiar with them at all. When we were captured, they did not dare to intervene and merely watched us being taken away. Thus, if we were to return and stay with them, I fear they might bully the two of us just as those Japanese did." Upon hearing her words, before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Luo Yuxue interjected, "Captain Sun, I find them rather pitiable. If they truly go back, they might end up being bullied again." Tang Jing quickly added, "Indeed, Captain Sun, they have already suffered at the hands of that group of Japanese for so long. They have developed psychological scars. If they return and face more bullying, how could they possibly endure?" Bai Shihan then chimed in, "Yes. Xingu, I feel quite sorry for them as well. Why don't we let them accompany us back to the shelter?" Jian Yue also spoke up, "Yes. Captain Sun, how can you be so heartless as to send them away?" Hearing their concerns, Sun Yuxuan felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, bemusedly stating, "Why is everyone so anxious? I never said I wanted to drive them away. Do you all perceive me as a cold-hearted person?" After saying this, he turned to Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting, "Since you are unwilling to return, then come back with us to our shelter." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting were immediately overjoyed, expressing their gratitude to him and the others. Sun Yuxuan smiled and replied, "No need for such formality. Now that you are with us, we shall be like family." Perhaps due to the long hours of walking that day, after chatting by the fire for a while, everyone began to feel drowsy and stood up to return to the cave to rest. The next morning, just as the first light of dawn appeared, Sun Yuxuan woke early. He slowly opened his eyes, bleary with sleep, and glanced around, discovering that Luo Yuxue and the other girls were still lost in sweet dreams. Sun Yuxuan carefully adjusted his position, fearing to wake them. He quietly rose from the ground and tiptoed to the cave entrance. At the entrance, the fire from the previous night had completely died down, leaving only a pile of ashes. However, Sun Yuxuan did not dwell on this matter, for he had ample lighters at hand now, and no longer needed to strive to preserve a flame as he once did. He strolled to the shoreline, splashed his face with the cool sea water, and instantly felt refreshed. Then, he turned back to the cave entrance, gathered some dry twigs, and rekindled the fire. Next, he filled several pots with seawater and placed them over the flames to begin boiling sea salt crystals. With everything prepared, he slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder, took up his bow and arrows, and walked briskly into the depths of the forest. At this moment, the sun had just risen, its rays filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air in the forest was exceptionally fresh, imbued with a gentle fragrance of foliage, bringing a sense of exhilaration. Sun Yuxuan meandered through the woods, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the morning. He listened to the joyful songs of the birds and inhaled the sweet scent of the flowers, his spirits lifting ever higher. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Yuxuan had already traversed a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. At that moment, a subtle rustling emanated from the nearby thicket. Sun Yuxuan promptly halted, gently placing his bamboo basket on the ground, and swiftly seized his bow and arrow, meticulously approaching the source of the sound. As he drew near the thicket, his eyes widened in delight. Concealed within the foliage was a hefty porcupine, weighing over 10 kilograms. This magnificent creature, with its imposing size and covered in a layer of resilient quills, exuded an air of majesty. However, the porcupine had evidently sensed Sun Yuxuan's presence, instinctively retreating its head in response to the perceived danger. Simultaneously, the sharp quills on its body bristled like those of a hedgehog, seemingly challenging Sun Yuxuan. Although the porcupine yielded little meat, its quills were highly coveted materials. With these quills, Sun Yuxuan could craft an abundance of arrows. Chapter 76. Return to the shelter. Sun Yuxuan promptly set his bow and arrows aside, seizing a stout wooden stick of considerable girth, and struck fiercely at the head of the porcupine. The creature emitted a shrill cry upon being struck, yet Sun Yuxuan showed no sign of mercy. He continued to rain down blows, landing 3 or 4 more strikes until the porcupine's head was rendered a gruesome pulp, silencing it for good. Confirming that the porcupine was indeed lifeless, he discarded the bloodied stick onto the ground, cautiously grasped the creature's foot, and hoisted it up. He then turned and made his way toward the coastline. Upon his return, he found Luo Yuxue and the others gathered around a fire at the entrance of the cave, engaged in lively conversation. As they noticed Sun Yuxuan's arrival, they all stood up. Jiang Yue, eyeing the porcupine in his grasp with curiosity, inquired, "Captain Sun, what kind of animal is this? It's covering quills." With a smile, Sun Yuxuan replied, "This is a porcupine. Are you unfamiliar with it?" The girls, including Luo Yuxue, shook their heads, indicating they had never seen one before. Sun Yuxuan nodded, chuckling, "It's quite normal that you haven't encountered one. They are rather rare in our homeland." After this exchange, he approached the coastline, where he meticulously plucked the sharp quills from the porcupine's body, setting them aside. He then took out a Nepalese military knife and skinned the entire porcupine, discarding the entrails directly into the sea. He returned to the cave with the porcupine meat and the removed quills. Observing the sharp quills, Bai Shirhan inquired with curiosity, "Brother Xian, what do you intend to do with these quills?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a grin, "Didn't you all mention that we're short on arrows? I plan to craft some more using these porcupine quills." Understanding his intent, the group expressed their admiration, with Luo Yuxue exclaiming, "You are truly impressive. Everything you touch seems to turn to gold." Flattered by her compliment, Sun Yuxuan beamed with pride, responding, "Of course. You should see who I am. There is much you can learn from me." Jiang Yue rolled her eyes, teasingly scolding, "Oh please, you are utterly lacking in humility. One compliment, and you're beaming." Unfazed, Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "What is there to be humble about? That would be insincere." After this banter, he placed the porcupine meat onto a wooden board, using the Nepalese knife to chop it into small pieces. He tossed the meat into a pot, ing it until it released a tantalizing aroma, before adding water to commence simmering. In less than half an hour, the pot was filled with the mouth-watering scent of porcupine meat, causing everyone's mouths to water in anticipation. Eagerly, they grabbed bowls and chopsticks, scooping the steaming meat into their mouths and savoring each bite. It was undeniable that the porcupine meat was exquisitely delicious, and each person praised the meal enthusiastically. The large pot of stewed porcupine meat was devoured entirely, with not a single morsel left. Even the broth was consumed to the last drop. Thus, they spent another day by the coastline, having successfully harvested 8 or 9 bottles of crystallized sea salt from the seawater. Concerned for Hu Qiming's safety alone at the shelter, the group hesitated to linger by the coast. The following morning, as dawn broke, everyone awoke early. After a brief wash at the shoreline, they returned to the cave. Sun Yuxuan gathered the crystallized sea salt and cooking utensils, placing them into a bamboo basket which he slung over his back. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and her companions each carried a suitcase. Descending from the cave, they headed towards the shelter, with Sun Yuxuan leading the way wielding an axe. The girls followed closely behind, their burdens slowing their pace considerably. Not far into their journey, Luo Yuxue and her friends were already drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Observing their struggle, Sun Yuxuan permitted them to pause for rest. Thus, they continued their journey, alternating between walking and resting, taking over 4 hours to reach the shelter. By the time they arrived, the girls were utterly exhausted, dropping their suitcases to the ground and collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Sun Yuxuan also set down his bamboo basket and sat heavily, panting. At that moment, Hu Qiming was leisurely sunbathing on a rock by the river. Upon seeing Sun Yuxuan and the others return, he strolled over, his face a mixture of curiosity and astonishment at the sight of Qin Yaolin and Zheng Wanting, along with the suitcases they brought back. He inquired of Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, where did you find these two beauties?" Sun Yuxuan shot him a glance and replied, "What do you mean where?" "They are Singaporeans whom I rescued from a group of Japanese." Taken aback, Hu Qiming asked, "What Japanese?" Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Shirhan interjected, "7 despicable Japanese men, but they have all been dealt with by Brother Xian." Nodding at her words, Hu Qiming continued, "And what about these suitcases?" With a smile, Sun Yuxuan replied, "Of course, they belong to that group of Japanese. I truly did not anticipate they would possess such ample supplies. With these resources, we can better survive on this deserted island." After saying this, he turned to Hu Qiming and asked, "Were there any issues while we were away?" Hu Qiming shook his head, "No issues at all." Sun Yuxuan nodded and said, "After our long trek, we are famished. Hurry and prepare some wild boar meat for us." At his request, Hu Qiming promptly grabbed a Nepalese military knife and headed to the kitchen. He took a large piece of wild boar meat, cut it into smaller chunks, and began to simmer it in a pot. After resting for a while, Sun Yuxuan and his companions regained some strength and stood up, making their way to the kitchen, eagerly awaiting the tender wild boar stew to be ready. Less than an hour passed, and the leaves in the pot had already been stewed to perfection. The hungry individuals, their stomachs grumbling, eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks to savor the succulent wild boar meat. After indulging in the stew, they returned to the shelter with their luggage. Sun Yuxuan then led the group in dissolving the sea salt crystals brought back from the coastline in bamboo tubes filled with water, crafting several makeshift filtration devices. As before, they took turns filtering the brine within the bamboo tubes. It took more than 2 hours to completely filter the salt water. Chapter 77. The touched Qin Yaolin and Zheng Wanting. Sun Yuxuan, accompanied by the others, ignited several bonfires outside the shelter. He carefully poured the filtered brine into several pots and placed them over the flames, initiating the process of boiling sea salt. The group gathered around the bonfire, eagerly awaiting the transformation of the brine into salt. Luo Yuxue, Jiang Yue, and a few others chattered animatedly, while Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming appeared at ease, each indulging in a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. In contrast, Qin Yaolin and Zheng Wanting seemed somewhat reserved, perhaps still acclimating to this unfamiliar environment. They sat quietly by the fire, occasionally glancing at the others. Noticing their discomfort, Sun Yuxuan smiled and reassured them, "You two need not feel so constrained. This will be your home from now on. We are all family here, so there is no need to hold back." Hu Qiming chimed in with a grin, teasing indeed. "Just relax and enjoy your time here. Besides, our leader may have a penchant for the romantic, but he is quite commendable in other respects." Upon hearing Hu Qiming's words, Sun Yuxuan playfully tapped his head, feigning indignation. "What are you saying? Am I really that lascivious?" Hu Qiming feigned a look of grievance. "I'm merely speaking the truth." Sun Yuxuan then turned to Luo Yuxue and the others, asking, "Am I truly lecherous?" To his surprise, the girls nodded in unison. Sun Yuxuan felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, reflecting, "I can't believe they see me in such a light." Witnessing his awkward expression, Luo Yuxue and the others erupted into laughter. Even Qin Yaolin and Zheng Wanting managed to smile. After some time, Sun Yuxuan seemed to regain his composure. He steadied himself and said to Qin Yaolin and Zheng Wanting, "Tonight, you two should share a space with Xia and the others. Tomorrow, I will venture into the woods to fetch some bamboo and construct a bed for you." Qin Yaolin quickly waved her hands, saying, "Brother Sun, there is no need for such trouble. We can simply sleep on the ground. We are already immensely grateful for your hospitality." Sun Yuxuan, hearing this, grew anxious. "That's simply one do. We are now family, and you must be treated fairly. If I let you sleep on the ground, wouldn't I be no better than those Japanese?" After taking a drag from his cigarette, he continued, "Furthermore, you must not belittle yourselves again. Here, everyone is equal. No one is more esteemed or less worthy than another." Upon hearing this, Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting were deeply moved, their eyes glistening with tears. Thus, they remained until the sky darkened completely, and the brine in the pots had transformed into pristine white sea salt. Sun Yuxuan cautiously collected the sea salt into an empty bottle. This time, he had successfully boiled 6 to 7 pounds of sea salt, which would suffice for their sustenance for a month or two. After enjoying a stew made from wild boar meat, everyone returned to the shelter early to rest. On the following morning, before the sun had risen, Sun Yuxuan awakened from his slumber. He gently turned over, noticing that Hu Qiming was still asleep beside him, his snores intermittent. As Sun Yuxuan gazed quietly at Hu Qiming's peaceful face, a twinge of envy stirred within him. Carefully, he climbed out of bed, wary of waking Hu Qiming, and softly opened the bamboo door of his shelter. The cool morning breeze greeted him, invigorating his spirit. Upon reaching the riverside, he was surprised to find Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting already there, freshening up. Filled with curiosity, Sun Yuxuan addressed them. "It's barely dawn. How could you both be awake? Since there's nothing pressing, why not sleep a little longer?" Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's voice, Chen Yaolin turned around with a smile. She quickly replied, "Didn't you mention last night that we would be cutting bamboo this morning? So we got up early to lend you a hand." Sun Yuxuan felt a stir of warmth in his heart at Chen Yaolin's words. He realized that these two girls might still feel somewhat reserved, not entirely accustomed to their surroundings. He promptly reassured them, "Haven't I told you before? There's no need to be so formal or polite. Consider this place your home. Rest assured, no one here will bully or look down upon you." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's comforting words, both Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting felt deeply touched. After freshening up, Sun Yuxuan returned to the shelter to grab an axe and headed into the woods, with Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting quickly following suit. Before long, the trio arrived at the bamboo grove. Standing before the towering bamboo, Sun Yuxuan scanned the area and selected several stalks of a suitable thickness as targets. Gripping the axe firmly, he tensed his arm muscles and swung it with force, the axe slicing through the air before striking the bamboo with a resounding thud. It must be said, the axe's power was indeed formidable. With just a few strikes, a bamboo stalk of similar girth collapsed limply to the ground as if its very essence had been drained. Sun Yuxuan marveled internally, grateful for the axe. Had he used his folding knife, it would have taken at least 20 minutes to fell a single stalk. As time passed, within less than half an hour, Sun Yuxuan had successfully chopped down 5 bamboo stalks of a selected size. He took a deep breath, set the axe aside, and began processing the bamboo. Drawing out his Nepalese knife from his waist, he trimmed the branches from each stalk before cutting several into smaller segments, binding them into 2 bundles. Selecting a larger bundle of bamboo, Sun Yuxuan effortlessly hoisted it onto his shoulder. Meanwhile, Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting worked together to lift the smaller bundle, finding it somewhat challenging, yet they persevered with determination. As the 3 of them returned to the shelter, bearing bamboo, Hu Qiming, Luo Yuxue, and the others had already awakened. Sun Yuxuan and his companions set the bamboo down for a brief respite before transporting it to the refuge where Luo Yuxue and the others resided, embarking on the construction of a bamboo bed. After more than an hour of diligent effort from all, a bamboo bed was successfully erected. Once the bed was completed, Sun Yuxuan led the group into the woods to gather some palm leaves and dry grass, which they laid upon the newly constructed bamboo bed. Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting, observing the thoughtful creation of the bamboo bed by Sun Yuxuan and his companions, felt a deep sense of gratitude. Initially, they had merely hoped for shelter, never anticipating the kindness bestowed upon them, which allowed them to experience a sense of home in this place. Chapter 78, accompanying by Shirhan to the woods in search of sustenance. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over a month has elapsed. The subtle approach of late autumn has become apparent, and the temperature on the deserted island has notably decreased. During this month, life for the group has grown exceedingly monotonous. Aside from the occasional foray into the woods to seek provisions and gather firewood, the majority of their time has been spent within the shelter. After this period of convalescence, Hu Qiming's injuries have finally healed completely, restoring his former vitality and spirit. Meanwhile, Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting have, almost unconsciously, fully integrated into the family of Sun Yuxuan. The two have emerged from the shadows of torment inflicted by the Japanese, transforming into more vivacious and cheerful individuals. However, as the chill of winter increasingly envelopes the island, the nights have become the most arduous for everyone. In the dead of night, the biting cold jolts them from their slumber, leaving them shivering in discomfort. To combat this, Sun Yuxuan has led the group in constructing 2 fireplaces in their respective shelters, igniting fires in the evenings to dispel the cold with their warm glow. On this particular dawn, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the island, Sun Yuxuan awoke early as usual. He gently opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the still sleeping Hu Qiming. Observing Hu Qiming's serene visage, Sun Yuxuan felt a smile tug at his lips, choosing not to disturb him. With deliberate slowness, he rose from the bamboo bed, his body still imbued with a sense of languor and fatigue. He meandered to the entrance of the shelter, and as he gently pushed open the bamboo door, a frigid gust of wind surged forth like a crashing wave, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He wrapped his clothing tightly around himself, as if it were his sole source of warmth. With somewhat stiffened steps, he approached the riverbank. Crouching down, he plunged his hands into the water. In an instant, a rush of cold coursed up his arms, as if countless fine needles were simultaneously pricking him, prompting him to draw a sharp breath. The water's temperature was far below his expectations, excruciatingly icy. Nonetheless, Sun Yuxuan persevered through the discomfort, scooping some water to gently splash on his face. The moment the frigid water met his skin, he experienced an unprecedented sensation of refreshment and clarity, as if he were being awakened to life. He stood quietly by the river for a while before turning towards the kitchen. Upon entering, Sun Yuxuan gathered some firewood and carefully placed it into the fireplace to ignite a fire. Seated beside the warm glow, he contemplated the dwindling supply of wild boar meat on the wooden rack. This meat was the result of a successful hunt he and Hu Qiming had undertaken over 10 days prior, where they had brought back a boar weighing over 200 pounds. Now, after more than 10 days, only a meager amount remained. Given that there were now 9 individuals relying on their provisions, the daily consumption of food had become substantial. With the weather growing increasingly frigid, Sun Yuxuan was acutely aware that the quest for sustenance would only become more challenging in the days to come. Taking advantage of the current moment, it was imperative to gather more food for storage. With this thought in mind, I swiftly grabbed a bow and arrows, placing them into a bamboo basket, which I then slung over my back. Armed with an axe, I prepared to venture into the woods in search of sustenance. Just as I took a few steps, the creaking sound of the bamboo door being opened reached my ears. Turning around, I saw Bai Shirhan emerging from the shelter, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Noticing Sun Yuxuan with the bamboo basket and axe, Hu Qiming understood he was off to forage for food. He quickly approached and inquired, "Xiange, are you heading into the woods to find food?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "Indeed, the weather is getting colder, and it will only become increasingly difficult to find food in the days to come. I plan to gather more provisions for storage." Upon hearing this, Bai Shirhan immediately chimed in, "Wait for me. I want to join you." Without waiting for Sun Yuxuan's response, she hurried to the riverbank to use the makeshift toilet. After a quick wash, she returned to the shelter, grabbed a bow and arrows, and set off with Sun Yuxuan toward the woods. At this moment, the sun had just risen, and the forest was shrouded in a thin mist, reducing visibility and slowing their pace. However, in this season, there was little concern about venomous snakes, as the cold had driven them to hibernate. Perhaps due to the chill, the two walked in the woods for an hour without sighting any other creatures, save for the occasional bird call from the branches. Bai Shirhan, feeling a twinge of disappointment, turned to Sun Yuxuan and remarked, "Xiange, it's quite strange. After walking for so long, we haven't even spotted a single wild chicken." Sun Yuxuan chuckled and explained, "There's nothing odd about it. In such cold weather, many animals prefer to remain inactive." Bai Shirhan quickly interjected, "So, does that mean we won't find any food today?" Sun Yuxuan reassured her with a smile, "Don't be anxious. Maintain a positive mindset. We've barely begun our journey. Rest assured, we'll find food." The two continued deeper into the woods, and fortunately, the sun had risen higher. Sunlight filtered through the trees, warming their bodies as the mist dissipated completely. As they pressed onward, Sun Yuxuan suddenly noticed a slight rustling in the nearby bushes. He halted immediately, prompting Bai Shirhan to stop as well. In a hushed tone, she asked, "Xingu, why did you suddenly stop?" Sun Yuxuan pointed towards the bushes and whispered, "It seems there is something in there." With that, he firmly gripped his axe and cautiously approached the source of the sound. Bai Shirhan followed suit, treading lightly. Before they could get close, two gray wild rabbits suddenly sprang out from the underbrush. With remarkable agility, Bai Shirhan swiftly seized her bow and loosed an arrow towards the two wild hares. Whether it was sheer luck or her exceptional marksmanship, the arrow struck one of the hares with precision. The arrow, crafted from sturdy umbrella ribs, penetrated deeply into the creature's body. Instantly, the hare collapsed, writhing on the ground, while the other swiftly vanished from sight. Sun Yuxuan hurried forward, grasping the fallen hare and delivering a decisive blow with his axe to its head. After a few futile convulsions, the hare lay still, devoid of life. Chapter 79. The shooting of the wild goat. Sun Yuxuan cautiously extracted the arrow from the body of the wild rabbit and gently handed it to Bai Shirhan, subsequently placing the rabbit into the bamboo basket. With a smile gracing his face, he complimented her, "Shirhan, your archery skills have truly become exquisite. Hitting a running rabbit is no small feat, and I might not even be able to achieve that." Upon receiving Sun Yuxuan's praise, Bai Shirhan's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she replied, "I merely stumbled upon luck, like a blind cat encountering a dead rat." After a brief respite, they continued their journey deeper into the woods. However, they had not ventured far when a series of bleating sounds suddenly echoed through the air. The noise was crisp and resonant, standing out distinctly in the tranquil forest. Bai Shirhan halted, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she turned to Sun Yuxuan, inquiring, "Brother Xian, what animal is making that sound? I don't believe I've ever heard it before." Sun Yuxuan, taken aback for a moment, chuckled before responding, "That is the bleat of a goat. Haven't you ever heard it?" A faint smile of embarrassment resurfaced on Bai Shirhan's face as she sheepishly admitted, "Though I have eaten mutton, this is the first time I've heard a goat bleat." Sun Yuxuan, intrigued by her revelation, pondered how someone of her age could have never heard such a commonplace sound. Yet, he quickly realized that having grown up in the city, Bai Shirhan likely had little opportunity to encounter these familiar animals. The sound of the bleating goat filled him with unbridled joy. Having been stranded on this deserted island for over 3 months, this was the first time he had heard such a sound. He never anticipated the presence of wild goats on this island. It seemed that their culinary options had just expanded. Hastening his steps towards the direction of the bleating, Bai Shirhan hurriedly followed suit. As they approached, the bleating grew louder, and Sun Yuxuan discerned that there were likely multiple goats present. After walking several hundred meters, a group of 7 or 8 gray wild goats appeared within their line of sight, leisurely grazing in the nearby woods, occasionally emitting their characteristic bleats. They were merely 100 meters away. Sun Yuxuan immediately crouched down and gently tugged at Bai Shirhan's hand, urging her to do the same. In a hushed tone, he instructed, "Stay here and try not to make a sound. I will approach the group of goats to see if I can bring one down." Bai Shirhan whispered back, "I want to go with you." Sun Yuxuan quickly shook his head, saying, "The wild goats are quite skittish. Even the slightest rustle could scare them away. With 2 of us, we will be too conspicuous. You should remain here." Nodding in agreement, Bai Shirhan acquiesced. Sun Yuxuan carefully placed the bamboo basket on the ground, handed his axe to Bai Shirhan, and retrieved his bow and arrow from the basket. Sun Yuxuan crouched low to the ground like a concealed cheetah, cautiously inching forward towards a group of wild goats. Fortuitously, the lush vegetation surrounding him provided an excellent cover. Merging with the surrounding grass, Sun Yuxuan seemed to become one with the land itself. With every few meters he progressed, he would halt, holding his breath to meticulously observe the movements of the wild goats. Only when he was certain that the goats remained oblivious to his presence would he dare to move forward with utmost care. As he drew nearer to the goats, Sun Yuxuan's heartbeat quickened, pounding as if it might leap from his throat. He could even hear the rhythm of his own heart. He understood well that even the slightest misstep could startle these vigilant creatures into fleeing. Thus, he remained entirely focused, acutely aware of every subtle motion of the goats. Time stretched on, and finally, Sun Yuxuan found himself concealed behind a dense thicket approximately 20 meters from the group of goats. He knew that while this distance was sufficient to hit a goat, it was far from adequate to inflict a fatal blow. Yet, he dared not approach them recklessly. For now, all he could do was wait for the goats to come closer to him. Seconds dragged on, each moment feeling interminably long. After about 3 or 4 minutes, 2 goats began to move slowly towards the thicket where he was hidden. When they reached a mere 5 or 6 meters from his concealment, Sun Yuxuan gently grasped an arrow, knocking it onto the bowstring. He then extended the arrow through the thicket's foliage, aiming at the slightly larger goat, and without hesitation, released the bowstring. With a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth like lightning, striking the goat's neck with precision. The arrow, crafted from cool bone, penetrated nearly through the goat's neck, causing blood to spurt forth instantly. However, Sun Yuxuan did not pause. He swiftly knocked a second arrow, aiming again at another goat. This shot was equally precise, streaking through the air like a meteor and striking the goat's neck flawlessly. At that moment, the struck goat let out a pitiful cry, turning and bolting into the depths of the forest without hesitation. The other goats, startled by this sudden turn of events, scattered in a panic. Sun Yuxuan immediately rose to his feet, pursuing the goat he had struck with 2 arrows. Observing this, Bai Shihan swiftly shouldered her bamboo basket and followed after him. Although the goat had been pierced by 2 arrows, it fled with remarkable speed, soon vanishing from Sun Yuxuan's sight. Yet, he remained unperturbed, fully aware that while the goat had temporarily evaded his pursuit, its wounds would inevitably impede its speed. Moreover, as time progresses, the rate of bleeding from the wound will accelerate, and it will not be long before it succumbs to excessive blood loss. Thus, Sun Yuxuan leisurely followed the trail of blood on the ground. After pursuing for 700 or 800 meters, he beheld the wild goat, now on the verge of death, lying helplessly on the ground, emitting anguished cries and convulsing uncontrollably. Upon noticing Sun Yuxuan approaching, the goat struggled to rise in a desperate attempt to flee. However, it had barely managed to stand before collapsing once more to the ground. Chapter 80. Are you going to be a light bulb? Sun Yuxuan hastened to the fallen wild goat, drawing a Nepalese knife from his waist. With a swift motion of his arm, the gleaming blade traced a sharp arc through the air, aimed directly at the goat's neck. In an instant, the knife severed the flesh, and a torrent of crimson blood erupted like a geyser. The blood splattered onto the ground, forming a shocking pool. The goat, struck down, convulsed violently for a moment before deflating like a punctured balloon, utterly devoid of life. Sun Yuxuan wiped the bloodied blade across the goat's body, sheathing it once more at his waist. He then sat heavily upon the carcass, gasping for breath. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Bai Shihan finally arrived, jogging over and panting heavily, a sheen of perspiration forming on her forehead. Upon witnessing that Sun Yuxuan had successfully dispatched the goat, a radiant smile of joy and excitement illuminated her face. She quickly joined him, sitting beside him on the goat's corpse, also breathing heavily. Her rapid breaths caused her chest to rise and fall rhythmically, reminiscent of tumultuous ocean waves. Sun Yuxuan found himself involuntarily drawn to her, his gaze occasionally drifting toward her prominent figure. The subtle curves, accentuated by her vigorous breathing, appeared even more alluring. Bai Shihan, aware of his lingering gaze, felt a surge of delight rather than disdain. After all, having spent so much time together, her affection for Sun Yuxuan had been growing day by day. After resting for a little over 10 minutes, both regained some strength. Concerned that other carnivorous creatures might be drawn to the scent of blood, they dared not linger. Sun Yuxuan hoisted the wild goat, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds, onto his shoulder and set off toward the shelter, while Bai Shihan followed closely, carrying a bamboo basket on her back. Though endowed with remarkable stamina, Sun Yuxuan found the trek through the rugged woods while bearing the weight of the goat quite taxing. Reluctantly, they had to pause for rest every 600 to 700 meters, and thus, it took nearly 3 hours to return to the shelter with the goat. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming, Luo Yuxue, and the others were lounging on the grass by the riverbank, basking in the sun and engaged in conversation. Upon spotting Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shihan returning, With the goat in tow, they were filled with astonishment and joy, rising to greet them eagerly. As they reached the kitchen, Sun Yuxuan dropped the goat onto the ground and collapsed beside it, panting heavily. Bai Shihan placed her bamboo basket down and sat next to him, also breathing deeply. Tang Jing hurried to the kitchen, retrieving 2 bamboo bowls, filling them with cool water from the pot, and offering them to Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shihan. The 2 individuals accepted the water offered by Tang Jing and drank it eagerly. After quenching their thirst, they returned the bamboo bowl to Tang Jing and began to gasp for breath. Hu Qiming, observing the wild goat, remarked to Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, how could you venture into the woods in search of food without calling for me?" Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Jiang Yue laughed and interjected, "Why call you? Can't you see that Captain Sun is accompanied by the lovely Shihan? Would you like to be a third wheel?" Hu Qiming chuckled and replied, "That's true. If I had gone along, it would have been awkward for the boss to hold Shihan's hand or steal a kiss." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and the others couldn't help but laugh, while Bai Shihan promptly said, "Don't say such things. Nothing has happened between me and Yuxuan." Hu Qiming continued to jest, "You seem quite flustered. Even if something were to happen with the boss, we wouldn't speak ill of it. After all, it's only natural to be enamored with someone like him." Hearing this, Sun Yuxuan responded with a grin, "I quite enjoy hearing that." Hu Qiming then sighed deeply. Noticing his sigh, Jiang Yue curiously asked, "What's wrong? Why the sudden sigh?" Hu Qiming slowly replied, "Alas, it is a pity I am a man. Were I a woman, I would undoubtedly marry the boss." This statement elicited more laughter from Luo Yuxue and the others, while Sun Yuxuan shot him a disapproving glance and said, "Stop talking nonsense. It makes me feel ill. All right, enough of this frivolity. Let us get the wild goat prepared." Hu Qiming cheerfully responded, "Sure, I will take care of it. You two should rest well." With that, he, along with Luo Yuxue and the others, carried the wild goat to the riverside to begin the preparation. It must be said that Hu Qiming was quite adept. He skillfully handled the goat. In less than 20 minutes, he had removed the entire hide. Using a Nepalese knife, he made an incision in the goat's belly and extracted the entrails, retaining the liver while planning to discard the rest into the river. Chen Yalan, witnessing this, immediately said, "Qiming, the goat's stomach is a delicacy, even better than the meat. Why discard it?" Hu Qiming replied with a smile, "I know it's a delicacy, but it's difficult to clean." Chen Yalan quickly volunteered, "Leave it to me." Intrigued, Hu Qiming asked, "You can handle this?" Chen Yalan laughed, "It's not difficult at all. I often cook at home." After saying this, she returned to the kitchen to fetch some ashes from burned firewood and sea salt, then approached the riverbank to meticulously clean the goat's stomach. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming cut the goat meat into small pieces for Luo Yuxue and the others to take back to the shelter. Once he had divided the meat, Hu Qiming spread the goat hide on the ground and carefully scraped off the remaining fat with his knife. He then washed the hide in the river and hung it on a branch of a large tree to dry. At this moment, Chen Yalan had already cleaned the sheep's stomach thoroughly. When Hu Qiming picked it up, he observed that it was spotless, devoid of any unpleasant odor. Unable to contain his admiration, Hu Qiming gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly are remarkable, managing to clean the sheep's stomach so impeccably." Flattered by his praise, Chen Yalan replied with a smile, "Oh, it's nothing special." Just then, Jiang Yue, grinning, teased Hu Qiming, saying, "Qiming, have you taken a liking to Yalan?" Hu Qiming hurriedly waved his hand, responding, "Don't say such things. I am a married man. In this lifetime, I shall only love my wife." Chapter 81. The curiosity of a group of girls upon hearing Hu Qiming's words. Luo Yuxue and the others instinctively turned their gaze towards him, as if seeking some insight from his expression. Tang Jing, her face a portrait of astonishment, inquired, "You're married? How come he never heard you mention it since your return?" Her tone betrayed a sense of disbelief, as though this revelation were utterly unexpected. Jiang Yue chimed in, "Qiming, you've hidden this rather well. We've worked together for years, and I had no idea you were married. I always thought you had feelings for General Manager Luo." Her teasing words rendered Hu Qiming somewhat awkward, prompting a sheepish smile from him. Hu Qiming hastily clarified, "Those are mere rumors. I have no romantic inclination towards General Manager Luo. My feelings for her are solely rooted in admiration and respect." A person of her caliber can only be managed by someone exceptional. However, his statement caused Luo Yuxue's face to flush a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as her eyes darted occasionally towards Sun Yuxuan. Sun Yuxuan, upon hearing this, couldn't suppress his laughter and remarked, "Qiming, you certainly know how to charm." Tang Jing pressed on. "Qiming, are you truly married? Surely you aren't fabricating this to curry favor with Captain Sun?" Hu Qiming, with a resigned smile, responded, "Is there any need for such deception? My marriage is a fact. I wouldn't joke about something so significant. I also have a daughter who is over 2 years old." As he uttered these words, vivid images of his wife and daughter surfaced in his mind. The gentle smile of his wife and the adorable face of his daughter flashed before him like scenes from a film, causing an involuntary smile of happiness to grace his lips. Yet, Hu Qiming's revelation left Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue utterly astonished. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as they struggled to comprehend that Hu Qiming had not only married but also had a daughter. After all, they had worked alongside him for several years without ever hearing him mention his wife and child. This sudden news struck them like a heavy blow to the heart. Jiang Yue was the first to regain her composure, feigning irritation as she remarked, "I say, Qiming, this is rather inconsiderate of you. We share a good rapport at the company, and yet you didn't inform us of your marriage and child. Do you not regard us as friends?" Tang Jing echoed her sentiment with a laugh, adding, "Indeed, Qiming, not telling us about your marriage and child is quite inconsiderate." Hu Qiming quickly interjected, "I got married in secret." As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Yuxue and the other girls were taken aback, clearly surprised by his admission. Particularly, Bai Shihan widened her eyes. Curiosity etched on her face as she asked, "Why would you marry in secret? Is there something shameful about it?" Before he could respond, Sun Yuxuan interjected with a chuckle, all right, let us not press him further. His wife's identity is rather unique, which is why they chose to marry in secret." Sun Yuxuan's remark landed like a bombshell, causing an immediate uproar among the crowd. Luo Yuxue, Jiang Yue, and others promptly directed their astonished and puzzled gazes towards Sun Yuxuan. Luo Yuxue was the first to inquire, "Captain Sun, how did you come to know that Qiming got married and had a child?" Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he nodded, responding, "Of course, he mentioned it to me long ago." Jiang Yue's curiosity was piqued. She eagerly pressed on, "You just mentioned that Qiming's wife has a special identity. What does that entail?" Facing the crowd's inquiries, Sun Yuxuan shifted his gaze to Hu Qiming and playfully asked, "Qiming, is this something we can discuss?" Hu Qiming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement, indicating that it was permissible to speak. Sun Yuxuan wore a teasing grin, leisurely remarking, "Then I shall proceed to reveal it." However, just as he began, he abruptly paused, seemingly intent on creating suspense, and refrained from elaborating further. The curiosity of the onlookers was ignited by his abrupt halt. They widened their eyes, fixated on Sun Yuxuan, eager to uncover the mystery surrounding Qiming's wife's unique identity. At that moment, Sun Yuxuan casually retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with ease, and took a deep drag before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Jiang Yue, noticing this, felt an escalating sense of urgency and could not help but urge, "Could you please hurry up and tell us? What exactly is special about Qiming's wife?" Sun Yuxuan, however, appeared unfazed. With a cheerful demeanor, he gazed at Jiang Yue and teased, "Do you really want to know?" Jiang Yue retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice, "Isn't that obvious? Of course I want to know. Please don't keep us in suspense. I'm almost dying of curiosity." In response, Sun Yuxuan's smile grew more pronounced as he playfully teased Jiang Yue, saying, "Kiss me, and I will tell you." At this remark, Jiang Yue was taken aback, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripened apple. With a playful frown, she retorted, "Dream on. If you won't tell me, then forget it." With that, she turned her head away in a huff and refused to look at Sun Yuxuan any longer. However, her gaze quickly shifted to Hu Qiming, and with wide eyes, she demanded, "You tell us, what does your wife do?" Just as Hu Qiming opened his mouth to respond, his eyes met Sun Yuxuan's. Sun Yuxuan winked at him, as if conveying a silent message. Understanding Sun Yuxuan's intention, Hu Qiming broke into a knowing smile and turned to Jiang Yiwei, saying, let's let the boss explain it to you. Jiang Yiwei, sensing his evasion, shifted her displeasure from Hu Qiming to Sun Yuxuan, exclaiming, if you want to say it, then I don't care to know anyway. And as for that kiss, not a chance. Upon hearing her words, Sun Yuxuan wore a mischievous smile and remarked, oh, are you truly uninterested? Hee, let me enlighten you. You are all undoubtedly familiar with Qiming's wife. Moreover, if I were to utter her name, you would surely be left utterly astounded. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and the other girls were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with bewilderment. What could Sun Yuxuan possibly mean by claiming they all knew Hu Qiming's wife? At that moment, their curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and they yearned to uncover the identity of Hu Qiming's spouse. Sun Yuxuan seemed to discern their thoughts, as a sly grin crept onto his lips. He then leisurely addressed Jiang Yiwei, saying, so, are you curious now? If you grant me a kiss, I shall divulge the secret to you immediately. Chapter 82. The happiest man before Jiang Yiwei could utter a word. A teasing smile graced the lips of Tang Jing, who stood beside her. Yiwei, why hesitate? Just lean in and give him a kiss. There is no need to feel shy. You've kissed him before. Observing this, Bai Shihan quickly chimed in. Exactly, Yiwei. Just be bold and kiss him. A kiss won't cost you anything. Why be so reserved? I've noticed your interest in Xian Ge long ago. Jiang Yiwei, subjected to their playful banter, felt her cheeks, already slightly flushed, bloom like a ripe apple. With a mock glare at Tang Jing and Bai Shihan, she playfully retorted, you two are incorrigible. Why don't you kiss him instead? Tang Jing, chuckling, countered, oh, but Captain Sun specifically requested you for the kiss. We aren't so fortunate. Bai Shihan joined in. Exactly. I'd love to kiss him too, but Xian Ge hasn't called for me. So stop dilly-dallying and just do it. Feeling a bit bashful after their comments, Jiang Yiwei hesitated but eventually leaned in slowly, bringing her cherry-like lips close to Sun Yuxuan's face. Her motion was gentle yet swift, akin to a startled rabbit, merely grazing his cheek with a delicate peck, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Sun Yuxuan, seemingly unsatisfied with this fleeting kiss, touched the spot where Jiang Yiwei's lips had brushed against his skin. A subtle smile graced his face as he feigned dissatisfaction, saying, I didn't feel anything. Yiwei, that was rather perfunctory. Let us try again. Hearing this, Jiang Yiwei retorted with slight irritation, don't push your luck. Quickly tell me, what does Qiming's wife do? Only then did Sun Yuxuan respond leisurely. Qiming's wife is a major star. His words left Luo Yuxue and the others momentarily stunned, prompting Luo Yuxue to quickly inquire. Who is it? With a cheerful grin, Sun Yuxuan replied, his wife is Yi Lingshan. Surely you all know her. Upon hearing the name Yi Lingshan, disbelief washed over the faces of Luo Yuxue and the other girls. After all, Yi Lingshan is a dazzling star in the entertainment industry of Huaxia. They could hardly fathom that she was married to Hu Qiming and had even borne him a daughter. After a long pause, Tang Jing finally spoke. You can't be joking. Is Qiming's wife really Yi Lingshan? Sun Yuxuan laughed. What is there to joke about? If you doubt me, ask Qiming. Tang Jing then turned her gaze to Hu Qiming, asking, is your wife truly Yi Lingshan? With a nod and a smile, Hu Qiming affirmed her question. Jiang Yiwei, incredulous, remarked, this can't be true. A stunning star like her would never marry you. Taken aback, Hu Qiming replied with a mix of amusement and frustration. Yiwei, what do you mean by that? Am I really that unremarkable? Jiang Yiwei quickly shook her head, clarifying, no, you've misunderstood. I just can't believe that Yi Lingshan would choose to marry you. Luo Yuxue, filled with curiosity, inquired, how did you come to know Yi Lingshan? And how did you manage to win her heart? Hu Qiming chuckled and replied, we were classmates, and I didn't pursue her. She pursued me. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and her group of girls were momentarily rendered speechless, frozen in place. After a considerable pause, Bai Shihan gradually regained her composure and fixed Hu Qiming with an incredulous gaze. She gave him a thumbs up and exclaimed, Qiming, you are truly remarkable. To marry a superstar like Yi Lingshan is nothing short of being a winner in life. You must be incredibly fortunate. Hu Qiming's lips curled into a faint smile, and he nodded, responding, it's not that extraordinary. I've never regarded her as merely a celebrity. But to be honest, I do feel quite happy. However, compared to the boss, I still fall a bit short. At Hu Qiming's words, Luo Yuxue and the other girls were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged curious glances, intrigued by his statement. Bai Shihan could hardly contain her curiosity and pressed further. What do you mean by that? Why do you say their essay disparity when compared to Xiange? Hu Qiming, with a playful grin, explained, just think about it. If we were to remain on this deserted island for another year and a half, the boss would undoubtedly win over all of you. By then, wouldn't he be the happiest man on earth? As soon as Hu Qiming's words left his lips, they rippled through the group like a stone cast into a calm lake, stirring up a flurry of emotions. The girls' faces turned crimson, akin to ripe apples. Sun Yuxuan could not help but burst into laughter, thinking, if he truly managed to charm them all, I would be waking up from dreams with a smile. Moments later, a faint blush appeared on Jiang Yue's cheeks. With a teasing tone, she said, "You mustn't speak nonsense. I wouldn't even consider him." Yet, her tone betrayed an undeniable hint of shyness. Noticing this, Hu Qiming couldn't suppress a mischievous grin and continued to tease. "Oh, come on. As the saying goes, the players are blind to the game, while the spectators see clearly. I've noticed that each of you harbors feelings for the boss." Upon hearing this, the girls' faces reddened even more. Jiang Yue shot Hu Qiming an exasperated glare and muttered, "What on earth are you talking about?" Hu Qiming, undeterred, laughed and said, "You all needn't be so bashful and shy. After all, on this deserted island, no one knows whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event will come first. So, if you all have feelings for the boss, why not embrace it boldly and love passionately? This way, you won't be left with any regrets." He paused briefly before adding, "If one day we truly leave this deserted island, would you still wish to be with the boss? It wouldn't hurt to decide then." Hu Qiming's words caused the faces of a group of girls to flush instantly, resembling ripe apples. They shyly lowered their heads, yet within their hearts, they silently contemplated the significance of Hu Qiming's statement. Indeed, during the past few months spent with Sun Yuxuan, they had developed a unique sentiment towards him. Perhaps this feeling could be described as affection. However, they lacked the courage to confront this emotion, let alone express it openly. Chapter 83. A robust physique with a beaming smile. Hu Qiming gazed at Sun Yuxuan, his expression tinged with an undertone of flattery, as if he harbored some ulterior motive. Under such scrutiny, Sun Yuxuan felt an unsettling discomfort wash over him, eliciting goosebumps across his skin. He quickly retorted, "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not interested in men." Noticing the tension, Hu Qiming quickly clarified with a chuckle, "Boss, don't misunderstand. I have no interest in men either." Sun Yuxuan pressed on, "Then why are you staring at me?" Hu Qiming chuckled again, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I was just pondering, if you were to indeed win over all those ladies, do you think your body could handle it?" His words dripped with playful jest. Instantly invigorated by Hu Qiming's comment, Sun Yuxuan replied with pride, "Rest assured, my physique is more than capable. Even if 10 or 8 more were to join, I could manage just fine." At his declaration, the group of girls, including Luo Yuxue, blushed furiously, casting incredulous glares in his direction. Hu Qiming, unable to suppress a smirk, remarked, "I must say, boss, what I admire most about you is your audacity." His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Curious, Sun Yuxuan inquired, "What do you mean?" With a sly smile, Hu Qiming continued, "I admire your thick skin. I assume you're still a virgin at your age?" The comment left Sun Yuxuan feeling acutely embarrassed, prompting him to hastily change the subject. "All right, enough of that. I am starving." With that, he pivoted and hurried off to the kitchen. The girls exchanged glances, a spark of curiosity igniting within them. They collectively pondered the same question. Could it be true, as Hu Qiming suggested, that he was still a virgin? Once in the kitchen, Sun Yuxuan seized a sizable chunk of lamb and deftly chopped it into evenly sized pieces with an axe. After sautéing the meat until it released a delightful aroma, he added water and commenced a slow simmer. While the lamb cooked, Hu Qiming turned to Sun Yuxuan once more. "Boss, with the weather getting colder, we can't possibly continue bathing in the river, can we? The water is frigid to the bone. How about we construct a bathhouse by the river? It would make bathing much more convenient for everyone." Luo Yuxue quickly chimed in, yes. Captain Sun, the temperature is dropping, and we haven't bathed in over 2 weeks. We're starting to feel quite unpleasant. If we could build a bathhouse, we could heat water and enjoy a proper wash. Hearing their pleas, Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement. I've been contemplating that as well. Not only should we construct a bathhouse, but we should also include a large hot spring within it. That way, everyone can luxuriate in a soothing soak. As soon as he uttered those words, the girls erupted in excited cheers, as if they could already envision themselves basking in the warmth of a luxurious bath. However, Hu Qiming furrowed his brow and, with a hint of concern, remarked, while constructing a bathroom is not particularly difficult, creating a heated bathing pool within it seems rather impractical. After all, we find ourselves stranded on a deserted island with limited resources. Where shall we procure such materials? In response to Hu Qiming's skepticism, Sun Yuxuan appeared unfazed. Smiling as he explained, there is no need for concern. Just the other day, while strolling by the riverbank, I stumbled upon an abundance of black clay. In my hometown, this clay is quite valuable. It can be used for building walls, paving floors, and even crafting pottery. I believe we can indeed utilize this clay to construct the bathing pool. After a brief pause, he continued, once everyone finishes their meal, I plan to venture into the woods to gather some wood and create molds for bricks. With these molds, we can form bricks from the black clay. Once the bricks are made and dried, we can fire them, and then we will have the materials necessary to build the bathing pool. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the others sparkled with excitement, as if envisioning a brand new bathing pool materializing before them. Hu Qiming enthusiastically gave Sun Yuxuan a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration as he praised, "You are truly remarkable. It seems you possess knowledge of everything. There is nothing you do not know." Sun Yuxuan smiled modestly and replied, "Oh, it's nothing special. These are merely bits of common knowledge that one acquires through experience in life." Time flew by, and before they realized it, over an hour had passed. At that moment, the lamb in the pot began to emit an enticing aroma that wafted through the air, making mouths water. Having been famished for quite some time, the group could hardly resist swallowing as the delectable scent reached their noses. They eagerly grabbed their bamboo bowls and chopsticks, swiftly serving themselves the tender, flavorful lamb, relishing every bite. It is worth noting that since their arrival on this deserted island, several months had elapsed, and this was their first opportunity to savor lamb. Though only seasoned with a touch of sea salt, the meat of the wild mountain goat was astonishingly delightful, devoid of any gamey flavor, far surpassing the taste of domesticated lamb, truly a world apart. Within mere minutes, the steaming pot of lamb stew was devoured in a whirlwind, leaving not even a drop of the rich broth behind. After indulging in this delicious lamb stew, Sun Yuxuan turned to Luo Yuxue and the other girls, instructing, "Please rub the remaining lamb with some sea salt and hang it on the bamboo rack above the fireplace." He then turned to Hu Qiming and added, "Come with me. We shall gather some wood from the forest." Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan picked up an axe and strode purposefully toward the woods. Seeing this, Hu Qiming quickly grabbed another axe and followed closely in his footsteps. Luo Yuxue and the other girls busied themselves, carefully applying sea salt to the remaining lamb, then binding the meat securely with twine before cautiously hanging it on the bamboo rack above the fireplace. Sun Yuxuan led Hu Qiming into the woods, weaving through the dense foliage, his gaze penetrating as he scanned the surrounding trees. Eventually, his eyes settled upon a tree as thick as a plate, standing tall and straight. With a swift motion, he swung his axe and began to chop, the two of them taking turns, and within less than 20 minutes, they had felled the mighty tree. They then wielded their axes to remove the branches and bark from the trunk, and Sun Yuxuan chopped off 4 sections of trunk, each nearly 30 centimeters long. Together, he and Hu Qiming each embraced 2 sections and made their way towards the shelter. Chapter 84. A warm bath. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming returned to the shelter. Cradling 4 logs they had felled, Sun Yuxuan took up a Nepalese military knife, employing it as a chisel, and gently struck the handle with an axe, once, twice, 3 times. With each tap of the axe, the wood gradually transformed into a square shape. This task demanded both patience and skill. Sun Yuxuan was wholly engrossed, unwilling to allow even the slightest lapse in concentration. After several hours of diligent effort, the 4 logs were successfully sculpted into 4 square blocks. Next, Sun Yuxuan aimed to hollow out the centers of these blocks to create molds for bricks. He continued to wield the Nepalese knife and axe, meticulously excavating the interiors, gradually removing excess material. This process proved even more challenging, as a moment's inattention could lead to the blocks fracturing. Yet, Sun Yuxuan persevered, laboring tirelessly until the evening of the following day, when the molds for the bricks were finally complete. He then led the group to transport black clay using bamboo baskets. Adding an appropriate amount of water to the clay, he shed his shoes and stepped into the mixture without hesitation. With his feet, he rhythmically stomped on the black clay, ensuring a thorough amalgamation of water and soil. After several hours of this vigorous treading, the clay had become soft and pliable. Sun Yuxuan nodded in satisfaction, signaling the others to commence the brick-making process using the molds they had crafted. Everyone eagerly engaged, filling the molds with the black clay, compacting it, and then gently extracting the bricks. Thus, one by one, the bricks began to take shape. A whole day passed, and Sun Yuxuan and the group managed to produce several hundred bricks, neatly arranged on the ground, awaiting complete drying before firing. In the subsequent 3 days, Sun Yuxuan did not relent. He guided the group in further bamboo harvesting and selected a higher ground by the river to begin constructing a bathhouse. United in effort, they toiled for several days until a simple yet functional bathhouse was finally erected. Meanwhile, the bricks, having sun-dried for 3 days, were thoroughly dry. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan mused that the time was ripe for firing the bricks. Thus, he decisively led the group in assembling a kiln specifically designed for brick firing, carefully placing the sun-dried bricks inside, alongside some dry firewood. Once everything was prepared, Sun Yuxuan ignited the firewood, and flames leapt up, licking at the bricks within the kiln. As moments turned into hours, after a full day and night of firing, those once unremarkable bricks underwent a magnificent transformation. Sun Yuxuan could hardly contain his excitement as he picked up a finished brick, gently tapping it with his hand. The crisp, ringing sound echoed, as if proclaiming its resilience and sturdiness. Without pausing, Sun Yuxuan immediately rallied the group to commence new construction within the bathhouse, utilizing the bricks they had just fired. First, they constructed a delicate fireplace in the corner of the bathroom. Upon completing the fireplace, Sun Yuxuan skillfully fashioned a spacious bath above it. To ensure the bath would not leak, he meticulously mixed black clay with some mud. He then carefully applied this mixture to the interior and exterior of the bath, forming a thick waterproof layer. Once the mud was thoroughly applied, he patiently awaited its complete drying before placing kindling from ishi beneath the fireplace to ignite a fire. The flames roared, enveloping the bath, and after a day and night of burning, the mud coating the bath turned a deep black, resembling a sturdy armor. Sun Yuxuan gently tapped the bath, producing a crisp and melodious sound, and, finding no cracks, felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Thus, after more than 10 days of effort, they finally erected a bathroom complete with a bath for heating water. Luo Yuxue and a group of girls fetched water from the nearby river using bamboo tubes, pouring it into the bath to clean it. They filled the bath again and ignited the firewood in the fireplace beneath to heat the water for bathing. After nearly an hour, the water in the bath was heated, and one by one, everyone entered the bathroom to enjoy a warm bath. As time passed swiftly, a month slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and the temperature on the deserted island gradually declined. During this month, their lives, though simple, were orderly. Aside from occasional forays into the woods for food and firewood, they spent most of their time in the shelter. One morning, before the sun had fully risen, the soft light of dawn seeped through the cracks of the bamboo door onto the ground. Sun Yuxuan awoke early as usual, carefully rising from his bed to avoid waking the still sleeping Hu Qiming. He approached the entrance of the shelter and slowly pushed open the bamboo door. As the door swung open, a biting cold wind rushed in like a wild beast. He involuntarily shivered and quickly wrapped his clothing tighter around himself to fend off the sudden chill. Standing at the doorway, Sun Yuxuan gazed at the desolate scene before him, and a wave of sentiment washed over him. How swiftly time passes! Unbeknownst to him, Winter had quietly arrived. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the shelter, making his way toward the nearby river. Kneeling by the riverbank, he cautiously dipped his hand into the icy water. In an instant, a chill surged from his fingertips, as if the water had turned to ice, piercingly cold. His hand ached from the frost, yet he endured, scooping some water to splash on his face. The moment the frigid river water touched his skin, a jolt reverberated through him, awakening him from his drowsiness, and his once bleary eyes brightened, invigorating his spirit considerably. After standing quietly by the riverbank for several minutes, Sun Yuxuan slowly turned around and, with a light step, made his way into the kitchen. He approached the stove directly, skillfully picking up some dry firewood and carefully placing it in the fireplace to ignite. The wood gradually caught fire, crackling and spitting sparks as the flames licked at it. As the fire spread, the temperature in the kitchen began to rise, dispelling some of the lingering chill. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the bamboo shelf above the fireplace, where a meager supply of wild boar meat was displayed. This wild boar meat had been harvested by him and Hu Qiming during their expedition to the woods about a week ago, from a nearly 200-pound beast. After several days of consumption, little remained, estimated at less than 50 pounds. This scant supply of wild boar meat would barely sustain them for 3 or 4 days. Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but furrow his brow, his mind beginning to fret over the issue of food. After all, they were a group of 9, each with considerable daily consumption. Moreover, as the weather grew colder, the challenge of foraging for sustenance would inevitably increase. Contemplating this, Sun Yuxuan resolved to venture into the woods in hopes of encountering another wild boar or mountain goat to hunt. Chapter 85. Seeking food with Tang Jing and Jiang Yue with a bamboo basket slung over his shoulder, Sun Yuxuan picked up a bow and arrows, placing them inside the basket, and then took hold of an axe as he ventured into the woods. Just a few meters from his starting point, a faint creaking sound emerged from behind him. Though subtle, it seemed remarkably out of place in the tranquil surroundings. Sun Yuxuan swiftly turned his head, only to find Jiang Yue and Tang Jing emerging slowly from their shelter. Their eyes were half closed, as if they had just awoken from slumber, appearing rather drowsy. Upon noticing Sun Yuxuan with the bamboo basket, both Tang Jing and Jiang Yue instinctively quickened their pace, swiftly approaching him. Tang Jing was the first to speak, inquiring, "Captain Sun, where are you headed?" A hint of curiosity laced her voice. Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, "Isn't it obvious? I'm off to search for food in the woods." Jiang Yue blinked. Her curiosity piqued as she remarked, "But there is still plenty of wild boar meat in the kitchen. Why venture out so early for food?" With a resigned glance, Sun Yuxuan explained, "How long will that wild boar meat last us? The weather is getting colder, and as time passes, it will become increasingly difficult to find food. If I don't gather more provisions now, we could face hunger in the near future." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Yue replied, "I hadn't considered that. Why didn't you call Qiming to join you?" A teasing smile danced on Sun Yuxuan's lips as he quipped, "That lad is sleeping like a log, akin to a pig. All right, I don't have time for idle chatter with you two. I must be off," he declared. Before he could finish, Tang Jing hurriedly shouted, "Wait for me. I'll go with you." Seeing this, Jiang Yue quickly chimed in, "I want to go too." With that, the two dashed towards the toilet by the river. After addressing their urgent needs, they splashed their faces with the cool river water, refreshing themselves. They then returned to the shelter, each grabbing a bow and arrows. The trio set forth into the depths of the forest, with Sun Yuxuan leading the way wielding the axe, while Tang Jing and Jiang Yue followed closely behind, bows in hand. Although the sun had risen, the temperature in the woods remained chilly, sending a shiver down their spines. The branches and leaves were adorned with glistening dewdrops, resembling a scattering of exquisite pearls. However, these dewdrops posed a slight inconvenience. Having traveled only a short distance, their clothes became soaked with moisture. Clad in lightweight summer attire, the dampness intensified their chill, causing Tang Jing and Jiang Yue to tremble, feeling as if a cold draft was penetrating their bones. Observing their discomfort, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of compassion welling up within him. He gently suggested, "You two should stay comfortably in the shelter. Why endure this hardship alongside me?" Tang Jing smiled faintly and replied softly, "How could we allow you to shoulder all the burdens alone? It would weigh heavily on our hearts as well." Jiang Yue quickly chimed in, "Exactly. Did you not say before that to survive in this place, it cannot solely rely on you? We must depend on our own efforts even more." Hearing their words, Sun Yuxuan's smile blossomed brighter, and he teased, "Haha, I never expected your awareness to rise so high." Thus, the trio trudged through the woods, time slipping away minute by minute. After more than an hour, apart from the occasional chirping of birds from the branches, they had yet to catch a glimpse of a single wild chicken. A hint of disappointment flickered across the faces of Tang Jing and Jiang Yue. Yet Sun Yuxuan remained unfazed, still wearing a cheerful expression. Tang Jing could not help but admire him, exclaiming, "Captain Sun, your mindset is truly commendable. How can you remain so cheerful despite the lack of food?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "Is there any merit in being unhappy? I believe one's mindset is the most important aspect of life. Whether joyful or sorrowful, we are still living. Why not choose to be happy?" Tang Jing and Jiang Yue nodded in agreement at his words. Fortunately, the sun had risen high, and the temperature within the woods began to warm, making their surroundings feel less frigid than before. As they continued walking, Jiang Yue suddenly addressed Sun Yuxuan, saying, "Captain Sun, the weather is getting colder, and we are still dressed in summer attire. Given your remarkable abilities, could you devise a way for us to obtain some warm clothing?" Sun Yuxuan shot her a playful glance and replied with a smile, "Do you truly see me as a superhero? Where in this deserted island could I possibly find you warm clothes?" After a brief pause, he added, "In fact, I have been pondering this matter as well. Unfortunately, we only possess a single sheepskin. If only we had more animal hides, we could fashion some garments." After walking another 3 or 4 kilometers, they had managed to hunt only 2 medium-sized wild chickens. At this point, both Tang Jing and Jiang Yue's steps noticeably grew heavier, as if burdened by immense weights with every stride. Jiang Yue's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She gasped for breath and struggled to speak to Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, I can hardly go on. Perhaps we should take a moment to rest." Tang Jing, equally breathless, added, "Captain Sun, I too can no longer continue. Let's halt for a while." Observing their labored breaths, Sun Yuxuan nodded. "Very well, let's take a moment to rest." At his words, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue felt a wave of relief wash over them as they immediately searched for a suitable place to rest. Ultimately, they discovered a patch of sunlit grass not far away and sat down without hesitation, inhaling deeply as if attempting to replenish all the oxygen they had just expended. Sun Yuxuan placed the bamboo basket on the ground and then sat down heavily, gasping for breath. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Tang Jing and Jiang Yue, who were breathing heavily, their chests rising and falling rhythmically. The subtle curves of their figures made Sun Yuxuan's throat dry and his heart race uncontrollably. His eyes, as if drawn by a magnetic force, wandered incessantly over the contours of Tang Jing and Jiang Yue, ensnaring him in an irresistible trance. Under such scrutiny from Sun Yuxuan, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue felt their cheeks flush and hearts quicken. Yet, curiously, rather than feeling any aversion, they found themselves secretly delighted. Chapter 86. Struggling with the wild boar time seemed to stand still for Jiang Yue as 3 to 4 minutes passed. Sun Yuxuan's gaze was like 2 blazing flames, fixated upon her, leaving her feeling uneasy. Finally, unable to contain herself, Jiang Yue playfully chided, "Captain Sun, what are you looking at? Have you had your fill?" Her voice carried a hint of annoyance, yet was predominantly laced with shyness and helplessness. Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he unabashedly replied, "Isn't it obvious? I'm looking at your chest." His tone was casual, as if he held no concern for the boldness of his statement. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Yue and Tang Jing felt as if struck by lightning, their cheeks flushing crimson like ripe apples. Tang Jing reproached him, "Could you not be so vulgar?" Yet, Sun Yuxuan merely chuckled, his laughter resonating in the air with an air of carefree audacity. "I am indeed looking at your chest. What is vulgar about that?" he retorted with indignation. The bluntness of his words left both Tang Jing and Jiang Yue speechless. They were well aware of Sun Yuxuan's thick skin, but they never anticipated he would be so shameless. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Yue, still blushing like a ripe apple, lowered her head and murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, "If you're going to look, then just look. Why must you be so blatant about it?" Sun Yuxuan, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "I don't do things secretly. If I want to look, I'll look openly. Why hide?" This statement rendered both Tang Jing and Jiang Yue once again at a loss for words. At that moment, a sudden boar's call echoed from the distant woods, piercing the tranquility like a clap of thunder. Upon hearing the sound, an indescribable joy surged within Sun Yuxuan, as if the call heralded a divine blessing, signaling an impending bounty. Tang Jing and Jiang Yue, however, were startled by the noise. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder, grasped his axe firmly, and sprang to his feet, darting towards the source of the boar's call like an arrow released from a bow. Observing this, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue promptly rose to pursue him. Thus, the trio hastened through the woods, covering a distance of approximately 300 to 400 meters before finally spotting a wild boar foraging. Its massive form resembled a small hill, leaving onlookers astounded. Sun Yuxuan was nearly propelled into the air with excitement, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Goodness, what a colossal beast! If we can bring it back, it would be enough to sustain us for a month." However, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue's reactions starkly contrasted with Sun Yuxuan's exuberance. As they gazed upon the wild boar, a sense of dread welled up within them. Particularly alarming were the boar's enormous tusks, glinting ominously in the sunlight, lending it a fearsome and terrifying appearance. Sun Yuxuan seemed to sense the trepidation of Tang Jing and Jiang Yue, and quickly reassured them, "There's no need to be afraid. It's merely a wild boar. You two should stay here while I handle it." With that, he set down the bamboo basket, seized the axe, and prepared to confront the formidable beast. Noticing this, Tang Jing grasped his arm in deep concern, exclaiming, "Captain Sun, that wild boar is far too large. You shouldn't overestimate your strength. While it hasn't noticed us, let us make haste to leave." With a playful grin, Sun Yuxuan replied, "You think so little of me. Just watch how I deal with it." Jiang Yue, still visibly anxious, interjected, "Are you sure you can do this? Don't be reckless." Sun Yuxuan, with a mischievous smile, retorted, "If I can do it or not, you'll find out soon enough." At this, Jiang Yue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she scolded, "Is this really the time for jokes? All right. No need to worry about me. It's just a wild boar. Dealing with it will be a piece of cake," he assured them. With a deep breath, he gripped the axe tightly and advanced towards the wild boar step by step. As he drew nearer, the boar finally sensed his presence. It lifted its head, its small eyes fixed intently on Sun Yuxuan, emitting low growls as if warning him to keep his distance. However, undeterred by the boar's menacing signals, Sun Yuxuan continued his approach with unwavering resolve. The boar, incensed by his disregard, suddenly rose to its full height, bristles standing on end, resembling an enraged lion as it charged towards Sun Yuxuan with ferocity. In response, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a confident smile as he shouted, "Come at me. Let's see how I handle you." Before his words could fade, the wild boar barreled towards him like a runaway train, closing the distance to less than 5 meters in an instant. It leapt from the ground, mouth agape to reveal its sharp tusks, launching itself at Sun Yuxuan like a cannonball. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving onlookers stunned. Yet, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were extraordinary. Just as the boar was about to collide with him, he swiftly sidestepped, his movement as quick as lightning. In that fleeting moment, he seized the opportunity and raised the axe, channeling all his strength into a mighty swing, akin to a volcano erupting. As he brought it down forcefully upon the boar's head, a resounding thud echoed through the air as the axe struck the boar with precision. In an instant, the creature emitted a chilling scream, reverberating through the forest as if shaking the very trees. The impact sent the boar hurtling forward several meters before it finally came to a halt, staggering under the weight of the blow. Blood erupted from its head, resembling a blooming flower of crimson, a sight both shocking and poignant. The great wild boar evidently sustained severe injuries, shaking its head incessantly, as if desperately attempting to rid itself of the excruciating pain. Yet, regardless of its efforts, the agony clung to it like a shadow, rendering it almost unbearable. At that moment, the wild boar was driven to the brink of fury, its massive jaws agape, unleashing a deafening roar directed at son Yuxuan, as if intent on expressing all its pent-up wrath. Immediately thereafter, the boar, frenzied and wild, charged forward like an out-of-control truck, barreling straight towards son Yuxuan. Chapter 87. The Slaying of the Wild Boar. This time, son Yuxuan chose not to evade but stood resolutely in place, his eyes fixed on the approaching wild boar, gripping his axe with increasing intensity. As the boar charged towards him, son Yuxuan tightened his grasp on the axe and summoned all his strength to deliver a powerful blow to the creature's head. The impact was more formidable than before, producing a sharp crack as the boar's skull threatened to shatter. The tremendous force of the strike sent the boar crashing to the ground, its body rolling uncontrollably as it emitted a chilling cry that echoed throughout the forest. Witnessing the great beast collapse, son Yuxuan wasted no time and swiftly approached, his axe in hand, akin to a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey. He raised the axe high and struck down upon the boar's head with ferocity, each thud resonating with a dull thump as the animal's head became unrecognizable, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. After 4 or 5 decisive blows, the boar's head lay in ruins, devoid of life, and its body fell still. Finally, son Yuxuan ceased his assault, standing there, breathing heavily. In the distance, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue beheld the scene, both struck by son Yuxuan's valor, their faces painted with disbelief. They stood frozen for several seconds, as if time itself had momentarily halted. After a brief interval, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue regained their composure, staggering toward son Yuxuan. Upon reaching him, they exchanged a glance at the lifeless boar, their astonishment still palpable. Their eyes met, and in that shared gaze, they recognized their profound admiration for son Yuxuan. Seeing their reaction, a triumphant smile spread across his face. He patted his chest and cheerfully declared, "So, what do you think? I told you I could handle this wild boar. It was but a trifling task." However, Jiang Yue regarded son Yuxuan's boastfulness with skepticism, pouting slightly as she retorted, "What is there to be proud of? It's just a wild boar." Son Yuxuan chuckled, "Yue, your words ring hollow. Next time we encounter a wild boar, I'll leave it to you." His comment left Jiang Yue momentarily speechless. The boar was massive, likely weighing 300 to 400 pounds. Moving it back would undoubtedly be a formidable endeavor for the three of them. Without hesitation, son Yuxuan drew a sharp Nepalese knife from his waist and swiftly severed the boar's head with precision. The large head was cast aside carelessly, rolling away like a deflated ball. Next, he expertly made a long incision on the boar's belly and skillfully extracted its innards, retaining only the liver while discarding the other organs without remorse. After processing the boar's entrails, son Yuxuan grasped a military knife and turned to venture into the woods. Soon, he returned with several sturdy vines and a wooden stick thicker than his arm. He first bound the boar tightly with the vines to ensure it would not come undone during transport. Then, he threaded the wooden stick through the vines to fashion a rudimentary stretcher. Once everything was prepared, son Yuxuan positioned himself at one end of the stretcher, while Tang Jing and Jiang Yue took their places at the other end. Together, they lifted the hefty boar and trudged laboriously toward the shelter. The uneven ground of the forest made their journey exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the weight of the boar was considerable, so even with the three of them lifting it together, the burden on each individual's shoulders was substantial. Particularly for Tang Jing and Jiang Yue, despite their collective effort, the weight they bore was still around 50 to 60 pounds, nearly forcing them to bend under its pressure. Not long into their trek, they felt as though their shoulders were crushed beneath an immense load, sending waves of agonizing pain coursing through them, as if their bones might shatter. Yet, they gritted their teeth, enduring the pain as they pressed on. Step by arduous step, they advanced, each movement a battle against the overwhelming discomfort. The distance of 300 to 400 meters, which would usually be a mere stroll, felt interminably long at that moment. Eventually, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue could endure no longer. Their steps grew heavier, and their bodies began to sway. A flush crept across their faces, and beads of sweat, as large as peas, trickled down their cheeks. Their breathing became rapid, gasping for air as if they had just completed a marathon. Sun Yuxuan was not faring much better. After all, he was shouldering half the weight, presenting a significant challenge for him as well. His shoulders throbbed painfully, and he too was panting heavily, his steps becoming unsteady. Reluctantly, the trio set the boar down on the ground and paused to rest. Leaning against a large tree, they took deep breaths, allowing their bodies a moment of reprieve. After a brief rest, they felt their strength returning somewhat and lifted the boar once more, continuing toward the shelter. However, as the boar's weight proved too formidable, they were compelled to stop again after only a few hundred meters. Thus, they continued this cycle of walking and resting, a journey that should have taken just over an hour stretched into nearly 3. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue were leisurely basking in the sun on a rock by the riverbank. When they spotted Sun Yuxuan and his companions returning with such a colossal boar, expressions of astonishment and delight instantly graced their faces. The group quickly rose to their feet and hurried towards Sun Yuxuan and his weary companions, who appeared utterly exhausted, as if their very essence had been drained. They placed the heavy wild boar upon the ground and then, like a deflated balloon, collapsed onto the earth, gasping for breath. Observing this, Chen Yaolin and Zheng, wanting swiftly retreated to the kitchen. They quickly ladled 3 bowls of cool boiled water and hurried back to stand before Sun Yuxuan and his companions, carefully offering the water to them. Sun Yuxuan and the others accepted the cool water and drank it eagerly, the refreshing liquid coursing down their throats, bringing them a moment of blissful relief. After quenching their thirst, they casually set the bamboo bowls on the ground, continuing to inhale deeply. Luo Yuxue gazed at the wild boar on the ground, exclaiming, "Captain Sun, you 3 are truly remarkable to have brought back such a sizable wild boar." Her voice brimmed with admiration and astonishment. Hu Qiming, wearing a broad smile, turned to Sun Yuxuan and remarked, "Boss, how could you go searching for food in the woods without waking me?" Sun Yuxuan shot him a glance of annoyance, retorting, "You were sleeping like a log." Embarrassed by this, Hu Qiming replied, "You could have just woken me up." Sun Yuxuan then said, "All right, enough chatter. Let us get the wild boar process quickly." Chapter 88. The Midnight Wolf Pack strikes upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words. Hu Qiming promptly replied, "Boss, you 3 should rest well. We'll take care of the wild boar." After delivering this remark, he led Luo Yuxue and the others into the woods. In less than 20 minutes, each of them returned with a substantial bundle of dry grass, which they placed by the riverbank. The group then worked together to carry the large wild boar to the river's edge, covering it entirely with the dry grass. Hu Qiming quickly produced a lighter and ignited the grass. As the dry grass burned, the acrid scent of singed pig hair permeated the air. The others instinctively covered their mouths and noses, retreating a distance of 7 to 8 meters, until the grass had largely burned away. The wild boar's hair was completely scorched, leaving its skin charred and dark. Hu Qiming and the others then dragged the blackened wild boar into the river to begin the cleaning process. After nearly 20 minutes, they finally finished washing the boar. Hu Qiming took out a Nepalese army knife and sliced the meat into smaller pieces, while Luo Yuxue and the other girls transported the divided meat to the kitchen. After resting for a while, Sun Yuxuan, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue had regained some of their strength. Back in the kitchen, Sun Yuxuan took a large piece of the wild boar's belly, cut it into slices, and sprinkled some sea salt for marination. He then picked up a bamboo tube, split it into bamboo skewers, and distributed them among the group. Everyone eagerly took the skewers and began to thread the marinated wild boar meat onto them. Sun Yuxuan then grabbed a wooden stick and pulled some still-burning charcoal from the fireplace, spreading it on the ground. He placed the skewered wild boar meat on top and began to roast it slowly. In less than 10 minutes, the meat had turned a golden brown, sizzling and oozing oil, with an enticing aroma wafting through the air. The group, already famished, eagerly grabbed the roasted wild boar meat and devoured it with great delight. After consuming the roasted meat, They rubbed the remaining pieces with a bit of sea salt and hung them on the bamboo rack above the fireplace. Time passed swiftly, and after 8 or 9 days, the group occasionally ventured into the woods to forage for wild vegetables and gather firewood, spending the rest of their time in the shelter. One night, after enjoying a stew made from the wild boar meat, they sat around the kitchen fireplace, engaging in conversation as usual. Hu Qiming turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Boss, we're running low on sea salt in the shelter. Should we make a trip to the coastline to harvest some sea salt crystals?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement. "All right then, since there's nothing else to do, let's head to the coast first thing tomorrow morning." The others enthusiastically chimed in, eager to accompany him, and Sun Yuxuan did not refuse. He understood that being cooped up in a shelter all day was driving everyone a bit stir-crazy, and a trip to the coastline would be a welcome diversion. They continued chatting by the fireplace until late into the night, and soon drowsiness began to envelop them. One by one, they rose to return to the shelter and lay down to sleep. In the stillness of midnight, as silence enveloped the surroundings, everyone succumbed to the embrace of slumber. However, just as this tranquility was shattered, a chilling howl of wolves suddenly resonated from the woods outside the shelter. This unexpected sound pierced the stillness of the night like a thunderclap, rousing the slumbering occupants. Sun Yuxuan was the first to react. Springing from his bed like a coiled spring and swiftly donning his shoes, he then seized the bow and arrows situated at the foot of his bed and dashed towards the shelter's entrance with the swiftness of a gale. Upon reaching the doorway, he hesitated not a moment to open the small window in the bamboo door, staring intently into the darkness beyond with wide eyes, filled with anxiety. Yet, the forest outside was shrouded in impenetrable blackness, obscured by a heavy veil of night, rendering visibility impossible. Concurrently, Hu Qiming also sprang up from his bed, neglecting to fully dress, hastily putting on his shoes before hastening to join Sun Yuxuan. Meanwhile, in another shelter, Luo Yuxue and 6 other girls were likewise startled awake by the terrifying wolf howls. They were stricken with fear, their faces as pale as parchment, trembling uncontrollably. Bai Shihan leapt from her bed, fumbling to put on her shoes as she rushed to the entrance of the shelter. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Xiangu, the wolf howls are terrifying. Hurry over, we are scared." Hearing her call, Sun Yuxuan immediately responded, "Do not fear, just open the bamboo door. We will come right away." Without hesitation, Bai Shihan swiftly opened the bamboo door, and Sun Yuxuan, undeterred, followed suit. Rushing alongside Hu Qiming towards the shelter where Luo Yuxue and the others were gathered. As Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming burst into the shelter, Bai Shihan quickly closed the bamboo door and secured it with a wooden stick. Sun Yuxuan turned to Hu Qiming and urged, "Qiming, quickly fetch some firewood to ignite in the fireplace." Hu Qiming sprang into action, briskly moving to the hearth, skillfully placing some firewood within and striking a match to ignite it. As the flames roared to life, the entire shelter was bathed in a warm glow, illuminating the previously dim space. Outside, the wolf howls continued to echo, drawing ever closer to the shelter. Sun Yuxuan deduced from the howls that there was a considerable number of wolves. Time passed slowly, and after approximately 3 to 4 minutes, nearly 20 massive gray wolves appeared less than 20 meters from the shelter and abruptly halted. Sun Yuxuan, standing within the shelter, peered through the small window above the bamboo door, utilizing the faint moonlight to finally discern the unwelcome visitors. They were imposing figures, their fur as smooth as silver-gray satin, their eyes glinting with a cold light that exuded both wildness and ferocity. Simultaneously, Luo Yuxue and the other girls, in terror, glanced through the small window in the wall, catching sight of the pack of gray wolves. In an instant, their faces turned ghostly pale, their limbs seemingly losing control as they trembled uncontrollably. Observing their distress, Sun Yuxuan quickly smiled and reassured them, "Everyone, do not be afraid. This is not our first encounter with this pack of gray wolves. Last time, we successfully drove them away, did we not? Furthermore, take a look at our sanctuary. The walls are adorned with sharp bamboo stakes, and the ground is strewn with thorny brambles. These serve as our defensive weapons, rendering this pack of gray wolves incapable of inflicting harm upon us. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, the girls' emotions stabilized somewhat, and the tension and fear that had gripped their hearts began to alleviate. The pack of gray wolves seemed to have noticed the presence of the people within the sanctuary, growing increasingly restless, their howls rising in volume. Their paws incessantly scraped the ground, suggesting that they were poised to launch an attack on the sanctuary at any moment. Chapter 89. The departure of the wolf pack. At that moment, a colossal gray wolf suddenly surged forward like a specter, covering 3 or 4 meters in an instant. Its bell-like eyes fixated intently on the direction of the shelter, radiating an aura of boundless fury and hostility. Accompanying its movement was a formidable pressure that seemed to shake the very fabric of the world. Sun Yuxuan's gaze was drawn to the gray wolf, and upon recognizing its visage, he was momentarily taken aback. It was the very Wolf King they had previously blinded in one eye with an arrow. Sun Yuxuan exclaimed to the crowd, "Look, isn't this the Wolf King we shot last time? I can hardly believe it survived. It seems to have returned to exact vengeance upon us." As his words hung in the air, a sudden thought struck him, and he continued, "Everyone, remain calm. Just like last time, swiftly grab your bows and aim at the Wolf King through the window. At my command, we shall release our arrows together and strive to bring it down. I intend to strip its hide for clothing. I was just lamenting where to source some animal skins. And now this pack of gray wolves has delivered themselves right to our doorstep." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's proclamation, the crowd was momentarily stunned, contemplating the absurdity of his nonchalance in such dire circumstances. Nevertheless, they quickly sprang into action, each person firmly grasping their bows, nimbly knocking an arrow onto the string. Through the windows and the walls, they aligned their arrows toward the one-eyed Wolf King. A palpable tension enveloped the shelter, and the breaths of the gathered individuals quickened. The Wolf King, sensing the imminent threat posed by the humans, emitted a series of low, ominous howls that pierced the stillness of the night, reverberating with an unsettling intensity. As the crowd readied themselves, Sun Yuxuan bellowed, "Loose the arrows." Responding almost in unison to his command, the crowd released their bows. The arrows shot forth like meteors, imbued with fierce momentum, hurtling directly towards the Wolf King. Each arrow, akin to a bolt of lightning, found its mark, piercing the Wolf King's body with unforgiving precision. 2 arrows, in particular, struck with uncanny accuracy, penetrating the Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King, suffering grievous wounds, let out a chilling scream that seemed to resonate within the depths of the soul, instilling a sense of dread. As this heart-wrenching cry echoed, the massive creature collapsed to the ground as if all its power had been siphoned away, stirring up a cloud of dust. This sight incited the fury of the other gray wolves. Witnessing the plight of their leader, their rage ignited instantaneously, and they launched a frenzied assault on the shelter without hesitation. The pack surged forward like a torrential tide, their intent fierce and unyielding. However, they had evidently underestimated the thorny barricades that lay outside the shelter. As the gray wolves' paws made contact with the thorns, the barbed spikes mercilessly pierced their pads and bodies. The air was soon filled with their anguished cries, a cacophony of suffering echoing throughout the night. Some gray wolves, due to their excessive speed, were unable to halt their momentum and crashed violently into the walls of the shelter. The sharpened bamboo stakes embedded in the walls mercilessly pierced the bodies of several wolves. In an instant, chaos and anguish engulfed the pack outside the shelter, with cries of agony and lamentation intertwining. Sun Yuxuan and his companions, witnessing the plight of the wolves, were filled with immense joy and exhilaration. The severely wounded pack, without hesitation, swiftly retreated to their original positions. Each wolf's eyes brimmed with fury and resentment, fixated intently on the direction of the shelter. Despite the flames of their anger being ignited, they merely stood their ground, howling incessantly, yet daring not to launch another assault on the sanctuary. As time ticked by, approximately 10 minutes later, the wolves that had been impaled by the sharpened stakes succumbed to their injuries, collapsing onto the ground due to excessive blood loss. Their bodies convulsed in agony, intermittently emitting mournful cries that resonated with a tragic and desolate tone, evoking deep sympathy. After a considerable period, the lamentations of the fallen wolves gradually waned, ultimately fading into silence. Their lifeless forms lay still on the earth, devoid of any vitality. The remaining wolves, witnessing the scene, perhaps came to understand that prolonging this stalemate would render them powerless against the occupants of the shelter. They cast a silent glance at the corpses of their fallen comrades, then raised their heads to emit a mournful howl, a sound imbued with sorrow and helplessness. Finally, the reluctant pack turned to depart, their figures gradually receding into the forest until they vanished from sight. Upon seeing the wolves retreat, Sun Yuxuan and his companions inside the shelter felt a profound sense of relief, exhaling deeply. Hu Qiming wore a smile, casually remarking, "I never imagined it would be so easy to drive the wolves away. And with so many gray wolves lost, it's clear they won't dare seek revenge on us." Luo Yuxue joined in the laughter, saying, "I was completely taken aback by how effortlessly we repelled the pack. I was terrified when the wolves suddenly appeared." Hearing her, Sun Yuxuan smirked, replying, "Didn't I tell you all not to fear? The wolves were never a match for us, yet you all were so frightened. Now you see, we hardly lifted a finger, and the wolves left obediently." His words made Luo Yuxue and the other girls feel a touch of embarrassment, a slight blush creeping onto their cheeks. After several moments of silence, Jiang Yue, feeling somewhat defiant, said, "You can't blame us entirely. That pack of gray wolves was truly terrifying, and their cries were so chilling. They sent shivers down one's spine. It's only natural for a group of girls to be frightened." In response, Sun Yuxuan chuckled, "You're right, Yue. But I must say, you're quite the stubborn one. If you're afraid, just admit it. No need to elaborate so much. I never said otherwise." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Jiang Yue's face flushed with embarrassment. Noticing her awkward demeanor, Sun Yuxuan refrained from further teasing her and addressed the group. "It is getting late. Let us all retire for the night." In response to his statement, Hu Qiming hastily inquired, "Boss, how shall we dispose of the bodies of those gray wolves outside? Should we handle it, as we did last time, and simply cast them into the river?" Chapter 90 Encounter with a Lion. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Are you foolish? Did I not just mention that we will skin the wolf pelts to make garments? We need not concern ourselves with that until tomorrow." The following morning, everyone awoke early and dragged the carcasses of the several gray wolves to the edge of the small river to begin their task. Skinning the wolves was no simple endeavor. The group toiled diligently until noon before finally removing the pelts from the bodies. As for the wolf meat, they discarded it into the river, allowing the current to carry it away. This was due, on one hand, to the ample supply of wild boar meat in their shelter, and on the other hand, to the unpalatable nature of the wolf meat. The group then laid the freshly stripped wolf pelts on the ground, carefully scraping off the residual fat with military knives, cleaning the pelts thoroughly before hanging them on tree branches to dry. Originally, they planned to head to the coast that day, but due to the delay, they resolved to postpone their journey until the next day. As time slipped by unnoticed, the day passed, and early the next morning, everyone rose once again at dawn. After a brief wash and packing some belongings into bamboo baskets, they set off towards the coast. At that moment, the sun had just begun to rise, and the forest was still shrouded in a thin mist, resulting in low visibility and a slow pace. Sun Yuxuan, wielding a Nepalese military knife, led the way, followed closely by Luo Yuxue and the 7 girls, while Hu Qiming brought up the rear with an axe in hand. After nearly 2 hours of walking, they had covered only half the distance. However, the sun had risen high enough to dissipate the mist within the woods. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, bathing them in a warm and pleasant glow. Having traveled such a distance, Luo Yuxue and her companions were flushed and breathless. Observing their condition, Sun Yuxuan permitted them a brief respite, and the girls promptly sat down on the ground, gasping for air. He and Hu Qiming leaned against the trunk of a large tree. After more than 10 minutes of rest, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, they rose to continue their trek towards the coast. Not having walked far, Sun Yuxuan, who was at the forefront, suddenly noticed a slight, rustling sound emanating from a nearby thicket. He immediately halted, turning his gaze towards the source of the sound. prompting Luo Yuxue and the others to stop as well. Tang Jing, curious, inquired, "Captain Sun, why have we stopped? Is there something amiss?" Sun Yuxuan gestured towards the rustling thicket and whispered, "It seems there is something moving behind those bushes. Stay here while I investigate." Upon hearing his words, the group grew tense, their eyes fixed intently on the thicket. Sun Yuxuan, armed with his Nepalese military knife, cautiously approached the source of the commotion in the bushes. Hu Qiming, seeing this, followed closely behind with his axe. Before they could draw near, a massive lion suddenly sprang up from behind the thicket. The lion loomed like a moving hillock, its majestic form and formidable presence instilling a palpable dread. This sudden apparition left everyone aghast, particularly Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue, whose faces drained of color, becoming as pale as parchment, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In contrast, Sun Yuxuan maintained a semblance of composure, promptly halting his steps to gaze at the colossal creature before him. At that moment, the distance between the lion and Sun Yuxuan, along with Hu Qiming, was a mere 10 meters. The beast's large, bell-like eyes fixated upon them, while low, rumbling growls emanated from its throat, seemingly warning them to keep their distance. Hu Qiming trembled, his voice quaking as he stammered, "Be boss. What should we do now?" His gaze remained locked on the lion, his face a mask of terror. Observing Hu Qiming's distress, Sun Yuxuan, exasperated, retorted, "It's merely a lion. Why let it frighten you into this state? Calm down, we are armed. Dealing with it should not pose a challenge." Despite Sun Yuxuan's reassurances, Hu Qiming's anxiety persisted. Even the hand gripping the axe quivered uncontrollably. As time ticked away, in less than a minute, the lion unleashed a deafening roar, akin to thunder, reverberating through the air and sending chills down their spines. In an instant, the lion charged towards Sun Yuxuan, and Hu Qiming like a cannonball, its speed astonishing. With unwavering resolve, Sun Yuxuan shouted, "Come on, watch how I handle you." In a flash, he raised his right foot, summoning all his strength to deliver a powerful kick to the lion's head. The force was tremendous, and with a dull thud, his foot connected squarely with the lion's jaw. The impact sent the lion tumbling through the air, rolling twice before crashing heavily to the ground. The force of the blow reverberated back, causing Sun Yuxuan to stumble backward, as if losing his balance, and he fell onto the ground with a thud. A sharp pain shot through his feet, akin to countless needles piercing simultaneously, prompting an involuntary gasp. Nevertheless, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were remarkably swift. Enduring the pain, he sprang to his feet and dashed toward the fallen lion like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the beast, leaping gracefully like a swift cheetah, landing securely atop the lion's body. With a firm grip on his sharp military knife, he acted without hesitation, raising the blade high and plunging it down into the lion's neck. The knife sliced through the lion's fur, embedding deeply into its flesh. As the blade was drawn, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from the lion's neck like a gushing fountain. The sanguine spray splattered across Sun Yuxuan's face and body, sustaining such a grievous wound. The lion emitted a heart-wrenching cry that echoed through the silent forest, sending chills down one's spine. It began to thrash desperately, attempting to free itself from Sun Yuxuan's grasp. The creature's immense strength nearly toppled Sun Yuxuan to the ground. In a moment of urgency, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Qiming, what are you waiting for? Come and help me deal with it." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's frantic call, Hu Qiming, initially paralyzed with fear, regained his composure. He rushed towards the beleaguered lion and swung the axe down forcefully upon its head. Chapter 91. The collaborative hunt for the lion the axe was extraordinarily sharp. Upon striking the lion's skull, it met no resistance, cleaving a horrifying gash into its flesh. Blood and brain matter erupted from the grotesque wound like a torrential flood, splattering across the earth and staining it a vivid crimson. The lion, suffering such a grievous injury, let out a chilling roar that echoed through the mountains and forests, sending shivers down the spine. Its body began to convulse violently as it struggled against Sun Yuxuan's hold. However, Sun Yuxuan stood resolute, exerting every ounce of strength to keep the beast subdued, preventing any movement. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming appeared to have lost all sense of rationality. His eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with rage, as he swung the axe through the air like a tempest. He relentlessly struck at the lion's head, each blow infused with boundless hatred and fury. With each successive strike, the lion's visage became unrecognizable, its once majestic appearance reduced to a grotesque mess of blood and flesh. Yet, Hu Qiming showed no signs of ceasing. His actions grew increasingly frenzied, spiraling out of control. Seeing this, Sun Yuxuan bellowed, "Enough, Qiming! The lion is dead." The shout finally roused Hu Qiming from his frenzy, halting the axe midair. He stared vacantly at the lifeless body of the lion, panting heavily. Sun Yuxuan quickly climbed off the carcass and gently patted his shoulder, offering solace. "It's all right, it's all over." Hu Qiming nodded, still in disbelief, murmuring, "Boss, did I really kill the lion?" Sun Yuxuan affirmed with a smile, "Indeed, you killed the lion." Hu Qiming's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the lion's lifeless form, stammering, How did I become so powerful? I actually killed a lion. I wonder how my wife would react if she knew." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan could not help but chuckle, a smirk playing on his lips as he teased, "Oh, come on, you were about to wet your pants just a moment ago." Hu Qiming's face flushed a deep crimson, and he awkwardly scratched his head, hastily defending himself. And no, it was just a moment of tension. At that moment, Luo Yuxue and several others approached them. Upon witnessing the lion's corpse on the ground, astonishment was etched on each of their faces. Luo Yuxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Heavens, such a massive lion, and you two handled it with such ease. Do you realize this is the king of the forest? It's simply incredible." Sun Yuxuan, with a triumphant smile, waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "The king of the forest? Merely a paper tiger. Dealing with it was a piece of cake for me." "Mr. Luo, truth be told, are you growing increasingly infatuated with me?" Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's playful remark, Luo Yuxue's cheeks instantly flushed with a delicate rosy hue, reminiscent of a captivating evening glow. With a playful retort, she shot Sun Yuxuan a glance, teasingly admonishing, "Oh, you and your self-admiration?" Yet, Sun Yuxuan remained unfazed, a confident smile gracing his lips as he replied, "What self-admiration? This is merely confidence, my friend." His voice exuded an unwavering assurance in himself. In the next moment, Sun Yuxuan turned his gaze toward Li Mengqi, a glint of mischief sparkling in his eyes as he cheerfully inquired, "Mengqi, do tell the truth. Are you not increasingly in awe of me?" Li Mengqi, caught off guard by his question, felt a rush of shyness, her fair complexion deepening to the shade of a ripe apple. She nodded slightly, conceding to his playful insinuation. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan beamed with pride, showcasing his triumph to Luo Yuxue and the others. "Did you see that? One should be as authentic as Mengqi, rather than always being duplicitous." His words left Luo Yuxue and the others momentarily speechless, as they found themselves at a loss for how to deal with this self-absorbed character. As time quietly slipped away, Hu Qiming suddenly broke the brief silence. His curiosity piqued as he looked at Sun Yuxuan and asked, "Boss, what do you suppose lion meat would taste like?" Sun Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback, clearly having never experienced the flavor of lion meat himself. However, he quickly regained his composure, a smile spreading across his face as he replied, "Honestly, I do not know, but since we have this opportunity, why not give it a try? We could even strip its hide and fashion it into a garment, undoubtedly a striking attire." With that, he declared to the group, "Stay here, I shall fetch some supplies." Before anyone could respond, Sun Yuxuan strode into the woods. The others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of his intentions. As seconds turned into minutes, approximately 20 minutes later, Sun Yuxuan finally returned, grasping some vines and a thick branch, thicker than his arm. With practiced ease, he began to wrap the vines around the lion, securing it tightly. He then threaded the sturdy branch through the bindings, crafting a rudimentary stretcher. Once prepared, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming, working in tandem, lifted the heavy lion. This magnificent creature weighed no less than 300 pounds, and despite their combined efforts, Each bore a weight of around 150 to 160 pounds on their shoulders. For Sun Yuxuan, this weight was somewhat taxing, yet manageable. Whereas for Hu Qiming, it felt like an overwhelming burden. His body was bent under the strain, sharp pain radiating from his shoulders, causing him to sway with each step. Sun Yuxuan did his utmost to redistribute the lion's weight onto his own shoulders. Even so, having not ventured far, Hu Qiming could no longer endure the strain and lamented his plight. Upon witnessing this, Sun Yuxuan had no choice but to pause for a brief respite. Thus, after every few hundred meters, they found themselves compelled to stop and rest. This pattern of halting and proceeding consumed over 2 hours until they finally arrived at the coastline. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming set down the lion they had been carrying on their shoulders and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Luo Yuxue and the others also placed their bamboo baskets down and sank onto the earth, panting heavily. They still had approximately a kilometer to traverse to reach the cave where they had previously resided. After resting for about half an hour, the group felt a semblance of strength returning and rose to continue their journey towards the cave. Chapter 92. The cave. Revisited before they could reach the cave where they had previously resided, they spotted a group of individuals gathered at the entrance from a distance. This scene left everyone astonished, leading them to ponder. How could there be others dwelling in this cave? It appears this cave truly is a desirable location. Simultaneously, the group at the cave's mouth seemed to notice the approach of Sun Yuxuan and his companions. They all rose from their seats, stepping onto the ground, regarding Sun Yuxuan and the others with curious gazes. Thus, both parties stood in a subtle standoff for several minutes. Sun Yuxuan and his companions advanced to within 5 meters of the group, and he and Hu Qiming set down the lion they were carrying. Gasping for breath, they scrutinized the newcomers. There were 8 individuals in total, 6 men and 2 women, all unmistakably bearing yellow skin tones. Upon seeing this group, Chen Yalan and Zheng Wanting were suddenly taken aback. To their astonishment, these 8 individuals were the very ones who had also been cast away to this desolate island alongside them. Similarly, the group appeared momentarily stunned upon recognizing Chen Yalan and Zheng Wanting. At that moment, a man in his 30s, wearing a broad smile, addressed Chen Yalan and Zheng Wanting, exclaiming, "I never imagined both of you would still be alive. This is truly wonderful." Chen Yalan and Zheng Wanting harbored no goodwill towards this group, and their feelings were tinged with disdain. Chen Yalan, her expression impassive, replied coldly, "Indeed, we are both quite alive." Her voice carried an icy quality that sent shivers down spines. Zheng Wanting smirked slightly, a hint of mockery in her smile as she remarked, "You timid, inept individuals are still alive, so how could we possibly meet our end so easily? Did you think we succumbed to those ruthless Japanese?" Her words struck like a sharp blade, inflicting immediate embarrassment upon the group. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Finally, the man who had spoken earlier attempted to explain. "You all saw it too. Those Japanese were armed, and they appeared menacing. We simply lacked the courage to intervene." However, his justification did little to soften the demeanor of Chen Yalan and Zheng Wanting. Chen Yalan coldly retorted, "So you all just stood by as we were taken by those Japanese?" The man hurriedly defended himself, saying, "We were just as anxious when you were captured. We had every intention of rescuing you." His tone betrayed a hint of panic, as if he were desperately trying to justify his inaction. Yet, this explanation elicited nothing but scorn from both Chen Yalan and Zheng Wanting. Sun Yuxuan turned to Chen Yalan and inquired, "Do you know them?" Chen Yalan nodded and replied, "They were all castaways on this desolate island with us. When that group of Japanese captured us, they merely stood by, watching with vacant expressions, offering no assistance." Upon hearing Chen Yalan's words, Sun Yuxuan and the others furrowed their brows, feeling a surge of disdain towards this group. After several moments of silence, Sun Yuxuan slowly spoke. "Since this cave has already been occupied by them, let us seek another cave to take refuge in." Fortunately, there were 7 or 8 caves in the vicinity, and the foreigner who had previously resided there seemed to have vanished. The group did not hesitate long and promptly rose to head towards another cave situated about 30 to 40 meters away. Upon arriving at the new cave, They placed the lion and the bamboo basket on the ground and settled down, gasping for breath. After resting for a while, they began to regain some strength. Sun Yuxuan instructed Luo Yuxue and the other girls to venture into the woods to gather firewood, ignite a fire, and also fetch some palm leaves to spread on the ground. The girls sprang into action, heading into the forest to collect firewood and cut palm fronds. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming carried the lion to the shore and placed it on a large rock to begin their preparations. Nearly 20 minutes passed, and the girls returned with firewood, successfully igniting a fire at the entrance of the cave and laying the palm leaves on the ground inside. Noticing that Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming were still at the shore tending to the lion, the girls hurried over to lend their assistance. Together, they worked diligently for over half an hour to process the lion. The lion's meat was cut into smaller pieces and arranged on the palm leaves at the cave's entrance, while the cleaned lion skin was laid out on a large rock by the shore to dry. By now, it was already midday, and everyone felt ravenously hungry. Sun Yuxuan took a substantial piece of lion meat, slicing it into smaller chunks before placing them into a pot. From the bamboo basket, he retrieved a bottle of sea salt brought from the shelter and evenly sprinkled it over the meat, ensuring each piece absorbed the seasoning thoroughly. Once the marination was complete, Sun Yuxuan swiftly descended from the cave into the woods, returning with several branches of suitable thickness. After sharpening one end of each branch, he distributed them to the group, who eagerly skewered the marinated lion meat onto the sticks. At that moment, the firewood had burned down to glowing coals. The group carefully positioned the skewered meat above the charcoal, allowing it to bask in the gentle heat. As seconds turned into minutes, the lion meat began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The originally vibrant red pieces gradually turned to golden brown, with tantalizing juices sizzling and releasing an irresistible aroma. The delightful scent wafted through the air, causing everyone to salivate uncontrollably. Unable to contain their hunger any longer, they eagerly reached for the roasted lion meat. They disregarded the scalding heat and swiftly stuffed the steaming chunks of meat into their mouths. Just as the crowd took their first bite of the lion meat, their eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. No one had anticipated that this lion meat would be so delectable, completely surpassing their expectations. The texture resembled that of beef. It was far more tender and succulent. With each mouthful, the rich aroma of the meat enveloped their palates, intoxicating them and rendering them unable to resist. Moreover, the fragrance of the lion meat was exponentially more intense than that of beef, reminiscent of nature's bountiful gifts, leaving a lingering aftertaste that was utterly enchanting. Once they began to savor the lion meat, none could bring themselves to stop. Thus, Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue each consumed nearly a pound of roasted meat, only pausing when they felt as though their bellies might burst. As for Sun Yuxuan, he continued to indulge in the roasted meat as if he could never be satiated. He kept eating until he had devoured almost 3 pounds of it. Only then did he finally cease, a look of contentment on his face. The crowd was astonished by his prodigious appetite, prompting Hu Qiming to give him a thumbs up and exclaim, "Boss, you can really eat." Sun Yuxuan shot him a sidelong glance and dismissively replied, "What good is it to eat if not to enjoy?" Chapter 93. The Malevolent Woman After a Brief Respite. The group felt somewhat rejuvenated and began to retrieve the cooking utensils they had brought from the shelter. They made their way to the shoreline, filled the pots with seawater, and returned to the cave entrance, placing them over the fire to commence the process of boiling down sea salt. As the flames intensified, the seawater began to bubble, creating a rhythmic gurgling sound. The group gathered around the cave entrance, watching the rolling water while engaging in light banter, their faces kissed by the gentle sea breeze, which offered a refreshing sensation. Before long, 8 individuals suddenly appeared beneath the cave where Sun Yuxuan and the others were, their gazes fixed hungrily upon the lion meat stacked atop the palm leaves, their eyes glimmering with avarice. A middle-aged man, wearing a broad smile, approached Sun Yuxuan and remarked, "Brother, I see you've managed to catch a lion. With so much meat, surely you cannot consume it all. How about sharing half with us? We are all trying to survive on this desolate island and could lend each other a hand." However, before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Chun Yalan interjected sharply, "Do you have no shame? This lion meat was earned through our hard work. Why should we share it with you? Zheng Wanting coldly added, exactly. We wouldn't even give this meat to dogs. If you wish for meat, go find it in the woods. Do not cast your greedy eyes upon us. Upon hearing their words, the expressions of the group soured instantly. One man hastily retorted, we were unable to prevent you from being captured by those Japanese soldiers. But you are safe now, aren't you? Wild a grudge against us. Before he could finish, a woman nearing 40 interjected with a sharp tongue, humph. I say, it's because you two vixens are too alluring that you caught the attention of those Japanese. She provocatively glanced at Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting, a smug smile playing on her lips. With a mocking tone, she continued, I see you two looking so rosy. You must have been well treated by those Japanese. Haven't you? Her words struck like a dagger, piercing deeply into Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting's hearts. Their faces flushed crimson, veins in their necks bulging with rage, and their eyes quickly glistened with tears. The others, including Sun Yuxuan, were equally incensed. They understood that this incident would leave an indelible scar on Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting's lives, and the woman's maliciousness, callously rubbing salt into their wounds, was utterly reprehensible. Bai Shihan's temper ignited like a powder keg, exploding in fury as she bellowed, if you dare utter another word, I will not hesitate to tear your mouth apart. Jiang Yue, undeterred, retorted sharply, oh, you old hag, with your grotesque appearance and blemished visage. You are nothing short of a hideous creature. Your spitefulness is astounding. I am left to ponder how someone like you dares to inhabit this world. Were I to bear such a visage, I would have unhesitatingly plunged into the sea, sparing myself the embarrassment. The woman's fury at Jiang Yue's words rendered her nearly apoplectic, her body trembling with indignation. Stamping her foot, she turned to a man beside her and feigned a sweet demeanor, saying, Brother Fei, you simply must stand up for me. Quickly, teach this detestable woman a lesson, and I promise to cater to your every desire tonight. Sun Yuxuan and the others felt a shiver run down their spines upon hearing Bai Shihan's words. Goosebumps erupted across their skin. The man, referred to as Brother Fei, instantly adopted a menacing demeanor, glaring at Jiang Yue with hostility. You vile woman, apologize to my lady this instant. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Before Jiang Yue could respond, Hu Qiming, standing nearby, raised a thumb in approval, his face radiating admiration as he unabashedly quipped, Brother, this old hag is truly your woman? I am utterly in awe of your taste. Your preferences are remarkably unique. How could you settle for such a grotesque creature? Do you not fear nightmares sharing a bed with her tonight? Hu Qiming's words struck the man like a dagger, instantly darkening his countenance. Sun Yuxuan and the others erupted into laughter at Hu Qiming's biting remarks, utterly surprised that this usually mild-mannered individual could utter such acerbic words. However, the man could scarcely endure the humiliation, his chest heaving with rage, his eyes bulging as he glared at Hu Qiming, seemingly ready to ignite. He was acutely aware of the woman's lack of beauty, yet what could he do? Among their group, there were only 2 women, and the other was hardly more appealing than the one who had just spoken. His ire swelled uncontrollably until he could no longer restrain his emotions, bellowing furiously, very well. You scoundrel, you have thoroughly provoked me. Do not blame me for my forthcoming actions. With that declaration, his gaze turned predatory, fixating on Luo Yuxue and the others. A lewd grin stretching across his face, his eyes brimming with desire and avarice, as if he wished to devour them whole. He leered at Luo Yuxue and her companions, a malicious glint in his eyes, and remarked, I truly did not anticipate encountering such exquisite beauties in this desolate island. First, I shall teach these 2 oblivious men a lesson, and then I will savor your delightful presence at my leisure. With that, his gaze shifted to Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming, the lewd grin on his face transforming into a menacing threat as he growled, You too, if you possess any sense of self-preservation, you should promptly distance yourselves from me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. A faint, cold smile crept across Sun Yuxuan's lips as he fearlessly retorted, Oh, how arrogant you are. If you have the courage, go ahead and make your move. No sooner had Sun Yuxuan finished speaking than Hu Qiming, like an enraged lion, swiftly seized an axe from the ground, raising it high above his head. He bellowed, "Come on, I wish to see whether you are more formidable or this axe in my hand." Hu Qiming's roar reverberated through the air like thunder, the axe shimmering ominously in the sunlight, instilling a sense of dread. Witnessing Hu Qiming's fierce demeanor, the group that had previously exuded bravado instinctively recoiled 2 or 3 meters, their expressions betraying a hint of panic. Chapter 94. Reduced to a eunuch, seeing this group of individuals rendered utterly helpless by his presence. A surge of smug satisfaction washed over Hu Qiming. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a mocking smile as he proclaimed, "Ha! What a pitiful bunch of cowards! If you have the guts, come at me. I shall cleave each of you in 2. Before his taunt could settle, a low, slightly provocative voice emerged from the crowd. "Aren't you merely relying on that axe you wield? What's so impressive about that? If you dare, set down your axe and let us engage in barehanded combat to see who truly reigns supreme." The speaker was a robustly built man, his face contorted with anger as he glared at Hu Qiming, clearly displeased with his arrogant demeanor. In response, Hu Qiming's smile remained unabated, even blossoming further. He turned to Sun Yuxuan, a smirk playing on his lips, and remarked, "Boss, listen to this fellow. He truly believes he has significance. He dares to challenge me to a duel without my axe. What do you think I should do?" Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he patted Hu Qiming on the shoulder, saying, "Qiming, since he has issued such a challenge, why not grant him the opportunity? Set down the axe and spar with him. Let me see the fruits of your training." Hu Qiming, buoyed by Sun Yuxuan's words, readily agreed. "All right, boss. I shall heed your advice. Watch as I knock him down a peg." With that, he casually tossed the axe to the ground with a resounding clang. In the next moment, Hu Qiming leaped from the cave entrance onto solid ground. With hands on his hips and chest puffed out, he provocatively challenged the man. "Come on, let us see how I can teach you a lesson today." Though his stature was noticeably smaller than that of his opponent, he exhibited no fear. After all, he had been diligently practicing the free fighting and grappling techniques taught by Sun Yuxuan during his spare time. This encounter provided the perfect opportunity to test his skills and assess his progress. Upon hearing Hu Qiming's brazen provocation, the man clearly decided to forego courtesy. He clenched his fist tightly and launched it toward Hu Qiming's head like a cannonball. In an instant, Hu Qiming's reflexes kicked in. He darted to the side with the agility of a leopard, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, he did not relent. While dodging, he swiftly unleashed a left hook, striking the man squarely in the abdomen with lightning speed. The blow landed with the force of a hammer against cotton, catching the man off guard and forcing him to stagger back 2 steps. Infuriated by the unexpected hit, the man glared fiercely at Hu Qiming and charged once more, raising his right foot to deliver a powerful kick. Faced with the ferocity of the impending strike, Hu Qiming's reaction was equally swift. He unhesitatingly extended his left hand, grasping the man's right foot with a grip as firm as a vice. In a swift motion, his right elbow struck with the force of a cannonball against the man's head. A dull thud echoed, and the man staggered as if struck by lightning. His vision swirling in disarray, his head spinning. He lost all balance, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless log. Seizing the moment, Hu Qiming lifted his right foot and delivered a fierce kick to the man's groin. The impact was akin to a hammer falling, and the man let out a blood-curdling scream, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, as he failed to react in time. Yet, Hu Qiming's onslaught did not cease. He continued to rain down merciless kicks to the man's groin, each blow as ferocious as a tempest. The man's cries grew increasingly harrowing, reverberating along the coastline. Writhing in agony, he clutched his groin, his body twisting on the ground as if enduring immense torment. The 5 men standing nearby, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, instinctively recoiled in horror. They felt a chilling sensation in their own groins, as if each kick had been directed at them. They had never anticipated Hu Qiming's ruthlessness. After such blows, the man would likely be rendered a eunuch. Even Sun Yuxuan and Luo Yuxue were left dumbfounded by the scene, utterly astonished by Hu Qiming's brutal approach, which surpassed their expectations. Sun Yuxuan, with a wry smile, remarked to Hu Qiming, "Qiming, you could have chosen to strike, But must you target his most vulnerable area? Hu Qiming grinned, responding, "Boss, isn't this what you taught me?" Sun Yuxuan immediately shook his head, retorting, "I did not instruct you in such nefarious tactics. Do not misattribute your actions to me." Hu Qiming quickly added, "Boss, this man dared to lay his hands on your women, and the more I thought about it, the angrier I became, prompting me to render him a eunuch." Upon hearing Hu Qiming refer to them as Sun Yuxuan's women, Luo Yuxue and her companions felt a blush rise to their cheeks, their hearts secretly delighted. Sun Yuxuan chuckled, "I must admit, I find your words quite pleasing." Hu Qiming then turned to the remaining men, exuding an air of dominance, and demanded, "Who dares to challenge me next?" His words, coupled with the sight of the fallen man, instilled a profound fear in the others, leaving them hesitant to act. Observing their reaction, Hu Qiming mocked, "Truly, a pack of cowards." Though angered by his taunt, they dared not respond. He then turned to Sun Yuxuan, inquiring, "Boss, how shall we deal with this lot? Should we eliminate them all?" At this, the group turned pale, trembling in fear. Sun Yuxuan chuckled and remarked, "There is no need to kill. Let them strike themselves 20 times and then be on their way." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Hu Qiming turned to the group and said, "Did you not hear what our leader commanded? Deliver yourselves 20 slaps and then depart. Should you dare to provoke us again, I will ensure your demise." Although this group was exceedingly reluctant, they had no choice but to raise their hands and incessantly slap their own faces. After administering 20 slaps, their faces visibly swelled. Observing this, Hu Qiming nodded in satisfaction and said, "Now be gone, and take this useless individual with you." Upon hearing Hu Qiming's directive, the group quickly assisted the one who lay on the ground, writhing in pain, as they retreated to the cave. Chapter 95. Reflections of Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing. Upon witnessing the departure of that group, Hu Qiming turned and climbed to the mouth of the cave. He flashed a sycophantic smile at Sun Yuxuan and inquired, "Boss, how did I perform just now? Are you satisfied?" Sun Yuxuan, observing Hu Qiming's obsequious demeanor, couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. A subtle smile graced his lips as he nodded and replied, "Well, it was adequate. It's evident that your training during this period has not been in vain." The praise from Sun Yuxuan brought immense joy to Hu Qiming. However, the subsequent remark from Sun Yuxuan left him feeling slightly embarrassed. With a smirk that was both teasing and playful, Sun Yuxuan remarked, "But did you have to be so ruthless? Why did you specifically target his most vulnerable spot?" Hu Qiming's complexion shifted awkwardly as he hastily defended himself. "Boss, please don't misunderstand. I was left with no choice. After all, that guy had his sights set on your woman, didn't he? By incapacitating him, I aimed to ensure he would never entertain such thoughts again." Hearing Hu Qiming's words, Jiang Yue shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "Qiming, while it's one thing to flatter, why must you refer to us as Captain Sun's women? Did you seek our consent?" Chuckling, Hu Qiming replied, "Can any of you honestly claim you don't harbor feelings for the boss?" The moment he uttered this, Luo Yuxue and her companions flushed crimson. Hu Qiming continued with a grin, "I've long noticed that each of you has already fallen for the boss. Since we are stranded on this desolate island, it seems we won't be leaving anytime soon. In my opinion, you might as well solidify your bond with the boss sooner rather than later. After all, you have nothing to lose." At this, Luo Yuxue and her companions' faces turned as red as a monkey's backside, and they lowered their heads in embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Luo Yuxue, filled with concern, addressed Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, do you think that group will seek revenge on us?" Sun Yuxuan smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, these individuals are all cowards. They wouldn't dare to retaliate. If they did, I would ensure they meet their end." Indeed, as Sun Yuxuan had foreseen, upon returning to their cave, the group seethed with anger, yet lacked the courage to confront Sun Yuxuan and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually dipped below the horizon. Sun Yuxuan and his companions sat quietly at the cave entrance, gazing at the picturesque evening glow. The remnants of the sunset bathed them in a golden hue, enveloping them in a shimmering veil. The sea breeze caressed their faces, imparting a refreshing coolness, while the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the rocks serenaded their ears. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. and the group's spirits mirrored the tranquility of the ocean's surface, filled with unparalleled contentment. Suddenly, Tang Jing mused, sometimes when I think about it, even spending a lifetime here doesn't seem so bad. Her voice was soft and distant, as if it emerged from the depths of her heart. Indeed, Luo Yu agreed. Though life here is arduous, each day unfolds with such joy. Freed from the clamor of the city, we are spared the incessant scheming and duplicity. As soon as she finished speaking, Hu Qiming interjected with a smile. Since you two cherish this place so much, why not remain here for a lifetime? Let everyone bear 10 or 8 children for the boss. His words, laced with jest, prompted a wave of laughter among the group. Tang Jing shot him a glare, retorting playfully, do you think we're pigs, birthing 10 or 8 children? Are you unaware of the hardships of childbirth? Hu Qiming chuckled, oh, I am well aware of the trials of childbirth. I stood by my wife's side when she gave birth. After saying this, he teased Tang Jing. How would you know the struggles of childbirth? Have you, like me, secretly tied the knot and borne children? He surveyed her with a grin, adding, but you certainly don't appear to have gone through that, do you? With a blush, Tang Jing protested. Who do you think you are, equating me with your secret marriage? I'm still a girl. Before they knew it, night had enveloped the surroundings. Sun Yuxuan procured a substantial piece of lion meat, slicing it into smaller portions to marinate with sea salt. Hu Qiming fashioned some wooden sticks, sharpening one end, and the others joined in, skewering the marinated lion meat onto the pointed sticks. Sun Yuxuan then rummaged through the stove, extracting some smoldering charcoal and spreading on the ground. The group eagerly placed the skewers of lion meat over the charcoal, allowing them to roast slowly. In a mere 10 minutes, the meat turned a golden brown, sizzling and oozing juices. Unable to contain their excitement, they seized the roasted meat and indulged in hearty bites. After their feast, they lingered by the cave entrance, chatting until drowsiness washed over them, prompting them to retreat into the cave, lying down on palm leaves to sleep. Meanwhile, at another cave entrance, a woman of unattractive visage and sharp tongue pressed her swollen cheek. A grimace of pain etched across her face. As she rubbed her face, she childishly whined to the man beside her. Feigo, look at my face. It's so swollen and painful. Those people are utterly despicable. They not only reduced Li Ge to a cripple, but also forced us to slap ourselves 20 times. How can we endure this? I propose we take advantage of their slumber and eliminate them. Upon hearing her words, Fei Ji's expression darkened ominously, his rage igniting as if a spark had been struck. He abruptly raised his hand and struck her face with great force. The blow was so powerful that she was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Covering her face, she gazed at Fei Ge in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes as she sobbed. Fei Ge, why did you hit me? Fei Ge shot her a glare, his voice laced with fury as he exclaimed, do you have a death wish? Are you unaware of the brutality they possess? They are armed, and if we provoke them further, they will undoubtedly slaughter us without mercy. Upon hearing his words, the woman retorted defiantly, aren't they all asleep now? This is the perfect opportunity to ambush them. Fei Ge, incensed by her naivety, responded with exasperation, you are utterly foolish. Do you genuinely believe they are asleep? After they bested us this afternoon, they are certainly on high alert now, perhaps even anticipating our attack. His words rendered her speechless, and she dared not voice another argument. Fei Ge cast her a stern look and declared, I am exceedingly agitated. Calm me down at once. With that, he grasped her hand firmly and led her into the cave. Shortly thereafter, dissonant sounds emanated from within. The others at the cave entrance seemed unfazed, their expressions betraying little in reaction to the unfolding events. Chapter 96. Sewing clothes with animal hides for 2 consecutive days, Sun Yuxuan and his companions lingered by the shore, successfully extracting a substantial quantity of crystalline sea salt from the seawater, while their adversaries refrained from causing any further disturbance. On the 3rd morning, as dawn broke, Sun Yuxuan and his group awoke early. They swiftly rose and proceeded to the coastline for a brief wash. After refreshing themselves, they returned to the cave entrance, where they roasted a portion of lion meat. Luo Yuxue and several other young women carefully placed the prepared sea salt crystals and cooking utensils into a bamboo basket. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming rummaged through a pile of refuse along the beach, and after considerable effort, they discovered two relatively sturdy woven bags. After rinsing the bags with seawater, they began to fill them with the lion meat. Each individual hoisted a bag onto their shoulder and descended from the cave, heading towards their shelter, with Luo Yuxue and the other girls hastily following behind. At that moment, the forest was shrouded in dense mist, rendering visibility exceedingly low and making traversal quite arduous. Dewdrops clung to the branches and leaves as the group navigated through the woodland with great difficulty. Having not traveled far, their clothes became thoroughly soaked with dew, and a chill enveloped them, prompting involuntary shivers. Moreover, with each person burdened by a heavy sack of lion meat, the uneven terrain of the forest made every step feel laborious. They paused to rest every few hundred meters, and thus, after nearly 3 hours of intermittent walking, they had only covered half the distance. Fortunately, the sun had risen high, dispersing the mist within the forest. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, warming their damp garments, which began to emit wisps of steam. By the time they returned to the shelter, it was already afternoon. Exhaustion washed over them as they collapsed onto the kitchen floor, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, Sun Yuxuan felt a semblance of strength returning and gathered some firewood to kindle the fireplace. He retrieved a sizable chunk of lion meat from the woven bag, slicing it into smaller pieces with a military knife before placing it in a pot to simmer. After savoring the stewed lion meat and resting for a while, the group commenced the process of boiling the sea salt. Thus, an entire day was devoted to this endeavor, and finally, Sun Yuxuan and his companions successfully transformed all the crystalline sea salt they had brought from the shore into usable salt. The quantity produced was quite substantial, filling 7 or 8 jars, sufficient to sustain them for the coming month or two. Simultaneously, the wolf pelts had fully dried. Sun Yuxuan rummaged beneath the bed, retrieving an old fishing net, which he handed to Luo Yuxue and the others, instructing them to dismantle the fishing lines. He then took a porcupine quill and, with the tip of his Nepali knife, carefully drilled a small hole at the base of the quill to fashion a makeshift needle. Threading the dismantled fishing line through the tiny hole, he picked up a wolf pelt and began to skillfully sew garments. Observing Sun Yuxuan deftly stitching garments, Luo Yuxue and the others could not help but gaze at him with admiration. Hu Qiming, unable to restrain his astonishment, remarked, "Boss, your skills are truly remarkable. You can even sew." Sun Yuxuan smiled gently and replied, "It's primarily because my family was impoverished during my childhood. I had to learn to do many things myself. When my clothes tore, I would mend them on my own." Hearing this, Hu Qiming and the others felt a pang of sorrow. After all, they had been accustomed to a life of ease since childhood, rarely experiencing hardship, and could hardly fathom the struggles of those from less fortunate backgrounds. Thus, after an hour's labor, Sun Yuxuan fashioned a garment from wolfskin. Although the attire appeared somewhat rudimentary, it was at least wearable. He handed the clothing to Hu Qiming, saying, "Try it on, see how it fits." Hu Qiming promptly donned the wolfskin outfit and, with a grin, exclaimed, "Boss, I must say, your craftsmanship is impressive. This fits perfectly and feels incredibly warm." Sun Yuxuan chuckled softly, choosing not to reply as he picked up another piece of wolfskin to continue his sewing. Throughout the day, Sun Yuxuan crafted a wolfskin coat for each member of the group, while he himself wore a garment made from lion skin. Clad in these animal skins, they resembled a tribe of wild folk at first glance. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and before they realized it, a month had passed in a rush. This month was relatively tranquil, devoid of significant upheaval. Aside from occasional ventures into the woods to forage for food and gather firewood, they spent most of their time within the shelter. As the seasons changed, winter arrived, and the temperature on the desolate island plummeted, dipping below freezing. One could not help but marvel at the island's distinct climate. Summers were unbearably hot, as if one could be roasted alive, while winters were piercingly cold, rendering it difficult to endure. Fortunately, each person now possessed a garment made from animal skin. Though simple in design, it offered some protection against the biting cold. Additionally, At night, they would kindle a fire in the shelter's hearth, filling the space with a cozy warmth. On a particular morning, Sun Yuxuan awoke early as usual. Rather than waking naturally, it would be more accurate to say he was roused by the frigid air. Slowly opening his eyes, he turned his gaze to Hu Qiming, who was curled up in bed, soundly asleep, with soft snores echoing intermittently. Not wishing to disturb his peaceful slumber, Sun Yuxuan quietly climbed out of bed, careful not to interrupt his dreams. He made his way to the hearth, only to find that the fire had completely died down, leaving behind a pile of black ashes. Sun Yuxuan quickly gathered some dry firewood and carefully placed it into the hearth. He then ignited the kindling with a lighter, watching as the flames gradually ascended, licking at the wood and emitting a crackling sound. As the timber continued to burn, the fire in the hearth blazed ever more fiercely, enveloping the entire shelter in a warm, orange glow that imparted an extraordinary sense of comfort. Sun Yuxuan sat quietly beside the fireplace, absorbing the warmth that gradually restored his body from the chill. After a while, feeling sufficiently warmed, he slowly rose to his feet and approached the entrance of the shelter. He gently pushed open the bamboo door, which creaked softly on its hinges. Chapter 97. Snowfall on the deserted island. As the bamboo door swung open, an icy gust of wind rushed in, mingled with swirling snowflakes that pricked his cheeks like countless tiny needles. Sun Yuxuan could not help but shiver, quickly wrapping his lion-skin coat tighter around himself to fend off the biting cold. He lifted his gaze to the world outside. The entire forest lay blanketed in a thick layer of snow, resembling a fairy tale realm adorned in silver. The pristine snowflakes danced gracefully through the air, bestowing an air of mystery and tranquility upon the silent woods. Sun Yuxuan sighed, reflecting on the swift passage of time. How astonishing it was that snow had begun to fall on this desolate island. He stood at the threshold, gazing at the flurries of snow, his thoughts drifting far away. After a few moments, Sun Yuxuan finally emerged from his reverie. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the shelter, sinking into the thick snow, each footfall crunching beneath him. He made his way slowly towards the riverbank, snowflakes continually settling on him, draping him in a delicate white cloak. Upon reaching the river, he was astonished to discover a thin layer of ice covering the surface, blanketed with fresh snow, resembling a vast silver mirror. Standing at the icy riverbank, he stared at the cold, hard surface, a wave of helplessness washing over him. At last, he found a suitable stick, grasped it firmly, and struck the ice repeatedly until it cracked, forming a small hole. He then hurried back to the bathroom to fetch 2 bamboo tubes. Sun Yuxuan cautiously lowered the tubes into the icy opening, drawing up the frigid river water. He busied himself shuttling between the riverbank and the bathroom, continuously filling the bamboo tubes and pouring the water into the bathing pool. After countless trips, the water level in the pool gradually rose to half full. Next, he kindled a fire in the fireplace beneath the bathing pool. The flames roared to life, casting a warm glow that illuminated the entire bathroom. Sun Yuxuan sat quietly beside the fireplace, waiting as time ticked away. After approximately half an hour, steam began to rise from the water in the pool, its temperature steadily increasing. Content with the progress, he picked up a bamboo tube, ladled out some warm water, and washed himself simply. Upon finishing his ablutions, he exited the bathroom and entered the kitchen. Back in the kitchen, Sun Yuxuan gathered more firewood and ignited it in the fireplace. Then, he retrieved a piece of wild boar meat from the bamboo rack above the fireplace. Skillfully wielding his military knife, he sliced the meat into small pieces, placed them into a pot, added a suitable amount of water, and began to simmer it. Before long, Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue awakened one by one from their slumber. As they pushed open the bamboo door and stepped outside, they were immediately captivated by the picturesque snowy scene before them, momentarily frozen in awe, as if time had stood still. However, when the biting cold seeped through the seams of their clothing, they were jolted back to reality, all shivering in unison. Soon after, everyone tightened their wolfskin coats, attempting to shield themselves from the harsh chill. As Sun Yuxuan stood at the entrance of the kitchen, he called out to everyone, "Hot water has been prepared in the bath for you all. Please hurry and freshen up." Upon hearing his words, a warm surge of gratitude washed over Hu Qiming, Luo Yuxue, and the others, filling their hearts with profound emotion. They exchanged appreciative glances with Sun Yuxuan before hastening towards the bathroom. Once inside the bathing area, they eagerly immersed themselves in the warm water, which flowed soothingly over their skin as if it were washing away their fatigue and chill. After completing their ablutions, they felt their vitality restored, their spirits lifted. Subsequently, they gathered in the kitchen, surrounding the fireplace to bask in its warmth. Time slipped by unnoticed, and nearly an hour later, the wild boar meat simmering in the pot was perfectly cooked. An enticing aroma wafted throughout the kitchen, tantalizing their senses. They eagerly grabbed bowls and chopsticks, diving into the succulent meat with great delight. After enjoying the savory dish, Luo Yuxue and several other girls, captivated by the enchanting snowy landscape, could no longer contain their excitement and rushed outside to frolic in the snow. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming remained in the kitchen, seated by the fireplace, watching with keen interest as the girls played joyfully in the snow. After a while, Hu Qiming turned to Sun Yuxuan, his expression serious, and said, "Boss, it seems the food we have in the kitchen will only last us 3 or 4 days at most. If we don't replenish our supplies soon, we'll be facing hunger before long. I believe we should take advantage of the relatively thin snow cover and venture into the woods to gather some food for storage. What do you think?" Sun Yuxuan smiled with appreciation upon hearing Hu Qiming's words. His gaze was filled with admiration as he replied, "Indeed, your awareness is truly growing. I foresee that soon, even without me by your side, you'll thrive on this deserted island." Feeling somewhat bashful at the praise, Hu Qiming scratched his head and quickly responded, "Boss, you flatter me. I'm not as capable as you suggest. I still have much to learn from you." Sun Yuxuan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, all right, no need for modesty. Let us set off. We should wander through the woods and see if we can find some edible provisions to bring back." With that, he rose from his seat, retrieved a bow and arrow from the side, and placed it into a bamboo basket. He then adeptly slung the basket onto his back and turned to Hu Qiming, exclaiming, "Let us go." Hu Qiming nodded and picked up an axe from the corner, gripping it firmly. As they stepped out of the kitchen, the playful Luo Yuxue and her friends noticed them and quickly approached. With a hint of curiosity, Luo Yuxue asked Captain Sun, "What are you two planning to do in this icy weather?" Sun Yuxuan smiled and said, "The food in the shelter is running low. Hu Qiming and I plan to venture into the woods in search of some provisions to bring back." Luo Yuxue nodded and inquired, "Should we accompany you?" Sun Yuxuan quickly waved his hand and replied with a smile, "No need. You two should enjoy yourselves here. The two of us will suffice. Just be sure to stay safe." Luo Yuxue reminded them with concern. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming nodded in acknowledgement and made their way into the woods, treading upon the snow beneath their feet. Chapter 98. Encountering a wild boar in the woods, the two trudged laboriously through the snow-laden forest, each step requiring an extraordinary exertion. The biting cold wind whipped around them, carrying with it a flurry of snowflakes that made it nearly impossible to keep their eyes open. Not long into their journey, their heads and garments were already dusted with snow, as if nature had draped them in a silvery shroud. Fortunately, they were clad in garments stitched from animal hides, which, while insufficient to fully fend off the cold, at least spared them from becoming completely numb. Thus, they waded through the snow for a couple of kilometers, their progress marked by the occasional chirp of a bird from the branches above, as the surroundings remained eerily quiet, devoid of even a glimpse of a wild chicken. Hu Qiming, feeling disheartened, turned to Sun Yuxuan and remarked, "Boss, this is rather peculiar, isn't it? We've been walking for so long, yet not a single wild chicken in sight." Sun Yuxuan smiled faintly, offering reassurance. "What is so strange about that? On such a frigid day, most animals are likely hibernating, which makes their absence quite normal." Hu Qiming continued, "If that is the case, are we destined to return empty-handed today?" Sun Yuxuan maintained his relaxed demeanor, chuckling as he replied, "Don't be in such a hurry, my friend. We've only come this far. Let us press on a bit further, and perhaps fortune will favor us." With each step through the snow, they struggled onward in the woods, expending more energy than usual. The howling wind sliced against their faces like a blade, rendering their breaths labored. After approximately 2 kilometers, their strength was nearly spent. They panted like exhausted beasts. Their faces flushed crimson as if they were ripe apples. Hu Qiming could no longer restrain himself and said to Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, I reckon it's futile to search for food today. This bitter cold is unbearable. We should head back before we freeze to death." Sun Yuxuan shot him an exasperated glare, retorting, "Why are you so impatient? It was your idea to come out here for food, and now you can't endure a mere stretch of distance?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Sun Yuxuan's rebuke, Hu Qiming scratched his head and mumbled, "I'm just saying, the weather is terribly cold." However, just as they were bickering, a sudden chorus of wild boar grunts echoed through the distant woods. The sound resonated loudly in the stillness, prompting both men to exchange glances filled with elation. Instantly, they forgot their previous fatigue and chill, quickening their pace toward the source of the commotion. After traversing approximately 300 or 400 meters, they finally beheld the wild boar. It stood not far off in the trees, a massive creature weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds. It was busily sniffing through the snow, seemingly in search of food, letting out occasional grunts. Upon seeing this imposing and well-fed wild boar, Hu Qiming's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had laid eyes upon a sumptuous feast laid before him. He excitedly exclaimed to his companion Sun Yuxuan, "Look at that wild boar, it's enormous. If we manage to bring it back, we'll feast for 10 days or even half a month." Sun Yuxuan, upon hearing Hu Qiming's words, slightly nodded in agreement. However, he refrained from saying much, instead quietly placing the bamboo basket gently onto the snow and slowly drawing the sharp Nepalese army knife from his waist. Gripping the hilt firmly, he cautiously approached the wild boar. Observing this, Hu Qiming also tightened his grip on the axe in his hand and swiftly followed suit. His heart raced a bit. After all, facing such a large wild boar was undeniably nerve-wracking. As the two gradually neared the beast, it seemed to sense the impending danger. Suddenly, it lifted its head, baring its gaping maw, and let out a low, terrifying roar directed at Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming. The roar echoed across the desolate snowfield, sending shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, the boar's sharp tusks glinted ominously, appearing exceptionally fearsome. Nevertheless, undeterred by the boar's warning, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming pressed on, their steps unwavering as they approached the creature. As they continued to close in, the wild boar's eyes filled with rage and its roars intensified. In a sudden frenzy, it charged at Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming with astonishing speed, like a runaway truck, kicking up snow in its wake, resembling a white whirlwind swirling through the air. Sun Yuxuan shouted urgently to Hu Qiming, "Watch out!" Before the words had fully left his mouth, the boar had already lunged towards them, covering the distance of less than 3 meters in an instant. It leapt from the snow and lunged at the two. However, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming reacted swiftly. In the moment of the boar's attack, they deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding its onslaught. As they dodged, Sun Yuxuan swiftly swung his Nepalese army knife, channeling all his strength into a fierce strike against the boar. The blow was as swift as lightning and packed tremendous power, with a resounding thud. The knife plunged deep into the boar's body, carving a long gash. Blood gushed forth from the wound, splattering onto the pristine snow, creating a shocking display of crimson. Similarly, Hu Qiming, while evading, swung his axe with ferocity, striking the boar and cleaving another deep wound. The wild boar, suffering such grievous injuries, let out a heart-wrenching scream and staggered back several meters before regaining its footing. It turned to glare furiously at Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming, heedless of its wounds, and charged at them once more. As the wild boar charged towards him, Hu Qiming instinctively sidestepped, while Sun Yuxuan remained steadfast, raising his right foot to deliver a powerful kick aimed squarely at the beast. The blow connected with the boar's jaw, sending it tumbling through the air before crashing heavily onto the snow-covered ground. Sun Yuxuan was jolted back, retreating 2 or 3 meters before collapsing onto the snow, a sharp pain radiating from his right foot. Seizing this opportune moment, Hu Qiming swiftly approached the fallen wild boar, wielding an axe that he lifted high, poised to strike down upon the creature's head. Chapter 99. The effortless hunt of the wild boar with a sharp crack, the axe descended with the force of thunder, striking the wild boar's head with a brutal impact, cleaving a horrifying gash that unleashed a torrent of blood. The crimson liquid splattered across the pristine white snow, creating a series of shocking bloodstains. In an instant, the once immaculate snow was transformed into a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a hellish scene. The wild boar, severely wounded, emitted a heart-wrenching cry that echoed across the vast expanse of the snowy landscape, sending shivers down the spine. It writhed in agony upon the ground, desperately attempting to alleviate its excruciating pain, though it was a futile endeavor. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan rose from the snow and swiftly approached the wounded beast. Gripping his military knife tightly, he plunged it mercilessly into the boar's neck. The knife easily pierced through the boar's flesh, embedding itself deeply within its neck. As Sun Yuxuan withdrew the blade, a searing fountain of blood gushed forth from the wound, and the boar let out another anguished scream, thrashing its body in the snow. Both Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming retreated several meters, their eyes fixed intently on the creature. As the seconds ticked by, the boar's cries gradually diminished, becoming fainter until they ultimately ceased, with the realization that the wild boar had succumbed to its injuries. A heavy weight lifted from the hearts of Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Sun Yuxuan turned to Hu Qiming, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, and remarked, "Qiming, you've truly become formidable, daring to confront the wild boar head-on. It's quite impressive." Hu Qiming chuckled at the compliment, responding, "I have you to thank, boss. After spending so much time with you, if I didn't show some improvement, that would be quite disappointing, wouldn't it?" Sun Yuxuan grinned. "You certainly know how to speak well. Not only are you intelligent, but you also possess a high emotional quotient." With that, he ventured into the woods, gathering a few vines and a thick branch broader than his arm. He bound the wild boar with the vines and threaded the branch through the bindings. Sun Yuxuan retrieved the bamboo basket he had placed on the snow and slung it across his back. Together, he and Hu Qiming hoisted the heavy boar and began their arduous trek toward the shelter. The beast weighed over 300 pounds, and even with both of them sharing the burden, each bore a weight of approximately 140 to 50 pounds. Navigating through the swirling snow, each step felt like carrying a 1,000-pound load, proving exceptionally challenging. Hu Qiming, in particular, found his body bending under the oppressive weight, as if he might be crushed at any moment. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to pause intermittently to catch their breath and regain a modicum of strength. Thus, they ambled through the snow, enduring a grueling trek of over 2 hours, until they finally returned to the sanctuary's doorstep. At this moment, Luo Yuxue and the other girls were gathered around the kitchen fireplace, basking in the warmth of the flames while engaging in cheerful conversation. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps from outside the kitchen piqued their curiosity. They all rose and curiously approached the entrance of the sanctuary. Upon witnessing Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming struggling to lift an enormous wild boar into view, they were both astonished and delighted. However, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming were utterly exhausted, as if all their strength had been depleted during the arduous journey. Their limbs felt nearly numb from the biting cold. With a palpable sense of relief, they dropped the wild boar onto the snow and, dragging their weary bodies, made their way into the kitchen. As they entered, they hurried towards the fireplace, pressing closely to the flames, allowing the warm fire to thaw their nearly frozen bodies, savoring the gradual return of warmth that seeped into their bones. Meanwhile, they gasped for breath, panting heavily. Luo Yuxue addressed them. "You two should rest well. We will fetch some dry grass from the woods to burn off the hair of the wild boar." Sun Yuxuan nodded appreciatively in response. Luo Yuxue and her companions took up their military knives and swiftly ventured into the woods, gathering some dry grass to bring back to the riverbank. Together, they dragged the wild boar from the snow to the river's edge. Next, they evenly covered the boar with the dry grass, as if tucking it under a thick blanket. In a hurried manner, Luo Yuxue dashed back to the kitchen, retrieving a burning log from the fireplace to ignite the grass. However, perhaps due to the ongoing snowfall, the grass was dampened by the melting snow, resulting in a feeble flame. Additionally, The moisture caused the burning grass to emit a substantial amount of smoke that filled the air. Once the grass had nearly burned away, the hair of the wild boar was singed clean, leaving the skin charred and blackened. By this time, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming had regained their strength, and the numbness in their hands and feet subsided. They joined Luo Yuxue and her companions by the riverbank to begin processing the wild boar. Each of them took a bamboo tube and scooped some icy river water, meticulously washing the charred boar. After it was cleaned, Sun Yuxuan took his military knife and made a forceful incision in the boar's belly. With a sharp sound, the skin parted easily, revealing a deep gash. Yuxuan swiftly reached into the boar's abdomen, skillfully extracting the internal organs, discarding everything but the liver into the river. He then cut the boar meat into smaller pieces for Hu Qiming and the others to transport back to the kitchen. Once the meat was divided, Sun Yuxuan took several ribs, chopping them into smaller sections with an axe and placing them in a pot to stew. In less than an hour, the wild boar ribs in the pot had been expertly stewed, prompting everyone to eagerly grasp their bowls and chopsticks, indulging in the delectable dish. After savoring the succulent wild boar ribs, Sun Yuxuan led the group to the riverside, where they gathered substantial, flat stones and transported them to the exterior of their shelter. One by one, they meticulously stacked these stones, constructing a square storage cabinet. Subsequently, they placed the remaining wild boar meat within this cabinet and covered it with snow. Thus, this storage cabinet transformed into a natural refrigerator, ensuring that the wild boar meat would be swiftly frozen by the frigid temperatures. Chapter 100. The girls' perspective on Sun Yuxuan. As dusk fell, Luo Yuxue and her group of girls once again ventured to the bathing area, where they filled bamboo tubes with water from a nearby stream and poured it into the bath. They then ignited a fire in the hearth beneath the tub to heat the water. In less than half an hour, the water in the bath was sufficiently warmed. The girls returned to their shelter to fetch a change of clothes, and then they disrobed completely before the tub. They scooped up the steaming water with bamboo tubes and began their bathing ritual, and after washing, they donned their garments and settled by the fireplace, where they began to tend to their still-dripping hair. The sight of these freshly bathed girls was enchanting, reminiscent of exquisite water lilies. Sun Yuxuan's gaze roamed unabashedly over their figures, causing Luo Yuxue and her companions to flush with embarrassment. Yet, rather than feeling offended, they experienced a flicker of secret delight. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming kept his head down, deliberately avoiding looking at the girls. After a while, Jiang Yue, unable to endure Sun Yuxuan's stare any longer, raised her head and said, "Captain Sun, have you finished looking? Why are you so lecherous? Can't you learn a thing or two from Qiming?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "How could I possibly tire of looking at such alluring beauties? How can you compare me to Qiming? He has a stunning actress for a wife, while I am merely a solitary bachelor." Jiang Yue was left speechless upon hearing this. A couple of minutes later, Tang Jing turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Captain Sun, there is still hot water in the tub. You and Qiming should hurry and take a bath." Sun Yuxuan turned to Hu Qiming and said, "You go first. I'll follow after you." Hu Qiming asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" Sun Yuxuan replied irritably, "Hurry up. I have no interest in men, and bathing with you is off-putting." Hu Qiming, unperturbed, smiled and said, "Boss, enjoy the view. I'll go wash up now." With that, he stood and left. In the kitchen, only Sun Yuxuan and the 7 girls remained. His eyes continued to wander across their forms, leaving the girls with no choice but to lower their heads in resignation. Time passed, and nearly 20 minutes later, Hu Qiming returned from his bath. Sun Yuxuan reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the girls, rose, and returned to the shelter to retrieve a change of clothes. He then disrobed and sank into the bath, luxuriating in the warmth of the water. It was a delightful contrast to the frigid air outside, enveloping him in a sense of unparalleled comfort and relaxation. Perhaps it was the soothing warmth of the bath or the fatigue of the day, but Sun Yuxuan soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Hu Qiming was inquiring of Luo Yuxue and her companions, "What do you think of our boss as a man?" When Hu Qiming posed his question, Luo Yuxue and the others were momentarily taken aback, unsure of the reason behind his sudden inquiry. After several seconds, Bai Shihan was the first to speak, saying, "Xiange is truly a good person. If he hadn't saved me during the plane crash, I would have perished alongside the aircraft, sinking into the depths of the ocean. Upon recalling their initial encounter on the plane, she chuckled and continued. On the flight, Xiange sat beside me. My first impression of him was rather unflattering. I thought he was rather lecherous as he kept staring at me and insisted on exchanging contact information. You cannot imagine how much I detested him at that moment. Hearing this, Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue were amused. Bai Shihan continued. Initially, stranded on this desolate island with just him, I was concerned he might take advantage of me. However, after spending a few days together, I realized he was not that kind of person and actually took good care of me. Li Mingqi chimed in. Xiange left quite an impression on me as well. On the plane, he ordered 4 meals and 2 cans of drinks at once. In my 2 or 3 years as a flight attendant, I had never encountered anyone consuming so much. After the plane crashed, I managed to escape and washed ashore, unconscious along the coast. If it weren't for Xia spotting me and Xiange carrying me beneath a large tree and feeding me coconut water mouth to mouth, I might have succumbed. Like Sister Shihan, I was initially worried that Xiange would take advantage of us, but after a few days, I discovered that although he has a roguish side, he is indeed a genuinely good person. Upon hearing their comments, Hu Qiming laughed and remarked, "It seems you two have already fallen for the boss, haven't you?" At his words, Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi blushed, shyly lowering their heads, neither confirming nor denying his suggestion. Observing this, Hu Qiming smirked, then turned his teasing gaze towards Luo Yuxue and the others, asking, "What about you all? Have you also been captivated by the boss like they have?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue became flustered and quickly waved her hands in protest, exclaiming, "Don't say such things. How could I possibly be enamored with him?" However, her somewhat frantic tone and awkward expression only reinforced Hu Qiming's suspicions. Amused by her reaction, Hu Qiming pressed on, "Oh, if you haven't fallen for him, then what else?" with a hasty explanation. As the saying goes, an explanation is merely a disguise. In my opinion, you do like the boss. You just find it hard to admit. Jiang Yue, blushing furiously at Hu Qiming's words, opened her mouth to retort, but found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Beside her, Luo Yuxue couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Yue's embarrassment and remarked, "Actually, I initially thought Captain Sun was merely a capable security chief. However, after getting to know him, I've discovered many intriguing facets to his character, which only add to his allure." Tang Jing smiled and remarked, "Like Yuxue, although Captain Sun and I work for the same company, our interactions are infrequent. To me, he was merely a security chief. However, being stranded on this deserted island has revealed countless surprises about him. Not only is he remarkably skilled, but his fluency in foreign languages and extensive survival experience suggest that he possesses an impressive breadth of knowledge." Hearing their sentiments, Hu Qiming chuckled and said, "It seems that both of you have already developed feelings for the boss." Luo Yuxue quickly shook her head, clarifying that she had not fallen in love, merely formed a favorable impression. Tang Jing concurred, adding, "Like Yuxue, I simply hold a positive impression and fondness for him." Chapter 101. The blushing by Shihan. Upon hearing their words, Hu Qi chuckled. "I believe it won't be long before both of you fall for the boss. After all, a man as exceptional as him is a rare find." Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing did not dispute this. Instead, they silently pondered whether they would truly come to love Sun Yuxuan, as he suggested. Hu Qi then turned his attention to Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting, inquiring, "And what about you two? Do you also harbor feelings for the boss?" Upon hearing Hu Qi's question, Chen Yaolin and Zheng Wanting appeared somewhat disheartened and insecure. Chen Yaolin spoke first. "If it weren't for Brother Sun rescuing us from those Japanese men, we would have likely succumbed to their torment." Zheng Wanting quickly added, "Given that we have already suffered at their hands, it is a blessing that Brother Sun does not despise us. How could we dare to entertain any other thoughts?" Chen Yaolin's voice grew somber as she continued, "We are no longer complete women. Even if we truly fell for Brother Sun, how could he ever regard us?" Hu Qi, sensing their despair, waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, let bygones be bygones. The boss is not that kind of person. He would never look down upon you for such reasons." He paused, glancing at Luo Yuxue and the other 6 girls, before continuing, "Besides, look at our predicament. We are trapped on this deserted island. and whether we can escape remains uncertain. Moreover, this island is fraught with dangers. Any misstep could cost us our lives. Since you all have feelings for the boss, I suggest you consider offering yourselves to him sooner rather than later." As Yuxue spoke, a mischievous grin crossed his face. "I can tell the boss has been quite pent up lately. He surely needs your comfort." At his words, Luo Yuxue and the other girls' faces flushed crimson, akin to ripe apples. They understood Yuxue's implication and felt a wave of shyness wash over them, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Time passed, and half an hour flew by, yet Sun Yuxuan had not yet appeared, stirring curiosity among those present. Typically, he took no longer than 20 minutes for a shower. Yet today, he had been absent for over 30 minutes. Bai Shihan's brow furrowed with concern as she murmured, "What on earth is going on with Xiange today? How could a simple shower take so long? I hope nothing has gone awry." Just then, Yuxue wore a mischievous smile and teased, "Perhaps something has indeed happened. Why not go check the bathroom?" Bai Shihan was taken aback, then retorted, "If you want to go, you go yourself. I'm not going." No sooner had she finished speaking than Sun Yuxuan emerged, clutching his stomach, his face contorted in pain as he exclaimed, "Oh no, I can't hold it any longer. I need to rush to the bathroom." Before his words could fully dissipate, he sprang from his seat like an arrow released from its bow, dashing hastily towards the kitchen. This series of actions unfolded with such rapidity that Luo Yuxue and the others were left utterly astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. After a considerable moment of stunned silence, they slowly regained their senses, with Luo Yuxue anxiously addressing Bai Shihan. "Shihan, you must hurry to the bathroom and check on Captain Sun. Surely, he hasn't encountered any misfortune?" Upon hearing Luo Yuxue's words, a tight knot formed in Bai Shihan's heart. Without hesitation, she rose swiftly and made her way to the bathroom. As she pushed open the door and stepped inside, a wave of warmth enveloped her. Upon closer inspection, she beheld Sun Yuxuan, entirely nude, lying motionless in the bath, illuminated by the flickering light of the fire. Bai Shihan's heart raced as she approached the tub, scrutinizing Sun Yuxuan's condition. As she drew nearer, she discerned the faint sound of his gentle snores, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was merely asleep. She had feared something dire had occurred. However, as her gaze inadvertently fell upon Sun Yuxuan's physique, her cheeks flushed crimson and her heartbeat quickened. His sun-kissed skin gleamed under the firelight, accentuating the definition of his muscles, radiating strength. The delicate hints of his modesty submerged in the water sent her heart racing wildly. She thought to herself, "I never imagined that Xiange had such an impressive physique." In the midst of her flustered reverie, Sun Yuxuan unexpectedly opened his eyes, locking his gaze onto Bai Shihan. Caught completely off guard, she stood beside the fireplace, her attention solely on him, and their eyes met, startling her greatly. Her face turned a shade of red reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking a sense of amusement. Sun Yuxuan, intrigued by her bashful demeanor, allowed a playful smile to grace his lips. "Shihan, why do you appear like a little thief, sneaking into the bathroom?" His tone was teasing. "Come now, confess. Were you here to spy on me while I bathe?" Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed deeper, her heart racing uncontrollably. Stammering, she replied, I wasn't tea. I was just worried since you hadn't tea returned for so long, and I came to check on you." Who would have thought? Who would have thought you were asleep in the tub?" Hearing her explanation, a wave of warmth surged within Sun Yuxuan. Gazing at the blushing, bashful girl before him, a bold thought crossed his mind. Without hesitation, he stood up from the bath, completely bare, his form unveiled before Bai Shihan. Bai Shihan was taken aback by Sun Yuxuan's sudden rise, his bare form leaving her momentarily speechless and disoriented. With a mischievous grin, Sun Yuxuan remarked, "Shihan, you've seen me in my entirety now. You must take responsibility for this." Overwhelmed by his words, Bai Shihan found herself at a loss for a response and instinctively turned to leave the bathroom. However, Sun Yuxuan seized her hand, his playful smirk unwavering as he exclaimed, "Since you're here, why the rush to depart?" Bai Shihan's face flushed crimson as she playfully protested, "Xiange, let me go. What are your intentions?" Chapter 102. A passionate kiss, with Bai Shihan a playful smile danced on Sun Yuxuan's lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as he teasingly remarked to Bai Shihan, Isn't it obvious? In a room with just the two of us. What else could I possibly be up to? Upon hearing his words, Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Shyly averting her gaze, she stammered, Xian. Brother Xian, please, don't say that. Let go of me, I need to go back. Yet, witnessing Bai Shihan's adorable shyness stirred a wave of impulse within Sun Yuxuan. He chuckled softly. All right, I won't tease you anymore. But could you perhaps help me with a back rub? Bai Shihan's face grew even redder, as if it could bleed from the intensity of her blush. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded gently in agreement. Sun Yuxuan, seeing her acquiescence, slowly released her hand and leisurely settled back into the warm embrace of the bath, savoring the soothing sensation of the hot water. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Bai Shihan carefully extended her delicate, slender fingers, hesitantly placing them on Sun Yuxuan's broad, sturdy back. Her movements were gentle and gradual, as if she feared causing him discomfort. As her hands softly kneaded his back, a wave of warmth enveloped Sun Yuxuan, eliciting a contented sigh that signaled his relaxation. The delightful sensation captivated him, prompting him to close his eyes and fully relish Bai Shihan's ministrations. Meanwhile, while Bai Shihan appeared outwardly calm, her inner turmoil resembled a tumultuous sea, restless and chaotic. Her heart raced and her breathing quickened, an array of jumbled thoughts flooding her mind, intensifying the warmth in her cheeks. Time seemed to stand still for several minutes, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Sun Yuxuan's heartbeat quickened, his breath becoming slightly labored. Finally, summoning a surge of resolve, he abruptly turned to face Bai Shihan, enveloping her in his arms. Caught completely off guard by a sudden move, Bai Shihan's body trembled, her eyes widening in astonishment. Before she could react, Sun Yuxuan's lips descended upon her alluring cherry-red mouth like a sudden downpour of rain. This unexpected kiss rendered Bai Shihan's mind blank. Her body jolted as if struck by a powerful current, an unfamiliar sensation washing over her like a surging tide. Her heart raced, and a deep blush spread across her face, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Though she had never truly been in a romantic relationship, she was not entirely naive to matters of the heart. Over the course of her time spent with Sun Yuxuan, she had already developed feelings for him. At that moment, as Sun Yuxuan fervently kissed her, Bai Shihan felt a delightful blend of shyness and sweet anticipation coursing through her heart. After a brief moment of distraction, she quickly regained her composure. Slowly, she closed her eyes and extended her tongue, intertwining it with Sun Yuxuan's, passionately responding to his kiss. Sun Yuxuan's hands seemed to lose all restraint, wandering across Bai Shihan's body, caressing her smooth skin, relishing the warmth and softness of her form. As Sun Yuxuan lavished kisses and touches upon her, Bai Shihan felt as though her bones had been drawn from her body, leaving her utterly pliable and devoid of strength. Unintentionally, she emitted a series of dissonant sounds, a primal response, and an expression of the emotions brewing deep within her. Thus, the two of them lost themselves in an ardent embrace within the bath, where time seemed to lose its significance. However, just as they were enveloped in this passionate atmosphere, Sun Yuxuan suddenly rose from the bath. He tightly embraced Bai Shihan, his hands becoming even more audacious in their exploration of her body. Just as Sun Yuxuan was filled with joy, preparing to undress her, Bai Shihan gently pushed him away. Her cheeks flushed like ripened apples. She softly murmured, Xian Ge. It might not be convenient today. At her words, Sun Yuxuan felt as though he had been plunged into a fog, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. His brow furrowed as he quickly inquired, why not? Bai Shihan's voice grew faint, nearly inaudible. I have my period today. This revelation struck Sun Yuxuan like a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen in place, his energy seemingly drained, akin to a deflated balloon. Internally, he lamented, heavens, how could I be so unfortunate? After waiting so long for this day, I thought I would finally shed my virginity, and then this happens. Yet, upon seeing Sun Yuxuan's despondent expression, Bai Shihan couldn't help but chuckle softly. She gently reassured him, Xian Ge, do not fret. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. We have many days ahead of us. Though Sun Yuxuan felt a lingering dissatisfaction, he could find no words to express it. Internally, he cursed. How can I not be anxious? I've already taken off my pants, and then you spring this on me? Bai Shihan kissed him lightly on the cheek, then swiftly exited the bathroom, leaving a bewildered Sun Yuxuan standing there. After a considerable moment, he gradually subdued the fire of desire within him. With a deep sigh, he donned his clothes and placed the garments he had changed out of into the bath for cleaning, hanging them to dry on the bamboo rack beside the tub. Meanwhile, Bai Shihan, her cheeks still glowing like ripe apples, shyly lowered her head as she hurried into the kitchen. At that moment, Luo Yuxue, Hu Qiming, and Jiang Yue were gathered around the fireplace, basking in its warmth while engaging in lively conversation. Upon noticing Bai Shihan entering the room, Hu Qiming's lips curled into a teasing smile as he inquired, "Shihan, where is the boss?" Bai Shihan's voice was as faint as a whisper. She replied softly, "Xiange has fallen asleep in the bath." At this, Hu Qiming's grin widened, and with a playful glint in his eye, he jested, "Why is your face so flushed? Could it be that you and the boss have turned raw rice into cooked rice in the bathroom?" Chapter 103. Awakened by the roar of a bear, Bai Shihan's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. In a flustered attempt to clarify, she stammered, "Do not speak carelessly. That is not the case. I merely saw Xiange asleep and called him awake before returning. Nothing occurred between us." However, her words seemed to betray her, suggesting an earnest effort to conceal something. Her voice quivered slightly, and her gaze flitted about, avoiding contact with others. Observing her distress, Hu Qiming's smile broadened, and he continued, "Why are you in such a hurry? Even if something did happen between you and the boss, we would not say a word. After all, we are all adults. Such matters are perfectly normal." Jiang Yue chimed in with a teasing laugh. "Shihan, you were gone for over 20 minutes. I find it hard to believe nothing transpired between you and Captain Sunday." Li Mengqi also jested. "Shihan, have you pledged yourself to Xiange?" Hearing Li Mengqi's words, Hu Qiming chuckled. "Haha, it seems the boss's stamina is lacking." The battle concluded rather swiftly. Under the collective teasing, Bai Shihan felt utterly speechless, overwhelmed with embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. Recognizing her discomfort, Hu Qiming and the others refrained from further mockery. As time ticked by, approximately 10 minutes later, Sun Yuxuan finally made his entrance into the kitchen. He slumped down beside the fireplace, barely catching his breath when Hu Qiming approached with a mischievous grin, conspiratorially whispering, "Boss, may I ask you a question? Please do not take offense." Amused by his demeanor, Sun Yuxuan inquired, "What is it? Why the secrecy?" With a smirk, Hu Qiming leaned closer and whispered, "Boss, are you experiencing kidney deficiency?" Taken aback by the unexpected question, Sun Yuxuan's eyes widened in disbelief before he retorted loudly, "You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly have kidney deficiency?" His voice echoed in the kitchen, prompting laughter from Luo Yuxue and the others. Noticing that Sun Yuxuan was unfazed by his comments, Hu Qiming continued to provoke him. "Oh dear, Bai Shihan just went to the bathroom to find you." The whole affair lasted no more than 20 minutes. Your battle concluded rather quickly, did it not? At Hu Qiming's playful insinuation, Sun Yuxuan's temper flared, and he snapped back, "We merely shared a kiss in the bathroom. What on earth are you imagining?" Yet, Hu Qiming showed no signs of relenting, maintaining his mischievous smirk as he pressed on. Just a kiss? Surely, there were no further intentions or actions. Sun Yuxuan could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, "I would like to do something else. But the problem is, Shihan has her period. What else can I do?" As these words escaped his lips, Hu Qiming and the others, already in fits of laughter, erupted into even more uncontrollable mirth, while Bai Shihan, her face flushed with embarrassment, lowered her head, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Observing the situation, Sun Yuxuan felt a pang of embarrassment and promptly added, "Also, if you dare to say I have kidney deficiency again, just wait and see how I deal with you. I assure you, my body is in excellent condition." Thus, the group continued their light-hearted banter by the kitchen hearth, oblivious to the passage of time. As the night deepened, a wave of overwhelming drowsiness swept over them, prompting everyone to rise and retreat to their shelter for rest. In the stillness of midnight, A deafening roar suddenly shattered the tranquility of the night, echoing ominously from woods. This unexpected sound, akin to a clap of thunder, roused the slumbering individuals in an instant. Sun Yuxuan sprang up from his bamboo bed, swiftly donned his shoes, and seized the axe positioned by the foot of his bed before striding purposefully toward the shelter's entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, he cautiously peered through a narrow window above the bamboo door, straining his eyes into the pitch-black forest. Yet, all he could discern was darkness. The only thing that pierced the silence was the chilling roar reverberating through the night. It was a sound that instilled a profound sense of dread, as if demons from hell were bellowing. At that moment, Hu Qiming was also startled awake. Much like Sun Yuxuan, he hurriedly leapt from his bed, slipped on his shoes, and rushed to Sun Yuxuan's side. His complexion was pale, and a sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead, clearly shaken by the terrifying roar. In a state of panic, he inquired, "Boss, what kind of animal is making that sound?" "It's terrifying." Sun Yuxuan frowned, his expression grave as he replied, "That is the roar of a bear, and, judging by the intensity of the noise, it is likely not far from our shelter." Upon hearing the word bear, Hu Qiming's face paled further, his body involuntarily trembling with worry. At that moment, Luo Yuxue and several other girls were also awakened by the bear's roar, their hearts racing as an inexplicable fear washed over them. The girls quickly scrambled out of bed, hastily putting on their shoes before dashing towards the entrance of the shelter like a gust of wind. Jiang Yue called out in a high-pitched voice, "Captain Sun, wake up. That sound is absolutely terrifying. We're so scared." Her voice echoed through the still night, laced with tremors. Hearing Jiang Yue's cries, Sun Yuxuan immediately reassured them. "Do not worry. Both Qiming and I are at the door. Nothing will happen." With Sun Yuxuan's words, Luo Yuxue and the other girls felt a slight sense of relief. Nevertheless, the incessant roar that echoed through the air continued to instill dread in their hearts. Jiang Yue's voice rang out once more, this time laced with heightened fear. "Captain Sun, could you possibly come to our shelter? We are still very frightened. That sound is truly terrifying." Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan responded, "All right, please open the bamboo door, and Qiming and I will be there shortly." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Jiang Yue swiftly removed the wooden stick propped against the bamboo door, gently pushing it open. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming hastily opened the shelter's bamboo door and rushed into the refuge where Luo Yuxue and the others resided. Chapter 104. The Brown Bear's Assault on the Shelter. As soon as Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming entered the shelter, Jiang Yue swiftly closed the bamboo door and secured it firmly with a wooden pole. Sun Yuxuan, wielding an axe, stood resolutely at the entrance, his gaze penetrating through the small window of the bamboo door, vigilantly observing the commotion outside. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming hastened to the fireplace, deftly gathering some firewood and igniting it within. As the flames began to rise, the entire shelter was illuminated by a warm, flickering glow. Sun Yuxuan's attention turned to the pale-faced Luo Yuxue and the other girls, who were visibly shaken. He quickly offered words of reassurance. "Do not be overly anxious. It is merely the roar of a bear, nothing to fear. Our shelter is robustly constructed, and there are traps outside. Even if the bear attempts to assault our refuge, it cannot harm us in the slightest." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Luo Yuxue and the other girls felt a slight easing of their distress. A semblance of calm washed over their faces, dispelling some of the earlier tension and fear. However, the bear's roars from the forest did not relent. Rather, they intensified, echoing as if from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. Time passed gradually, and after 4 or 5 minutes, a colossal brown bear suddenly appeared outside the shelter. Despite the moonlight being dim, Sun Yuxuan could clearly discern the bear's imposing figure. The creature stood nearly 2 meters tall, its body exceeding 3 meters in length, with a head as large as a bathtub and limbs as thick as tree trunks. From a distance, the bear resembled a moving mountain, instilling an unmatched sense of dread. Sun Yuxuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the enormous bear, a wave of terror washing over him. He couldn't help but mutter softly, "My heavens, is this really a bear? How can it be so enormous? Has it somehow gained supernatural powers?" Simultaneously, Hu Qiming and several others peered through the small window in the shelter's wall, witnessing the bear's massive form. The sight rendered them pale with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Li Mengqi was so frightened that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts, stammering to Sun Yuxuan, "Yuxuan, this bear is just too large and terrifying." Luo Yuxue's face turned ashen, devoid of color, and her voice quivered as she exclaimed, "I have never seen such a gigantic bear in my life. This is truly horrifying." Hu Qiming, wide-eyed and filled with terror, shouted to Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, this bear is an absolute behemoth. Its size is daunting, and it appears exceedingly ferocious. How can our little shelter withstand its assault? What shall we do now?" Sun Yuxuan was acutely aware of the predicament they faced. He understood that, given their current capabilities, overcoming the formidable brown bear was nearly an insurmountable task. However, in this life-and-death moment, as the leader of the team, he had to maintain composure and poise. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to make his voice sound steadier as he addressed his companions. "Everyone, remain calm and do not panic. We must hold our ground. If we falter, the situation will only deteriorate. When the brown bear truly charges at us, we will unite and devise a strategy to eliminate it." Yet, despite his reassuring words, uncertainty gnawed at his heart. The bear's size and strength far surpassed theirs, making victory a daunting challenge. At that moment, he could only silently pray for the bear to spare their refuge from an assault. Suddenly, the brown bear outside seemed to sense the presence of Sun Yuxuan and the others within. It began to exhibit signs of agitation. In an instant, the bear rose to its full height, opening its massive jaws to unleash a thunderous roar directed at the shelter. This roar resonated like a clap of thunder, echoing through the forest and causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath them. The terrifying sound assaulted Sun Yuxuan and his companions' eardrums, leaving them with a ringing sensation as if swarms of bees were buzzing around their heads. Upon hearing the bear's roar, Luo Yuxue and the other girls turned pale, trembling in fear, unable to suppress their terrified screams. Sun Yuxuan realized with alarm that the bear was clearly enraged and seemed poised to attack the shelter. Without a moment to lose,